Soulmirror Media invites you to listen to the audiobook The Sound the Fog Makes, an original Soulmirror Media production. Part 1. The sound the fog makes. He felt the breath of the city long before he saw it, the moist metallic exhale that slid under doors and through the gaps in old window frames. The fog came early in Ravenbrook, as if it wanted to see the lights come on. Out by the water, it softened the edges of the cranes and cupped the harbor lamps in its hand. Inland, it crawled through the quiet streets and rested low over the lawns like an animal settling for the night. The woman on Willow Court did not belong to the docklands, but the fog treated her equally. It pooled around her shoes as she paused on the path, searching for her keys. A dog barked once, a single hoarse warning, then got pulled inside. She turned at the sound, habit more than fear, and saw nothing but the pale smear of a streetlight and a dark smear of hedges. It was a night of smears. She found her keys. The bag slid from her shoulder in a practiced movement. She tucked it under her elbow to shield it. Another practiced movement, a city's muscle memory. She selected the brass key, the one with the ridges filed, turned to the door. The lock turned the way it always did, with a complaint, then the door gave. Inside, her house smelled of boiled rice and new paint. She dropped the bag on the small table and set her phone beside it. 5 missed calls from a cutting-off number. 1 voicemail. She didn't press play. She stood listening to her own house making harmless noises, the fridge motor turning over, the baseboards clicking, something metallic contracting in the dark. The fog makes the world sound farther away, she thought. That was why the dog had barked, why she turned. She locked the door. The deadbolt clicked with the weight of decision. Then she crossed the hall and lifted the thermostat as if the act might alter something else. The hand that came from behind her was gloved. It covered her mouth, and her scream backed up inside her like bad air. The arm around her waist was strong but not hurried, as if the body attached to it had rehearsed for this moment, as if the person holding her had been here before, in another house, on another quiet street, on another fog night. And that practice had taught them that panic traveled the shortest route and could be diverted with the right pressure on a sternum, the right words in a breath. "Shh," a voice said, not in comfort but in instruction. "It's only going to be a minute." The minute lengthened into something that had no parts. When it was done, the house stood the same. The fridge motor still hummed, the baseboard still ticked. But the fog outside had thickened, pressing its forehead to the glass, making the house feel like a ship set adrift. The killer, because that was what the person was now, leaned against the doorframe to breathe. They looked at the small table by the front door. They took the phone, scrolled quickly through a thread marked with a name that would later matter, and sent a message with the patient cadence of someone clocking a job. They wiped the phone with a cloth that appeared from a pocket. They set it back, adjusted the angle by a millimeter as if straightness meant order, as if order meant nothing had happened here. Before leaving, the killer did one last thing. It was small and almost disappointing in its neatness. In the kitchen, they removed a strip of painter's tape left on the counter from the new paint. They folded it onto itself, sticky to sticky, and pressed it beneath the lip of the table by the door. They left another piece somewhere else, under something wood. A handprint where a hand wasn't. A signature that knew how to look like an accident. The fog took them. The night, which had been one shape, became another. Detective Michael Harrington woke because the phone would not stop. The apartment, a second-floor walk-up over a shoe repair on Oriole Street, had the silent, accusatory air of a place that had not been properly inhabited in months. Harrington's bed, the narrow kind you buy when you're too tired to measure, was a brace against an empty wall. The room smelled a little like rain that had filtered through old brick, metal filings from the shop below, and stale coffee that had outlasted himself on the table. He reached for the phone and found it under a pile of newspapers he kept insisting he would bundle and toss out. He pressed the green button and said, "Harrington, it's Marlowe. We've got one in Bayview. Willow Court, Lieutenant Regina Marlowe didn't leave space in her sentences for the old world." He scrubbed at his face. "I'm guessing the fog didn't do it. No, the fog helps nothing except the undertakers. You're on the roster. Patel's rolling. Me's en route. Uniforms are sealing it up with tape and the kind of thinking that makes my job hard and yours painful." He swung his legs to the floor, and the wood was cold enough to make him hiss. Victim? Male, late 30s. Lived alone. Dispatch got a welfare call from a neighbor across the cul-de-sac. Saw the front door open for too long, like, 90 seconds. "I want you on it, Harrington. Serious eyes, low profile. You understand those words?" He understood the words that weren't said. Serious eyes, do not embarrass us with a theory in front of a camera. Low profile, the mayor's office watches Bayview like a trust fund. "On my way," he said. He dressed in the clothes he could find, in the dim, dark slacks, a shirt from the chair, the good wool jacket if you looked from 6 feet away. In the mirror, his face looked like someone had drawn lines on it with a dull pencil. He had the kind of jaw that made people trust instructions, and the kind of eyes that suggested trust was not returned. His hair had surrendered its position some years ago without a fight. He buttoned to the top out of habit, and then realized he didn't own a tie that wasn't a bad joke. He left it. The city could forgive a detective without a tie at 3 in the morning. On the street, the fog clung to the windshield like damp paper. He had to lean forward to see past it, chin on the wheel, a youth he'd rather not remember. The radio crackled into life but said nothing useful. Units requested here and there, codes without hearts attached to them. He kept the radio low. The voices of dispatchers always sounded like someone who knew exactly how much of you to take. Bayview at night was tidy under the fog, hedges shaved down to half circles, porches with little sculptures of whales and owls in weatherproof resin. Willow Court was a cul-de-sac with 4 houses that believed they had slipped the noose of the city and were not yet ready to learn otherwise. 2 patrol cars blocked the entry, blue lights softened by the humidity into something almost domestic. Harrington rolled down his window and showed his shield. A young officer with a bookish face and wet lashes stepped up. "Detective." "Officer Pike, sir. We've sealed the perimeter." Harrington nodded. He remembered being new so vividly he sometimes forgot it had happened to someone else. "What do we have?" Victim inside, living room. No sign of forced entry at the front. Side gates latched. Back doors locked. Neighbor Mr. Albright called it in. He's over there, on his porch, chain smoking like a movie. "And he saw the door open?" "For like a minute and a half. He said 90 seconds with a conviction that troubled me." Pike's mouth tried on a smile, didn't like it, returned to neutral. Harrington got out of the car, pocketing his gloves as if they were a promise he could keep. The house in question had an amiable front to it. Pale siding, new paint on the trim the color of tea, a wind chime that refused to ring in the stillness. He took the small path up, noticing the way the fog had settled in low spots, the way the hedges were trimmed by someone who cared. He felt the old prickle between his shoulders, the one that began when the world looked fine and someone needed to tell it the truth. Inside, the air had already altered. It held the heat of too many bodies doing careful work. Blue booties on shoes scuffed over hardwood, voices lowered not out of reverence but to concentrate the mind. A camera's mechanical click, twice, then silence. Lena Patel stood near the doorway with a tablet and a gaze like a surveyor. Her long black hair was tied back in a knot that had outlasted the shift. "Morning," she said, voice flat as a yardstick. "If you call it that, and we call it what they call it," she said. He followed the line of her focus. The victim lay on the living room floor, to the right of a couch that had been recently reupholstered. No sag at the edges, no cough of dust when someone sat. She had been placed. That was the word that came first and did not leave. She had been placed on her back with her arms at her sides, palms down. Her legs were straight and parallel, feet close but not touching. The neatness of it was an offense. "Strangulation," Patel said, preempting his thought. "On ligature. You can see the horizontal mark, consistent with something smooth and flat. No petechiae I can see from here, but the me will say for sure. No obvious sexual assault, no defensive wounds on the hands. You know what that suggests." "Control," Harrington said. "From the jump, or someone she knew, or both." He stepped closer, careful to follow the taped path. The woman's face was a record of her last seconds only in that it was not. She had the blandness of the newly dead, the slack that made you feel guilty for seeking a clue in it. Her eyes were open and unclouded yet. She was in her 30s, as Marlowe had said. Her hair, the color of straw after rain, was pulled back in a practical tail. He looked from her face to her neck. The mark across it was thin and pale, already threatening to darken. He looked for fur, hair, a fiber, anything the fog might have let stick. Patel had seen the same hope and shook her head once. No sign of forced entry at the front, Harrington said. None at the back either. No tampered latches, no scuffing on doors, no pry marks. Windows? Sealed tight against the fog. We're checking for tool marks and prints. Nothing good yet. What about the phone? Ain't on the table by the door, she said. 5 missed calls, 1 voicemail. It was wiped. Wiped. I can still pull stuff. But this wasn't careless. Someone knew how to clean a mess without leaving a shine. On neighbors? Aisha Pike's been getting statements. The man who called it in is already regretting the vigor of his civic duty. The woman 2 doors down gave us a helpful description of fog. The couple across the way are on a different schedule from the sun and saw nothing but a raccoon who is probably the only other creature in Bayview that knows the truth. He let the room soak into him. The bookshelf, recent novels, some about women who still had their names. A framed diploma on the wall from a state university that fed Ravenbrook its teachers and its social workers and its promise. A ceramic bowl of keys that held 3 keys and 1 brass token stamped with a big, indifferent number, 17. Harrington put on his gloves and picked it up by its edge. The brass was worn by fingers the way coins are. He tested the weight, felt the slight tack where a sticker had once been. A locker token. Gym, public pool, storage. A habit a person carried until it became a superstition. Patel looked at the token over his shoulder. So that's either a switchblade of a clue or it belongs to a pool that closed in '93. He wrapped it in a paper evidence sleeve. He didn't know which it was yet. The uncertainty was like static in his head, a noise he had long ago learned to interpret as a kind of music. He turned to the table, avoiding the phone for now. The little drawer beneath it was slightly open. Inside, more keys, none labeled, a membership card to a women-only gym on North Kettle, expired last month, a folded flyer for a support group at St. Dimphna's Parish Hall, for families navigating disappearances and long waits, Wednesday nights, 7. He felt the hair along his forearms shift. He had met St. Dimphna before. "Helena," he said softly. "How'd a shot of this flyer?" She pointed. The camera tech obeyed. "When you thinking the same thing I am? Send thinking the thing I didn't want to think again." She didn't answer. They had both been around for the tide-mark disappearances. That wasn't the name the department had given them. That was the name the city had settled on because the official name was designed to be less memorable. 8 people in the span of 14 months, most of them young, most of them poor, all of them gone between a walk and a text. It had started near Tidemark Road, which lay along the old canal where the fog sat like a decision. It had ended with a press conference, and words like closure, inclusion, and unlimited resources. It had not ended in any other way. Files had gone to records, a shelf had been built, and dust had fallen with a finality that felt practiced. Harrington pocketed the flyer in a plastic bag, and the act felt like unburying a thing someone had put in a box and pushed under a bed. "Victim's name?" he asked. Patel checked her tablet. Signed Rebecca Vance, 36, licensed clinical social worker, worked for the county for 5 years, then switched to private practice 2 years ago. Office on Harrier Street. Volunteer at, wait for it, St. Dimphna's and Harborward Outreach. Harborward Outreach, a non-profit that had, for a time, hustled hot meals to the homeless and later hustled publicity to politicians. Harrington had been in their kitchen once. He could still smell the chili that had no meat. He turned to the wall and saw one more thing. On the mantel above a black electric fireplace sat 3 objects with family insistence. A photo of a child with a missing front tooth, laughing at a cake, a ceramic gull, and a framed letter in slanted handwriting. He stepped closer. The letter read like a card that had wanted to apologize and then thought better of it. He read it anyway. Beck, I know I didn't say it right then. I never say anything right when it matters. But those girls at St. D are here because of you. Whatever the police say, don't let them make you give this up. TT could have been anyone. T was always someone. He set it down carefully. The fog pressed at the windows. It was trying to get inside, as if it had something to say. The medical examiner arrived with the contained irritation of a man who had been dragged from a warm bed to a cold room for the 1,000th time and still believed that to be a personal affront. Dr. Sloan looked like an old vulture and spoke like a small-town mayor. He knelt by the body with the reverence of a mechanic. "Evening, detective." He looked up at Harrington, eyes bright and damp. "Or morning. I forget which one scolds the other. Tell me something I don't want to hear. In ligature strangulation, yes. Time of death between 11 and 1, prelim. No great fight. The hyoid might be intact. I'll tell you if it isn't. She was alive when it happened. She ate something light 2 hours before, maybe 3. Rice. Maybe stir-fry if I get to make up phrases. Anything special in the mark? Something smooth, flat, ribbon, tape, a belt that mindfully avoided the buckle, not a rope or cord, nothing biting. What about hands? Palm abrasions, very slight. Could be from being placed. No broken nails. You know what this says as well as I do. And whoever did this did not need to hurry." Sloane's pause was a kind of courtesy. "Also, there's this." He leaned forward, lifted the woman's left hand with gloved fingers. On the ring finger, a faint band of paler skin. "Said she wore a ring," Harrington said, "and removed recently. Could be habit, could be message, could be he or she took it. She lived alone. She lived with someone at some point," Sloane said. Harrington moved to the phone. He felt like a man approaching a thing he might drop, something with a fragile heart and a strange purpose. The missed calls came from a number saved under Harborward Office. The voicemail was 10 seconds long and had been deleted and then recovered because the phone didn't know a good thing when it saw it, and the cloud was both a god and a fool. Patel nodded. She had restored it with the bored expertise of a person who had been taught 2 systems for everything. Harrington pressed play. A man's voice, carefully casual. "Hey, Rebecca, it's Thomas. Don't forget about the box and a laugh, the tinny kind you do to buy yourself time. You know, see you in the morning, or, today." A click. "See you in the morning, or today." A man who knew the clock did not care about his plans. He looked at the brass token in the evidence sleeve. 17. Patel watched his thought arrive. "Locker? Or storage unit. A Sonanet, you have a penchant for the cinematic, detective. Sinai have a penchant for things that are exactly what they seem, which is my least favorite category of thing." Officer Pike hovered near the living room doorway. A legal pad held the way beginners hold the law. Harrington waved him in. "So, took the neighbor statements." Yes, sir. Mr. Albright called it in. Retired, bored, an honest man who doesn't like the way other people park." "What did he see?" "And he saw fog and a door. He saw the door open at." Pike checked his notes as if the number might have changed. "Why, 90 seconds. He said that was too long for a front door to be open if you're not moving something. He clock watched because that's the kind of man he is. He saw a figure, maybe. He couldn't say the shape. He didn't see a face. He saw a car he thinks might have been blue, and I told him that blue is half the cars in America." "Which way did the car go?" "Out of the cul-de-sac. Left on Bayview. That means toward the water if you're a romantic." "Other neighbors?" "Ms. Devereaux, 2 doors down, heard a..." She said a thump. "That's the word. She thought it was the fridge. She's also 91 and hears 3 versions of the same sound sometimes. The couple across the way were in the back room with a television and each other. They heard nothing but what they intended to. There's also a delivery driver who worked late who thinks he remembers a man in a hooded jacket at the corner of Bayview and Harrier around midnight. But what he really remembers is that he was tired." Harrington considered the avenues into the house, the openness of doors, the clamp of fog, the ways people insisted on living like the world was large while it had narrowed to the size of a hand. He turned back to the table by the front door. He lifted the lip of it with a finger and looked underneath. There it was, a strip of painter's tape folded sticky to sticky, pressed to the underside. It was the kind of thing that would pass as clutter even to the careful eye. But he saw the pattern immediately. In the Tidemark houses they had found tape too, once on the underside of a coffee table, once beneath the seat of a stool, once under a bed frame where the dust had held it like a memory. It had seemed like litter in rooms where a person had vanished. He remembered pointing at it and being told that anyone could leave tape in a house if the house had been painted. That was true. He remembered being told that pattern was another word for coincidence when coincidence became inconvenient. That was also true. He called to Patel and she came with the kit, eyes slightly narrowed, a sign that she already didn't like where this arrow was pointing. Painter's tape, he said, under the table. She photographed, tweezers primed. Who paints a house and hides the tape? The same person who wants to see whether it will walk. The same person who knows we vacuum for trace and that a folded tape will hold on to anything you let it. Patel lifted it, sealed it. You suppose he or she wanted us to find it. I suppose he or she wanted us to get nothing from it even if we did. But we have better sponges now, she said, not quite joking. We have better arguments, Harrington said. Not always the same thing. He felt then the old story climbing up the stairs with them. The Tidemark disappearances, the ones the department had said were not connected, had a few small consistencies that had seemed too small to matter. Tape. A faint odor of lemon cleaner not typical for the homes in question. Neatness, always. It was the neatness that had bothered him most. Either one person had done it and loved a clean window, or 4 people who didn't know each other had developed the same mania. He had gone to sleep with that on his tongue and woken with it too. He had taken it to supervisors who had asked him where the body was, because in Ravenbrook a person only truly existed to the department when they could be weighed. Now a body lay on a floor, neat as a picture. And tape. He felt the weight of the memory as a kind of vindication that had no sweetness. He had wanted to be wrong so many times about this kind of thing that being right felt rotten. He put the flyer from St. Dymphna's in a second bag. He took a photograph with his phone, not because the case needed it, but because he liked to have something the department couldn't lose. Then he called Lieutenant Marlowe and walked outside into the cold blue of the cul-de-sac. She answered on the second ring. Tell me. Female victim is Rebecca Vance, strangled with a smooth ligature, no forced entry, neat scene, tape under a table. St. Dymphna's flyer for a group on disappearances, brass token for a locker or storage unit, a voicemail from a man named Thomas at Harborward. Jesus Christ, she said, and the words were personal inventory, not prayer. I can feel the ghosts gathering. You wanted serious eyes. I also want a quiet back. You're not going to give me that, are you? She volunteered at St. Dymphna's. Marlowe was silent long enough that he heard her breathe. You think this reaches back. I think it may be standing on the bones of something we buried. You didn't bury it. We did. She was better than most lieutenants about not pretending to have been someone else. All right, do this, Harrington, do what you do, but for the love of whatever you still hold in esteem, keep it out of the paper until we know what we're saying. I make no promises, Lieutenant. I hate you, she said, and hung up. He pocketed the phone and looked across the street. The neighbor who had called it in, Mr. Albright, was on his porch, smoking like he believed it was a moral act in a fog. He had the paunch of a person who had earned it, and the hands of a person who had forgotten that work. He looked at Harrington as if detectives were part of the weather. You're the one, Albright said when Harrington approached. You're the serious man. I am at least a man, Harrington said. Seriousness is a thing that comes and goes. She was a nice woman, Albright said. She reminded me of my daughter. Not because they looked alike, just because she was always carrying things that belonged to other people. When you carry other people's things, you walk different. I can tell. Did you know her well? I know how she got her mail. I know she liked her house to smell like lemon. I know she wore a ring and then didn't. I know she left in the morning like she had a whistle in her head keeping time. That counts as knowing someone these days. My wife says I should join a club. But the men who join clubs here care about their grass. I don't care about grass. You saw the door open, Harrington said. The fog makes the night short and the light long. You could see right into her hallway. It was like her house had opened its eyes. Nobody should have their house's eyes open like that at midnight. Did you see anyone go in or out? A figure, a shadow of a person. I know you want a height, a weight, a favorite color. He or she was made of night and fog. That's what I saw. Does anyone spend time there? A boyfriend? A man came sometimes, wore a jacket with the Harborward logo. Different men come to different houses with different jackets. They carry clipboards and clip hope to them. I didn't like him, but I don't like most men I don't know. His name? I never asked. My wife says you should ask a question if you want to know something. I said, look instead, and the question answers itself. She told me that was a line from a bad detective novel. He looked at Harrington with the mild curiosity of a person who had found himself inside a scene he had read. You look tired. I am. You should sleep. I will. You're lying. Yes, Harrington said. He left the cul-de-sac with a handful of things that felt heavier than their mass, drove the short distance to the office on Harrier Street, where Rebecca Vance kept her practice. The glass was dark, the sign on the door, Sanctuary Counseling, leaned into its own aspiration. A cleaning crew was inside, moving like tired planets. He flashed his badge and told them it was not going to be their night. They were relieved in the way people always were when they understood their job had been canceled by someone else's bad luck. The office's waiting room smelled like tea and vanilla and something floral used to cover the damp. There were pamphlets neatly fanned in a holder, grief groups, addiction resources, a hotline card printed in colors that misunderstood what they sold. He looked at the walls. Quotes were framed to remind the desperate that someone had once put words around their state. Empathy hung like an extra sweater. In Rebecca's office proper, he found the desk that had tried not to be one. It was a second-hand table with a cloth thrown over it. The drawers were labeled in tidy handwriting: appointment, invoices, St. Dymphna, Harborward. He considered the legal risk of opening a therapist's drawers without a warrant, considered the moral risk of leaving a dead woman anonymous. He used his phone to call Patel. Don't touch the St. Dymphna drawer without me, she said. I'm 10 minutes out. An Harborward drawer? Finn can look with your eyes. Don't go rummaging. He looked with his eyes. The first page visible was a letterhead that announced Harborward's Board of Directors meeting. The names were the kind that got you invited to holidays with string lights and oysters: Pratt, Whitlow, Calder. One name a little more municipal than the rest, Marlowe, but not Regina. Soraya Marlowe, city councilwoman, the lieutenant's older sister. If he had felt the ground under his feet before, this was the moment he understood it to be thin ice over cold water. He took a picture, resisting the reflex to send it to anyone. He leaned back and saw a picture on the shelf, a group photo in a church hall. Paper cups in hands, smiles of the kind you make when you are told you are safe. There was Rebecca at the center, her hair in the same practical tail. Standing next to her, head tilted, smiling the way a person smiles when they don't quite know what to do with the smile's end, was a woman Harrington recognized from another stack of photographs in a file that had once been his. Lily Duarte, missing since 2017, last seen leaving a bus stop near Tidemark Road. She had not been found. She had been swallowed. He had carried her eyes in his head for years, and here they were, alive on glossy paper, catching light. He stepped closer. In the photo, taped to the wall behind the group, was a simple sign that read, St. Dymphna Family Hour, Wednesdays. Underneath, in a different hand, someone had drawn a little wave, 3 ridges, the careless kind a child might draw on the back of a program. The wave, the circle with 3 notches above it, the symbol that had arrived in his life during the Tidemark searches and then disappeared with it. He had found it once on a lamppost near the canal, drawn with a Sharpie at knee height, where no one would look unless they were walking a dog or drunk. He had found it once under a bridge, chalk on brick, washed later by rain, and then it had vanished, which was what symbols did when they were tired of being seen. He took a picture of the picture and felt like a man copying a curse. Patel arrived with an evidence bag and an apology to the cleaning crew for the night they were having. She wore the alertness of someone in the first half of a shift. "Oh, opened anything? Not with my hands. Good boy," she said wryly. Then regret flickered in her face for the word choice and all the hierarchies it dragged. "Shh, let's just be fast and right." The St. Dymphna drawer held sign-in sheets for the family group. Dated, names blacked out with a Sharpie. Rebecca, protecting the living even from the dead. But the marker hadn't bled through perfectly. With the right angle, the right light, you could see the ghost of letters under the blackout. He saw 3 initials on the top sheet that reorganized his inner weather. MH. "Before you say it," Patel said, leaning in, following his gaze. That could be anybody. Martha Hughes, Mila Hahn, Mark Holwell, and/or Michael Harrington in a moment of charity, he said. If I had a moment of charity, which I did not. He felt the ridiculous flair of wanting to defend himself against ink. "I never attended a group here. But no one suggested you did," she said, and the kindness in her voice had a dry edge so they both could keep standing. He nodded. He put the sheet back like it was glass. Somewhere a vacuum cleaner started in an adjacent hallway and stopped, unsure of its jurisdiction. He picked up the flyer again, families navigating disappearances and long waits, and studied the bottom corner. A small logo had been printed there, perhaps by the church, perhaps by whoever ran their printer. 3 waves under a circle. It tried to pass as a symbol for hope. It looked like the thing he remembered on a lamppost by the canal. He bagged it, then circled the room once more. He saw, on a narrow shelf near the window, a little row of found objects, a stopper from an old bottle, a key without a lock, a brass token with 17. Another 17. He looked into the bag where he had dropped the first. The edges matched like coins from the same mint. Patel, see them, she said. 17. Twice. He imagined a storage unit with the number painted on its door, dull under fluorescent lights, smelling like damp cardboard and fear. "Oh, let's find Thomas," she said. "And then let's find that unit. Thomas, Harborward." "Last name?" Patel checked the file, the letterhead. "Thomas Calder. Program director, brother of Tess Calder, the reporter." Harrington let out a breath fully this time, the kind you save for after a blow. Tess. He hadn't said her name out loud in a year and a half. He had managed, through an effort that had gone unrewarded, not to say it even inside his head. The city had a way of wrapping people together like fishing line around a propeller. "And you going to call her?" Patel asked neutrally. "Not tonight." He put the brass tokens in separate bags and wrote labels with the care of someone filling out forms for a stranger's passport. "Not until I have something I want to say." They found Thomas Calder at Harborward's office at 6:30. He was in his early 40s, a little too handsome for his job, the kind of man who could make a camera seem like it loved him even if it only tolerated him. He wore the organization's jacket as if it had been tailored, and his hair one shade more artful than an ordinary morning would allow. He looked wrecked in a very presentable way when they told him. "When Rebecca," he said, like the name tasted like something you shouldn't swallow. No, I was with her yesterday afternoon at Dymphna's. We were planning the vigil for—" He stopped himself, swallowed. "We were planning the vigil." "And for who?" Harrington asked. "For a girl who's been missing for 6 weeks. Nadia Krupin. She's 19. This city eats them," he said with a sudden flare of anger that made his eyes bright. "And you know it does. You've been here longer than anyone should be." "What was your relationship with Ms. Vance?" "Says professional. Friendly. She ran the group. I organized the logistics. She was good at what she did. She didn't lie. That's rare in our line of work. Our line of anything. And did you talk to her last night?" He shifted, pulled out his phone, scrolled. And I called her at 10:15. I left her a voicemail. I told her to remember the box. What box? He looked at them like he wasn't sure if they were testing his story or if he was testing himself. The box at St. Dymphna's. We have call it a hope chest, I know that's corny, for families to put things, notes, names, sometimes photographs, things that feel too heavy to carry alone. We keep it locked. The key is in the office at Dymphna's. Rebecca had it. We were going to go through it in the morning because sometimes people put things in there that they don't want anybody to see, but they also want somebody to find. And why did you need to tell her at 10 o'clock at night? Because I was at the church for another meeting and I saw that the box had been moved. Not open, just moved from under the table to under the cabinet. It made me nervous. I'm ridiculous, he said, with a little laugh that died in the air. And because there was a note on the box, taped to it. It said 17. He met Harrington's eyes. Does that mean something to you? I thought it meant it was the 17th sheet in the pad, or the 17th something. Rebecca said she didn't know. She said it was probably a joke. Harrington looked at Patel and saw the same quick calculation. Do you have the note? He asked. I took a picture, Thomas said. Because I take pictures of everything now. It's a sickness. He found it and turned the phone. The photo showed a battered wooden box in the corner of a small church office, a small strip of painter's tape on the lid, the number written in a tidy hand, 17. So who has keys to that office? Harrington said. Rebecca did. Father Nolan, me, a few of the volunteers. It's not Fort Knox. And why the painter's tape? Because it was in the drawer next to the scissors, he said, almost defensively, as if he had been there when the tape was chosen. Who else knew about the box? Everyone who comes to the group. They put things in. It's not supposed to be secret. It's supposed to be heavy. That's different. And Rebecca have any conflicts? Anyone who threatened her? She had an ex. He was not a fan. He didn't like the idea of grief as a project. He thought it ate her. He showed up once at the end of a session and made a scene in a very tidy way. He didn't yell or threaten. He just stood exactly in the doorway and made words hurt. Name. He hesitated, not because he didn't know it, but because he knew what it meant to say it out loud. Daniel Rusk. The name landed like something already in motion. Harrington felt it strike. Rusk was a contractor with city contracts, buildings by the water, a parking structure off Mariner Street, a renovation of the Harborward kitchen that had cost and then didn't work right. He had given comments to newspapers about the state of Ravenbrook that sounded like love, but read like ownership. He had also given money to Soraya Marlowe's campaign, to the mayor's, and to a committee with a name like Forward, Ravenbrook, that had a budget deep enough you didn't ask the river how it got that way. Did Rebecca charge him with anything? Report a threat? Said, I don't know, Thomas said. She didn't tell me everything. She wasn't stupid. Do you have a storage unit? What? A storage unit. Locker, anywhere you keep things you don't want at home. He shook his head, bewildered, then partway through remembered his job. Harborward has a unit on Foundry Road. 2, actually. Rebecca didn't have one that I know of. She kept her life in reach because she didn't trust the things out of reach to still be there when she went back for them. And we'll want to see Harborward's units, Harrington said, and the box at the church, and whatever you keep in your drawers with the keys. Thomas hesitated again. You'll have to decide whether you want to help a dead woman, Harrington said without heat. Thomas met his eyes, and Harrington saw in him the thing that made cameras like him, the ability to be both sorry and not apologetic. I want to help. I also want to keep my job long enough to help again tomorrow. Patel broke in, voice level. Sent, we can do a warrant and embarrass Harborward, or you can let us in and we'll pretend we were never there. Your pick. Pick fast." Thomas looked at her, then at Harrington, then down at his hands. "I'll take you," he said, "to the church first, then to the units. I'll call Father Nolan." "Fawn, you called your sister yet?" Harrington asked softly. Thomas blinked. "What? Tess," Harrington said. "You could feel a bridge flex under weight. Don't call her until we've seen what we need to see." Thomas's face shifted. "Me know Tess, Sinai used to," Harrington said. "In another city that looked like this one with different names on the signs. St. Dymphna's sat on a narrow lot on Kettle Lane, a church that had been painted too many times. The paint clung to itself more than the wood. The hall beside it was a low rectangle with a sag at the middle, as if the roof were tired of holding everything up. They went in through the side door. The office smelled like coffee and floor cleaner and a kind of warm dust that churches all over the world exhale. Father Nolan was a man with a young face and old eyes. He wore the collar like a conscience. He had the kind of handshake that seemed designed to demonstrate he had never crushed anything in his life. Rebecca," he said, the word a wound. Sinai told her that she took too much on, and she said that the world was too much whether she took it on or not. "And so has keys to this office," Harrington said, not apologizing for the question. "Si do, Rebecca did, Thomas, Evelyn, the secretary, Dax, our janitor. That's probably already too many for your purposes. And who had access to the hall. Everyone we wanted to feed." Thomas led them to the box. It sat in the corner where he had photographed it, looking like it would fall apart if someone looked at it hard. Harrington lifted it by one handle and set it on a metal folding table. It rattled in a way that did not sound like paper. Patel opened it carefully. Inside was the kind of archive you get when you don't invite an archivist. Paper and photos and trinkets. A dried flower pinned to an index card. A bracelet with no clasp. A key fob to a hotel that was later turned into condominiums. Patel lifted each item like it was a bird. She set them in rows, took photos. Harrington tried not to read the notes, the sentences people wrote to the missing and the dead when they wanted to hand the weight away for a little while. He read them anyway. He carried a few around his heart in case the day ever came when those people wanted to know that somebody had held their words in their hands like a living thing. And then the bottom. A layer of brown paper, a strip of painter's tape securing a small envelope perfectly centered. The envelope was new in a way the other things weren't. Patel looked at it the way you look at a letter written by someone who has already had their say. She cut it open with a gloved finger and slid the contents onto the table. A key, brass, the number 17, and a photograph, an old Polaroid, edges worn, carefully handled by someone's careful hands. It was a picture of a door in a storage facility. Orange paint, the number 17 a little crooked as if whoever had stuck it on had been thinking of something else. In the right-hand corner of the frame, someone had written in neat blue letters, Foundry Road, Unit 17. "R.V. Tribeca," Thomas said, soft, with a relief that had no place here. "She found it for us." "So meant to tell someone," Harrington said. "She told us in case she didn't get to tell us herself." He held the key. It was twinned to the tokens inside his bag, the same wear along the edges, the same little chip in the metal by the stem. He looked at the way the fog pressed against the small office window. The city was out there asking for his attention again, in that furtive way it did when it knew it would never get enough. "We go," he said to Patel. "Foundry Road. And now?" Thomas asked. "Now." Father Nolan held up a hand like a stop sign. "Detective, forgive me, but I must ask you if I am wrong to hear in your voice the sound of old business returning. The people I serve, many of them are waiting for old business to return. I need to know if I should prepare them to live through it again." "Should always be prepared for that," Harrington said. It was a cruel answer, but it was true, and he had run out of the other kind. Foundry Road sat in the industrial halo around the old shipyard, a place where rust had its own ecology. The storage facility was a row of rectangles under a light that buzzed like a fly. The night watchman was a man who had found a job tailored to his love of not seeing things. Harrington showed his badge, which listlessly gathered authority, and the man gestured at the rows as if they were trees he had not personally planted. Unit 17 was at the end of a row near a chain-link fence. Weeds made small threats at its base. Harrington held the key, felt the small chips and oils of hands not his. Patel stood a step behind him and a step out, as at a funeral. Thomas hovered, performing the trick of being ready to walk away at any moment and being unable to move. Harrington slid the key into the lock and felt it work. The lock was old and stubborn, like a man asked to forgive. It gave. The door rolled up with a corrugated complaint. The smell came first, the smell of cardboard that had surrendered, of mildew, of something chemical that made mirrors clean and life rough. The unit was not full, which was worse. It held in rows that had tried to be neat and had failed by 2 degrees, a set of boxes with labels in a hand he recognized from Rebecca's desk. On top of the nearest stack sat an old gray evidence box with a faded RPD inventory sticker made brittle by time. A number, TDMK 713. His stomach dropped as if it had been summoned. "Oh, Jesus," Patel said, not quite in the tone that pleased his preferences. "How did—" He stepped to the box. His sight narrowed in a way that frightened him because he knew it. He reached for the lid and then stopped. On the corner was a small strip of painter's tape with another neat number, 13. An archivist's trick, marking that there were 3, that this was 1, that the world had been saved in careful parts. He lifted the lid. On top, a stack of photographs, black and white prints made from digital files in a lab that had closed. Lily Duarte stared up at him in the living face of a photo and then in the unkind face of the department's crime scene record. Her bedroom empty, her shoes near the door, the bottle of cheap perfume on the dresser like a stupid witness. Under the photos, a bagged scrap of tape from beneath a coffee table. Under that, a typed report he had once written in a voice more formal than the man writing it. It had been stamped received and then had been stamped something else, declined for further investigation, without his knowledge. He had never seen that stamp. He felt something move under his ribcage with such force he thought the fog had reached inside him for the paperwork. He dug deeper. The second box, 2-3, contained a partial print match report that had come back non-exclusive and had then been highlighted with a marker. It had notes in a tidy hand marked SM, which he guessed, sick and sure, to be Soraya Marlowe or another S he did not want to meet. The third box, 3-3, held 3 small cassette tapes in a zip bag, labeled with dates from late 2017 and early 2018. On the label, in his own handwriting that he didn't quite recognize, was written, "Interviews, Harborward Staff." "Michael," Patel said, very quietly. It was the first time she'd used his first name in a year. Her voice had something in it he refused to name. He found a portable tape player in the bottom of the box, the kind internals keep around in case history comes back to speak. He popped a tape in and pressed play. The machine whirred with honest difficulty. A voice crackled out, tinny and intimate. "This is Detective Michael Harrington with the Ravenbrook Police Department. Interview with T. Calder, January 14th, 2018. Can you state your name, please?" Thomas made a small noise like a dog that has been stepped on, herself stepped on. "Thomas Calder," the voice on the tape said, younger by a haircut. "Program Director, Harborward Outreach." "Thomas," his own recorded voice said, "and do you know anything about the symbol that's been appearing around Tidemark? The circle with the 3 lines above it." "Chess," recorded Thomas said, with a pause that carried a suitcase. "It's nothing official. It's what some of the volunteers call the Tidemark. It means water level. It means how far it gets. It's a joke, but there is a man." There was a sound like a door opening. Harrington froze. Patel looked at him, then over his shoulder into the dark behind them. The light that had buzzed like a fly went steady, then flickered. A shape passed across the mouth of the unit. Not a man, not a woman. A shape in a jacket that's the city's favorite color. The sound came again, the soft, gloved, uncaring way someone closes a latch. Harrington flicked off the tape player. He drew his piece. Patel moved in one flow he admired and resented. Quiet, precise, weapon drawn like a thought. Thomas flattened himself against the wall, as if that had saved anyone in history. "Un-PD," Harrington said into the dark. "Don't create a problem you can't get out of." There was a silence. He could hear the fog outside rubbing itself against the fence, the receding hum of a car on the next street. The smell of lemon cleaner was stronger now, or else he was imagining it, conjuring it from the memory he had stored in a bad place. A voice came from the right, soft and almost amused. "I wondered when you'd get here." Harrington took a step forward. "Come into the light," he said, and it was ridiculous and theatrical and exactly what he had to say. The shape did not move. Then the gentle whoosh of something tossed. The object hit the concrete in front of Harrington's left foot with a sound that was more memory than fact. He looked down. A ring lay there, gold, simple, the kind you wear because you once believed in a thing as if it had a shape. Inside, engraved in clean, tiny letters, a name. Rebecca. The unit's door jerked down a foot, then another, the chain on the inside rattling like speech. Harrington lunged, shouldered the door up an inch, muscles complaining. Patel crouched, weapon steady toward the gap, but a footstep in the gravel outside told him what he needed to know, that the shape had learned the map of this place in a way that could not be unlearned tonight. The door crashed shut. The light flickered off for the first time that night and took a second too long to find itself again. In the new dim, the tape player sprang back into its own life. He hadn't pressed play. The machine was old, and ghosts loved old machines. His voice again, small and tinny, asking a question in a room from 7 years ago. "Thomas," it said, "who told you to stop talking to me?" On the tape, Thomas didn't answer immediately. When he did, it was the version of truth people offer when they are sure the person asking already knows. "Someone who said he owned the water," Thomas said, "and the docks and the people who work the docks. Someone who said all the rest of us were just borrowing." The unit smelled like lemon. The ring on the concrete looked like something you could put on your finger and have it change nothing at all. Harrington stepped forward and picked it up. It was warm, but only because the fog had decided to mimic human kindness. He closed his hand around it and felt the small, neat engraving bite into his palm. Somewhere outside, a car turned over once and caught. The sound moved away into the night that had decided it had room for one more engine. He had the sudden, certain knowledge that the person in the jacket had not come to leave the ring. They had come to see whether he would recognize it, whether he would pick it up, whether he would make himself a part of a story he had tried to put away. He stood in the cold, bright unit with boxes that should never have left the precinct, with a woman's ring in his hand and a series of tapes whispering in a voice he no longer trusted entirely. And he understood that the night had decided to keep something for itself, that it would not let him leave without a coin in his palm, that if he didn't tug on the right string right now, the knot would set so tight the city would wear it as jewelry. "Close it up," he said to Patel, voice low. "Photograph everything. We're not letting these boxes sleep here again." Patel started to move, efficient, her breath steady. What about him?" she asked, and it said something about both of them that she didn't specify who him was. "Will talk to him when he's convinced he's not invisible," Harrington said. He slipped the ring into a small bag and wrote a name he knew might not stay attached. He put the bag in the inner pocket of his jacket the way a man puts a note near his heart to remember that he is supposed to remember. Thomas stared at the ground by the door as if he could see footprints in concrete. "Who?" he began, and then stopped because he understood he did not want to name anyone out loud in a room where the past had such a good ear. Harrington looked at the tape player, hissed his breath between his teeth, the way a man does when a tooth aches in a way that means money, and pressed stop. The small click sounded like the last polite gesture of the night. He listened a second longer anyway, to be sure the city was done with him. It wasn't. It never was. On their way out, Harrington took one last look down the row of units. He thought he saw the jacket at the far end, beyond the fence, a shadow between two poles. It didn't move. The fog took it anyway. He had the stupid urge to wave and the smarter urge to draw. He did neither. He just stood there and felt the old case rise like a tide and touch his shoes. He turned to Thomas. "Tomorrow," he said, "you're going to tell me everything you remember that you didn't say on those tapes. Who told you to stop? Who you told when you did stop? How often your sister called you at work to remind you which way is up?" Thomas lifted his chin a fraction, like a man about to give evidence at his own trial. "And if you don't, Harrington said, you'll be burying more than one friend." They drove back toward the city, which waited for them like a thing that pretends it cannot move to make you feel like you are the one who brought yourself. Harrington held the wheel loosely because he had learned that gripping it too tight made it not move. His hand went to the pocket with the ring without his consent. The shape of it reminded him of everything he had lost and nothing he had. He didn't see the car behind them until its lights flicked on and off once in the fog, a dark cough. He didn't say anything to Patel because he wasn't sure yet if there was anything to say. He turned left where he had planned to turn right, then right where he had planned to go straight, and the car behind them did the same. He remembered, in the way a body remembers pain even when the mind file is mislabeled, the old feeling from 2018, the sense of being in someone's movie, the familiar blocking, the way the fog made plans feel inevitable. He looked at Patel, and she nodded once, just once, eyes still forward. The ring in his pocket pressed its neat letters into his palm again with the light insistence of a message that had not been fully read. They reached Mariner Street, and he cut into the narrow alley that ran behind the old cannery, a walkway of broken things and new graffiti. The car behind them did not follow. Harrington pulled up next to a wall where the fog was a brighter shade, which meant a light was trying to live somewhere behind it. He turned off the engine. He let the silence come, then made it leave at his pleasure. Patel's phone buzzed. She looked at it, jaw tightening. "Marlowe," she said, and showed him the text. "Keep me out of the paper until I tell you. That's an order. Also, GET your house in order. Soraya Ice going to call you in 15. Harrington laughed, a sound with no humor in it. 15 minutes meant the city was cutting shapes for the morning show. He imagined the way the sun would do nothing for the fog but paint it different. He started the car. He didn't make it move yet. There were too many threads, and not enough hands. The tape with its numbers, the ring with its engraving, the unit with its boxes that had never been authorized to leave a shelf, the man with the jacket and the smell of lemon, and the name he had not said aloud since another night with a different fog, Tess. He didn't want to call her. He didn't want to see the story pick itself up and put itself in her hands. He also understood that not calling her was pretending he still lived in the world where he could keep a thing from a woman who made a living by getting people to tell on themselves. The fog pressed its head against the windshield like a child. Harrington rubbed his temples and picked up the tape player like a thing that could tell him how to proceed. He pressed play, and the little machine found its breath again, and his voice from an old room filled the new one. On the record, he heard himself say, "Do you have any knowledge of wrongdoing by any member of Harborward's staff or its board related to the disappearances?" There was a pause, then something slipped, a chair, a pen, a conscience. "Yes," recorded Thomas said, and then the tape clicked, and the word swallowed itself with a timing too neat to be an accident. The fog outside the car shifted, and a shadow passed across the alley mouth, stalling, then moving on. Harrington looked at Patel, and she was already looking at him, one eyebrow lifted, asking a question that did not require words. "Tomorrow," he said, and the word had all the lies and all the faith you could put into a mouth. We opened the rest of the boxes. They pulled out of the alley into the slow, thoughtful morning of Ravenbrook, the kind that arrived like someone entering a room where a secret had just been told. They drove toward the precinct through streets that always smelled faintly of salt and regret. Behind them, in the storage unit, the tape player whirred to a stop, then clicked to life again of its own inscrutable will. In a room with old paint, a priest wrapped a key in a scrap of cloth and put it into a drawer like a relic. In a cul-de-sac on Willow Court, a wind chime moved without wind. In a house where someone had turned off a light with intent, a dog lifted its head and waited for a step it would not hear again. In another part of the city, a man with a jacket that could be any color wiped his hands with a lemon-scented cloth and looked into a mirror to see whether he could still see himself. He could. That was the problem that kept him alive. And Tess Calder's phone lit up on a bedside table. The missed call badge glowed pale blue, a number that would change the moment someone decided it should. Harrington didn't see the text until his own phone vibrated against the ring in his pocket. He took it out, glanced down, a number he didn't recognize, a message that didn't bother with a greeting. 17 ice not a number, I tease a warning. He read it again, and when he looked up, the road ahead had vanished into fog. He didn't slow down. He drove into it like a man who had built the road himself and knew that it would hold, until it didn't. Part 2. What the water remembers, the precinct at 5 looked like a bus station that had taught itself manners. Coffee steamed from a machine that had lost count of its sins. People moved fast without actually going anywhere, the way the city taught you. Harrington and Patel slid through the evidence lockup with 2 dolly loads that did not belong there, a train of gray boxes with faded stickers that shouldn't have seen light again, their corners bumping like ribs. I'm telling you right now, somebody's going to yell, the property clerk said, but she was already signing the chain of custody forms because that was what the form demanded. Irene Bost had a braid that could throw a punch and a frown that had outlived 3 captains. She tapped the from line with a pen that had been chewed by a set of very deliberate teeth. How do you want me to write this part where the boxes magically reappear from a storage unit on Foundry Road? Detective. Write, recovered by debt. Harrington and CSI Patel pursuant to ongoing homicide. He did not tell her to add, and the previous homicide that never was. Boss lifted her chin and looked between him and the boxes. Your name is on these signatures in the old log, she said, without asking whether it was him and the kind of question that bites. Oh, look, you wrote these in a different hand back then. Rounder. You were still pretending to write the way your teachers liked. Patel touched his elbow, a small anchor, then let him drift. We'll need the gray room double, she said. Known the one with the viewing pane that isn't a two-way mirror because we stopped lying to ourselves about the budget. And booked, Bose said, flipping through a binder with a midwife's competence. Give me 20. And if Lieutenant Marlowe asks, I told you no and you did it anyway. I got grandchildren who like groceries. Harrington initialed where he had to initial. The pen felt heavier than it was. He paused over one label, a brittle white rectangle with black letters that had gone gray like old hair. TDMK 713. He heard, as a body hears, the door of the storage unit sliding down behind them, the small click of someone outside closing a lock that wasn't theirs. In the gray room, the table was clean in the way a hotel glass is clean. Patel lined the boxes in a row and stood with her hands on her hips like a person surveying a garden she knew would not forgive her. Beyond the small window, the evidence technician, a kid named Zarni with veins like blue thread and a gamer's posture, hovered, ready to be useful. Patel slit tape with a scalpel. You start with 1-3, she said, because you start where the numbers tell you. The lid gave reluctantly. They found what they had already found, photographs, bagged tape scraps, his typed report. But beneath them, a tier he hadn't gotten to last night. A thin manila folder stamped in purple with the word confidential. That the city loved the way some men love tailor-made shirts. Inside, a memo from the city attorney's office dated February 2018. Subject, recommended reallocation of investigative resources. The words did their thing, each sentence carrying etiquette like a parasol. The second paragraph said, with careful kindness, that given in public sensitivities surrounding the recent cluster of disappearances, it was prudent to decentralize inquiries to limit redundant overtime. The fourth paragraph obliged, uncoordination with community partners, Harborward, St. Dymphna's, Baywatch Shelter, is authorized for triage. There were initials at the bottom, a row of them like teeth. The mayor, Chief Whitlow, City Attorney Calder, Thomas's father, he realized with a tilt in his stomach, and a neat S. Marlowe. Patel let out a breath. Soraya's signature, she said, not surprised. She was on council then. Public Safety Subcommittee. Harrington stared at the letters until they were just shapes. Panis was the box they stamped declined, he said. Said this is the memo that told them to stamp it. And nor the memo you wrote because you predicted they would, she said, equally likely and equally ugly. He set the folder down gently, as if it could bruise. Zarni's reflection hovered in the window. Between the table and himself, he saw a version of a younger man in his own face, the one who had said the words into the recorder last night. On the tape, he had asked Thomas, who told him to stop talking. Today, the signatures told him in neat strokes. They made their way through 2, 3. Lab reports, the kind that had said almost. A touch DNA profile labeled non-exclusive. A shoe print comparison that matched 5 brands sold in 6 stores within walking distance of Tidemark Road. A receipt for lemon oil mixed into an industrial cleaner, brand name Sunsolve, and a 1-sentence marginal note, check procurement. In the margin, someone had scrawled, Plater. The ink looked like his. Patel held up the lab receipt and squinted. Sunsolve, she read. The limonene base. Cut sticky residue, dries without film. I love when we buy the same things the villains do. Fed check the PO number, he said. If it's ours, I want to know who else uses it. She handed it to the window, tapping the glass with a knuckle. Zarni took the slip with the solemnity of someone who understands they are in history's photograph. 3 held the tapes. The session last night had been a taste, now the bowl. 3 more cassettes nestled in a bag labeled in his old hand, Volunteers, St. Dimphna's City, Procurement, Harborward, Board Liaison. On the spines of the cases, in small block print, initials, TCDRSMSM, is going to be one of those nail-biting doubles, Patel said. When we could pretend it's Sandra McAllister, Harrington said, because joking about the thing bites less than letting it bite you. Irene Bost's-Braid appeared in the doorway. Lieutenant wants your firstborn, she said. In 10, Lieutenant Regina Marlowe's office had been cleaned by somebody who had only a passing relationship with that verb. Files were stacked in geologic layers. A plant on the windowsill died once a month and was replaced like a repeat offender. Marlowe herself sat forward in a posture that suggested small predator, alert, amused, just done being patient. You've made my morning vivid, she said. Thank you for not texting me photos of the boxes from the unit with helpful captions like, what the hell? St. I thought we'd do this in person, Harrington said, setting a photocopy of the city attorney's memo on her desk. So you could enjoy all 5 senses. She didn't touch the memo. I knew understand that the person whose name is on that document is not my clone. So now I get the concept of sisters, he said. Marlowe's gaze didn't move. And also understand that pulling old bones out of city closets will teach those bones how to walk. If you're going to do it, don't act surprised when they stand up. Patel, who preferred nouns to adjectives, slid a bag onto the desk. The ring. And we recovered this at the unit, thrown at us like a bone. Engraving reads Rebecca. Scent of lemon on the metal. He or she knew we'd be there. Wanted theater. Marlowe finally touched something, the bag. She turned it once, not like a cop, but like a woman who understood jewelry. Should we have a name for the ex? Tenniel Rusk, Patel said. Sant contractor, harbor ward donor, last seen making nice at the ferry terminal press conference. Marlowe made a face that said she had spent her career in a city with such men, and you have harbor work in your tape. Man who owns the water, do I get to guess? Thomas on record, Harrington said. We're downloading the tapes to digital, and then we're going to talk to the man who thinks ownership is the same thing as safety. Marlowe pushed back from the desk. She crossed to the window and lifted the blind. The fog outside looked like milk left on a stove. 2 things. 1, you keep me in the loop even when the loop is ugly. I will not be surprised in front of a camera. 2, you don't leak to Tess Calder. The name hung in the air like cut fruit. So I haven't called her, Harrington said, not bothering to pretend that was the same thing as not thinking it. No, you haven't, Marlowe said. And because if you had, we'd already be eating our own faces on the noon broadcast. She has her own family ties to set on fire, and she's good at lighting a match. She'll call me, Harrington said. It wasn't bravado, it was weather. I know, Marlowe said. And she does. Tell her I said hello and put that in your jacket pocket with the ring. On the way out, Harrington's phone buzzed with a number the way a memory buzzes. No name, no punctuation. He glanced. Tess. He didn't answer. He and Patel went back to the gray room. Zarni had done the thing he loved, which was the thing the world barely noticed. He had found a purchase order. Sunsolve, 2 drums, ordered in October 2017 under a General Facilities Maintenance Code. Purchasing Authority, Public Works. Fulfillment address, Harborward Kitchen, Mariner Street, per interagency MOO. Of course, Patel said, deadpan. When we outsourced our lemon smell. Any notes on the authorization? Harrington asked. Zarni grinned the way children grin when they know where the cookies are hidden. Initials on the requisition, Dr. Frusk, Patel said. Could also be Diana Reyes, Zarni said, deadpan back. In which case, spaghetti dinner on me. Harrington picked up the Harborward, board liaison cassette, and slotted it into the digitizer, a black box that looked like it could be disappointed. The speakers played the ambient lie of public buildings, HVAC and paper. Then his recorded voice, interview with SM, January 22, 2018. State your name for the record. A woman's voice, careful, not yet the public one. Sharia Marlowe. Even knowing, his stomach went small. Beside him, Patel leaned forward as if a violin had begun to play. Thank you for meeting, the recorded him said. And you made it sound more like a subpoena than an invitation, recorded Soraya said. So here I am. Sen, I appreciate your time. This is in reference to a cluster of disappearances along Tidemark. We're seeing symbols marked in public spaces. We're hearing about collaborative sweep schedules. I need to ask you about funding lines. It's late for that, Detective, she said. You know how these things work. You were at the city attorney's office as much as you were at your own desk last month. There was a jostle on the tape, a recorder being picked up and set down. Recorded him again. 3 women are missing. 1 man, 1 kid. I'm less interested in process. Silence. Then Soraya, sighing. If you force me to say it officially, it becomes yours forever. So, unofficially, off the record, the tape clicked and then hissed. A dropout. You could imagine his hand in that time, reaching instinctively for a thing to save. You could imagine someone else's hand switching off a machine. The tape caught again, mid-word. A pilot program that triaged camp residents to temporary placements outside the district. At night, she said, in T-cut calls, it looks good on paper. It's not illegal. Say that on your recording, please. And drove the vans, recorded him said. Sun tractors through Harborward, she said, and you could hear her getting tired of the old herself. So I assume Russ owes half his marriage to their catering division. What about the symbol, the circle with the 3 marks? And the tide mark, she said, and there was a hint of contempt. It's a thing volunteers do to remind themselves the river has moods. There are worse faiths. On the recording, a page turned, and the boxes, recorded him said. Evidence transferring to non-police custody. So I can't answer that, Soraya said. And I don't know what you think you know. But I can tell you this, Detective. If you want to pick a fight with the river, you better learn to swim. Then a door. Then nothing. The machine whirred, an old dog pawing at a closed kitchen door. In the small room, no one spoke. Harrington pressed stop as if the machine would gasp for air. He felt the need for daylight and understood there wasn't any that would satisfy him. Okay, Patel said softly. So she told you then, and we lost the part where she named names. Or someone had helped them lose it. He slid the Daniel Rusk tape in like a coin into a mouth. Rusk came across like a man who'd been told to act on camera and refused, which was its own performance. Was state your name, the recorded him said. Daniel Rusk, recorded Rusk drawled. What are we playing at here, Detective? And playing at accountability, recorded him said. He sounded younger, hungrier. So, do you provide Harbor Word with vehicles? Sinai provide everybody with something, Rusk said. Harbor Word included. Son, do you own or lease storage units on Foundry? 2, do you have a warrant for this, or is this one of those conversations you and I used to have at O'Rourke so you could feel like a cop in a movie? Rusk laughed. The sound was small and ugly. There was a scrape, a chair. The tape cut abruptly to hiss and then silence. Patel blew air through her lips. Some of these cuts are organic. That one looks surgical. Unlog says I signed these tapes back in, he said. Which means they made it home. Which means if they went under a knife, the knife was ours. Patel straightened. We need Rusk live. They didn't get him live. They got him staged. Rusk's office near the ferry terminal had made money its hobby. Glass, steel, and a view of the water so enormous it had to be rented. In the lobby, an art piece hinted at waves without committing to any one, an undulation of white tile. A receptionist with hair like a helmet and eyes like a spaniel withheld Rusk for 7 minutes because 7 felt appropriate. When he came out, he wore a shirt the color of damp sky and a smile that believed in forgiveness, as long as he got to do the forgiving. He held his hands out at waist height like a man approaching a horse. Lemon hung in the air, not the cleaner, something more expensive. He might have dunked the world in citrus if he had been given the equipment. Detectives, he said. Been a while. Ms. Patel, Harrington, you look tired. You both always did. We'd love to borrow 10 minutes, Patel said. She was good at leaving words alone like that. They went into a conference room with views charging per minute. Rusk did not offer coffee. He touched the blinds and left them alone. He liked the way the world looked at him, not the other way around. You knew Rebecca Vance, Harrington said. You know a lot of people with good hearts, Rusk said. She was one of them. Is this about this morning? We're not distributing rumors, Patel said. We're collecting facts. When you'll be sad to find the overlap is thin, Rusk said soothingly. Here's a fact, Harrington said. When you authorized purchase of Sunsolve line cleaner for Harborward in 2017, Senine authorize a lot of cleaning, Rusk said. When this city leaves rings on things. Do you know when do you happen to recall whether that cleaner was used for vehicles? Patel asked. I happen to recall that you need a warrant to ask me helpful questions, Rusk said, equally helpful. But if you're in the mood for a civic chat, I'll give you one for free. Harbor Ward does the city's dirty work. You cut the checks, we cut the grime. That offends you, but you keep inviting us back to the dance. Harrington found his hand reaching for his pocket, where the ring sat in its small plastic shroud. He stopped it. Another fact, he said. You were in a relationship with Ms. Vance. It ended. Rusk kept his face in the shape men make when they intend to look patient. When we had dinner, we had differences. She attends church. I attend ribbon cuttings. She thought I was a salvation project. I thought she was a very fine person who did not know how to stop when stopping would have been healthy. That's the whole story, and it is boring. So can you go to St. Dymphna's often? Patel asked. When Father Nolan and I exchange greetings at fundraisers, he said. So I stop in their hall every Thanksgiving with turkeys so big the city newspaper takes a photo. It's called Getting Re-Elected Detective. Her not elected, Harrington said. Rusk spread his hands. Details. Did you speak to Miss Vance in the last 48 hours? Patel asked. She let the hours do their own work. He hesitated for a fraction of a thing, thin enough to need a good scale. She left me a message last week, he said. Show us your hands, Harrington said. Rusk showed them with the little smile men like him reserve for intrusive requests. His right hand had a scrape on the knuckle, scabbed and neat. He raised the eyebrow he had trained in the gym mirror. This was from a bicycle, detective. I believe in kinetic commuting. I fell. Does that help? It helps me picture you moving, Harrington said. They left him standing by his window, looking at the fog like it owed him money. In the elevator, Patel leaned her head back against the wall. He's either the man in the jacket, she said, Or the man who supplies jackets to men in jackets. He believes random is beneath him, Harrington said, which makes him dangerous. It also means he doesn't toss rings. He makes other people do that. Outside, the fog was lighter, but the light did not improve anything. Tess texted while they walked. Coffee? Today? No cameras. He didn't answer. Then she texted again, and it wasn't a question. 2 blocks down, the diner with the cat. I'm already in a booth. He could have thrown the phone into the harbor. He went to the diner. The cat sat in the window the way cats sit when they know they own the grid. The waitress recognized him as the one who drinks coffee like medicine and slid a mug across without asking. Tess was in the corner with the kind of hair that does as it pleases and a notebook that didn't need to make eye contact to be listening. Her eyes hit him like a thing he had been expecting and trying not to. You look good for a man who sleeps with ghosts, she said quietly. Ghosts don't snore, he said. She looked past his shoulder, saw Patel, nodded. Lena, I'd hug you, but neither of us would enjoy it. Patel slid in with a nod like a bow. Tess opened the notebook and didn't look at it. Thomas called me last night, she said. I told him not to. He called me anyway because he's always going to be 12 in September. He said the words Unit 17 to me and then he cried. He doesn't cry. He didn't when my father died. He thinks he's protecting me by telling me half of things. Half of things is a lot more than we have from City Hall, Harrington said. He didn't want to say Soraya's name on Tess's tongue. Did you bring me a present? She slid a photocopy across, a page clipped from a packet that looked like packets the city uses to hide itself. Draft move from 17, she said. Public Works, Harborward, Police, signed but not executed, then later referenced in minutes. Midnight engagement protocol. If you want to make kidnapping sound like an outreach strategy, you hire a consultant. Give me your source, Patel said. It was a half-joke meant to show she remembered they weren't friends. Tess smiled a little. I stopped typing the names of my sources the year my editor got divorced and we learned what discovery is. But I can give you this, the protocol has a map. Look at the dots, their births. You'll notice what number repeats. Harrington looked. 17 appeared like a rash at each pier. Birth 17 at Whitlow, birth 17 at East Docks, even an old block letter 17 next to an abandoned fishery that had lost its roof in a storm 15 years ago. When the tide is at its lowest, you can get through certain gates, Tess said softly, not quite able to hide the pride of knowing a thing before he did. At high tide, the water line hits the mark painted on those piers. The old rivermen used to draw 3 lines for a flood year. Then Harborward co-opted it and called it Hope because you can sell hope at events with shrimp. 17 ice not a number, Harrington said, remembering the text, the back of his neck getting the old tingle. I tease a warning. Tess didn't flinch. 17 means hurry. 17 means the door opens when the water gets there, she said. It means something moves when the tide wants it more than the city does. And that was the point of the protocol. If you're trying to move something, you don't want anyone to see you move. You let the river do half the work. Patel's coffee cooled untouched. We need to look at birth 17, she said. All of them. Tess made a small circle with her finger on the condensation of her water glass. You need to bring scuba gear, she said. And a lawyer. We'll bring a priest, Harrington said. They went to St. Dymphna's because you don't say a priest's name in a city like theirs and not go where he keeps his light. Father Nolan stood in the office doorway, rubbing the heel of his hand at his temple like someone trying to erase what he had just read on the inside of his skull. The drawer where he had put the key last night was open. Inside lay a small square of painter's tape. 17 again, written the same hand he had begun to recognize as a sort of patience. I locked it myself, Nolan said, shame uncalled for in his voice. We don't keep money in there. You thought you were less interesting than you are, Harrington said mildly. They walked into the hall. The hope chest sat cornered. The items inside were in their rows, the way Patel had left them, except for a small new vacancy where the envelope with the key had rested. In its place, a lemon-scented wipe, still damp in its sealed plastic, the little tear notch unbroken. It made the whole room smell like a clean lie. Patel photographed the wipe, bagged it, then leaned down and caught something, a smear of print on the underside of the chest lid, left in the oil from the wipe. Her flashlight brought it out. 3 little lines above a circle, the tide mark drawn with 2 fingers the way men draw things they want to be seen and gone at once. "It's a language," Father Nolan said, not sure if he was offended by that or comforted. "It's a brand," Harrington said, "and brands are what people use when they're too afraid to use their name." By lunch, the sun had made its daily lie. The fog lifted enough to show the ruins of it. The city's edges looked chewed. Soraya called then. He let it ring once, twice. He answered on the third to show he could be taught manners. "Detective Harrington," she said, crisp as a new envelope. "I hear my name has been pronounced in rooms where I'm not present." "Your name is good at that," he said. She cleared her throat in a way that sounded like a microphone being adjusted. "You have my voice on a tape I have never heard. You have papers that I signed when my job was to sign things that would hurt fewer people, not more. And you have a homicide you are supposed to be solving in the present tense while rummaging in the attic. How about you invite me to your office so I can help you remember what year it is? Come down," he said. "We have a plant that wants to meet you." She didn't laugh. "Careful," she said. "You're too good at this to let the wrong ghosts talk to you. Harbor Ward does good work. It also does work nobody else wants to do. Rusk is a necessary evil. You can put that on the record if you like. But you and I both know what necessary does in a sentence." He almost told her about the ring. He didn't. He told her about the lemon. She didn't answer for a heartbeat long enough to register as a confession. "Let me call you back after the council meeting," she said finally. "There's a procurement vote. It's the kind that determines whether we're still a city or an idea." He hung up and imagined the meeting. He imagined votes that said yes to things that should be no because politics loves steps that led forward even when the direction was wrong. They had Thomas meet them at Harbor Ward's storage units under pretense of inventory. He called on his way to say he was bringing a staffer because he had learned enough from growing up in a certain house to know you don't show up alone when you're going to disappoint someone. The staffer was a woman named Clea, with a scar on her lip from a cleft repaired when she was a baby. She had kind eyes and the energy of someone who keeps a place running when the top layer is busy. Inside the unit, stack after stack of plastic bins labeled winter coats, blankets, hygiene kits. It made him sick and warmed him at once, the way a shelter does when you know who sleeps there. Patel lifted a bin marked hygiene and opened it. Wipes, yes. Toothbrushes bundled in 2s. Razors with the blade heads removed. Small hotel soaps. And at the bottom, a package labeled Sunsolve. Sample tubes. "Who stocks this?" Patel asked. Clea raised her hand. "We take donations and do purchases at Norma's Supply. Sometimes the city sends us bulk. When the city sends us bulk, it's usually because they bought the wrong bulk." "You ever deliver at night?" Harrington said. "Maintenance at night, events in the day," Clea said. "Our vans go when they go. Daniel's men take the big stuff we aren't supposed to carry." "Your vans." He said it like a question. "Where do they park when they're not being good?" "Mariner Street," she said. "Sometimes Whitlow. Depends on who owes who a tire rotation. They found no ledger of sins in the unit. What they found, taped on the inside wall of the rolling door at eye level, hidden by the rolled door when it was up, was a fragment of a schedule, the kind you pull off a copier and cut into strips. It had 3 columns, date, time, location, rows with digits. 3 of the locations were St. Dymphna, Whitlow Pier, and EAST Docks, berth 17. The dates were years old. One, though, 2 rows from the bottom, had today's date at midnight 30. The location column said EAST Docks, B17. Thomas flushed a color he didn't like to wear. "That's not ours," he said, and he sounded like a boy who had been taught to hold a line, even when the ground was crumbling. This isn't Lena, Michael. I don't know what this is." "It's a map to a door," Harrington said. It was Patel who said, very softly, and a warning. Afternoon slid by while they pretended to be patient. They sent the painter's tape strips from Rebecca's house to the lab for trace. They asked Zarni for phone records on Rebecca's number and the Harborward line, and the Foundry Road unit's manager. Zarni made a show of snapping each request to his forehead like a post-it. The ring sat on the table for a while in a bag, then in his pocket again because he couldn't stand to see it turned into evidence that quickly. He took a nap at his desk that didn't deserve the name. He dreamed the sound a corrugated door makes when it comes down in a hurry. He dreamed of water touching numbers on a pole. Soraya did not call back before dusk. The city's lights came on in an order that felt planned by a bored god. Harrington and Patel drove toward East Docks as if they were going anywhere else. At a light on Mariner, his phone thrummed. Tess again, a single line. Watch the tide board. He type, "What's the mark?" She, 16.7 at 0:25. "I didn't know we were in a shark movie," Patel said dryly, reading over his shoulder. Berth 17 at East Docks didn't want to be found if you were polite. You had to angle through a gap in a chain fence where the chain had been cut so many times it had learned resignation. The boards of the pier creaked like a conversation between old friends. Lights on poles made cones of sight in a row, and the spaces between them were useful to men who didn't like to be seen. Down by the pilings, a tide board stood, white paint with black numbers, a line for every foot, finer lines for the fractions. The water moved the way a sleeping chest does, almost nothing, then the subtle lift. 16:02. "Half an hour," Patel said. They waited in the shadow of a bait shed that smelled like things that were once alive and were lately not. The lemon smell, when it came, was not overpowering. It was a note at first and then a chord. You notice lemon in a room, you notice it more when it shouldn't belong to the air. There was movement up the pier. A man in a jacket that could be any color pushed a dolly with the ease of practice. On the dolly, a drum with a hazard sticker half peeled, marked in block letter paint, H20 pump. Behind him, another man. In front, a third with a key on a coil at his belt. This one had the swagger of Petty, the stride of one who had never been caught. Patel raised her brows. 3, she mouthed. He nodded. The lesson in this city: you were always outnumbered if you counted wrong. They watched the men work with the lazy grace of familiarity. A metal panel at the edge of the pier, flush with the planks, lifted with a screwdriver in the right hand. Beneath, a metal throat with rungs leading down. The man with the key glanced at the tide board, then checked his watch as if the river could be hurried. 16:06. "What are we seeing?" Patel whispered. A door at the bottom of the throat hinged to the pressure, he whispered back. "It opens when the water tends to seize it. They pump the difference." The first man tied a rope to a handle inside the hole and threw the other end around a bollard. He fed line as if he were a kid with a kite. Another key turned in a hidden thing. There was a sound in the wood, a moan. The tide licked the board like a tongue. 16:07. The panel flexed. The men leaned, not watching the water so much as listening to what it told the metal. A quick jolt, a shunt, and the handle inside the throat moved like a secret finally told. The third man whistled, low. "There she is," he said. Harrington stepped from the shadow. "On PD," he said, his voice a tool he knew how to raise like a curtain. "Hands where I like them." The 3 heads turned in concert, like someone had choreographed their surprise. The man with the key, the Petty, the swagger, bolted without even performing the show of innocence. He ran along the pier and disappeared into cones of dark. The second man dropped the dolly handle and put one hand up, then the other, like he was mortgaging them. The first man looked like he might test the water. Patel's gun came up without noise. "Try," she said, flat as a placemat. Harrington went to the throat. The rope led down into the dark, where the ladder rung sank toward a space that smelled like stone and dirty holy water. He tied it off again with an instinct he had learned when he was a different kind of young. The pump drum sat neglected, like a prop that had missed its cue. "What's down there?" he asked the man with the hands up. The man shrugged one shoulder, tiny. "Fish," he said. "Names." The man kept his face neutral as wood. "You're on the wrong night for talking." A light flickered up from below. Not a flashlight. the kind of light a phone gives in hands that don't mind getting wet. Something moved and someone spoke, and the words were not for him. He put his foot on the first rung. The metal was slick and familiar to a skin that remembered other ladders, other nights. Patel at his shoulder, the other man still with two hands in the air like someone listening to a symphony. He dropped into the throat until water kissed his boots. The space opened into a lateral tunnel, concrete and carved rock, a tide gate once built for a purpose long forgotten by any city council that ever had a television in the room. The river sang here in a voice men had to tilt their heads to hear. Lemon rode the wet. He ducked into the tunnel, Patel behind him, quiet as a problem she had decided to enjoy. The rope was slack now, the handle open. They moved toward the light, metal ringing under their steps. The tunnel's first chamber was like the lobby to a place you didn't want to enter. Crates stacked in threes, some stamped with Harborward, some with City of Ravenbrook, Public Works in a font that wanted you to feel safe. Blue jackets in a bin, cheap windbreakers without a logo yet, waiting to be anything. Posters for resource fairs, half unrolled. On the wall, a pegboard with keys, each tagged in that neat handwriting that had labeled Rebecca's desk drawers. 17 hung by itself, tag bent as if someone had run a thumb over it to luck. On a folding table, a small device, a digital voice recorder, the kind that took the place of tapes. It blinked red in the corner like an eye that had been told to watch. Harrington picked it up before he could tell himself not to. The last file was marked with yesterday's date and a time just before midnight. He pressed play. The voice that came through had choral in it, not smooth, but the shape was still there. "Rebecca, if you're listening," Rebecca said, and he didn't breathe for a second because of the arrogance of the dead, the kindness of it. "You found the place. You were supposed to find it. The key is in the church. 17 opens the gate. 17 is when they move. Thomas, if this is you, you have to stop them. Don't bring Daniel. Don't bring Soraya. Bring the police. Bring Michael Harrington if he'll still take your call." Patel's eyes flicked to his. He felt it like warmth and warning both. "I'm going to the unit," Rebecca said on the recorder. "I'm leaving the tapes where they belong in case they keep pretending not to see. If someone stops me, if he stops me," she inhaled and it felt immoral to be in the room, "then please tell the women that I didn't turn away because I couldn't look anymore. I turned toward something ugly that looks like salvation. It's always only one angle away. Tell Father Nolan to burn the tide marks in the hall. They're not prayers, they're maps." A clank sounded from farther in, a metal-on-metal sound that every sailor knows and every thief avoids. He put down the recorder without hearing the last part, because something in him had decided to move without him. They entered a second chamber through a low opening that made him duck and regret his spine. Here the concrete went old and brick came out, mortar green with the polite disease of damp. The lemon was stronger. A figure at the far side of the room stood with a hand on a bar mounted at waist height against the wall, another handle like the one above, this one with a chain coiled. The figure was turned sideways, face in profile a shadow. A jacket that was nobody's and everybody's. "Don't," Harrington said, his voice filling the small place and sounding like a different man might have said it another year. The figure turned their head. A mask covered the lower part of the face, not a hospital mask, not that year's brand of fear, but a painter's thing. Their eyes smiled anyway, which was worse. The figure lifted a hand and waggled fingers at them, not a wave, more like a teacher coaxing a child to say the answer. Patel's gun came up, and the figure's hand went down, not in surrender, but to the chain. The bar moved a fraction, water changed its voice in the far wall. He felt a stripe of cold in the air like a draft under a door that meant a bigger house. "Hold," he said to the water, ridiculous, and to the figure, who wouldn't. He started forward. The figure did what figures do when the city tells them they are the city. They put light in his eyes. A handheld flood burst open like a flower, and the small world was all glare and white. In the dazzle, movement, slick, and then a body's warmth next to his and gone, the ragged laugh of someone who enjoys practice. When the light shrank into itself, the figure was already at the far exit, a grate hinged open enough to make a quick person small. They slid through and were gone with a sound like the gulp of a fish too big to have come from this river. Patel ran to the grate, crouched, hesitated. She tested it. It was set to swing closed with the slowness of a law. He went to the window of brick in the wall where the water sound had changed its syllables. Behind it, beyond a mesh, the river pushed herself in. He looked back at the tideboard visible through the long throats of angle and tunnel and mouth. 16.9. Tor's on a counterweight, Patel said. If you raise this, you get that. If you lower that, you get drowned. So, pick, he said, and was glad she was the one who would anyway. When we don't chase, she said, gun still out, stance perfect and entirely useless in a flood. When we file this room with our phones in 30 seconds and then we work out how to lie to gravity. They photographed like thieves, the keys, the jackets, the recorder, a corkboard with a map and colored pins, red on old dates, green on 2-week cycles, yellow on Wednesday nights. St. Dimphna's got 3. The boxes against the wall labeled with hand-drawn numbers 1, 2, 3 in a tidy hand that might have been Rebecca's and could have been any volunteers. One box was open, and in it, flyers, families navigating disappearances and long waits. On the corkboard, a Polaroid pinned with a thumbtack carved at an angle. Lily Duarte at St. Dimphna's, hair held back with a barrette shaped like a small bird. A scrawl under it, proof of life, 118. The ink had bled a little. He stared until the dots that make up pictures came apart. Footsteps in the throat behind them. He turned. The man at the pier, the one who hadn't run, stood in the opening, his hands up again but lower now, as if he had done the calculation and decided where he was going to be saved from. You have to go, he said, and there was no performance left in him now, just a kind of human stupid kindness. And it hit 17, that door will close again, and then the other one opens. You don't want to be between the two. You'll be in the pocket. Hen pocket, Patel said. She where the dead things wait to rise, the man said. On cue, her phone buzzed. Tess again, 17.0 and 5. He pictured her at her desk, a tide chart open like a horoscope, a cat walking across it with the simple helpfulness of creatures that do not know law. Harrington moved to the first ladder, looked up. The circle of light above seemed too far and wrong-shaped to be the world. He looked back at the grate, at the chain, at the handle. He felt the sick, inevitable feeling of time slipping its leash. Up, he said to Patel. So first, she said, Sat and I have knees that think they're old. And let them feel loved, she said. Her mouth did a thing you might call smiling if you weren't careful with language. He went. The metal rungs left rust on his palms through the glove, a little taste of iron that a dentist would recognize as his profession. He reached the top and hauled and knew that whatever pulled at him was more than gravity. He rolled onto the boards with the kind of heavy grace that makes wood think you've learned your lesson. He turned to pull Patel and got an arm he knew and an arm he didn't. Another man in a blue jacket on the pier had come to the hole and was making like a good Samaritan because every story likes to rehearse its surprises. He put a hand under hers anyway and lifted, and when she came up swearing because swearing keeps you alive. Behind them, the man in the hole had chosen a side. He pulled the rope they had tied, half raising the handle again, and then let it go. The panel in the pier fell slowly until it kissed the throat and made the sound a book makes when it closes on a table and reminds you that it could be thrown. 17.0, a deep, pleasing clunk from below like a lock turning in a very old chest. The pier under them trembled like an animal that has decided to shrug. Which way did he go? Patel asked the man at their elbows, but he had already turned his face from theirs and into the comforting shape of a lie. They had to move. They moved, around the bait shed, past the stack of crates that looked like the city's conscience in boxes, into the narrow lane behind the pier offices. A car started, same sound as last night, a well-maintained engine bored with its work. By the time they reached the lot, it was gone, a lingering citrus note on the air. Harrington stood with his hands on his knees, like a man remembering a sport he once pretended to enjoy. He looked at Patel and saw the piece of hair that always got out when things got complicated. He reached and caught it back to her temple the way a friend would. She made a face at him and then caught his wrist to hold it still for a second like a strap. He backed against a stack of plastic fish tubs and let the world slow down. He could feel the ring against his ribs. He had the stupid impulse to take it out and offer it back to the empty air, because there are moments when you give a thing back to see if the giver will appear. "Rebecca told you to bring me," Patel said, not accusatory. "On that recorder." Senna, she told somebody too. "I don't think she was collecting police. I think she was collecting something else. I think she was collecting chances. Is still planning to call Tess," she said. "Said I was hoping fate would excise the decision by making me run into her at a grocery store line," he said. Patel pointed past his shoulder with her chin. "Fate is punctual." Tess stood by the gate in a jacket that made her look bad on purpose. It was a reporter's trick. Her notebook was not in sight, which meant it was in her head. She had that look at her mouth like she had put a puzzle on the table, and now she wanted to enjoy watching someone assemble it wrong. "Well," she said, as if greeting family at a holiday, "tell me you both didn't just almost die in a tide tunnel and I'll believe you for 3 seconds. Patel gave her the look she reserved for civilians who drew maps. "Onu found a room," she said. "Your brother's boxes, keys, flyers, a lot of things that make me wish I had a degree in public administration so I could build a gallows that the city would approve." Tess's relief and fear collided and made a new expression. "Where is he?" she asked, and then asked the real question. "And did anyone see you go down?" "And few men in jackets who behave like part-time metaphors," Harrington said, "and a man who probably knows what the pocket means in a way I'd like to avoid." Tess nodded once in a way he knew she had stolen from him years ago. "I'll buy you a dictionary later," she said. "For now, you should get Tomash. He's a fisherman. He knows who owns E17 after dark. It's not the city. It's not Harborward either." "And what is it?" Harrington said. "It's the river," she said, not joking. "And whoever gets to call themselves the river tonight." Harrington's phone vibrated again. A different rhythm. An unknown number he had already decided he hated. He answered without speaking because that sometimes made people show their cards. "Detective," a voice said with the tidy, cruel politeness he had come to know in the past 48 hours. "The voice you use when you've just finished cleaning a knife. And you run well for a man who favors thinking. That room you found, don't. Go back tonight. The water is greedy when she's full." "Am I speaking to the river's attorney?" Harrington said. A small exhale of amusement. "Hin, you're speaking to someone who doesn't like being photographed," the voice said. 417 was not for you, and yet here you are. You throw a ring at a man. It's a kind of invitation," Harrington said. "Says, we don't own many good suits. We come when we can." "Rebecca wasn't supposed to hurt this long," the voice said, and something in it had tenderness. Samaitan, she made the mistake of thinking that saving other people was the same thing as saving herself. "Does the church teach that, Father? You can tell him I said it." "What do you want?" Harrington asked. He felt Patel and Tess step nearer, their focus like heat. "On to what you choose," the voice said. "On you can pull on the thread you found, and you will pull and pull until the coat comes off. You won't like who you find it fits. Or you can let the coat hang in the closet and make sure fewer people freeze next winter. This city has a math problem. You decide what kind of accountant you are." "You think I'm the kind of man who settles for less theft because someone told me we needed the thieves for heat," Harrington said, and it sounded grand even to him, and he hated grand. "Detective," the voice said, amused now, done with its sermon. "You're the kind of man who still wears a ring that doesn't belong to him in his pocket because it makes him feel like a choice has already been made." The line went dead. He looked at the phone as if it might have left him a note. It hadn't. He turned to Tess, who had her eyes on his chest as if she had heard the words the way she always had, through walls. "But you going to admit to me that you have something sharp in your jacket?" she said gently. Proof," he said. She tipped her head. Those don't live in pockets long." Back at the precinct, Knight had chosen which lights to leave on. Irene Bost had gone home to whatever kept her kind and mean enough to get her through another day with, the evidence of other people's cruelties. Zarni had a pizza box open like a medical file. Regina Marlowe sat in his chair with her feet on his desk because authority did not need the furniture you gave it. Council went well, she said, without moving. So we approved more money for a rainstorm. Sarai wants to talk to you, which means she's decided she needs you to lie to her even though you won't. Tell her I'm practicing, he said. And you get anything better than tape with holes in it from the unit, she said. Unsay room under 17, Patel said, dropping her phone on the desk and hitting play on a video that made lack of light part of the plot. Can we have images, keys, old flyers, a recorder with Rebecca's voice, a map with pins, jackets, and a sense of budget-conscious evil, and a tide. Christ, Marlowe said softly this time, not taking the Lord's name so much as inviting him to sit. Should grab anything that can be grabbed. Keys, photos, copies. We left the big boxes. We left the room the way a dentist leaves a nerve, Harrington said. But they saw us. We made contact. And then we didn't, because life. Marlowe made a face that you could put on when a camera was around and nobody would know you were imagining shooting it. Soraya called to tell me she knows I know you know. She asked me to ask you if you intend to ruin her life this year or after the election. And tell her I don't schedule my malice in advance, he said. Marlowe stood. Bring me something I can use before someone gives Tess a superlative on the 10 o'clock. Tess didn't wait for 10. At 9:30, she posted words that were smart in their restraint. N.A. woman was killed in Bayview last night. Her work touched the cold case files of the Tidemark disappearances. There is evidence tonight of a nexus between public-private operations and a corridor of water under East Docks. Watch this space. She didn't mention 17, she didn't need to. The comments section did it for her with such speed it made you believe in electricity again. His phone vibrated again at 10:15. Zarni, half excited and half terrified, sent trace popped on the painter's tape from Vance's house. Microfibers from a synthetic rope used in marine applications. Brand is Seastrin 200. Only sold bulk in this market too. Guess who? Purchase records show Rusk Marine 10 drums in 17, 2 and 19, 4 last year. Also, minute residue of D-limonene consistent with Sunsolve. And, but this is the fun one, flakes of blue latex consistent with Harborward disposable ponchos. All 3 on the same adhesive. That's not proof. That's a handshake. Write it up as a handshake that looks like a hug, he said, and when he hung up, the laughter left his mouth without telling his face it had been there. He took the ring out of his pocket and set it on the desk again, the way you set a glass down to make sure it still holds water. Patel watched it and him with the even gaze she had built in a world that would be unlivable without even gazes. She said, not coy, and you going to tell Tess what the voice said about the ring? Oh no, he said. I'm going to tell her tomorrow. What's the next step? She asked. When we'll back to 17, he said, and will not be in the same mood, she said. It never is, he said. He didn't sleep. He went home because people pretend. He ran water in the sink until it smelled like the river, and then he turned it off, then on again, a man playing with the idea of control. At 3:15, the building sighed, and a neighbor sneezed like a gun being polite. At 4, the fog coughed against the windows. At 5:17, his phone lit up, a message from a number that had already become a sort of character in his head. You left the door open. He sat up. He hadn't. He had helped close it with his own arms, felt the lid kiss the throat like a chapter closing. He called Patel. She answered like she'd been standing in the kitchen with her coat on. Meet me at East 17, he said. We're going to see whether the river can be a witness. At 6, the pier was a geometry lesson in gray. They went to the panel and opened it because the screwdriver was still there, and because men who think they are the city often assume the city is a locked thing only they can unlock. He dropped onto the ladder again and followed Lemon and Damp. The door below had been forced after they left. No finesse, just work. The chain bent like a question mark. The room, both rooms, looked more or less the same and also ruined. The keys were gone. The jackets were gone. The corkboard was empty, the pins still in it, the colors doing nothing now that their jobs were over. On the folding table, a single object, a phone, not Rebecca's, a burner. Screen lit, battery at 47. The message app opened the way a mouth can be. One message thread, a name at the top, Tess Calder. Harrington stared. One, we didn't tell her where this was. Fanchi told us, Patel said. The thread's last message unsent, a draft with an ellipse next to it like a held breath. It read, meet me at St. Dymphna's. Bring Michael. Bring the ring. Ask Father Nolan about the ledger. He felt the cold finally in a way it meant. He dialed Tess. Her phone rang once, twice, then picked up, not by voice but by a hollow open line. He heard a sound like a room being breathed in by someone who had paid for it. He heard, faint and unmistakable, the clink of a chain catechism. Say something, he said. On the other end, a voice that was not Tess's and was not the voice from last night said, with a pleasant radio cadence, 17 minutes, detective. If you hurry, you might even make it look like you were in time. The line died. He looked at Patel. She looked back at him with the expression of someone who is very sure of her own speed and very unsure of the mercy of clocks. Harrington put the ring back in his pocket like a talisman in reverse, the kind you carry to be reminded of how little magic there is, and they climbed. At the top of the ladder, the fog took a step toward them like it had been waiting. Down the pier, a woman walked into view, Clea from Harborward. A messenger's agony in her face. She waved both arms and then held up something small and metallic that caught the useless light. A knocker key, she called, breathless, and closed the distance the way people do when they know something crucial might get left on the ground if they slow down. Father Nolan sent me. Someone broke into his office. They left this with a note on the hope chest. It said, 17 steps down, and she swallowed, and the sound was loud, and her eyes did a thing that made him hope she would cry now and not later. And Tess called her. She was in the hall when I left. She said to tell you to look under the... She shut her eyes like a door in a storm, under the confessional. Harrington looked at the tide board because it was better than looking at his own face. 15.0 on the way down. The morning tide had slipped its eye. The door below would be open for a while. The doors in a church didn't care about the moon. He looked at Patel. She was already moving. They ran, not the run you do for the lights in a gym, the run you do when someone holds a clock to your head. The city peeled back streets as if finally in the mood to be helpful. St. Dymphna's came around a corner like a ship with one mast. The hall door was open. The smell inside was cleaner and older and more terrible than lemon. On the hope chest, a strip of tape, 17. On the floor, a scatter of flyers like birds shot from a bad distance. The office door had been pried and then politely closed. He went to the church proper because that was what the note had told him to do, and also because a person who had seen too many mornings like his had told him once that when a bad man wants you to turn right, you turn left, and the only way to know which was to start moving. Inside the church, morning light made stained glass try harder. The confessional stood to the side like a man with a secret who also sells secrets. He crouched and looked under the booth. There, taped to the underside of the bench, was a ledger bound in brown paper like something a grandfather would hand you when you were too young to know trust from twine. He pulled it free. On the cover, in that tidy, patient hand, St. D, Family Ledger. He opened to the first page. Names, dates, small amounts of cash. Notes like poems, for a bus, in for a coat, in for a ride to Whitlow. He flipped. On the page for January 2018, an entry on Nadia K, $20, ride to East Dock 17, paid by TC. Behind them, the heavy old door to the church swung inward on its slow hinge. Footsteps, the kind that belonged to someone who had given God more than one try. Father Nolan stood in the rectangle of cold with his collar askew and his hair trying to be good. He looked at the ledger in Harrington's hands with a grief that was partly relief. Michael, he said, and there was too much in it. She brought it last night. She said if she didn't make it to morning, I should give it to you. She said to tell you 17 was the last thing she meant to say. Harrington opened his mouth to ask where Tess was, because the room had the sound of a room where someone had chosen to be silent. He didn't speak because something else did, a phone set to ring like an old bell. Father Nolan reached into his pocket and pulled out a handset that wasn't his. It was the burner from the room under the pier. The screen said unknown and a number of digits that wanted to be somewhere else. "Tis rang while I was walking here," Nolan said softly. "I didn't answer because I am not a detective and because sometimes answering is unwise." Harrington pressed the green circle. He didn't say hello because he knew what kind of hello this was going to be. "Father," the voice said, and it was kind in a way that was built to make him hate himself later. "In is Mr. Harrington with you?" "I hope so. It's almost 17 minutes. Harrington closed his eyes for a fraction he couldn't spare. "Tess," he said, not into the phone, into the room, into the place where names are held, because saying the name is sometimes what the person needs to keep breathing. The voice on the phone chuckled. Oh, you will want to be quick," it said. "I left her somewhere that smells like lemon and salt. There are 17 steps down. If you get the count wrong, the door will take you where it wants, not where I wanted. And I do so want you to arrive on time." "Hunt, where?" Harrington said, hearing himself sound like a boy in a hallway. "That would spoil the game," the voice said. "But I'm not a monster. It's a place where people go to talk when they feel bad and to be seen when they want to be good. It has chairs that fold and a sign that prays." Patel was already moving, mouth set, eyes like coins. "When the hall," she said. "God damn it, the hall. There are 17 steps to the storage under the stage. I counted them yesterday when I was trying not to be bored." "Hen, we're coming," Harrington said into the phone. The voice smiled without a face. "Unch, what a relief," it said. The line went to dial tone. Old-fashioned, mocking theater. They ran the way you run when a clock and a map agree. The hall stage had a set of stairs that went down into the underroom where the church kept its metal chairs and extra gilt. Harrington hit the first step and began to count, which is a kind of prayer. 1, 2, the light was bad and got worse. 3, 4. Patel at his shoulder, Father Nolan behind with a flashlight that was old enough to remember his ordination pledge. 5, 6, the smell of lemon came up, held back by something that wanted it. 7, 8, his hand on the rail felt like it had made a deal. 9, 10, voices of expectation and fear and something older in his throat. 11, 12, 13. When he reached what his body told him was 17, because counting is not the same as knowing. The stair turned and there was a door. A sound inside the door that a person makes when they are trying to let you know they are still attached to the world. The old metal knob had a strip of painter's tape over it like a medical dressing. 17 drawn steady, proud. Harrington looked at Patel and she looked back with a calculation he both respected and hated because it understood, the parts of the sum that you do not save in a drawer. He tried the knob. It turned because of course it did. He pulled. The door gave. The lemon hit him like he had put his face into a peel. The room beyond was the size of a small grief, and on a chair in the middle sat Tess with her hands cuffed in front of her, and her eyes very bright. The cuffs were attached to a loop in the floor, with a chain that had been polished by a cloth that had been lemoned. Her mouth was free. She smiled with her eyes because what else are you supposed to do with them when you love this city, and it tries to make you prove it? Her first words were not romantic. "And you took long enough," she said. 17 minutes is a lifetime, he said. And if there had been laughter, there would have been to language, so there wasn't. Patel crossed in 3 strides, her hand already at the cuffs with a key she kept for lawful purposes that sometimes had to do more than the law had intended. She got one open. The chain made a sound like something that wants to get used to being dropped. Harrington stepped past them because there was another sound under the lemon, under Tess's breath, under the city talking in the pipes, the faint, regular tick of a thing you know from movies and from cheap hotels in dangerous countries. He knelt by the chair, then under it. There, taped to the metal runner with a care that felt like charity and boredom, was a compact timer the size of a cigarette pack with 17 painted on it. in that tidy, patient hand. The wire ran not to an explosive. He would have to be allowed his luck once this year, but to a small black device attached to the chair frame, a transmitter, the kind that tells a person with a receiver whether the person tied to the chair has stood up yet. Not a bomb, a bell. He plucked it free because that was the performance the person had wanted. The timer ticked down its last 3 seconds. The transmitter clicked and then whined, and he stood very still because he had learned that when something like that tells the room it is time, the room listens. Up above, in the hall, a rolling sound began, like chairs being dragged quickly across a floor, like many small feet. Father Nolan's flashlight swung. Tess took a breath and held it because she had learned to in a past version of this story where she hadn't made it to the end of the paragraph. The sound moved toward them, not down the stairs but in the walls, through the old ducts the building used to carry warm air into nights that hurt. Harrington understood what it was without knowing the words for it. The room above had begun to empty by itself. Doors closing, panels sliding, a pattern that moved with a map that had been planned by someone who liked machines better than people. Somewhere a bell in the building rang once, and then 17 times. It was small and fast, the way a string of pennies sounds falling in a glass jar. He felt the building choose whether to be a safe place or a trick. He watched Patel's hand hover with the last cuff at Tess's wrist. He watched Tess's eyes go bright in the way of a person about to say something dumb and brave. He heard, in his head, the tide against the board. He felt the ring against his heart. "But she's going to shut us in," Patel said, voice low enough to taste. "Oh, he wants us to run," Tess said, voice lower. "Which is why we're going to," Harrington said. They ran not away from the door, but toward it, because the voice had told them to count, and sometimes to beat someone at arithmetic, you do the wrong math on purpose. He took the stairs 2 at a time and lost the count at 13 because life. He made the hall and found that the chairs had indeed rearranged themselves in disaster, pushed against the walls, stacked in islands, blocking exits with an intent that was as impersonal as a machine can be. The hope chest sat in the middle of the floor, with its lid open like a mouth. On the inside of the lid, in lemon oil drawn with a cloth, the tide mark, the circle and the 3 lines. He didn't have time to feel how tired he was of symbols. He went to the side door and found it blocked by a metal rod put through loops that somebody had installed for a reason that sounded like safety in a code book. He lifted, and it complained, and then gave with the offended moan of old hardware. Patel shoved the block of chairs aside the way a person shoves with her whole life. Tess, free, did not do anything stupid. She put her hand on the hope chest and then left it, because she knows stories. Father Nolan said a word in Latin and then another in English because that's what you do when you want old and new gods to work together for a minute. They got out with a kind of grace that buildings grant once in a while. On the steps in the cool morning, the fog had thinned enough to let the city look at itself ruefully. Harrington bent over and put his hands on his knees again and laughed because nothing else in the options list felt like it would break the right way. Tess put her hand on his back the way you put your hand on a person who has decided not to drown this minute. "We need to go on the record," she said into his bent ear. "We'll need to go on the record now." "Oh, and we will," he said. "He won't," she said. "Not yet. You think the record is a room you can leave when you want. It isn't. It's a tide. It's going to catch us whether we choose it or not." He stood and wiped his face with the flat part of his hand. "Good," he said. "Maybe it'll wash somebody out." Patel's phone made the noise it makes when someone in the lab calls because they have something that will choke you. She picked up, listened. Her face changed like a shore under a storm. She ended the call and didn't speak until she had the words the way she wanted them. "Lab pulled Trace off the tape from the church," she said. "Not ours, the one he stuck on the confessional. There was a hair, degraded, but enough. Mitochondrial points to a female profile that, according to the analyst, matches Lily Duarte's mother." Tess swayed a hair's thickness and then righted. "Lily's mother volunteered at the church," she said, forcing breath into a place that did not want it. "Conet tape could have been there for years." Patel shook her head. "Bilaminin, recent. And one more thing, the tech says there's a print in the lemon oil. Partial, but it's old school, ecrin-heavy detail. They're going to run it. She says it looks familiar. From where? Harrington said. Patel's mouth did the thing where it got small when it wanted to be large. From the tide mark boxes. From an evidence intake sheet we looked at this morning. From the person who signed declined across your report back in 2018. Harrington felt his ribs make room for that sentence. Whose? He said, although he knew. Chief Whitlow's assistant, she said. And it came like a quirk of memory and a curse. Finn Holcomb. Tess's eyes went sharp and then softer, because sometimes evolution is quick. Finn, she said. Said he runs Soraya's field office now. The fog moved like someone had touched it. The city took a breath in a way that felt counted. On the church steps, Harrington looked at the ring, then the ledger, then the hall where Lemon had taught old Wood to shine. His phone buzzed. Unknown number. He answered because the last two had mattered. Michael, Soraya said, her voice tired of being brave all morning, using his first name like a test. We need to talk. Not at the precinct, not at City Hall, somewhere that doesn't have microphones. Tell me something I don't want to hear, he said. The man you need is in my office, she said, voice as steady as a camera's red light. Only he doesn't know yet that he's going to be the man you need. And if I don't do this now, I won't do it at all, she breathed. In, out, a careful sound. I'm ready to choose who I hurt. Where? He said. Whitlow Pier, she said. Birth 17, 15 minutes. The line went quiet. The city did not. Harrington looked at Patel. She had the chair cuff key still in her hand like a small weapon. He looked at Tess. She had a notebook now, because she always had one before and after you needed it. He looked at Father Nolan, who had the ledger tucked under his arm like a hymn. They stood like that for a second that tried to be solemn and failed, because somebody in the daycare across the street laughed, and a delivery truck backfired, and a gull punctured the air with a sound that had no respect for their choreography. Course, Tess said, not happy and very alive. Birth 17. Again, Patel said. Harrington put the ring back in his pocket because he didn't know what else to do with it. He looked at the church door because doors like to be looked at by people who need them. He took a step toward the car. Somewhere he couldn't see, something shifted the way an animal shifts when it is going to make the next move. The tide board at East Docks ticked up a line for an afternoon that wouldn't arrive for hours. 17 hovered in the day like a note on a sheet, waiting for somebody to hit it. 15 minutes, he said. And let's see who keeps time. Part 3. The width of the water Whitlow Pier had learned to look reputable. The cruise posters on the chain-link fence promised brunch boats and jazz. The gulls above promised truth. Out beyond the pier head, the river took the light and returned it bruised. Harrington rolled to a stop by the tide board and read it the way he read people. 14.1 on the way up. A long breath before the mark anybody had started to treat like a god. Patel slid out and pulled her jacket close. Photographs of the underroom still on her phone screen as if keeping them warm. 15, she said. In a give or take the city's sense of humor, Harrington said. Tess came in a separate car and parked 2 rows away, because some habits were for cameras even when there were none. She stayed in the driver's seat long enough to text someone. He didn't ask who. He didn't ask her to stay. She got out and kept a little distance like they were on a first date with an audience. Soraya arrived on foot, which felt like a decision she had rehearsed. The councilwoman's coat was practical, more parish hall than gala, and her hair looked like it had refused to be made into a photograph. A man in a navy jacket walked exactly 2 paces behind her in that way that staff learn when their title is assistant and their job is gravity. Harrington didn't need to ask for a name. Vin Holcomb had the soft-shouldered competence of a person who had been standing next to power long enough to believe in its civility. Soraya didn't waste apology on the fog. Detective. Her gaze passed to Patel, then to Tess, made a small face, an old one that remembered backyard dinners, and a fight about a grade that had not been fair. "We're all here. You said you were ready to choose who you hurt," Harrington said, "when you brought him." Vin was better at smiles than sincerity, which is why he had the job he had. "I'm here to help," he said, and if he didn't mean the words, he meant the rhythm. "Good," Patel said. "Open your mouth and let the truth take the first chair." Soraya's jaw flexed once. "Finn manages my constituent office, among other things. In 2018, he was Chief Whitlow's aide. He routed memos, attended procurement meetings, told me when the votes would be there and when they would not. He sat in on the midnight protocol discussions." Harrington watched for the flinch. It didn't come. Vin tipped his face to the river as if the water might vouch for him. "And took notes," he said. "But my job was to be obedient to processes that have killed the best of us and fed the rest. And your prints in lemon oil on a strip of tape in a church where a woman was taken," Patel said. "That's not obedience. That's chaperoning." His eyes clicked to hers, and for a second there was a man in him who understood shame at a cellular level. "And tape is everywhere," he said, then discarded it. "All right, I set up nights. I took calls at stupid hours and told men where to go when the map wanted them somewhere else. I told myself it moved people out of danger. I told myself that because it was true sometimes. I told myself that made the rest admissible." "Chronista, what is the rest?" Harrington said. "And the rest is that when a list started to appear on the board, names with dots next to them, colors, you make a joke to save your skin. And then one day you look, and the dot next to a girl's name isn't a color you can give to your own daughter without explaining 20 years of rot." He smiled then, a bitter little exercise in self-knowledge. You want a name. You want a person you can lay on the altar so the city feels like it can be holy again. But there are 7 men you can't arrest because they're churches, and you don't close churches even when they stop feeding people." Pretend with us," Tess said from her measured distance. "Pick one." Soraya kept her voice level. "And tell them who locked the boxes that weren't supposed to leave the precinct." Vin didn't look at her. He looked at the water. "Chief Whitlow said it was a jurisdictional realignment," he said, and he said it in the chief's voice on purpose, a little gleam of cruelty. "But the man with the keys to the evidence room that week was Deputy Hoke. He joked that the boxes smelled like chili and old righteousness. He gave them to Public Works for audit. Public Works delivered to Harborward," Patel said. "And Harborward took to the river when the river wanted labor done at night." Vin swallowed, and it was too human to be comfortable to watch. "When the river took itself," he said. "Said men were the river's hands." "And which men?" Harrington said, patient as a blade. "And Rusk bought trucks and hired men who liked to put weight on the right side of a scale. He wasn't always the one who gave orders. Sometimes the orders came from a man who didn't like to be named because there was nothing you could attach to him without the city smelling it on its own skin. The procurement called him Ash. That's as formal as he ever got. And last name," Patel said. "If he has one, he keeps it at home," Vin said. "Sonny showed up where the tide chart said to. He wore jackets like the rest. He smelled like lemon because he liked things that tell you where you've been." Harrington felt the shape of the jacket in his head. "What happened to Rebecca Vance?" Vin's gaze skittered once, and he made himself answer. "She wanted to see the room under 17. She asked for the key, and Father Nolan told her things in a priest voice that made it sound safe, and then she left him a note in case it wasn't. She called me because she thought if she told me, I would tell Soraya, and if Soraya knew, she would stop it. She believed a process could reverse itself if you spoke long enough in the right room. Soraya's face did a thing a public one shouldn't. I didn't stop it," she said. She looked at Harrington and let him be the witness to that. "And I cut money from the right place and moved it into the wrong one because I thought fewer people would sleep cold if I let men I hated own the night. Then I watched those men learn how to speak in our voices." She gestured toward the tideboard. "You want me to be clean? I can be honest instead." Whitlow's pier house door banged, and it wasn't wind. A man stepped out with a toolbox and a clipboard, and the temporary authority of a person who can shut a place with one word. A second man followed, jacket zipped, hair buzzed, stance not harbor but hired. The clipboard man cleared his throat. "Piers closed," he called. "Pension maintenance." He didn't look at their faces long enough to know who they were. He looked past them the way rules do. Soraya moved reflexively to show him who she was. "City business," she said, "and most days that changed the world." The man's eyes went to Vin, and Vin went still the way prey does when the light opens. Harrington got the old dog feeling again in the muscles between his shoulder blades. He didn't reach for the ring in his pocket. He kept his hands visible and took a half step to put himself on the line between the new men and the old trouble. "Maintenance," the clipboard said again. "Here's closed." He looked at the tide board and then at his watch as if he could teach them to keep time. Patel angled her body toward the men without making it a whole announcement. "How about you maintain your distance," she said. The man smiled. Not his idea. Something told him to. He nodded to the buzzcut. "Show them what closed looks like." Buzzcut moved to the tide gate panel. The same screwdriver trick. The same metal throat sigh. The panel lifted, a mouth on hinges. Lemon came up like a sermon. "You are not opening that," Soraya said. It wasn't a question. It was a sister voice, a counsel voice. An older woman who had taught 3 children how to cross streets and wanted to try again with a city. Buzzcut kept the screwdriver steady. He had the blank nicotine patience that makes municipal ruin possible. "One dork order," he said, and it was the funniest sentence of the morning if you were the wrong kind of person. Tess's gaze went to Harrington and then to Patel. It asked a question he didn't want to answer. Are we running into the hole? He had to decide whether to let Whitlow Pier become the stage for a daylight version of last night's play, or make this a fight people could see. He picked the fight on wood, not water. "Step away from the panel," he said. His weapon came up not to threaten but to make the sentences fit. Patel's came up with the same math. The clipboard man lifted both hands like a person appealing to a congregation, then dropped one to a radio. "Ashe," he said into it, and all the air got busy. "So we got visitors." The radio answered with a sound that wasn't a sentence and felt like a hand on the back of the neck. Vin took half a step backward, and the man that he had been before that small step was gone. He looked suddenly like a bureaucrat who suddenly remembered he had lungs. He looked at Soraya and found her looking at him the way a neighbor looks at your broken fence after a storm. "Finn," she said, "you're done." He nodded once, then twice. He could get good at obedience with new rules if someone made them. 2 uniforms came around the corner of the pier house, called by somebody smarter than the clipboard. They looked like cops who still believed in the romance of fog. One took in the cluster of bodies and the lifted panel and did the right thing with his hands. "Everybody's slow," the young one said, almost tender. "And I hate paperwork." What broke it was not gunfire. What broke it was a small engine in a skiff coming alongside without asking, quiet as a rumor. The man at the tiller had a cap pulled low and a jacket that could have been navy, could have been black. He looked up at the number on the berth and smiled the way people smile when they see their own house and remember where they keep the good cups. "Shash," Vin breathed, not meaning to. Nobody heard him, but everyone heard him. The man looked from faces to the gate and then to the tide board with the sort of fondness you don't admit to feeling for a measurement. 15 minutes, he said to nobody in particular, then to Harrington in particular. "You brought your friend. I'm touched." Tess's mouth went flat. "I'm touched you can stand your own smell," she said, almost cheerful. Ash's smile did not widen. He climbed onto the pier with a small hop, the kind that tells everyone how many nights you've done this. He took in Soraya and let himself be amused and then uninterested. "Ms. Marlowe, I know your calendar. You're on it now," she said. She wasn't grand. She was sharp. "Step back and put your hands where a camera would love them." He looked at her hands, at her jacket, at the place where power hides itself because people have stopped liking to see it naked. "Not yet," he said gently. "Soon. You'll put me where you need me. For now, Detective and I have a call to take." He touched his jacket pocket and his phone vibrated. Harrington's did too. The unknown number that had been learning the geography of his nerves. He hit green and didn't speak. "Make things beautiful," Ash said into his own phone, and the also voice on Harrington's line said the same words in perfect sync. "And I wanted to say thank you." Harrington heard the river in the phone, gray and steady. He watched Ash's face, which had the cruelty of a schoolteacher who is right about your handwriting and wrong about your worth. "I put a timer under a chair in a church," Harrington said. "Oh, you're welcome." Ash's eyes warmed. "So I knew you'd come. You're the kind nobody invites to the party and then is relieved to find in the kitchen making coffee." "Stop it," Soraya said. "Stop with the tone like you're everyone's uncle. You run men through walls with your hands in your pockets. Start with your name." "You can call me Ash," he said. "Everyone does." "And when the tide turns on you," Tess said, "for what are we supposed to write on the stone?" He considered it, mock sincere. "Right," he told the truth. He said the city liked its dirty done by clean men and its clean done by dirty men, and then he provided the service when asked. And then when they tried to close the door on him, he taught them where the other doors were. Harrington moved into the space in front of him, the way one moves into a wind. "Oh, we're closing them," he said. "Tonight?" Ash asked. "After the vote. After you call your lieutenant so she has something to be furious about in the right direction. After Soraya asks her brother for a favor and pretends it's business. After your reporter decides which way to hurt her family." He cast his eyes to Tess, who didn't blink because not blinking is her religion. "Sarah Rebecca was a problem because she couldn't stop." "You admired that, huh?" "I admired her not stopping more than I admired men who never started," Harrington said. Ash drifted a step, not away, just to break the easy lines the eye wants. He lifted his chin at the open panel. "You want to see where this one goes?" he said to Harrington. "Already did," Harrington said. "Found your house key." "And your tape," Patel said. "And your old Polaroid." Ash's eyes flicked to her and warmed as if to a student who had done the extra reading. A room loves company," he said. The uniforms, veterans of exactly 0 of these plays, shifted. One cleared his throat and asked the question he needed to ask to keep their world from becoming the Rivers. "Sir, are you detaining these?" Ash made the mistake of being bored. It's what saved them. He focused on the panel and the handle and reached for the chain. Harrington stepped and knocked his wrist hard enough to be a lesson, and Ash returned the courtesy with a knuckle in the soft bracket where jaw meets ear. Simple violence, no theater. Finn surprised himself first. He moved, awkward and brave, in a line most people don't take voluntarily, toward danger. He went at Ash from behind with the animal power of penance. Ash pivoted, quicker than a man who would give you his name should be, and let Vin's momentum put him at the edge. The skiff's bow hit the pilings with a sound the river uses to get your attention. The panel shivered, the tideboard ticked a hair, a shrug. Ash smiled small, reached and took Vin by the lapels with the gentleness of a man adjusting a friend's tie. "Vincent," he said. "Sin made a choice today." Vin's breath came with a wrong whistle. "I got tired of reading names," he said. Ash nodded, approving. Then he let him go with a push that was not cruel and therefore worse. Vin pinwheeled, arms out in a childish T, and went over into the narrow place between the pier and the skiff. The water accepted him with a bored, efficient sound. The panic he made was competent and high, the sound of somebody who still thinks the world can be argued with. The young uniform moved and then didn't because training is a cocktail and he hadn't learned this part. Patel was already at the edge on her stomach, reaching down with a hand flat open. Soraya made it there a beat later, coat forgotten, hair willing to be nothing at all if it could help. Harrington went to his knees and took Patel by the belt, because at least one of them had to remember gravity belonged to no one. He didn't see Tess move, but then her hand was on his ankle, human rope. Vin surfaced once, got a hand to wood, and lost it with a simple no that he didn't know he'd said. Ash watched, an academic with an unpleasant thesis. "Pocket," he murmured, almost to the tide. Shut, Harrington said, and it wasn't to Ash. It was to the water. He put his entire shoulder to the pier and reached, the old bowling injury a trivial god. Vin's fingers hit his wrist and slid, and then tried again with the idiotic determination that has built every civilization worth the word. Harrington caught him this time, bone to bone. His other hand went for the ring in his pocket and didn't find it. He cursed at himself and at physics and at the petty magic of his own brain. Patel got Vin's jacket and Soraya got Vin's sleeve, and together they made a human ugly chain. The young uniform threw himself flat and grabbed Soraya around the waist like Scandal. And then Vin was halfway up the wood, coughed a long personal cough, and lay there, his chest moving the way the gate would later. Ash tipped his head at the chain. Nice, he said, and the compliment had teeth. And try to touch that chain again. I'm going to teach you what the city looks like behind glass, Patel said, voice so level the water could have reflected itself in it. Ash laughed. It was not the laugh of a man who wants to be seen laughing. He stepped back, hands up, a pantomime. The clipboard man stepped the other way, and Buzzcut found his screwdriver again like a fable. Tess raised her phone like the weapon it had always been and took a picture because she hates when history gets told by the wrong mouths. The skiff reversed with a small splash. Ash looked at Soraya and gave her an expression that would have gotten him slapped in the old city and elected in the new. And you should resign, he said kindly, and it will make your next life prettier. Come to a hearing, she said, also kindly, so I want the mics on. He put his hand to his cap and made a show of it, a small, ridiculous bow. Then he was over the edge and into the skiff as if gravity had drafted the choreography. He throttled out, not urgent. He didn't hurry. Men who will be needed don't muss themselves. Don't we chase? The older uniform asked. Once we gather, Harrington said, standing up with a body made of wet wood. And then we go where the river doesn't think about us. Vin lay on the boards, eyes open. He was the kind of person who apologized to furniture when he bumped into it, and now he tried to apologize to breath for making extra work. Soraya, he said, and his voice did not break because he probably didn't know how. I kept notes, not like the memos, real ones, not at the office. I knew I couldn't trust myself there. The ledger at the church, that's the small one. The big one, he coughed salt, is in a storage closet at Harborward labeled bleach. 3 school notebooks with the outsides torn off. I wrote everything I wasn't supposed to think. Names, times, protocols. 17 means whatever Ash wants it to mean. Sometimes it means, tell the man with the glove to take the one who talks the most. Teach Rebecca, Soraya said, very gently. Vin nodded, shuddered. And the girl. Nadia, I didn't know until after. The ledger entry. He looked at Tess. Shame knew again. She asked me for 20 for the bus. I gave it to her. I wrote it down like the decent thing mattered. She got in the van anyway because the driver told her there was coffee. Tess swallowed something, and it was not for the first time. Oh, we'll get the notebooks, she said. And you'll give me an interview, and then you'll have to change your phone number. Change your name, Soraya said. So I like my name, Vin said, and he did, and it was a small dignity he could still hold. Marlowe arrived with a wind of siren that stopped before it should have, proof she still had favors she could call. She took in the tableau, skiff departing, panel up, Soraya on her knees, a wet staffer, Patel with gun holstered but ready, Harrington with water in his cuffs, Tess with her phone actively being an instrument. She did not ask for a briefing. She lifted her chin and let Harrington do what needed a voice that wasn't hers. We have a person, he said, gesturing at Vin with a softness he didn't feel free to afford himself often. And she's going to walk us into Harbor Ward's bleach closet, and then into a story that's going to cost you 3 press conferences and a retirement. Marlowe's mouth moved, like a woman who has already bought the dress she's going to be buried in, and found out it went on sale 2 days later. Soraya, she said, without sister in it. And Soraya nodded because you can't be a sister in daylight without getting killed by it. We arrest Ash," the younger uniform said, needing to see the shape. "We'll have him when he thinks we want him somewhere else," Marlowe said. "For now, put the panel down and tape it like it's a toddler." Don't tape it," Harrington said. "He'll only leave us a better piece." They got Vin up and walking. Soraya insisted on putting her arm under his because she understood what cameras like to eat. Patel led because she doesn't trust men who sink well. Harrington hung back long enough to look at the tideboard again. 14:06, the day would climb. Tess fell into step beside him. She didn't say the guilt sentences, she said the hard one. "Won't you can't take me to the bleach closet. I have to go ask Father Nolan who gave him the burner. He's not good at lying when it's daytime. I can get a story that buys you hours instead of minutes. So need a hostage for when the part with the notebooks goes wrong," he said. "Oh, and you already have one," she said, which was rude and true. "Bring Soraya, let me be the liar in church." He wanted to keep her an arm's length from anything called bleach. He also wanted to use the hour she was offering to make bad men forget what she'd learned to do to them with a pen. He didn't say yes. He didn't say no. He made that face she has always said is his warning label, and she rolled her eyes because it's the kind of love they have. Harborward's main office on Mariner wore its virtue like a cardigan, a wall of photographs of volunteers holding ladles, a bank of bins with socks rolled in pairs by old hands and little hands. The front desk had a bell that asked to be touched by people who remember politely. Clea met them in the lobby and flinched when she saw Vin like a frog you don't expect on a step. "What did you—" she began, then stopped because it didn't matter who had done it. It mattered if he was alive. Bleach closet," Vin said, apology in every syllable. "Sat right side of the kitchen back wall. I need the keys." Clea was a pro. She didn't ask. She didn't try to negotiate the universe. She took a ring from a hook under the desk where there was no sign that said keys and said, "Come." Inside the kitchen, the smell of chili that had no meat tried to win over an institutional floor's best attempt at fresh. The bleach closet was a narrow rectangle of shelves and gallon jugs and a mop that had known worse. Clea unlocked it. Inside, behind a carton of gloves and a box of wipes, under a crate labeled, "Don't Trust the Mouse," 3 composition books with the covers torn off lay wrapped in a grocery bag. Vin pulled them with the delicacy of someone recovering something that had been used as a pillow by a mother. He handed them to Soraya, and she held them like the most dangerous parts of her career. Patel photographed each one with the speed and focus of a starving person. Harrington flipped the top open, tiny handwriting in a clerk's hand, dates, initials, arrows, 9-digit purchase order numbers with little circles around the last 2 digits. When they were 17. Lists of names that should not be in one place on paper. He looked for Rebecca, saw her where he expected, and didn't let his face do much. Nadia had 3 entries. Lily, the girl from the Polaroid, had a photo in the margin taped with packing tape, a copy of a copy. A proof of life turned into a ledger proof. Under it, Vin had written in a tired, goodbye way, "Someone changed the date stamp." It makes it look kinder than it was. Marlowe's phone buzzed. She made a face that didn't visit often. "Vaughn, the chief wants to know whether you're about to cost him his work," she said to Harrington. "He says if you run this to the press without a frame, he's going to suspend you and then arrest you for stealing your own boxes." "Said I didn't steal them," Harrington said, "and I found them where the city left them to die." "You tell him that," Marlowe said. "Don't worry, I'll call him. He'll enjoy being reminded of the part where I outrank him in meeting minutes." Clea, hovering in the door with a broom like the world's weirdest sword, shifted her weight once like a warning. Harrington looked up and saw what she had seen. In the reflection on the freezer door, a man in a jacket moved in the hall like he knew the building better than people did. He was not Ash, except he could have been if you saw him from a distance. He had the lemon's uncaring cover on his hands. "Back hall," Clea whispered. "On the loading dock." Patel nodded. They moved together the way a small unit moves when it knows its number is wrong and its heart is right. Marlowe lifted the notebooks like a gavel. "I'll be in the car," she said flatly, and nobody argued. The loading dock door was the kind men like to leave open because the world owes them air. The dock itself held 2 pallets of canned tomatoes and a broken chair like a metaphor. The jacket man stood by the open back of a van, with Harbor Word painted small under 3 other logos, unimportant ones. He had a package at his feet the size of a boy's suitcase and the shape of a stupid dare. He kicked it with his foot as if to wake it, and then bent to pick it up. "Leave it," Harrington said. The man turned his head, and because the universe sometimes treats you fairly for 1 beat per day, he didn't smile. He didn't enjoy this kind of work. He was a piece in someone's hand. He picked up the package anyway and tossed it into the van. It thunked like a solid. "Hands on the van," Patel said. "Face the tomatoes." He complied with an expression of modest regret. His fingers left lemon on the white paint. Harrington stepped to the van and looked in because his body wanted to know if the handle was still raised or if the tide had already taken it. In the van, a folded table, boxes of flyers, jackets in a trash bag, a coil of sea-string rope, and on the floor, taped down, the simple black square of a transmitter twin to the one under Tess's chair. The package the men had tossed had its own. This was not a bomb either. This was a bell calling another room to move. He grabbed the package and tore the tape. Inside, a picnic cooler the kind of family keeps for 3 summers and then not another. Inside the cooler, nothing but ice and a well-wrapped bundle in plastic that could have been anything but wasn't a person. He cut it. Inside the plastic, a stack of Polaroids, rubber-banded, faces, concrete walls, a tide mark chalked sloppily on brick, a hand showing 2 with fingers in one, a pose men make when they play with power. "Proof of life," he said, because the words never stop being obscene when you put them in your mouth and make them go past other words like lunch. Patel sub-bagged them like a magician with morals. "When we run prints on the backs, oil from who handled them, make them give up more than they currently think they have to." The jacket man let his head drop to his forearms on the van and said a thing people say only when they're tired of their body arguing with instructions. 117 isn't for you," he said. "It's for us. It's how we remember when to take the gate and when to leave it alone. It tells us the water won't crush our chests." He lifted his head. He had bad skin under the stubble. He was someone's cousin, and it was never supposed to be a prayer. "Tell me about Ash," Harrington said. The man's mouth moved around the vowels like a dog around a pill. "He's been here as long as the water's been the color of money," he said. "He came up from the flats when the oil spill made men with trucks rich. He didn't get rich, he got smart. He doesn't wear a name because that's what gets torn off when you go under. He's held enough coats and keys that you think he owns the house, but then you go to someone else for the mortgage." Rusk," Patel said. "Rusk thinks he is the mortgage," the man said. "He's a door with a party on the other side. You need someone else for the music." "Oh," Harrington said. But the man's eyes shifted past him, and Harrington knew the answer was not going to come in a sentence. 2 more men in jackets in the alley, one of them buzzing like a wasp with nervous excitement, the other with the careful blankness of a person who enjoys movies where there's a lot of slowly opening doors. Harrington closed the van on the transmitter and put his back to it. The lemon in the air went from story to fact. He didn't see Tess arrive, but then she was in the dock doorway with Father Nolan behind her like a small, steady square. She had a look that said good news and bad share a plate. She held up a cell phone, not hers, with a thread visible. The last message in it read like a key. "Whitlow, B17, locker." Tim Burner in the church had 1 other draft besides the one to me, Tess said. A draft to a number tagged DR. The text had dock information. If it sent, Russ got a map. "So think he needs maps?" Patel asked. "As I think he likes being invited to places he's already in," Tess said. Marlowe's voice called from the hallway because she refused to chase anywhere. "If we're going to do arrests that are going to stick, I need a judge who still believes in stapled paper," she said to the air. "Son, you have an hour before the city attorney starts trying to kill this under the blanket of a procurement meeting." Pick who we send a car to first. Sinvin goes to protection, Soraya said, exhausted and in charge. And Russ gets a polite knock with too many cameras around it. Ash, she closed her eyes once. Ash gets a net when he thinks he's alone. We cannot do him on the pier. He'll take 6 of us down with him. I want him without water in the picture. And then we pull his house, Patel said. Oh, he doesn't have one, the jacket man said, honest and a little proud. Said he has a storage room in 3 buildings and a way of standing still anywhere that makes the place think it belongs to him. And then we pull his friend, Tess said. Pull Rusk. He comes to the water when Ash calls him. Without Ash, he's just a man in a window. Make him furious. He'll call Ash, and then you'll have the call you want. Sen or we arrest him, Patel said mildly. Toward that, Tess said. They were 3 moves into a chess game that had never stopped. Harrington felt the dull headache you get when you see how it is going to go and it still lets you lose pieces you like. He nodded. We go to Rusk, he said. Rusk's lobby had the kind of silence money buys on purpose. The receptionist's helmet hair had been combed again since morning. She took in Soraya with the hard-won respect of someone who has had to learn which women in this town can end your job and which ones will call you later with an apology. She took in the police badges with nostalgia. She looked at Tess the way cats look at clean counters. Well, Mr. Rusk, Harrington said. Oh, now. She put a finger to a small headset and said, They're here, in a tone that pretended they were on lunch. Rusk came out faster than the scale would have predicted. He wore his damp sky shirt again, which meant he owned multiples or a washing machine that didn't judge him. He looked at Soraya first, because that's how you behave when you think staying in office is an art. Then he looked at Harrington and laughed like a man who has learned to love his own sense of humor. Back so soon, he said. Zoe, I was just thinking about charities. Tintin, where's Ash? Harrington said. Rusk looked at his nails. That's a bold question from a man who dipped a city employee in my river this morning and called it theater. Sarun sent you through Vin Inn, Soraya said, her voice the kind of quiet that makes children sit up straighter at dinner. He signed your name on payment requests you made. He has notebooks that are going to be read out loud in a room with cameras. You can either come with us like a citizen, or we can ask the clerk at the front to hold your belt while we do it the other way. Rusk's smile straightened out, ironed. So are we pretending you're not a co-signer? He shouldn't have said co-signer. It was too technical a word. It made lifts look mechanical. It made prosecutors salivate. It made reporters write with their sharp pencils. Tess looked at him and didn't blink because that would have been ungenerous to the moment. Daniel, she said, and his first name didn't come easy to her mouth. If you think we are the same kind of dirty, you do not know what can happen to you when people like me get bored. He spread his hands again, that gesture upgrading itself from charm to defensive posture. Aren't you going to run my mug next to the councilwoman's on the evening news, he said. Will the Tide Board be in the shot? Pan, we're taking you in, Patel said. She didn't wait for the negotiated version. She told him the charge the way you tell someone you're turning off a light. Conspiracy to obstruct justice, tampering with evidence, accessory to homicide. The book's heavy. Let's get in the car before I drop it. He went easy because some men have the sense to make their televisions lie for them later. He kept himself straight, jaw set, a posture that would hate him when he saw it, because it would remind him of his father. In the hall, 2 members of the board of directors of Harborwood, the kind of men who donate because they like their names in serif, made the faces they make at funerals when they want to be the best at sadness. Rusk kept his. He didn't look at them. In the car, Soraya watched the city roll by like a camera moving down a dolly track. She didn't speak to anyone for 3 minutes and then said to Harrington, If you don't get Ash tonight, I'm not sure you'll get him at all. He knew. The river was a complicated table. You weren't invited to eat without doing dishes, and sometimes dinner was a person. They got Rusk downstairs at the precinct and into a room with a glass that didn't pretend. Marlowe made 2 calls, a judge, the city attorney's office. She didn't try to burn anyone yet, but You could smell the gas being unscrewed. Patel got Zarni to walk the notebooks to Imaging himself. "Bind their wrists to the copier," she said to him, and he saluted with a seriousness she didn't make fun of. In the reporter bullpen at a local station 3 blocks away, a producer who'd been waiting her whole life for a scoop she didn't understand moved a super-titled Untied Gate Scandal into the B block. In a house that was not Ashy's, a man who rented beds by the week put on a jacket and took out a strip of painter's tape and wrote a number beautiful enough to make himself smile. In a church office, Father Nolan sat with the ledger open and his palm flat on a page and said the names on it as if he were telling them something they needed to know. Harrington stood in the hall outside interview 2 and watched Rusk through the glass because he didn't trust himself not to confuse the man with the angle that had made him. Rusk looked calm like a sick sea. Tess came up the corridor with wind in her hair that buildings try to keep out. She had the priest behind her. They were a kind of act now. She raised 2 fingers from her notebook like a penitent asking to interrupt. "Father Nolan gave me something fun," she said softly. "To Burner's other drafts? There was a third." "Tin who?" Harrington said. "Finn," she said. "Saved, but not sent. At 2 this morning. It says 17 is a door. If I go through it, I want someone to know I knocked. That's a man who wanted to be brave and learned he was late." Nolan looked ill and gentle. "Don't tell him that," he said. "I'd tell him he was in time for himself." "And you can do that," Harrington said. "I am bad at that part." In the interrogation room, Rusk faced the recorder the way a man faces a mirror he paid for. He said the thing first to test the floor. "And I will cooperate," he said, which is different than confessing. "Punt hood," Marlowe said from the doorway because she understood what makes men like their voices. "And you can tell us where Ash sleeps." Rusk chuckled, and it was so quiet it was almost kind. "And he sleeps in the river," he said. "When he's tired, he sleeps in your hospitals on chairs in waiting rooms where the nurses don't ask anyone for insurance at 3 in the morning. When he's trying to be charming, he sleeps on couches in offices of non-profits written up in magazines. He has a key to your city. Ask your procurement office which doors." "And ask you," Patel said. "I'm tired of the pronouns." He sighed, and you could tell he loved hating them. "All right, you want one door. I'll give you the door under the old cannery on Mariner. There's a maintenance room with a false floor. It empties into a tunnel that doesn't know which decade it's in. He meets there when he likes to hear echoes. He likes to run the rope through his hands and smell the lemon and say words like hub and node. If you go in 2s, not 3s. Don't make the river do math it doesn't like." "Sent, why are you helping?" Marlowe asked. "And 'cause I want to be a man who makes one right choice this year," Rusk said. "And because if you put Ash and me in the same bag, I will die sooner." He leans on people with his hands. "Fo, you lean with your name," Tess said from the doorway before anyone could stop her. "You like the way it looks in font." He shrugged what for him passed as a shrug. "On you'll get your story," he said. "Write me the way I deserve to be written. You can be kind to my children and still call me useful." Tess's face became the thing he had taught her years ago, a sheet of paper that has decided it is not afraid of ink. They didn't wait to make arrests that night. They were done with weekends. Marlowe sent 2 cars to the old cannery. She called the fire department to stand ready without letting them know why. She put a man on each berth 17 in a visible vest, because sometimes spectacle is what keeps the machine from turning the way it wants. She told Soraya to go home and put on something that looked not expensive but very well chosen, and to be ready to be mad on television. Soraya said no, and Regina said yes, and then Soraya went anyway because old habits win even when brave ones have the better arguments. Patel changed out of her wet shirt into a dry one made of the same color because she didn't believe in variety. Harrington took the ring out of his pocket and almost put it on, which made him want to send himself to the kind of counseling he makes fun of. He wrapped it in gauze instead and put it in his breast pocket where it was less likely to talk. They went to the cannery at dusk. The building had the stolid despair of an old factory that knows it is now ambience. A door at the side had a lock that had been shown love by bolt cutters more than once. Inside, condensation, faint lemon, a path through dust that a nice vacuum could still make sense of. Down a short stair, 17 steps? He didn't count on purpose. And into a maintenance room with a floor that sounded wrong in the middle. Patel crouched, finger along the seam. She looked up and grinned, an expression she never bothered with when there were people around not worth it. "False," she said. "You want to pry?" He found a flat bar and made a lever where the world had offered him one. The panel lifted in a square, and the air that came up was heavy and stored. The light in the room shed itself down with interest. The tunnel below looked like a throat that loved its job. "Flashlight," he said, and she had already handed it. They went down into the throat because men who think they can close doors like to see what's on the other side of every one they open. Concrete tunnel ran straight for 20 paces before kinked to the left, then down. At the bottom of the run, a small chamber sat with a folding chair, a crate for a table, and the kind of cheap lamp people buy when they are not sure they will be killed for plugging something in. On the crate, a strip of painter's tape with a 17, because someone likes their own joke. On the wall, photographs of certain spots along the river, berths, culverts, backs of buildings where nobody on lunch break looked, red dots next to 3, green next to others. A pin stabbed through a Polaroid of the underroom at East 17. On the back wall, chalk marks counted with a finger the way you track days somewhere you can't stand to live. "And meets people here," Patel said. "C practices patience here." "Or he lets patients practice on him," Harrington said. He moved the beam across the floor and almost missed it because the city hid its love notes in dirt. A small silver glint tipped him. A hoop earring, cheap, scuffed, with a tiny gull charm attached. He'd seen it on a girl in a photo with a cake and a missing tooth and a woman's hand holding her shoulder lightly like a promise. Lily Duarte. He picked it up with the tweezers Patel gave him like he had asked for them without speaking. He didn't say a word, because nothing he could have said would have had the right shape. Patel edged to the far wall, there, beneath a light switch plate screwed in crooked because perfection is attractive but not necessary, a phone jack without a phone. She pulled the plate and found a tiny camera, cheap but careful. It had a line running through the wall to something beyond that would be either a recorder or a person. She raised her eyebrows, and Harrington made the little wrist twist that meant, leave it. He didn't want to teach it to recognize them in the wild. They were still in the tunnel when the text came. It hit all 3 of their phones because that was the way this person liked to appear, like a universal command. The number he had learned like a song. The message: if you want her, come to the boardwalk. 17 minutes. Tell the priest to bring the book. "Twat her," Patel said, already moving in her head. "Tess." It was lazy to assume, it was obvious, it was their day. Harrington texted back without looking like he had decided to be that sort of man. "Where?" The reply came instantly, as if the finger had been on the send. "Bayview, the old arcade, the stairs with the 17 painted on them. Hurry when the light turns." He looked at Patel, and she had already got the words where she liked them. "When I watched you watch Birth 17, she said. "When I want a mirror. They want to see whether you'll cross the city again because they told you to." "And they want the ledger," he said. "And they want Nolan in the frame." He called Father Nolan and said the unkind part. "You're not bringing the book. You're bringing a Bible and an empty bag. You're going to look the way he needs you to look without giving him what he wants." Nolan was quiet for 2 steps of their run to the stairs. "I can do that," he said. "I've done that for my bosses for years." "And do you have someone?" Harrington asked, and he meant someone to hold the ledger. "If this goes bad, short. Sign, I have women who organize casseroles in hospitals who still give me an office because I have a collar," Nolan said. "So we'll be poorer if I lose the book. I won't be worse." They hit the parking lot at a speed the law encourages as long as the right people are in the car. Marlowe met them with a gesture that meant, "I know and I hate it, and keep going." Soraya called from another lane, her hands on her wheel making small shutters of light. "Don't let him lead you into a 4th trap," she said. "When we're out of fairy tales." The Bayview Boardwalk had been fighting for its life for decades and had learned from the wrong teachers. The old arcade had become a thrift store, then a community art space, then a shuttered thing with a lease sign that was always taped crooked. The stairs at the side down to the water-level walkway had numbers painted on them when the city tried to make exercise a public art project. 117 in cheerful colors. Someone had gone over the 17 with a Sharpie, their neat lines making the number darker, inevitable. They were 2 minutes early. The sun had decided it was too late in the day to be brave. No lemon yet. The river below slapped the concrete with the sound it uses when it wants people to go home. Harrington looked at each step like it would tell him whether it meant well. Tess came around the corner with Father Nolan and Clea. He felt something in his chest do the good thing, and he hated whatever part of him had to mark it in a ledger. She raised a hand like she would to a cab if the city still had cabs. "And hey, used my own trick on me," she said. Then he sent a kid with a note that said, "City Hall wants you to hold a comment for 40 minutes. I stayed put because I believed it. I hate myself in delightful new ways." "Save that for a column," he said, not unkind. "We're going down." 17 steps, Nolan said, friendly horror gentle in his voice. "And a pilgrimage." They went. At step 12, his phone buzzed again, vibrating like something excited to know it's about to be used. He didn't answer. He counted 13, 14, 15, 16. At the 17th, he stopped and waited for the trick. The trick came. A panel in the wall to their left, one of those civic utility doors with a small round lock and a metal face, clicked. He pushed his palm flat and it swung inward on quiet hinges because someone oiled them the way you oil a child's bike when you are trying to get them to love summer. Inside, a small concrete room, blank except for a chair bolted to the floor. No lemon at first. The smell of salt and power and paint and something like perfume someone else had worn yesterday. In the chair, a young man, thin hair buzzed, hoodie damp. Hands cuffed to the chair, chain attached to the floor loop, familiar as a family recipe. He looked up and his eyes were not ones they had seen before. "Please," he said. And it was before he saw the collar, and then he said, "Father." Nolan stepped forward and then stopped because for all their various sins, none of them were fools. Harrington circled and looked for the device that would be beneath the chair. There it was. Timer set at 17 again like a signature. Transmitter ready to tell another room that somebody had stood. He pulled the wires because he wanted to ruin somebody's choreography. The device went quiet. Patel checked the cuffs. She had the key. She had 17 keys. It still took 17 seconds. The boy breathed like the building was making air especially for him. Said you'd come," he said. "And she said there would be a detective who hates numbers." "Which way did he go?" Harrington said, still scanning for the next panel, the next trick, the next message written in the geometry of a tired building. The boy shook his head. He wasn't here. He was on a phone. He said he liked the priest's voice. He said to tell the man with the ring he admires people who carry other people's things. Nolan's eyes went to Harrington's chest on reflex. Harrington ignored the heat there and reached for the boy's wrists, because you always do that when cuffs come off. You hold people where the steel had them a second before, teach the skin to be skin again. "Okay," Patel said. "The joke is getting old. The number is getting old. I'm bored enough to make a mistake on purpose." The hallway outside the little room looked the same as it had before, which is how buildings lie. Tess stepped out and took a few frames of the 17 on the step, the neatness of the numbers. "You know he's going to leave you something you actually want to pick up," she said softly. "Stop wanting for 1 minute. Ain't good advice," he said. "Santa won't take it." The boy swayed. Clea put her hands to his shoulders with the same competence she used to move pallets. Nolan said a prayer under his breath that had no religion in it but some good sentences anyway. Harrington's phone rang again and again, and he finally answered because not answering had become its own submission. "Yes, when you come alone just once," Ash said, and the voice was wind now, a kind of gentleness that comes with a view. "It's exhausting to perform for all these lovely people." You want me to meet you under the cannery," he said. "Too bad. I already visited your quiet place. Ash chuckled. She liked the photographs. They're proof of life. The wrong kind, I know. And you have a wrong kind for everything. And is a right kind, Ash said, and then, softer. 17 is a warning. I didn't lie. Some doors only open at the mark. If you keep trying to be everywhere at once, detective, you'll miss the door that actually has your name on it. "What door is that?" he asked, tired of being led through an idiot's proverbs. "Regina's office," Ash said, and then he hung up. They all looked at Marlowe at the same time, like they had rehearsed it. The councilwoman had not come down the stairs with them. She had stayed above to keep the world from closing on their heads. She stood at the top, phone to ear, and for a second only Harrington saw the face, because it was the kind you turn toward a wall. He took the steps 2 at a time because of course he did. Marlowe's voice was wrong in the small ways that tell you a person is balancing. "Say it again," she said quietly into the phone. She said it like a person putting her hand into a bag with a snake named Truth. Then she looked at Harrington and said into the air, evenly, with a grace she should not have had to own, "The chief has issued a suspension for you, pending investigation into mishandled evidence in the Tidemark cases." It hit without shock because surprise had been used up for the day. Harrington smiled because a person has choices. "Signed by Whitlow," he said. It wasn't a question. "Whitlow doesn't sign," Marlowe said. "He has someone else do the handwriting. Vin used to do it. Today it's someone named Hoke, effective immediately. Badge, gun, down on the step with the painted 17, the boy breathed, and Tess took down a sentence with a pen. Father Nolan held a book that wasn't the ledger. Clea kept a hand on a kid's shoulder so the world wouldn't push him over. Soraya answered a call from someone who wanted to decide how many people she could hurt before dinner. Harrington took off the badge. He took off the gun. He handed them to Marlowe, who held them as if she had picked up something somebody dropped on a beach and wasn't sure whether to keep. Patel stepped in front of him like a door he could choose to go through anyway and said, pleasantly enough for a person whose day had been used wrong, "So I don't need your badge to turn a key." Tess lifted her camera and took one picture, because there are moments you don't get twice and no one believes you without a photograph. He didn't mind being in this one. He had always expected to have a picture taken at the moment somebody told him he didn't work here anymore. He just hadn't expected to be relieved. He looked at the step where the 17 had been made darker by someone who liked to joke too much and said, "Not to the number, not to the city, but to the water. And all right, let's do it your way." His phone buzzed one last time that hour. A text. The number he had learned. The words plain. The next number isn't 17. He felt the small moral panic of a man who suddenly doesn't have a favorite superstition anymore. He looked at Patel. She was smiling for real this time, like a woman who smells what happens next and isn't afraid to go set the table for it. "What's the next number?" she asked. They all looked at the tideboard even though it was nowhere near them. They all waited for the river to speak like it owed them an answer. The phone buzzed again. New message. 2 digits. Not a prime, not pretty. Part 4. A door that counts differently. The number sat in his palm without weight and made everything heavy. They were all looking at him like numbers were his to interpret, and for a moment Harrington missed the years when a 7 could still mean a lucky thing. The boardwalk glare softened, taking the city's edges down a stop. The boy in the chair breathed like he had been told to do it. Tess kept her mouth from shaping anything he couldn't afford yet, and Patel watched the way a surgeon watches a bleed, calm until the choice arrives. "New mark," she said. "Not a prime." He smiled because a person has to practice. "So we've made it mad at math." Up on the street, Marlowe didn't move her face when the suspension came down. Whitlow by Hoke's hand, the badge and gun in her palm like a photograph of a younger time. She tucked both under her arm like library books and didn't say she would get them back for him. What she said was, "Don't let 30 days be your math, Harrington. Let the number we just got be your problem. Go." He went because he didn't carry weight well when it wasn't attached to something alive. They put the boy in an ambulance, not because he needed a hospital, but because he needed to be carried by a machine that wouldn't ask him to be brave again for an hour. Father Nolan climbed in like absolution, gets a seat when it's early enough in the day. Tess squeezed the priest's sleeve and told him not to bless the diesel. Outside, the fog that had held its breath for them decided it didn't need to be polite anymore. It pressed itself against the glass of shops, slid under doorways, lay down in the gutters where it liked to rest. Harrington wished for the old weight at his hip, and then named the wishing a habit and not a belief. They regrouped in the diner because coffee is a sacrament that still answers better than prayer. The cat in the window took inventory of their sins and decided none of them included fish, which made them temporarily acceptable. Patel spread Vin's composition books on the table like a hand of cards that had been played too long. "Take the numbers," she said. What changed? Vin had written like a man who didn't want to forget anything because forgetting would be his undoing. Columns of dates, and next to the dates the end digits of purchase orders, 17 circled so often the paper thinned. Here and there, 24 not circled, a little notation, overflow, emergency route, B phase, on the top of a page, underlined in a clerk's tidy hand, for when 17 is hot, switch to 24. Use only when the river is high or the schedule is blown. Harrington traced the ink with a finger. On what does 24 mean to men who think they're smarter than water? Untied doesn't go midnight to midnight, Tess said. Eyes on nothing in particular, but schedules do. What if 24 is a number to remind them to think like clocks, not waves? Zarni called from the lab before they could argue the poetry. He never sounded so alive as when he had gotten the right drawer open. "You want a present," he said. "We're short on wrapping paper," Patel said, sipping coffee that didn't help. "Purchase orders ending in 24, he said. Match from 2019. Public Works pumps, outfall maintenance. Outfall 24 got a new gate around the time the protocol was hot. Also dispatch logs from Harborward. We pulled 5 years, patterns like pearls. Jobs in the off-book system go out on the 24-minute mark past the hour when the tide's wrong for 17. It's almost pretty. It's location, Harrington said. Outfall 24 is north side, Gull Point, Zarni said, where the old canal meets the river. Also, there's a berth 24 at Whitlow, smaller than 17, nobody likes its angle. And, wait for dessert, there's a Unit 24 in Millwright storage on Harlan listed to a shell nonprofit we found on Harborward's paperwork, Rivers Together. The signature is a name that's never been photographed. Say it, Tess said, because you always make the world speak. Shep, he said. Could be Shepherd, could be Shepherdson. It looks like a thing you sign when you don't want anything to stick. The C looks like an S someone erased. On Jaché, Patel said, flat. Send me a saint, Zarni said. And tell Irene I'm a good boy. Harrington looked at the city map in his mind the way he used to look at the faces in the precinct for fights that wanted to start themselves. When we split, he said, only you take Whitlow 24 and a couple of uniforms that won't drown. I'll take Gull Point. Tess, sent. I'm coming, she said, tired of pretending to ask permission. And you're sending your bodyguard, he said, pointing his chin at the cat. The cat put a paw out and tapped the window like a little judge. And call Nolan when you have to bless something that looks like a valve. Soraya texted in the clipped sentences of a woman teaching herself to be purposeful, Rusk arraignment early. Judge Mathers, media at noon, city attorney hedging. 3 dots as if she had typed the feeling and deleted it. Then Vin under guard at Precinct Annex, Regina's office. He typed back, keep Vin breathing, we're going to 24. 3 dots, her answer. I will carry his notebooks myself. Bring me something worse and better than what we already have. Gull Point lived at the edge of the bay like a thought someone forgot to finish. Rocks thrown by a hand with bad aim. A low wall of concrete that had held its last conversation decades ago. Outfall 24 was a round mouth 2 men high built into the wall, the numbers painted up to a mark and rubbed off by petty weather. A metal grate could be closed with a winch if someone felt the day deserved it. They parked crooked because the signs were suggestions, and suggestions were a kind of lie when you were late. The air smelled like fish less than it ought to and more like the lemon that got to places anyway. The tape was there. painter's tape, a small square stuck to the concrete face near the winch housing, the 24 written like a person wrote their name when they wanted to be admired for neatness. Harrington touched it through his glove because he hadn't learned any other way to keep himself from touching dangerous things. Sticky, fresh oil transferring to the glove in a whisper. "Your friend leaves you souvenirs," Tess said. She scanned the rock skulls hopping like pointless messengers, the part of town nobody goes to on purpose. "And you think he wants you to climb in?" "Tent would be rude," Harrington said, "and he doesn't like to be rude when there isn't a point in it." He looked at the winch housing. It had a new lock on it that had been scuffed by someone trying to be in a hurry with it. The mechanism gave them the story. The gate had been raised recently. The wheel, still wet, had the lemon on it, which was how you cleaned a handprint without cleaning a conscience. He looked into the tunnel. Water stood like a thought that didn't know if it deserved to keep living. In the damp near the mouth, a duffel bag sat, the blue kind you buy when every expensive thing movie stars carry is a joke. Lemon had had its way with the zipper. Harrington unzipped it because this was one of those times. Inside, a hoodie with a cartoon on it, a key ring with a rubber unicorn, a half-used prepaid phone in a baggie, a photograph of a girl trying to look like she didn't care that she was 19. Nadia Krupin, hair rougher than the version in the flyer, eyes greener than the print deserved. On the back of the photo, in a voice that had learned to make requests without putting the request in the sentence, she had written, "This doesn't look like me anymore. Do not use this one in papers if they ever need one." Tess looked over his shoulder and was quiet because living women leave you better words than dead ones do. Harrington held the unicorn charm between finger and thumb and felt a betrayal so juvenile it made him want to be better at hating men with trucks. He pocketed the phone and the photo. "She wants us to know she passed through here," he said. "She wants us to think she passed through here alive," Tess said, "which is not the same." Patel called from Whitlow, voices behind hers, Officer Pike's specific brand of precise worry. Irene bossed, you could hear the braid in it, the river, practicing vowels. "Berth 24 has a panel. It's not a throat like 17, it's a hatch. We got a van on the approach and a driver who wishes he'd taken up yoga. He says the drop tonight isn't here. Ash changed it after the pier show. He's moving the schedule to, wait, paper sounds. Pen Millwright 24. Storage," Harrington said. "On Unit 24. Rivers together," Patel said. "On the driver says that's where they pre-stage the boxes when the river isn't cooperating with their romance." Hit it, he said. "Made me have to get a warrant," she said, because she had gone to school for this and still liked being employed. "Oh, would get it," he said, "and then open it like the building is on fire." Tess's phone vibrated with a number she liked more than she should, Father Nolan. "He wants you to know he didn't bring the ledger, which you told him not to do," she said. "Also, he says a man named Hoke called the parish and asked Father to sit on his hands until the city calmed down." Hoke is going to choke," Harrington said, "because sometimes you allow yourself the low ones. And tell him Father shouldn't answer phones unless they're from us or his God." "Chen, I've got God lighting up as spam," Nolan said when she put him on speaker. "It's been a long time." "And sit tight," Harrington said. "Said I hate those words," Nolan said. "Then walk slow," Harrington said. They drove to Millwright Storage down Harlan with the knowledge that the wrong kind of waiting makes you stupid. The lot looked like lots look, painted with hope, gated with resignation. Marlowe had dropped a judge's signature on a warrant like a stone in a bucket, and 2 squads blocked the entrance. Patel was at the fence, hair pinned the way you pin maps when they're too big for the wall. "Unit 24, she said, pointing. "3rd row, left-hand side, a blue door with a bubble number, the kind of font that says this place has never seen anyone dangerous." A man from the office with a clipboard, the size of his ambition, shifted from foot to foot like a father waiting for his kid to finish being born. Patel slid the warrant through the lip of the lock. Harrington stood back because a man learning to love his suspension should start practicing early. They rolled the door and smelled lemon and metal. Inside, a room more empty than its number deserved. A folding table, a plastic tub marked Shen Wednesday, in black marker, now empty, a wall with a yellowed map of the city pinned crooked, 3 strips of painter's tape in a row with 17/24/31 written in that patient neat hand like some twisted advent calendar. Under the numbers, hooks. 2 hooks had keys, the one under 24 did not. "He can count as high as he wants," Patel said. We can't keep stopping him by learning to count along." Officer Pike, bookish face, lashes caught in fog, crouched by a crate in the corner. He lifted the lid. Inside, flight proofs of life. Polaroids, undated, faces that came from the same hotel room and the same hallway and the same river tunnel. The back of one had a note in light pencil, written by a careful hand. 24, Naomi L., give to Rebecca. Pike passed it to Harrington, a little like contraband, or a bribe he refused to be part of. "To Naomi Lang," Pike said. "Went missing in 2018. Rebecca had her photo up at the parish in a frame that said Hope, and I wanted to smash the frame because the word felt dishonest." Harrington put the photo in an evidence sleeve and wished the word had a face he could slap. A sound came from near the office, a nun's cough of radios. A pair of Harborward volunteers in blue jackets drifted in like they'd lost a dog. Clea stepped out of the line of lockers and looked at them without mercy. "You get lost outside of shifts," she said. They came toward her, and then didn't, because police are like the weather, visible and occasionally inconvenient. One of the volunteers was a kid with acne, and the other was a man with the same bad posture all warehouse floors teach. The man had lemon on his hands because you could see the sheen. He carried it the way people carry sin and say they're fine. "We're looking for Unit 16, the kid said to nobody with authority, and Harrington wanted to hug him for using numbers as an apology for being alive. Come back later," Patel said. And she said it the way a person says, "Choose early to be decent." The office man with the clipboard did the right thing at the wrong time and said, "We don't close during business hours," and Patel cut him a look that would have trimmed hedges. "Today you do," she said. She handed Zarni 3 Polaroids as if they were eggs. "Print the backs," she said, "and bring me something that will let me ruin a man without talking." They had 20 doors and none of them yet open to Nadia. Harrington felt the number in his pocket like a stone he kept rotating. 24. The phone buzzed before he could build a hymn around it. Unknown. The voice they had given their own chords to. "And you're learning," Ash said, "and you like the empty hooks. I hung the numbers for you because otherwise you would forget we can count to whatever you decide to catch up to." "Where is she?" Harrington said, skipping foreplay. "C is where you would go if you had your old badge," Ash said. "Said she is where the city keeps its old pride in new boxes. She is in a room with a number that you would ignore if we hadn't become friends about numbers." "Say it," Harrington said, tired as a curb. "Boardwalk," Ash said, gentle as a cough. "See old arcade? The door you opened? There's another. 24 paces along, 24 steps down. Bring the priest if you want to make it pretty. Bring the LED. Shent, I'm not bringing the ledger," Harrington snapped. He could hear the smile through the wires. "I know," Ash said. "You're getting good at not bringing the right thing." He hung up. Harrington put his hand on the locker door because it was something solid and then took it away because it had lemon somewhere on it, and lemon on his skin made him feel like a signature. "Back," he said to Patel. "So wants another performance." "Paint good," she said. "I'm a cheap date when it's for a show." It took 6 minutes to reach the arcade again, and 2 more to count 24 paces along the stink-slicked water line, and 1 to find the second panel that made itself known when your hand passed over it like a body that likes to be touched where the bruise is. The keyhole waited with obscene patience. "A no key," Tess said, "when we need your friend's theology." "And God comes late," Father Nolan said. He had jogged to meet them, collar crooked, eyes honest. He held up a key like a magic trick and made no joke about it. "Maintenance. I have parishioners who mop this walkway because their grandsons skateboard here. The city loses keys whenever it wants to. The lock yielded to the same persuasion it had been built to accept. The panel swung. Lemon. A chair, because there is always a chair. No figure in the chair. A phone on the chair, screen lit, camera pointed to a feed of a room they hadn't been in yet. A small concrete cell with a girl in it, knees up, arms wrapped around, chin on the scaffold of her wrist. Nadia. The water in the cell's drain had risen to the shin. She flicked a hair out of her face with a gesture so mundane it made Harrington want to set fire to a dozen men. 15 minutes, Tess said. She didn't guess. She could smell time when it wanted to be smelled. How many steps? Nolan asked quietly. 24, Harrington said, each on purpose. He went ahead because he had practiced. The stairs had been painted, white once, and then the city had stopped believing in painting. He counted because he couldn't afford not to. The door at the bottom loved numbers. It opened at the end of a beep that sounded like hospital equipment on, the kind that makes it decent to cry in public when it stops. The room was 12 by 12 and pretended not to know the wet. Nadia looked up and did not perform any more courage than she had to. "Own you're late," she said, a child's bravery, and it made him like her more than he should. He broke the chain on the floor ring by doing the thing that sometimes works when it shouldn't, overwhelming a small piece of bad city hardware with the weight of a man who had made mistakes. Patel took the cuffs with a key she didn't have permission to own and loaned them their second life. Nolan put his hand on the girl's head the way old saints did when there was no other trick to learn. The phone on the chair beeped once and then twice and then stopped. On its small bright square, a new image bloomed, his own face now in Nadia's room. Then the room behind him, the door frame, the hall, then tight to the caring hand on Nadia's head. Tess said, "Because somebody had to. He's using the cheap camera. He can see you. He likes the part where you look like a man." "Oh, let him," Harrington said. He didn't bother saying any good words to Nadia because good words would be theft. "When we're leaving," they took the stairs up. Step 10, a bit of concrete gave under his heel like an apology. Step 17, because the city liked a joke, the light went out and then back in. Step 19, Nolan stumbled and Tess put a hand to his collar like a woman who had figured out what she would do if Jesus fell in front of her. Step 24, the panel tried to close with a mind that wasn't a mind at all, just a motor someone had told to wait until this moment to be itself. Patel put her shoulder into the edge and made a noise that sounded like a boat refusing to leave a dock. Harrington put his back to her back and lifted Nadia through and Nolan through and Tess through and then went because sometimes what keeps you alive is the stupid belief that the door owes you a favor. They made it. The panel shut with a click you could sell as an advertisement for good locks. The phone on the chair had another message waiting like a dog at the door. Not text, voice. He put it to his ear and didn't mind that he was doing what the person wanted. Sometimes you take a gift without believing in the giver. "And you'll ruin the trick if you keep solving it," Ash said. His tone did the thing it did when he was most himself. Teacher to a favorite student he would later be bored by. "And tell your friend at the precinct to water her plant. It's going to be dry by the time she returns from the press conference. Also, do the math. I told you we could count beyond 17. 24 is not a tide. It's a code for a thing the city bought and forgot it bought. Pumps, my love. 24 inches per minute when both run. It makes rooms empty. It makes rooms full. Be at the old pump station in 24 minutes if you want to watch me prove I kept my word to make this city more efficient. Bring your reporter if you like. She deserves to see what a number can do." "What station?" Harrington said out of habit, tasting the shape of a man he wasn't supposed to be anymore. 2 and 4, Ash said, very pleased. "So you like to count?" He hung up. Marlowe answered on the first ring because people who have lost things pick up faster. "Tell me you're not calling to quit," she said. "When you watered your plant," he said, a pause in which he could hear her look at her windowsill the way a person looks at a dog when they remember they love it. "I hate that you're right," she said. "Hoke just left my office after putting a file on my desk with your name on it spelled correctly. He doesn't usually spell my name correctly, but he managed yours. Says pump station by 2 and 4, he said. Point 2 and 4. That's the old storm pump station at the confluence, she said. It's on the Ravens. She stopped herself because the city wrote itself down differently in different rooms. On the river where the canal used to try to be relevant. There are 2 big pump halls, numbers on the doors. Children took field trips there in 1970s when the city still thought engineering counted as magic. Hen, we're going. Hen, you're going to wait for backup, she said in a tone that sounded like the ocean after 4 nights of wind. Yes, he said. Oh, you're lying, she said. Only 4 minutes, he said. Home right, she said, and hung up. Pump Station 2-4 had once had the arrogance of useful things. The brick was proud, the windows high, the letters above the doors bright. The city had let the paint tire and the letters think about divorce. The padlock on the side gate thought itself important. The side fence thought it could keep bigger thoughts from getting in. They cut through the dog hole in the chain link that teenagers had left for lovers and crimes. The yard held weeds that had figured out at last the trick of looking like plants people wanted. The sound in the building, from this distance, was the sound of someone sucking the last of a milkshake up through a straw. Steady, a little obscene. The front door had steel and a keypad. The back door had wood and self-esteem. It gave to pressure. The hallway beyond smelled like wet metal, lemon, and the old dust of a school. There were 2 pump halls, because the sign told you they'd learned to build redundancy in the years after the big floods. Hall 2 to the right, Hall 4 to the left. The numbers had been stenciled in black and then repainted when the city remembered to. 2 had a hook outside it with a coil of rope that had seen performances. 4 had a bucket that had once held sand for winter sidewalks and currently held coil on coil of C-string line, brighter blue than the rest of the building. Pretty if you like that sort of thing. Ash leaned in the doorway to 4, a man trying on the civilian posture of a person who had never planned to be seen. He held a cloth in one hand because a man needs props. He held nothing else, because the point for him was never about more than gently. He looked like he deeply believed he would always be forgiven by somebody on the last day he was alive. "And you made time," he said. He looked at Nadia as if she had been a problem in a book he had solved correctly. She looked back at him like she had learned something about religion she planned to reject. "Baited a door in a church," Tess said. "Won't tell me your mother is dead so I don't have to resist the urge to call her." He smiled. No mothers," he said. "When we educate ourselves." He pulled the door into Hall 4 open with a flourish that would have served him well in a better play. Inside, the pump belly of the city. 2 giant cylindrical machines that used to be men in cartoons. Their intake mouths like something a dream has in it when it has to confess. Along the back wall, a window below which gauges lived. Inch marks, pressure marks, red needles like gossip. A ladder down into a lower level. A platform walk around the main. The water rose and fell in a square where you could see its speed, the way you watch someone's chest when you want to tell whether they're asleep. 24 inches a minute when both are open and the gate down a hair, he said softly, as if they hadn't already gotten the call. And you can empty a room where a girl thinks too much about the things she has to buy. You can fill a room where a man does business. You can pull the smell out of a body nobody knows to miss yet. "So, ever say your own name?" Harrington asked. "And all the time," he said, delighted. "It's one of my pleasures." "Alistair Shepherd," Tess said, and she made it sound like a line in a poem you're not supposed to say out loud in polite company. He blinked at that, because he'd worked hard to keep the letters from sitting together. He did not correct her. He ghosted a bow. "Shen, why the numbers?" Harrington asked. "Why teach us how to be late less elegantly?" He shrugged. "I like you," he said simply. "So you have the old problem you think rooms can be made to tell the truth if you bang on the walls long enough. Numbers are a way to talk to men who speak that dialect. 17 got your skin warm, 24 for something else for you. It makes you wonder if you're not part of something bigger than your own day." "Don't say religion," Nolan murmured, and Ash laughed with genuine joy. "And you can say it," he said. "It's a city we invented so we could all feel bad in the same way at the same time." "Sen, you killed a woman," Patel said. "You're not allowed to be interesting." "Sinai made a choice in a room," he said, still not looking at her, which was its own answer. We lose people all the time. Sometimes they decide to stay lost. Sometimes someone helps. I'm a helper. He glanced at Rusk's shadow in the corner of the building and then didn't, because Rusk wasn't here, literally. Other people own the water, he said, glancing deliberately at Soraya's absence and presence. Other people own docks. I own time. He moved his hand to the lever that fed water to the pumps, a long bar that had nostalgia built into it. Harrington had his hand on the smaller lever next to it before his brain got permission. The sound in the room changed, the straw sucking slowing, the window water's schooled rise easing. Ash made a small approving sound. We could do this all day, he said. But the city won't tolerate it. In 3 minutes you will. Get the call that tells you you have to come upstairs and answer for the thing I made someone else sign earlier. While you're gone, I will show this girl how to walk out of the city without leaving. We will take her to a room where nobody keeps ledger entries anymore because they set the paper on fire last night. Did you see that? It was a nice fire. Harrington didn't let the anger take the first seat. Anger is a bad driver to let the evidence lock up. Sodai did nothing of the sort, Ash said, and this time he smiled with boredom. Hoke has nephews. There was a loose heater. The fire department likes to be called by men with sirs in their voices. Your boxes smelled like cardboard and made themselves useful. People commented on how much the smoke smelled like lemon, which is an accident, I'm sure. I bring my own cloths wherever they sell them. He lifted his cloth and inhaled like a sinner, remembering his first sin. Marlowe's call came then, as scheduled by someone who had taught the river how to set an alarm. He didn't pick up. He couldn't afford an alarm right now. She texted instead, "Fire at lockup. We saved some. You have 15. Hoke is at my door." Michael," Tess said. "We've got 15, he said. He looked at Nadia. "So we're not letting him make your story one of those that ends with a paragraph in a paper nobody will buy. Okay?" Her face did that flicker 19-year-old faces do when they suddenly accept what a stranger says as gospel. "'Chokay." The phone in Ash's pocket vibrated. He let it, a man not in a hurry to gratify a little machine. Harrington moved his hand along the smaller lever until the window water settled just enough to show its skin. He thought of 17 as a door and 24 as a valve and drew a map in his head of both. "We're doing this wrong," he said half to himself. "He's trying to make us count in the open." "And count in the dark," Patel said. "Cut it at the breaker. Make him do it with his hands and his pride. Breaker box on the far wall, green and gray, the writing on it more honest than anyone in the building." Patel crossed to it with a gait that said the ground would help her if she asked. Ash watched with benign interest and then raised the cloth to his face like a theater critic smelling a stage and took 2 steps that were not 2 steps. They were an argument. He was between her and the breaker before anyone who wasn't used to this could get to the right sentence. Harrington grabbed his arm. The cloth hit his wrist. Lemon. A finger knuckle into his soft place beneath the ear again, a move he should have been ready for and still wasn't because he didn't practice being hit in the same way by men he hated. He saw a field of white, then something like water, then Tess's voice making the shape of his name in a way he tried not to enjoy. Ash went for the lever again, and this time a sound stopped him, the slide of a bolt being drawn on an old door. "Don't touch it," said a calm voice. Rusk, in the doorway to Hall 2, hand on the frame because men who run companies can hold on to anything when they decide to. He wasn't supposed to be here. He had been under a judge and a camera an hour ago. He had a look on his face like he'd decided to be something else for a minute and found it fit too well. "This is going to be boring," Ash said without turning. "Ish, pick a different hobby," Rusk said. "He told me to bring it." Rusk held up between 2 fingers a ring of keys attached to a card, storm switch key, do not replicate. Ash pivoted, eyes bright. "You did good," he said. "And you gave me a list," Rusk said. "And I burned my half of it. I thought you should know. I want you to stop speaking like a man who thinks he invented moral math. Today you kill this in yourself, or I will help other people kill it in you." Ash looked at Rusk for the first time like a man might look at a painting someone else insisted was a masterpiece. Patient, curious, politely unimpressed. "You're early," he said, and then, because he had a gift for making any room his, he smiled at Nadia as if he had her interest at heart. "These men want to be heroes. They forget they'll have to go to the dry cleaner." Patel put her thumb under the breaker box clip and popped it with the little noise that means something difficult just got easier. The pump sound changed pitch, went from straw to wheeze. The window water calmed as if instructed by a person with authority. Ash frowned, for the first time today a real expression, not an instrument. The room inhaled. And then Harrington saw the thing he had missed, not because he wasn't a detective anymore, but because he was also a man, and men like he had a blind spot where old metal is concerned. At the base of the ladder to the lower level, half hidden by the shadow of the platform, a radio transmitter box sat small and black with an LED blink nobody had respected enough. The wires from it ran into the pump control unit below the breaker. Ash had a pocket controller for days like this. Breakers are church, radios are God. He moved without asking the part of him that writes memos to cooperate. He hit the transmitter with his hand and took the shock a radio gives through skin as the price of this ticket. It skittered, it fell, it went under the ladder into the square water below and died like little gods do, without ceremony. Ash looked at him like someone surprised by a cat mid-leap. "Now it's everybody's hands," Harrington said. "Everyone's hands, then," Ash said, and the room put itself in a new arrangement. Rusk stepped in 2 paces and Pastel washed his attempt at being the man he had told himself to be. He put the storm switch keys on the crate and put his palm on them, the way a man does when he has something he intends to keep for 1 more year. "Oh, you get the girl out," he said to Harrington. "Saint Regina will scream at me later. I will enjoy it." Ash moved his hand, not to the lever, not to the cloth, this time to his pocket. Tess stiffened because pockets are where men keep phones and knives and rules. He took out nothing at all. He had decided to make his word the thing he held. He spread a palm. "You're learning," he said to Harrington. "Shouldn't I have trained you well?" "Sin trained me to hate lemons," Harrington said. "That's a disservice to the fruit." Tess laughed because it was that or cry, and she kept her camera where it belonged for now, her fingers on the rubber railing of the platform, points of pressure she would remember later when she wrote the sentence about it. 2 uniform officers appeared in the doorway for the first time today at the right moment. Pike and the one with the nervous mouth. They looked like help. Marlowe's text landed like a small stone. He lit it. "Box is gone. We have video of Hoke out the back with his coat off. Soraya is walking into cameras. Bring me something that hurts when it breathes, and get Nadia out," Harrington said to Pike. "Now." Pike nodded. He moved with a competence that had had to wait for its test, down the ladder to the lower door, across the plank to the exit hatch. He opened it. On the other side, light and the clean air from a world that has decided not to be a city for 3 steps. Patel turned full to Ash. "And you're not leaving here with your jacket," she said. He nodded toward Rusk without looking. "I need it less now," he said. And then the part of the day none of them had bought their ticket for yet came in. Too loud, too sudden, too simple. The skiff engine outside in the yard. The guttural pop of a motor that had learned to keep a secret. 2 men in jackets the wrong shade for morning moving across the gravel with urgency that lacked style. Hoke at the edge of the lot, lemon in his face, his tie wrong, his eyes the kind that build budgets that have the word midnight in them. "Don't," Marlowe said from the hall behind them, voice flat, a woman with no patience left for drama, but drama had its own budget and little respect for women who did not attend its meetings. Ash's mouth made a small private shape, regret and pleasure together. He put his hands up without being told. Rusk didn't move. Patel had her gun where it mattered, and the breaker was still down, and the pump didn't trust anyone anymore, and the board outside read a tide that wasn't anybody's business. Pike had Nadia at the hatch, and her foot was on the threshold, and she still had to decide whether she wanted to be the kind of person who walked into air when a hallway wanted to hold her. Hoke raised a hand and said to nobody in this room, "Now," and one of the jacket men threw something that shouldn't have been thrown in the direction of men who claimed to own rooms. The thing was small and black, not a bomb, a bell. The same transmitter shape, a cousin to the one drowning under the ladder. It hit the pump housing and stuck because adhesive likes to be useful. The LED blinked once with a kind of joy. Harrington moved to get it. Ash put his shoulder into him with the minimal force needed to send a man into a problem he would have to solve with somebody else's lungs. He went backward into the ladder well, hit the metal, slid to the platform edge. He grabbed the rail because his muscles had been taught to like this more than he did. He got his fingers under the box with a nail. It bit him. He pulled it. It came free like a tooth. He threw it into the water, and it went out because nothing electrical likes being introduced to the basics. The pump came alive anyway for 1 second. A backfeed, a last breath. The square of water in the window wall rose like an animal getting on its feet and then subsided. It was a false start that wanted to be a trick and didn't accomplish anything except to tell them what sound the room would make when it mattered. "Enough," Marlowe said again. Hoke said, "Get Ash out," in a voice that had never used those words in that order before. The jacket men moved in angles that had learned the room's geometry. Rusk made a decision he had been doing calisthenics for all morning and stepped in front of Ash with his entire expensive body. "Move," Patel said, and meant it kinder than it sounded. Ash looked at Rusk and did the thing he must have saved from another life. He smiled without superiority. He put his hand on Rusk's shoulder and pressed his lips together very briefly in an expression that humans developed for good reasons. He used it wrong anyway. "You're going to be an interesting man when you're tired, Daniel," he said. Hoke motioned again, impatient as a school principal. The jacket men grabbed for Ash, but he didn't belong to them. He belonged to the water and to himself. He stepped away from Rusk, not to the men, not to anybody, and put his foot on the ladder to the lower level like a man at a pool party. He looked up at Harrington, who was still holding the rail with blood on the knuckles. 24 is a nice number," he said conversationally. "It looks like a thing you can divide." "Stop," Harrington said. And he wasn't pleading. He was stating a thing the room should accept. "I'm going to show you something you can't write down on a chalkboard," Ash said. He went down the ladder quickly, like a man born to test gravity's patience. At the bottom, the world changed its mind. The pumps kicked with real power, not like breath, like a body. The breaker had no respect for itself. Hoke had thrown a switch at the door, a bypass the room owned, and had been waiting to be told to love. The water in the square climbed the way good math climbs. Nadia's breath caught even with air on her face. Pike grabbed her arm and pulled because the best math is a manual job. Patel lost sight of Ash under the walk as spray hit the window and turned the room into a version of itself men write about later to make themselves feel brave again. Harrington leaned out over the well, found Ash's shoulder because he didn't have to look. His hands had learned this person's body like it had studied a drug. He caught cloth. Lemon. Ash put his hand up, not to be saved, but to set something down gently where it would do the most harm. He held Harrington's ring finger. The ring pressed into fleshy part of his palm through the jacket where he put it like a man who had already decided his skin wouldn't be enough. Ash squeezed, a communicable disease. "Let go," he said softly, and let his weight do what weights do. He fell backward into the lower water, which was in the process of deciding it wanted to be higher water. The pump took the noise and turned it into something less than a scream. Pike had Nadia through the hatch now. Tess had Patel's belt. Rusk had the keys like a man who has to give something to someone in order to keep his hands from making the wrong shape. Harrington did the wrong thing then, because men like this always do at least one wrong thing a day that keeps them alive for another. He went down the ladder after the man he supposed killing would solve something, because sometimes seeing a man die is the only way you teach yourself he's as mortal as the rest. The spray made it so he could see only the steps, then only his own hands, then only the idea of steps and hands. The lower platform shuddered like a living thing. He hit the grate at the bottom with his thigh and forgot language for a half breath. The water took that speech too. Ash was at the far end of the lower level, one hand on the chain that governed a door smaller than the big one, the subgate. He had the chain wrapped around his forearm like a rosary. He had learned to make rooms confess, and he had learned to like it. He looked at Harrington one last time like a teacher accepts a gift and pulled. A smaller door somewhere moved. The water changed its accent. It climbed. It came in at knee and then at thigh. 10 inches in a thing like a breath, faster if you believed it, slower if you needed it to be. Above, someone, a woman, screamed a word that was his name and was also the name of all the men she loved who had acquired the habit of falling into rooms. Someone else shouted "Kill it" at the main, and someone else what sounded like a prayer where the words weren't religious and the forgiveness wasn't available. Harrington stepped into the water because it didn't get to be the only one trying to go somewhere. He got to Ash because, for once, the room owed him a small kindness. He swung with his fist because he didn't have a better instrument. It hit cheekbone and made a sound that was complicated to love. Ash's head hit the frame of the lower door, and for the first time all day, a noise like pain came out of his face and meant it. The chain slipped from around his forearm, which is a sentence that begs to be believed by people with good hearts. "Up," Harrington said, not because he thought the man would obey, but because language keeps men alive even when it shouldn't. He grabbed Ash by the collar and made for the ladder because math said the floor would be gone in less than 4 minutes. Ash let him be the instrument for one step, and then found his own hand at Harrington's wrist and turned the hand the way you turn a doorknob when you've lived in the house long enough. The world tilted. Harrington's grip went from taut to learning. The water kissed his chest. Up at the hatch, Nadia cried. Not the way a child cries, the way a witness cries when she has stopped being the subject. Patel came down the ladder halfway, which is the stupidest and bravest thing a body can do in this room, and offered a hand that could grip and could pull and wasn't going to let go like obedience. He took her forearm and felt the tendon there, and loved her in a way that wouldn't ruin anything because loving someone's ability to lift you is the only acceptable complication. Ash didn't climb. He stepped backward into the smaller door he had opened and gave the chain one more tiny courtesy tug and then was behind it, like a man stepping backstage knowing the audience would clap in a minute. The water doubled like a drunk learning division. They got him up in an act of physics that had too many hands to be elegant. Tess and Pike and Patel and some piece of steel that remembered being a ship. The hatch above came in with light the sort of people who leave cities for farms always write about. Nadia knelt in it and made a shape with her hands that was not prayer but belonged to the same family. She pulled like a very young woman in a world where pulling matters more than thinking. Hoke had the jacket men in the yard now moving toward the building with a gait that said they were disappointed that the movie was going to have to cut some scenes for ratings. Marlowe had her feet planted in a stance that would sell to any Greek sculptor. She had a bullhorn even though she had a voice, which is a choice made by women who need the room to accept they're not going to leave. "Drop your," she began, and nobody had their guns pointed the way a room that likes men expects them to because even the jacket men had learned that guns don't solve transoms. The water thumped the window at the lower level with a flat palm. The pump hall decided to sing to itself. From the yard, a siren started because someone had remembered what fire departments are for. Hoke turned toward the street with the face of a person who had expected to enjoy this and found the day had bad taste. As Harrington rolled onto the platform like a man learning what gravity can do for him, his phone buzzed for the last time that hour with the little punctuation of fate, a text, the number, the 2 digits. He looked at the screen because he had trained himself to do it no matter what else he thought he loved and read. 24 doors. 23 used. The last one is yours. He looked down at the grate. He looked up at the hatch. He looked at Patel and at Tess, and at Nadia, and at Father Nolan, who had taken the stretch of his life he had spent forgiving, and rolled it up in his hands to use as rope. He looked at Marlowe, feet set, gun on her hip, badge warm in her pocket. He looked at Rusk, keys in his palm, a man who had decided he wanted to be in a story where he could redeem a thing and hadn't figured out yet what you have to give away to do that. He looked at Hoke and saw the city's bored appetite in a necktie. He felt the hatch frame under his fingers, the wedge of air saving itself for people who acted quickly, the wrong number filling the room from the floor up, and thought with a clarity he had not had all day, this is what it is to be counted. The pump threw its last full breath against the window and the glass bowed a fraction, and a crack like a musical note tried to teach itself to speak. "Michael," Tess said. And he didn't look because some names will ruin your timing if you let them. Above the river, across town, in a room with too many microphones, Soraya Marlowe lifted a folder that had the city's crest on it and put it in front of a camera and said the words men don't like to hear at noon when they have plans for dinner. In the precinct annex, Vin Holcomb reached for a glass of water a young uniform had poured and paused because something lemon moved on the air, and he said the first word of a sentence that would change where he lived next week. He said, "Freg." The pump hall door shook like an old thing ready to tell you the truth it had been holding. Harrington turned his hand on the hatch like a key and pushed Nadia through, her ribs, her knees, the fabric catching, the skin living. Patel went next because she had already chosen the wrong thing. He turned then to reach for Tess while the crack in the glass took a second step. And the last thing he saw through the growing mirror was a figure at the lower door, behind the subgate, putting 2 fingers up not in peace but to say I can count. 2. Then the window went. The room took a breath that took the breath of men out with it. The hatch kissed the back of his skull like a mother goodbye. The water made itself known. He let go of the rim because holding on is for another kind of day, and reached instead for the only thing that mattered, Nadia's hand. If she had missed the edge, Tess's sleeve. If she had tripped, Patel's wrist. If it slipped, a chain. If it could be told to behave. He found something else entirely. A cloth, lemon, the corner of a jacket that did not belong to anyone decent. A grip like a promise you don't make in public. He held it because you keep what you are given when you've already dropped everything else. Above, somewhere further inland than anyone would have believed, a siren stopped in just the way that tells you the driver has seen something he will not tell his wife. The city changed a number on a paper in an office where the coffee was burnt. A gull laughed, because gulls laugh. Down in the room, the water rose and the chain moved, and the door counted differently. And Harrington thought he heard, behind everything else, someone counting slowly. The old way. 1, 2, 3. He went under with a breath that wasn't enough, and his pocket, empty now where the ring had been, flooded with something that was not water and not air, and might be what passes for faith in a city that refuses to be saved by arithmetic. The text on his screen, tucked into the inner pocket that wasn't waterproof anymore, lit with another line as the light took itself away. 24 hours. Let's see if you can learn a new math. Part 5. The last door counting water is a language, and it finishes your sentences for you if you don't pick the words fast enough. Harrington went under in a fist of green and steel. The world crushed the air out of him with the slow politeness of a bureaucrat. He found the corner of a jacket in his fist, the cheap cloth gone slick with lemon and river, and held on because letting go felt like signing a paper he hadn't read. Above, a rectangle of light jittered like a bad memory. The hatch lip was there, and then not. He heard less than he saw, the pump's hunger tone, a chain taking orders, an old pane of glass finding out who it was supposed to be. A hand appeared in the milky space, pale and small, fingers webbed by water and fear. Nadia's hand, reaching back as if she owed the room something and intended to pay in skin. Then Patel's forearm slid into his vision like a rescue line someone had made of tendon and will. He shifted, chest burning, and put the jacket corner in his teeth because if he drowned it would not be for lack of stubbornness, and grabbed the forearm. She hauled. Somewhere in the sound was Tess, swearing like a journalist who had decided to be a sailor. Pike's boot hit the ladder rung beside his ear, the metal a bell he might just be allowed to keep. They went up the well like a thread through a needle. The water pounded the room with the kind of rhythm you use to train dogs. He cleared the hatch with half a lung left, and lost the jacket corner at last. It tore from between his teeth with a tasting of lemon that would not leave his mouth for 2 hours. Hands, too many hands, turned him flat on the floor, ribs counting themselves. He coughed a minute's worth of river, an organ's worth of silt. The first sound he made that wasn't water was a laugh, thin, indecent, alive. "Hello, Math," Tess said, appearing above him with hair back and eyes fierce. Her hand hit his sternum once, gently, as if to ask, Any chance you remember me?" He lifted a thumb and failed to make it look like a joke. Pike had Nadia through the yard gate now, the girl wet to her waist and refusing to let go of the idea of walking. Father Nolan came through last, collar crooked, eyes right, one hand on the boy they'd pulled out from the boardwalk steps earlier, who had materialized scared and inexplicably helpful. "Breathe," the priest told everyone, and for once it made sense as advice. The pump hall behind them swallowed itself as if embarrassed. In the yard, two jacket men, Hoke's borrowed muscle, hesitated at the presence of uniforms and a lieutenant who looked like a woman war memorials were built for. Regina Marlowe had a bullhorn in one hand and her other hand on her hip like a documentary had made of her. "That's enough," she told the day, and the day didn't believe her, but it blinked. Hoke took 2 steps closer and then paused at the geometry of being seen. He wore the sour look of a man who tells rooms to bleed late fees out of people and finds himself where blood is becoming a subject. He didn't speak. His jacket men turned as one and left because nobody had made anything else mandatory. Rusk stood half inside, half outside the pump hall door, one palm flat on the storm switch keys as if he could bless them. He raised his chin at Ash's absence, and a tight satisfaction moved over his mouth and away before it could set. "She'll surface where the water suits him," Rusk said. "Not a threat and not one." Marlowe nodded at Pike. "Get the girl out clean, then turn the bullhorn off," her voice stronger without plastic. "Hoke," she said, not looking away from Harrington. "In touch that gate again and I'll borrow a camera. You won't like the angle I pick." Hoke made a noise meant to sound like a professional regret and failed. "Munn had a fire at the evidence lockup," he said to the air. "My staff did everything in their power to—" "'Ent lose power' is the phrase you're looking for," Marlowe said. "Go talk to your nephews." He left with the fragile dignity of a man who makes his dignity like a paper hat. Harrington rolled to a sit with the stubbornness of a middle-aged man who resents gravity while needing it badly. Tess put her hand under his elbow in a way that would have made him love her if he hadn't already built that room and filled it. He stood and was unsteady for exactly 3 seconds because his body wanted to be dramatic, and then remembered the time. "1:24, he said, the word coming out like something he meant to sell wholesale. Had texted, 24 hours. Patel pushed hair out of her eyes with the back of her wrist, smudging lemon along her temple like war paint. He didn't say, "To do what?" she noted. "Let's find out before he writes us another syllabus." The pump hall leaked itself into quiet. The jacket men were gone, Hoke was gone, Ash was behind a door he had designed for leaving. Rusk stood with the keys like the last act of someone else's play. Harrington looked at him and saw, for now, utility. "And you can walk," he told Rusk. "Or you can ride with us and make yourself an exhibit." Rusk considered his options as if tasting them. He looked at Marlowe, at Patel, at Tess, at Nadia walking into a slice of sun that the day had decided to keep. "And I always like juries," he said. "Say enjoy being surprised." "Sen ain't it," Tess said. "Bring a chair." They put all their moving parts into 2 cars, Patel with Nadia and Pike, Marlowe with Rusk, Harrington with Tess and Father Nolan, because sometimes you go back to Sunday school when the math gets ugly. The car smelled like towels and lemon and prayer. He drove with both hands, the way his academy teacher would have wanted. They took Nadia to St. Dymphna because she asked, and because sometimes asking is the bravest thing a person does that day. Clea met them at the side door with a stack of blankets and a face that did not flinch at new kinds of wet. "Kitchen," she said, already moving. "Tea or soup?" "Soup," Nadia said, voice small and interested. She sat at the long table where parishioners asked after everyone's family and pretended they were all related. Her hair stuck up where it wanted and she did not try to prove anything. Father Nolan brought a towel and a box of someone's donated maxis, set both down gently. Nadia thanked him the way you thank a person who doesn't make a ceremony of being decent. "When you wanted to go out?" Harrington said, standing far enough away not to crowd, close enough to be unavoidable, when you found yourself somewhere else. Nadia glanced up, eyes meeting his with the frankness that made him like the 19 that she was. When it said there would be coffee in a bed, she said. There was coffee, the beds didn't have sheets. I didn't sleep. He came in and spoke like a school class was on fire, and he was excited to put it out. Unchesh, Tess said. Nadia nodded. He asked me questions like I had applied to a program, she said. He said, do you want to go south? And I said, will I get to come back? And he said, if we do our jobs right, you won't want to. He laughed, not big, like a person apologizing to a joke for not letting it be larger. He wore gloves when he touched things. Lemon later. Pontuer, Harrington asked, because every room has a name even if the city refuses to say it. A place with concrete walls and chalk lines, she said. With other girls sometimes, never long. He likes the word together. He said, we're in this together. You help me take pressure off other parts of the city, and I help you not get hurt. I got hurt anyway, not by him, by a man who wanted to be him. Choke, Marlowe said from the doorway. She'd come in quietly, Rusk behind her like a regret made of money. Nadia shook her head. Smaller, she said, had skin. He smelled like carrots. He said, girls who like to be asleep are easier to help. I told him I preferred not being helped. Good girl, Clea said, coming in with a bowl that steamed, the soup smelling like the old country and a short budget. Eat. Nadia did. Rusk stood with his hands in his pockets because men like him don't know where to put their wrists on day like this. He looked at Nadia, at the towel around her shoulders, at the way people had organized themselves around goodness without being asked. He did not try to speak. Patel came in after washing her hands to the elbows as if danger could be scrubbed. She laid Vin's composition notebooks on the table near Harrington's elbow. The pages were damp at the corners from pump hall air, but the writing held. Sarni pulled a pattern out of them you won't enjoy, she said. What have I enjoyed today? He said. Undispatches with end digits 24 cluster ahead of tide peaks by exactly 23 minutes, she said. Singi gives himself a buffer. The room we found under berth 17 and the cannery throat both have a B phase labeled 24. It's the emergency. If a number on a wall says 17 and the tide won't listen, they use a pump. The map says there's a third place with both valves and a room, Reservoir Gate 31. We should ask the reservoir if it's prepared to be famous. Father Nolan's brows went up, the amusement he saved for nights of bad theology. 31, he said. You're going to tell me that's a real number. It's in his locker shrine, Patel said. Unstrip of tape with 31 written on it, hook empty. I think it's the future. He wrote us a calendar. Harrington thought of the text behind water and broken air, 24 hours. He felt the ringless space in his pocket like a missing tooth. He rubbed his palm where the lemon had bitten and found it smelled like jokes. What do you have at the lockup? He asked Marlowe. She stood straight because bending would have been a law. Cameras show Hoke getting out of his car in a hurry with his jacket off, she said. An officer holds a door. There was a space heater in the hallway, the kind that migrates. It found a towel soaked in something that burns politely and pretends to be accidental. Your boxes, the ones we were copying, were in the next room. Irene pulled 2 stacks in a bag before the sprinklers cursed their own parents and gave up. Shireen, Tess said, a small prayer. She's a national treasure, Marlowe said. So I want to put her in a museum and pay people to look at her. We still have your tapes, most of them, and Vin's notebooks, which is more than I thought we'd be allowed. And Hoke, Patel said. Went to City Hall to refute rumors, Marlowe said. And I am not quoting the press release. Rusk's jaw moved around a thought as if it had texture. She will not like this either, he said. And Shesh said the last door was Michael's. Said the last one was yours, Tess corrected, looking at Harrington. And on the text, Rusk shook his head. He meant it, he said, tone almost admiring. He likes making a man choose. He thinks Michael will choose against himself. He thinks that's his art. Harrington looked at Nadia eating soup in a church hall where the hope chest had acquired a reputation. He looked at the composition books, the ink faint where Vin's hand had sweated. He looked at the people who had learned to stay because leaving made the next person's job harder. He didn't want to be anyone's last door. His phone had died somewhere between the hatch and the yard. Tess's S was alive because she made her devices carry their own ambition. It buzzed with a number that now lived in all of them like a sin. She lifted it. The screen showed a message that was not words, a live feed from a camera set not in a pump room and not in a river throat and not in a storage unit, but in a small office with a window and a ficus and a bulletin board that had hosted good news. Regina Marlowe's office. The plant looked dry because of course it did. In the frame, on the floor, on his side with his wrists, tied in front with the sort of neatness that made you want to make ugly faces, lay Vin Holcomb. Clea lowered the soup ladle a fraction. Nadia stopped chewing because she knew the shape of a human thing when it needed to be learned quickly. Father Nolan's hand went to a chair back with the quiet of a man who intends to overturn it later. The phone rang on Tess's screen. Tess hit accept. "Detective Harrington," Ash said. His voice liked hardwood floors. "You have 20 hours and change. You won't use them well, but I want to be polite." "Get out of her office," Marlowe said, before anyone else could find words she would approve of. "And not in your office," Ash said, amused. "For your door is stuck with paint. You should oil your hinges. The man is there because he wrote down words that his betters told him not to. I like men like him. I gave him water and a timer so you wouldn't have to feel useless when he fell asleep. 17 minutes at a trickle, 24 when both pumps run. Sin you hurt him, and you'll pull my city down onto your head." Soraya Marlowe, the councilwoman, the sister, said from the doorway she'd arrived and stood there with that look like she had asked herself which part of grief she wanted to lead with and had chosen anger. "Miss Marlowe," Ash said, gray delight. "Son, I enjoyed your press conference. It made good television. You have a hard choice to make in the next hours. Do you save a man who helped you do a bad thing because he's your friend? Or do you let him go under to save people you can't name yet? Call it a census." "Tell me about the last door," Harrington said. 31, Ash said, cheerful. "Yes, you found it on the wall. You're good at walls. It's pretty at the reservoir, the old gate at the south spillway. You can hear coyotes if you admire that sort of thing." "And midnight," Tess said, because stories love midnight, and because the room had begun to keep time in its bones. Ash hummed. "No," he said, "Ton. The city likes drama at night. I prefer to surprise rooms when they're tired. Bring the book, Father. Bring the ring, Michael." Harrington felt the pocket where the ring was not. "I don't have it," he said. "When we always have the things we don't want to," Ash said gently. 24 hours. You're ahead if you count the ones you've already used." The line became what empty lines always are, a reason to say the right sentence now. Nobody spoke. They all had to choose their good words like a ration. Regina had been quiet because she knows when to add nothing. She looked at the feed again, pinched to zoom. Vin's chest rose. On his cheek, a line where a ring had pressed, a little half-moon. You could see the edge of the file cabinet, the one where she kept the copies of the memos she wasn't allowed to lose. You could see the bottom of the water creeping in under the door like guilt. "Annex," she said. 2-minute walk. Pike. Pike was already moving. "I'm with you," Patel said. "Wait," Harrington said, "because one man needed to say the word that makes people hate you. If he's wired your office, he wired the corridor. You'll be his film crew. He'll make you choose between opening your door and closing another." Marlowe smiled a little, a thing nobody else got to see very often. "Until I pick doors for a living," she said. "You're suspended. Come anyway." They went. Tess grabbed his sleeve at the door, not to stop him, to mark him. "On a book," she said. "Juan Nolan can't bring it. He has to sell the absence. I'll make him a decoy. A priest carrying cleaning supplies will walk into City Hall like a man with a blessing." Nolan nodded. "I've carried stranger things into that building," he said. He lifted the ledger from its hiding place behind a stack of hymnals on an unconvincing shelf and set it back there, then pulled a worn Bible from the pew supplies and slid it into a tote bag between paper towels and a lemon-scented spray. Tyrannies are good for the heart. Ain leave the lemon, Clea said. He did. Regina's office sat in the annex attached to the precinct, an architectural compromise built on the belief that a thin hallway could separate morals. The door had one of those frosted glass panels that knew more secrets than anyone liked. The window on the hallway side showed a ficus with strong opinions about neglect. Someone, Ash, had drawn a small 24 on the frosted glass near the handle with a fingertip in oil. It looked like a love note a jealous god would leave. Inside, Vin lay on his side in an inch of water that was coming up over his ear. The timer on the floor read 17:9 and counted itself wrong on purpose. His eyes were open, lucid, annoyed. "Tragina," he said, and spit a little because water tries to be in mouths that are not its business. "Tell me I'm not going to die on my homework." "You're not," she said. She looked at the threshold the way you look at a code you can almost remember. "Hoke wired the hallway," she told Harrington, quiet. "He put sensor tape under the carpet outside the door 2 weeks ago when the rumor was we'd need to keep reporters from inventing rooms. If we break the beam, something will happen that makes City Hall a theater." Patel ran a fingertip along the baseboard, found the tape, the hair-thin line tacked with something like adolescent pride. "Break it at the far end," she said. "Cross where he wants closest to the hinge, not the handle. Or we bypass at the socket where he fed it. Or we pull the ficus and make it useful for the first time this year." "I'll use the plant," Harrington said. "Oak needs to watch something. Give him a tree." They slid the ficus across the carpet and it protested with a squeal like a cat when you move it from a warm spot. Pike popped the baseboard with a painter's tool he ached to call a crowbar. Patel traced the wire to a junction box and clipped it with a pair of kitchen scissors Clea had shoved into her back pocket, because kitchens save cities. The timer ticked down to 15-0. "Open it," Marlowe said, and she made the words earn their keep. The door stuck. Paint and arrogance are adhesive. Harrington put his shoulder into it, and it came, the water in the room moving against his shins like a creature. Vin's wrists were tied with blue rope, Sea Strand, the brand that had already written its name in their mouths. Pike cut clean, lifted. Vin stood with the uncertain dignity of a man pulled from a bathtub by people he respects. "See, I don't swim," he said needlessly. "You can today," Patel said. "Sorry." He half laughed, half coughed. "He was in here. He said he wanted to see if the plant could learn to drink on other days," he said, "and the gallows worked in him like it knew where it was needed. So I touched your pens," he added to Regina, "and put them in a row by length." He apologized to the short one. "He's a vandal," Regina said. They moved Vin to a chair. The water made a path out to the hall to tell the building something it already knew. Zarni showed up with a vac designed for basements and judgment. "On it," he said, and he was. 24 hours, Tess said, coming in with Father Nolan, his tote bag angled like a third sacrament. "When we have a number, we should decide whether to keep letting him teach." "When we stop learning," Harrington said. He looked at Regina. "A reservoir. Gate 31. And you don't get to go," she said. "And you are suspended. You do not take yourself into a room with a door that is going to be on a news chopper feed at dawn. You let me put on a jacket that makes me look like I mean it, and you let Patel do the arithmetic where the room tries to eat her. You stay with the witness you just watched eat soup." "Wake me," he said, not defiant, more like tired. Marlowe set her hands on his shoulders the way a good teacher stops a child who wants to run into a road because he thinks he's not a child anymore. "Well, Michael," she said, "you're not a cop when you're near him. You're a decision he wants to test. Let me be the one with her badge still working. Come as far as the fence. Not a step into the gate." Tess's gaze slid from one to the other. She was already writing, and she hated herself for it. "I'll put it in the B block," she said. "So you can lie to me about how much of it is off the record. It buys you 3 hours where people believe their city is a place that breathes on its own and does not need men to tell it when." Father Nolan had the tote on his shoulder. "And going to visit City Hall bathrooms and have a religious experience with their plumbing," he said. Hoke likes installations. I like uninstalling. He turned, met Regina's eyes, and the two of them, who had learned to trust the other slowly and with broken pieces, nodded once like a country that still had a flag. They put Vin in a squad with Pike in a uniform who had a face like a good summer. And no stops, Marlowe said. If anybody gets Lemon near you, tell them to take up gardening. She sent them toward a safe room at the courthouse, the kind whose key needs a person to say the right sentences into 3 phones before it arrives. Clea went back to the kitchen because people would be hungry after being saved. Soraya took a call in the hall and ended it with a flat no. That told the line not to call back soon. Tess posted words with restraint and a photograph of a tide chart without numbers, an elegant way to tell people what the morning would be but not what door to stand at. They had hours, which was worse than minutes. The city used them to make itself more itself. The day pulled its gray into evening without asking what the people wanted to do with it. In the window at the diner, the cat pressed a paw to the glass like a note. Harrington stood in front of the sink at St. Dymphna's and washed lemon off his wrists, the way men wash away stupid when they will not admit the stain is in their head. Tess leaned her hip against the counter and did not make the joke she had earned. She had the ledger half hidden under a set of bulletins and did not touch it. You're going to the fence, she said. Yes. Tay wants you to know, she said, that if he takes you under again on purpose, I'm going to write about the ingredient you hate most first. I'm going to make a meal out of it. Tea, lemon, he said. Names, she said. Said, I will put Rusk's next to Ashy's and Hoke's next to Whitlow's and Soraya's next to mine. I will write mine last because I learned something today that I'm not happy about. When you say your own name at the end of a paragraph, it changes the rhythm in a way that makes the next paragraph harder. He's counting on that. I'm going to change the meter. He dried his hands on a dish towel that had probably dried better men. He met her eyes and saw the thing he clung to when water tried to explain its rules, a person who had decided to die last. And you shouldn't come, he said. She smiled and made it look like she was being generous. When we established that argument doesn't persuade me somewhere around 2010, she said. Bring me something I can use if you have to die. Bring me a sentence, one that hurts. He nodded once, in the small way men do when they have decided to be ridiculous and hope the world will forgive them for it later, if later survives them. Regina's car smelled like upholstery that had been treated kindly and used as a war room. She drove to the reservoir with the patience of a woman who feels time as a rope around her wrist. Patrols had already circled the access road. Cones did their dignified best. News vans idled where they idled when the city needed a picture of itself at work. The South Spillways Gate had a number stenciled on its faceplate, black on white, honest, 31. The old pump building beside the gate was brick and haloed by moss. Someone had scrubbed the door handle with lemon. The smell met them like an usher. Fence, Marlowe said. Scent. Michael. He stopped where chain link insisted authority began. Patel went under it because she wasn't good at fences. Pike checked the padlock on the gate and found it bored and cooperative. The reservoir lay black as a secret behind the guardrail, the night's first draft scudding on its skin. Coyotes sang at the far tree line, exactly as promised. Don't let me arrest a coyote, Regina said. It won't look good. Headlights slid across the gravel lot, then turned off. A figure got out. At distance, it could have been Ash, because men like him teach other men the outline. It wasn't. It was Hoke, which might have been worse because he believed in paperwork. He wore a jacket that wanted to be clean and had failed to learn how. He held nothing. That was the threat. Lieutenant, he said, and councilwoman, because Soraya had appeared like weather at the edge of the road, a tail of her hair caught in an attitude of wind. Deputy, Marlowe said. The word landed on him and didn't stick. Where is he? Hoke's mouth made a shape that tried to remember modesty. Who? He said, the most dangerous word in his lexicon. Ah, the man you serve, Soraya said. Sergeant, I serve the city, Hoke said geometrically. Regina nodded once to Patel. Open, she said. The padlock liked Patel. The door complained, the smell of lemon came like a chorus. Inside, a room with a console that understood directions and a row of lockers that held men's versions of themselves. On the console, a cloth, ashes, folded with the kind of care you reserve for a thing you intend to show to a court when you are trying to make guilt look tidy. Beside it, a phone face down, cracked, a ring of water around it like a shadow. Under the console, a small, square modern pump control box blinked and led the color of appetite. A wire ran up into the cradle of the gate height gauge. Patel knelt. "Transmitters again," she said. "She wants us to hit it by trying not to." Hoke leaned in the doorway, hands in jacket pockets, eyes on everything and nothing. "Some men who put their hands on machines lose fingers," he said to no one in particular. Regina had already done a calculation she did not explain to them. She took out her phone and dialed a number she had on speed. "Open the primary gate, North Spillway," she said to whoever answered. "Yes, it's me. Yes, now." "No, don't argue. Consider this a test of your sense of humor." She hung up. "And let's see if he has rooms for the gates he doesn't expect," she said. The reservoir's face changed its shape by degrees, a ripple-like thought. The south gate's pressure gauge eased a notch. Under the console, the transmitter blinked twice, and then sulkily not at all. Someone had given it the wrong story to tell. "It's not about whether we touch his levers," Regina said. "It's whether we can make him appear to tell us a different story in person." "So want him here," Soraya said. "I want him where water is not between my hands and his throat," Regina said. Hoke smiled, and the smile landed like a stain. "You won't get it," he said. A phone in the room rang, not the one face down. A small landline on the wall with a cord and a plastic cradle with its dignity intact. The sound had the insistence of old tech. Regina reached and picked it up because that was the point. "Ashy," she said. "Because that is how telephone programs work." "No," a voice said. "Calm, not ashes. Male, older. The city when it is tired. 'Tis is Whitlow." Soraya laughed once, a dangerous sound. "Hun, you have a secretary for this," she said, loud enough for the handset to hear her. Whitlow ignored the voice he knew better than his own in the way people ignore updates to software. "Sergina," he said, "step away. If you show up on my 6 a.m. readout with an unauthorized manipulation again, I will find a way to make it legal to have you fired twice." "Chief," Regina said, "a man has been using your gates and your men to move bodies and photographs. He is going to call me in 2 minutes to tell me how he intends to finish teaching us math. When he does, I'd like you to be on the line so you can argue with him about departmental policy." Silence. "Then what do you need?" Whitlow said, which was closer to a sacrament than he had managed thus far this year. "Come to the annex," Regina said. "I want you to sit in my office chair that still has Vin's water on it. I want you to listen to his notebooks being read out loud. Bring Deputy Hoke," she said, and Hoke at the door had to find a place for his face. "Son, I have a meeting," Whitlow said. "You do now," Regina said, and put the phone back. The air at the spillway shifted and the coyotes went quiet because coyotes are smarter than press secretaries. Harrington stood at the fence and learned nothing new about what he couldn't control. He watched Patel as she traced wires and counted seconds. He watched Soraya as she made decisions she would have to live with after someone else forgot they had been made. He watched Hoke as he performed. Ash did not appear. He had not promised a performance here. Dawn would be his theater. He was still somewhere else tying a knot that would demand an audience. But he sent a note by way of someone's hands, a volunteer in a harborward jacket that had learned to carry messages without reading them. The kid walked up to the fence as if bringing donuts and held out a small brown envelope like homework. "Some man in a cap," he said to nobody in authority in particular. "Said to go to the lady with the jaw." He meant Regina. She took it. Inside, a photograph printed on cheap glossy paper of the hope chest at St. Dymphna's, its lid open. On the inside of the lid, lemons laid like little suns, 17 of them, and a note, scrawled in the tidy, patient hand, taped to the underside of the lid where fingers would find it and eyes would not. Except the camera had, Ledger or Lily. Tess took the print with 2 fingers like a hazard and saw her own name hiding in that sentence. The breath she took was not for herself. Self has her, she said. Lily. A strangled, furious sound that came from someone who had loaned courage to strangers and was now being asked to pay interest. Proof, Harrington said, because he had to. On the back of the photo, a written line, "You met her earring last night. She still wears the other. She still puts 2 fingers on the pictures of the tide lines and asks whether the river remembers her mother." The D in ain't remembers was careful. The ink was lemon-stained. It looked like a love letter written by a knife. Father Nolan made a small sound, a kind of grief that had auditioned for bigger parts and been told to wait. Ledger or Lily, he read, and pronounced it the way men pronounce parables they resent. "No," Soraya said. "Ledger and Lily and Hoke and Whitlow and my brother and me. That is the sentence." Regina glanced at Harrington and barely shook her head because he had to be the one to go to the line he hadn't been allowed to cross. "Fence," she murmured, and he obeyed because loyalty is a thing you make out of bones. He stood at the mesh, palms cold, looking at water dark as a mouth. The night had not yet decided what kind of cruelty it would perform. The phone he had killed carried the last text like a taunt in his pocket. He could feel the absence of the ring the way the body feels something it lost years ago. He thought of Rebecca Vance and her voice on a recorder in a damp room that pretended to be a place where the city did business. He thought of Lily Duarte's earring and the boy at the boardwalk who had not cried when he might have been forgiven for it. He thought of Nadia finishing her soup and saying thank you like a favor she might be able to return one day. Tess came to the fence and stood with him, not touching. "Do you ever think you missed the day they passed out other people's gods?" she asked. "Sign I was out," he said. "Said I was in a hallway. Someone told me to wait." She nodded like that fit her memory. "Say gate 31 at dawn," she said. "Ledger or Lily?" He looked at the envelope in Regina's hand and at the tote Father Nolan held with its decoy Bible, giving the bag a shape. He looked at Patel, who had lemon under her nail and didn't like it. He looked at Soraya, who had decided there would be no such thing as a last office for her. Not a new one, not an old one. He looked at Hoke, who had found a light to stand in that made his jaw look like something he had been born with, not sharpened later. "When we bring neither," he said, "because a person occasionally gets to say the wrong thing on purpose. When we bring an empty hull and enough people at the other gates that the day will have to choose which door to be impressed by." "And Lily, send Lily," Tess said. Tess said, "And Lily," he said, because he was not stupid. Because he was not stretched and thinned and repopulated itself with strangers. Word, not explicit, never explicit, went out that the city was going to exhale badly at dawn. People with keys checked their panels. People with badges broke their own rules. People with better sense stayed home. At 2 a.m., Zarni called with a voice that had tried to run out of breath. "Prints from the back of the Polaroids," he said. "Hoax and rusks and a third that is not yet cooperative with our databases. Also lemon. Also glue. Your favorite stews. And at least we can set the table," Patel said. At 3 a.m., Irene Bost sent a photograph of the evidence lockup's sad singed door with the caption, "You owe me a window." Harrington smiled into his pillow briefly and got up again because sleep was for yesterday. At 4, the coyotes sang again, as if taking attendance. At 5, the eastern horizon behaved like something old people had always liked to look at when it was free, and the air found the taste of metal and decisions. They staged shabbily because that was what they had. Patrol cars lined the service road. A single rescue boat nosed against the far bank, motor off. Marlowe stood with a radio and a face that would tell stories at funerals later. Soraya spoke softly into her phone and did not move her hands. Nolan held the decoy tote like punishment. Tess tucked the ledger into a safe place that wasn't a place and wasn't safe and touched the pocket through fabric like a guilty saint. A figure appeared at the far end of the gatehouse walkway, alone this time, as promised. in a jacket that fit better than jackets should fit. Ash's silhouette took its time. He stepped fully into the gray and made himself real like a man who had founded a country. "Good morning," he said. He sounded like coffee that thinks it's better than you are. He lifted his hands in a theatrical poverty. "In no crowd today. I appreciate the intimacy." Regina did not let her art show. "Tate," she said. 31, he said, his eyes following her hand, counting the men she had that he wasn't expecting, counting the ones he was. "And you brought a priest and a reporter, and a detective who isn't allowed to be what he is anymore, and the woman who will be mayor of your city, and a lieutenant who knows where all the buttons are. I am honored." "And Ledger or Lily," Tess said, "because you aim the demand at the part of a man that might have to answer it." "In the room," he said mildly, nodding toward the gatehouse. "And you'll enjoy the engineering. The city built this place when it thought it deserved to live forever." Regina shook her head once. "Oh, and you go in with me," she said. "Nobody else." "So I prefer the detective," he said. "Take me," Soraya said. "No," he said, and he was almost affectionate. "On you talking grandchildren." "On me," Tess said. "Always a temptation," he admitted. "But not today. Your pen would write the wrong thing, and you know it. You think you hate me, and that's funny because you'll end up hating the city more and have coffee with it anyway." "And me," Father Nolan said. He held up the tote bag like he was offering lunch to a man who had earned none. "Yes," Ash said, genuinely pleased. "You and me. Come, Father. Let us see whether the scriptures love arithmetic." Michael," Regina said. "Fence," he said, "because obedience is a choice you get to make once per day if you're lucky." Nolan crossed the threshold and the gatehouse door swallowed him, and a man who knew how to be an instrument of other people's doors. The glass gave them a little of the outline of what the room decided to hide. Hoke stood far back, pretending he was a man whose presence meant professionalism. Rusk in the second row looked like his spine had learned a new trick called usefulness. A minute passed that was actually 3. The coyotes went quiet again to concentrate. Through the glass, shapes moved. You could not tell which belonged to faith and which to math. Harrington felt his calf muscle threaten to cramp and thought about being 49 in a city that would never let him be 50 fine. The door opened. Ash emerged first, his face calm like teak. Behind him, Nolan, his tote bag lighter, eyes wrecked in a way that made him look more fully alive than anyone else in the lot. He held nothing. He had done something and would not yet let his body tell what it was. "Ledger," Tess said, a question and an accusation. Ash smiled. "So I didn't need it," he said. "So I wanted you to fear losing it. That's different," Soraya said. Ash's smile dimmed to an intimate thing. "To River remembers," he said, which was almost charming and precisely the wrong line. Regina didn't permit the next scene. She moved a hand and the men who belonged to the city stepped into place. Pike and others, cuffs, hands, grip. Ash lifted his wrists before they had to be asked. "Don't smudge the lemon," he said lightly. "You're under arrest," Regina said, "for obstruction, kidnapping, manslaughter, for turning your city into your furniture." He watched her, delighted again. "Don't forget conspiracy to improve," he said. "Shut up," Patel said, from somewhere too close to where he could hear her. He went quiet with the grace of a man who contemplates making quiet his next weapon. They put him in a car that had 3 scratches on its bumper and a smell of old coffee and men. He didn't mind. He made the car look like a bench seat in a lecture hall. As the door closed, he looked at Harrington and lifted 2 fingers, gentle. Not peace, 2, an old count. Then he let the door take him. The car rolled. He did not look back. Father Nolan came to them with a step that had religion in it and something else. Tess reached for his sleeve. He shook his head, not to refuse her, to keep the room from talking too loud. "She's alive," he said, and only then did the men around them release breath. Lily, in a pocket under the control platform, a room below a room below a room. He swallowed. And a leak with a chair and a chain and a pony sticker on the wall. He had left the panel open enough for a man who wasn't a very good climber. He told me a story while I worked. I don't want to remember it. "Did you bring her up?" Soraya said, trying not to shout because shouting breaks rooms. "Oh no," Nolan said, and the word cost him. "He made me choose. He told me to close the subgate and save the men above it. I told him I didn't believe in dividing the world that way. He made me watch him do it. He knows what the water does when the pressure is on the wrong side of a door. He gave me 2 minutes with a wrench and a prayer, and the kind of hope I hate. I left the panel open. She can breathe there a little while. She's 19. She will not stop making noise. It is going to be very loud very soon." Regina's radio barked and became useful. "Boat team to the south gate," she said, voice iron. "Now, don't talk to me until she is in your filthy hands." Harrington still stood at the fence. He could have kissed it. He looked at Nolan, at his wet cuffs, at the way water had drawn a line across his shirt as if to say, "This is where you begin again." "What did you do?" he asked, softly. "And I took the thing in the bag that wasn't the ledger and I put it where a camera was supposed to be," Nolan said. "I gave his room a face. I told it to look at itself. He likes to watch. He watched. He forgot to look at his feet. His mouth turned inward. "I hate cleverness," he added. "You're very good at it," Tess said. "I'm repenting," he said. They heard the boat motor spin and catch. They saw the men in fluorescent jackets do the check before choosing to be foolish. In the window of the gatehouse, water found a new shape and announced it. Regina's phone rang. She picked it up without looking. "Yes," she said, and listened, and said yes, again, thin as metal. She put the phone down on the hood of the car like a ceremony. "Rusk?" Soraya asked, horrible intuition barging onto the stage. "Pawn," Regina said. "Well, we were making a city out of a man decided to make a man out of himself and left. He took the keys I shouldn't have needed him to have. He left a note in the pump hall that reads like a pledge and a threat. I will choose who I hurt." She looked at Hoke and said, "Oh, you're next." And Hoke smiled the miserable small smile of a person who lacks imagination. The boat cut a wake. Men leaned into a gate. A young voice, Lily's, rose under the sound because some timbers have contracts with rooms. "Here," she said, "here." Harrington exhaled, as if in exchange for that kindness, as if the city feared it had given him something too cheap. His phone, which had died in the water and had no business being bright, lit in his pocket with a new screen. He felt it against his chest like a bird, and a message unreadably large boiled up from water and electricity in a mind that liked to be cruel and precise. "You chose another door. Good." Then a second line, arriving on a wave that meant this had been sent earlier and had waited in a cable like a snake, Vin. He tore the phone out. The screen, crazed, showed a clip, Regina's office again, but later, empty now, water gone, ficus looking like it resented survival. A note on the chair where Vin had sat, written with economy, 24 over, 31 begins. And under it, in the tidy, patient hand that could write death and make it look like a well-kept ledger, "Your door is at home." Tess saw it over his shoulder and paled. "It's your apartment," she said. "And Michael." He didn't argue. He ran, stupid and beautiful, toward a car he was not supposed to drive, toward a city he knew too well and not well enough, toward a door that had a number on it that had never mattered before and now counted all by itself. Part 6. Your door is at home. Ravenbrook does this trick at dawn where it pretends it invented fog. The city lowers its voice, lets the river speak, and everything that wants to be a secret finds a pocket to sit in. Harrington drove through it like a man late to his own house. Tess and Patel were in the passenger seats of their own choices. Marlowe stayed at the reservoir, radio in her hand, the sound of a motor and a young voice, here, spilling down the wire. Father Nolan had gone with the boat team to make promises he believed in as far as they didn't break physics. Soraya turned herself toward cameras because that's how you make the city feel like the work is being done where eyes can see it. Rusk had left a room like a man leaves a marriage. Hoke had not left anything because he never does. Harrington's building sat 2 blocks up from a diner that used to be a bank, red brick that had given up fighting soot, narrow stairs that measured a person by the knees. The door buzzer had learned to say only maybe. He didn't hit it. He took the steps 2 at a time and hated himself for being out of breath on the second landing. His door had a number that he had stopped noticing years ago. 3B. The white paint on the B had rubbed into an 8 if you squinted. Today, the paint had acquired a new thing, a small rectangle of painter's tape, as precisely placed as a surgeon's initial, 31 in neat marker. The lemon met him before his hand met the knob. "Wait," Patel said softly. "This is not a door. This is sentence." He crouched and breathed with his hand near the frame, the way a man breathes when he's trying to decide whether a confession will blow up. The jam had lemon in the grooves. He put his palm flat. Cool. No hum. The hairline crack in the wood that he'd been meaning to fix had black at the edges now, a whisper of charcoal. "Trap?" Tess said. "Not theater. Inventory. If he wanted to blow me up, he'd pick a room with better acoustics," Harrington said. He slid the key in because men like to finish this kind of sentence with the original word. The bolt turned. The knob gave. The door moved. Lemon and something older. Old wood. Old coffee. The air in his place had always smelled a little like books and old coat. Today it smelled like his life had been cleaned by a person who didn't live here. Everything looked where he'd left it because that would be the point. A jacket on the chair. A mug in the sink. A line of paperbacks that had watched him hurt and eat and sleep and not. The window was cracked an inch, his bad habit. The plant in the corner. Some kind of rubber thing the woman downstairs insisted was good for men who forget to be alive, drooped like a kid forced to be in a play. On the small table where he sorted mail stood a glass jar with a lid. It had once held peaches. In it, in a curl on white tissue, lay the ring. Rebecca's. The engraving Rebecca still patient in the gold like an idea that wasn't dead. The jar had lemon on its lid, a shine. Beneath it, a note in that tidy patient hand that had learned to write policy into sin. "We are not the only people who keep the things we take." "Don't touch it," Patel said. She had a camera out like a pistol. The lens clicked. She circled the jar like evidence and grief share a shape. Harrington wanted to put his thumb on the glass. He wanted to lift the ring and put it in his pocket because that's what pockets are for. He put both hands against the back of a chair and took weight on them until the urge scrolled past. He looked at the floor. No lemon prints. What he saw instead was like a joke left there by a child, a tic-tac-toe of strips of painter's tape laid near the rug, 2 lines intersecting. "Grid," he said. "Door," Patel said. "Trap door." His living room floor had been a kind of war with the concept of level since he moved in. He had never thought to look at the boards with a carpenter's eye. Kicked the rug, and there it was, a wooden panel 24 inches by something that had learned to be 24 on purpose, a cut line that had been in the room the whole time. Lemon along the seam where a cloth had been run to make the edges clean. Tess crouched opposite him, lit like a cat by the morning the fog refused to give up. "He watched you walk across this room for how long?" she asked the air. "He watched you stand here and eat, here and sleep, long enough to know where your foot lands first when you get up to answer a phone," Harrington said. His foot went to that spot by instinct. He stepped around it. "Any way to open it without making a call he gets to answer," Patel said. "Sight could be weight-triggered," Harrington said. "This could be magnet, could be dumb. He doesn't indulge dumb unless he wants us to think he does." He got a knife from a drawer. The drawer had lemon on the knob and he clocked it, and the violation of that detail made his vision narrow. He pried the cut. The panel lifted with the small complaint wood makes when it's tired of being treated like something else. Under it, darkness, a ladder, the smell of old dust that thinks it's freedom, and the faintest smell of water as an idea. Tess leaned close, breath a careful thing. A number had been painted in white on the underside of the panel, neat and centered like a coat hook label. 31. "It's not a joke anymore," she said. "Light down there, not from a bulb. A wedge of gray, the kind a window gives when someone's made a wrong choice with architecture." The ladder rails had lemon on the right-hand side, where a person would put their hand if they believed in grip. Harrington slid his phone's flashlight down into the square. The beam found a concrete rectangular room that didn't belong to his building's plans. 7 feet by 12. One wall a rough cinder face damp at the bottom, the water line a small dialogue. Another wall smooth poured, painted years ago the color landlords favor when they run out of money. Against that wall, at waist height, a pegboard. Hanging from it, on hooks with tags in tidy hand, keys. 17, 24, 31. Of course, Patel said. On the floor beneath the board, a white plastic closet organizer turned on its side. 3 cubbies, 2 empty. The third packed with grocery bags full of what looked like clothing. The kind you buy cheap, roll tight, put a number on, and take somewhere you don't talk about afterward. Lemon cloth folded on top like a flag. On the stub of a shelf nailed into the damp wall, sitting like a sad altar, a framed photo in cheap brass. The one he kept in his bedroom on a dresser, a picture of him not smiling, a woman beside him who had long since left this town, and the way it makes knives out of ours. The frame had been taken from his room and placed here. On the glass, a small finger mark of lemon, in an arc where someone had drawn it the way other people draw hearts. Tess exhaled a laugh that was also self-defense. "Henry decorates," she said, "when he does it for the jokes." "And or for the math," Patel said. "How many rooms do you need before you can say a thing is a system?" Harrington did not permit himself the luxury of standing long enough to hate his bed being attached to this square. He dropped to the ladder. Halfway down, he paused, because pause is an instrument, too. Listened. The building made its normal noises, a pipe considering being loud later, a neighbor's foot falling in a room that might be honest, the hum of the refrigerator upstairs deciding whether to be helpful. On the floor of the little room, footprints in dust, 2 sets, one large, tread smooth, one smaller, tread cheap. He put his boot next to them and got the old feeling in his chest that he had been walked around while asleep, by men who didn't consider him enough to hate him. He went to the pegboard. The keys were not his own, they were the city's in its Halloween costume. 31 on a tag with a small neat loop at the top, like the writer of the number had drawn a safe halo for it. He took the tag gently between 2 fingers. The hook was empty. He slid his finger along the edge of the pegboard and met a wire there. The wire ran to a small camera in the upper corner of the room where the cinder met the board. Tilted down, seeing, watching the man's life be surprised by itself. He looked up. "Camera," he said softly. Patel nodded. "Copy the feed," she said to Tess, who already had her phone out and was doing a trick she'd learned from a source with a hack, habit, and a tolerance for being ungenerous with institutions. The camera chirped once the way electronics do when they think you should have read the manual. On the pegboard at eye level, a thing that didn't belong. A scrap of paper rubber-banded to a hook. He took it, typed with care on a typewriter, because, of course, 31 is the door you keep for yourself. Pick it and you'll have to call someone to apologize. "What does that mean?" Tess said quietly. "It means he studied me long enough to know who I don't call," he said. He looked at the frame with the woman. Something inside him flexed and did not break. At the back of the small room, under the low rectangle of a window that had been painted shut decades ago, a panel, not a door. A square set into the concrete, edges hand-scribed, the kind of thing a maintenance man pretends not to see when inventory is doing interviews. In chalk near the top corner of it, 31. The chalk was recent. Lemon had kissed the chalk in a little smear where a cloth had tried to make poetry. "Do we pry?" Patel said. "Ain't or do we say nice and go upstairs and go to breakfast like rational people?" Harrington put the knife to the seam. He did not pry. He rested the blade and looked at the people he had chosen to be his nearest. We don't open things when a man tells us it's ours and wants to see if we'll be generous with our own blood," he said. "Oh, when we call the landlord." Your landlord is a violin teacher who thinks fixing thermostats satisfies her spiritual life," Tess said. "See, she's likely to give us tea and a moral. So on we call the man who knows the guts of buildings," Harrington said. "None, the one who took Tess out on the river when she wanted to prove she couldn't vomit on a moving object." So, Mosh, Tess said, she's not a building guy. She is when the building is the city, Harrington said. She dialed and got him with the third ring, and Tomash said, "Ah," like he had seen this problem a mile off and had been waiting for someone to tire of pretending it wasn't there. 31, he said. Do you have a panel? Don't open it from the room. There's a shut-off at the bottom of your building in the laundry that hasn't worked like a shut-off since the Reagan administration. Wait for me to hit it. If you pull without closing, you'll get a cough you won't enjoy. And meaning water, Patel said. Meaning air, Tomas said. It's a drain pocket. Houses breathe. Your house has been taught to do it on someone else's count. Don't do it his way. He'll wait for you, Tess said, and hung up. She looked at Harrington. He taught himself to be polite when he learned he had strength. It will save us this once. They came up, the panel closed, the jar not yet touched. Harrington had the feeling of a room that had been made to watch him, and was now watching him do the right thing and being bored by it. On his table, the jar's peach lid was beaded with condensation from the cold thing inside it. It made a little circle on his mail. The ring slept in its glass like a small sentence that would not forgive. He turned away. In the hall, Mrs. Pena from 3A opened her door the way people who have lived through 2 earthquakes and a divorce open doors. Ready. She took them in with the eyes of a woman who knew everything about guilt, but had decided to keep her interest in it private. Your friend in the hat came at 4, she said in a tone that was both gossip and a weapon. He told me the building was sick and he had to take its temperature. He smiled like a man who makes soup when he's sorry. I told him I had watched him on TV. Shay, Patel said. Kept his hands in his pockets like a person confessing to the police. Mrs. Pena said, You look like you have not slept. Do you want sopas? My kitchen doesn't read the news. And I love her, Tess whispered. We'll be quiet, Harrington said to Mrs. Pena, and meant, we exist, and she understood and shut her door with a click that sounded like kindness. Tomas showed up with a tool bag and a tired smile that had too much space in it for missing teeth. He wore a jacket that had been patched by a person who loved work more than clothing. He put his ear to the wall of the hallway like a lover and tapped. Laundry, he said. Give me 5 minutes and then it will be safe to be dumb. So what are we cutting? Harrington said. On the sock, Tomas said. He's built a pocket under your place so he can draw a breath out of it when he wants to and move light things without opening a front door. It's smart. It's what sailors do when they don't want the world to tell them where to go. We'll make the pocket useless, and then you can pry what you like. He'll be sad, but he won't call to complain because he will be busy trying to grab other handles. He vanished down the stairs that had been built by someone who did not enjoy stairs. In the quiet, Tess's phone lit on the table. A photograph from the reservoir. Blur, water, human shapes against the gray. Then a frame that made everything animate, a girl being lifted out of a mouth, hair stuck to her cheek, eyes disbelieving, mouth making a sound that might be a laugh or grief or both. Lily, the pony sticker on the wall behind her, combed by spray. Father Nolan's hand on the ladder, a vein in the back of it standing up like a river. Marlowe's face in the corner of the frame, relief like something illegal. Tess put the phone face down as if to keep the room from seeing her do something as human as cry. Sledger and Lily, she said, quietly like a promise she had thought impossible earlier that day. Both. Hold it, Patel said. She stood by the window and watched. On the street, a car had decided to be ordinary. In the far left of that moving ordinary, a man leaned on a streetlight like a cliché with a budget. Hat on, jacket, hands in pockets he liked too much. Chi, she said, and the room breathed. He lifted a hand, not a wave, the 2-finger gesture. 2. Then he turned not to leave but to cross toward the building. What is he doing out? Tess said. Either he is not arrested, Patel said, or he is arrested and this is footage we will find out about later. Or he is a man with a head that fits hats, and a jacket that was made for other men's temptations. Harrington took a breath and didn't try to own it. He stepped back from the window. The street door downstairs opened with a sound he could have picked out from a tape recorded in 2007. Steps on the stairs, the ache in the building that meant it was going to have visitors. A pause at 2, a footfall on his landing, a knock. 3 knocks, patient as rain. He stayed where he was. Another 3. Patel's hand went to her weapon because she was still allowed to say she had one. Tess slid behind the door the way you only learn from being around men who need you to be in their blind spots. "What?" Harrington said to the wood. On the other side, a voice he'd learned the shape of without ever seeing the mouth properly. Not Ash. The other one. The one that had said now at the pump hall, and we saved the boxes at the lockup in a tone that should not have been trusted. "Hoke." "Detective," Hoke said pleasantly. "I have a thing that belongs in your pocket, and I want to apologize for giving my men the wrong idea about their jobs this morning." "Open the door and I'll forgive you," Harrington said. "That would be foolish," Hoke said, amused. "Say something pleasant to the woman with the notebook. The priest says she likes to be reminded that rooms can be pretty when men aren't in them." "I'm not a priest's parishioner," Tess said sweetly, from where the door would make her voice sound like a ghost. "Fair enough," Hoke said. "If I leave the thing, will you call me before you call the people you used to work for? Because I would hate for them to ruin my gesture." "Sent to leave the thing," Harrington said, a flat sound of cardboard on wood, the retreating sound of a man who has learned how to go downstairs quietly. The front door in the lobby swung in its frame, and then shut like a mistake repaired. Patel watched the window without blinking for 8 seconds, and then blinked on purpose. The man at the streetlight got into a car and did not turn the engine until he had counted something invisible. Then he left. Harrington opened the door the way people open doors held hostage by meaning. At his feet, a small parcel wrapped in brown paper, taped with blue painter's tape as if Ash had started a brand. On the top, in the same patient hand, a 31. Next to the tape, a line in a different pen, slanted hasty, not mine. H, looped like Hoke had learned handwriting from ledgers. He brought it in. Patel cleared it with a look that said she had run the calculus with her body standing in for equipment. He untaped the top. Inside, a phone, burned at one corner like it had been held too close to a small kitchen fire, and beneath it, a manila envelope. Inside that, 4 photocopies of signatures on procurement memos with the corners cut off, underlined names, a highlighted line that connected Midnight Engagement to Outfall 24 to Reservoir Gate 31, and on the last page, a sticky note in a square hand. Regina's, he realized with a tilt of his stomach. "Vin, this is the one they will try to lose. Make 3 copies. Hannay copied her copy, Tess said, something that wanted to be admiration sneaking in with disgust. Hannay was her aide. He knows her hands. He is giving us this to either save himself or to make someone else die sooner." "Why bring it here?" Patel said. Because Ash told him the last door was mine," Harrington said. He looked at the phone Hoke had included. Its screen had cracked, one long diagonal making the glass look like an old scar. It was on. The lock screen showed a ferry terminal as a background image, and a number of missed calls on the top in a neat row. One message was pinned to stay lit. B31, basement. Attached, a thumbnail image of concrete and a boot. The contact name was Ash in capitals that were a joke about privacy. "The basement," Harrington said. "Wait for Tomas," Tess said. At that moment, something in the building shifted the way a sleeping thing shifts when it means to open one eye. The hum changed. The air in the hallway cooled a degree. From somewhere under their feet came a sound like someone sucking on their teeth. Then the text on Tess's phone. Marlowe, Lily in. Vin moved. Hoke on camera at City Hall. Rusk spotted at Whitlow. 20 minutes. 20 minutes, Patel said. "Until what?" "Until the city makes us pick again," Harrington said. The radiator in his living room clanked because it had always been dramatic. The clock on his wall said 6:47 and insisted on being proud of it. The floor remembered it had a panel. The buzzer rang. Mrs. Pena's voice came up the stairs, the sound she uses when she wants people to know she is brave. "Water in the laundry," she said. "Like a person. It is making a sound like singing." "Chinomash," Tess said, and the three of them went down because that was the direction in which things were going. The laundry room at the basement level had personality. Two machines that worked like siblings who had learned to not resent being left in charge. A slop sink with a crack that told an old story. A line of shelves with cleaning products that had been arranged by a landlord who believed in the idea of order if not its practice. On the far wall, a valve wheel bigger than a man's head. A shutoff that had been painted red when paint still had lead in it. Tomas stood by it, one hand out like a policeman at a quiet intersection. "Here," he said and pointed, not at the valve. At the wall to the right, where a square had been recently cut and covered. Painter's tape, 31 in the corner. "Your man has a sense of humor so dry it is dangerous," he said. He put his hand on the red wheel. "When I turn, you open upstairs. Do not open until I turn. When I shout, you close. You will want to choose wrong. Don't." He began to turn. The wheel complained like a man who had to get up too early. Somewhere in the building, a pressure you can't describe found a new address. He looked at Harrington's face, nodded once like two men agreeing to use their bodies as instructions, and turned the last quarter. From above, the faint wrench mechanic sound of a mechanism being freed from someone else's appetite. Patel ran. She could run like a poem and made no apology for it. Tess moved behind her with the lightness people use when they have taught their own feet to be discreet. Harrington felt heavy and a boy at the same time. Upstairs, the rug gone, the panel waiting like something polite. He dropped to his knees, knife into seam, pry now, leverage, open. The square rose smooth, the air updrafted from below like a person exhaling relief. He put his head down. The chalk 31 on the little door's edge smiled meanly but lacked breath now. Tomas yelled from below something in the only language that mattered, now, and Harrington shoved the knife under the concrete panel in the small room and lifted. The door came, a cement tongue unscrewing itself from the mouth of a lie. Behind it, darkness moved, not water. Air, warm, a slow animal, and the smell of lemon in a place it had no right to be, a crawl space that extended under the street, open and wrong. In the space, light, not from a window. A string of cheap Christmas LEDs cobbled into a motel room idea, taped along the ceiling. They made the air feel like violent holiday, and in their glow, a bench, a set of pegs with jackets, a small folding table with a phone on it. A chair. The same chair, always the chair. On it, handcuffs clipped open in a shape that was a promise. On the table, another jar, labeled with painter's tape, 31. Inside the jar, a key, bulky, mechanical, old. Tag on it, B31. Beneath the key, a lemon peel curled like a smile. "Pocket room," Tess said, "when he built a pocket under your life." "Under all our lives," Patel said. "Underground is where this city does its reading." Harrington reached for the key, and this time he didn't ask permission from any god he no longer recognized. Cool metal. Heavy. The feel of authority made older by rust. He put it in his pocket and felt the absence of the ring again like an old cavalry scar. Through the vent at the far side of the little space came a sound you could taste if you had lived here long enough. River and pipe. The city's personal song. The phone on the little table lit without being touched. An old message, unsent, blinking. Lily, and then words that had been deleted. Below it another draft, V, and nothing. A third Michael, look under the sink. The cursor blinked like a nervous animal. The drafts had dates from before yesterday. He backed out, looked at the camera lens above the pegboard, and realized with a flush of heat that this had been a place where women who wanted to leave messages had tried and hadn't been allowed to finish this particular kind of sentence. "Let them pretend to call," Tess said quietly, like a person reciting a new doctrine you hate. He let them draft. He took drafts for trophies. Patel took the phone with a gloved hand, bagged it, then looked up at the small vent. Air moved. The LEDs flickered once, like cheap gods. She stood under the vent and listened. So did he, because that's how you hear decisions being made. From the vent, a voice, not a voice, a radio made private. A sentence in a man's tone that had been taught to use verbs gently. Proceed to B31. Proceed at 7. Hoke? No, not his slow sharp. Another one. Not ashes. Flat. The sound of a man who signs checks for men who sign checks. The city. Or something that thinks it is. Harrington looked at Patel. She had gone very still, which is the movement she uses for fear. Proceed, she said. And B31. Basement. Your house. Gate 31. All the things at once. 7, Tess said, and their clock said 6:54. He had the key in his pocket. A sketch on the back of his brain formed. B31 as in basement valve 31, as in a service corridor number on the municipal map, as in a shorthand radio call to a man at a panel in a room where Marlowe's people couldn't get because they didn't own the locks to everything they said their titles meant they should. He stood, and the room up top stood with him. They moved toward the door, and the day changed its clothes again. It went like this because this city likes to run concurrent events and then introduce them belatedly to one another. At the reservoir, the boat brought Lily up. She hit light the way good glass hits light. She made a sound that Father Nolan told later did not belong to any particular language, but did belong to the living. He put a hand on her hair and didn't say God and was proud of himself for it. Marlowe had Ash in a car and never looked at him again, and felt virtuous for that, and a traitor, and both were facts. At Whitlow Pier, 2 men looked for Daniel Rusk and could not find him, and did not handle their disappointment with grace. He had taken a set of keys, not an inventory, and an idea about redemption that would break plates. At City Hall, Hoke put a set of papers in a woman's hand with a camera, and then called someone on a phone that he should have thrown in the river and said, "It doesn't matter, by 7 it won't matter," and the person on the line didn't answer because that's the kind of person he liked to call. At St. Dimphna's, Clea held Nadia's hands while she tried to learn to eat after the taste of a pump room. Tessa's post hit the top of the news carousel at the local station, and an editor somewhere cut a car crash from the Bablock because that's what passes for moral arithmetic in the shape of a schedule. At Harrington's building, Tomasz twisted the wheel the way people in old movies do to save someone's life in a submarine, and it actually saved someone's life. The laundry machine sang a song of miraculous wrong function. Mrs. Pena carried a metal mixing bowl with dignity because she was going to catch whatever the building tried to do to her and throw it back. And in Harrington's crawlspace, the vent radio repeated itself. And proceed. B31. Proceed. He ran without looking at the jar with the ring and hated himself for both facts separately. Patel grabbed his sleeve and then let go, because she knows that you can't make men stop when they have realized that a door is insistently part of their name. They hit the basement, and Tomasz was waiting with a wrench and honest sweat like currency. "Where?" Harrington said. Tomasz pointed with his chin at a corridor that runs under the sidewalk like the city's memory. It had a sign above it that no one looks at. Service. And beneath it, like a small noise from a second mouth, handwritten in old paint, B31. "Of course," Tess said, joyless. Harrington put the key in the padlock on the service door, felt the old metal accept him only reluctantly, the way older men do. He turned. The shackle came, the door swung. The corridor was a thin, low thing, brick walls that had wept salts into patterns that looked like maps of other countries, pipes overhead wearing their unions like rings. The lemon came here too, a smear on the edge of the right-hand wall at shoulder height, not a smell so much as a permission to hate. Midway down, an opening to the left, half height, a crawl, a glow of LEDs, another chair in that glow, the familiar, now obscene shape of cuffs with a loop, a phone on a hanger on the wall above it, 3 numbers, 17, 24, 31. Next to 31, painted fresh, home. He did not go to the chair. He went to the control panel to the right of it, a metal face with a 3-position switch and a cover. Label snagged his eye. B31, City Line Aux. Someone had taped over the city with a strip and written river. Someone believed in poetry and he wanted very much for them to die. The switch was in auto. Someone had written in pencil beneath, proceed at 700. His watch said 6:58 in numbers that didn't care about his emotions. Manual, Patel said from his shoulder, calm as a surgeon at a christening. Throw to manual. He flipped the cover. The switch gave him a little resistance because it had learned to enjoy being where it had been left. He moved it down. The hum in the corridor changed like a throat clearing. In the distance, the building, the block, a throat cleared back. A tone sounded on the phone receiver even though no one had picked it up. Tess stared at it the way you stare at a dog that you hope will tell you which room the treat is in. She reached and lifted it because she learned long ago that sometimes women have to decide to be the one who answers the thing that other people might not survive answering. A voice came through, not Ash, not Hoke. The older voice, the one that had been on the vent, without warmth. Who is this? It asked like a form. This is the person taking your toys away, Tess said, brisk, incapable of resisting the chance to pick the right bone. A soft exhale. So you can't, he said. He meant, we have already decided to call this good. He meant, our meetings had donuts. Shwatch, she said, and hung up, which is a syntax old as theater. They didn't breathe for 10 seconds like children at a game. The hum stayed shy. The corridor did not flood. The air did not fix itself into a punishment. Then the other thing happened, a scrape in the dark beyond the second bend. A human shape. Not a man in a jacket with a budget. A boy, young enough to still be wrong about everything. The one from the boardwalk steps. The one they'd pulled from a chair and wondered which way to believe him. He had a lemonade spill's worth of courage and a face that was not finished. He froze at the sight of them. The phone had returned its dial tone to the air like a white flag. "Oh, you," he said to Harrington, the way children say teacher even when men are not convinced they are good at that. Unhey said to bring you. He said make him open the home door so he'll be too tired to get to the real one. He said we're not done counting. On what real one? Tess said. We're inventing consonants if you don't give us more. The boy swallowed. Said 31 at the courthouse if you were unkind at the reservoir. He said 31 at the courthouse even if you were kind. Patel looked at Harrington, and the face she made when she realizes something was both obvious and cruel had a new wrinkle in it. "But in a courthouse," she said. "Finn." As if in answer, there was in the middle distance. A building away, a phone, Regina's office, the squad car, the sound a phone makes when it is old and hungry for courtesy, and under it, the city making the noise a body makes when it has been told to do something it shouldn't in front of people. "Otto," Tomasz said gently, "I will show the boy the laundry. He needs to know which machines lie. Later he needs to know which doors have nails that will take skin. It is useful for a man to know that." "Handlock it," Patel told Harrington, and he knew she didn't mean the laundry. He threw the key at the padlock and made it obey because men need small victories in the face of the kind of arithmetic that makes them ill. They took the stairs like old men trying to make a train. The jar on his table still had the ring in it like a sunflower in a small glass. He left it there because there are decisions you do not get to carry into certain rooms. On the street, the city had found its morning. Trucks that had never had their mufflers replaced. Women with their shoulders up against the cold and their eyes choosing to see only the next block. The fog lifting its skirt a little, reluctant to commit. They drove, Tess with her hand flat on the dash like she could make the speed a question of grammar. At the courthouse, the square had gathered people who didn't know why they were gathering but understood that sometimes being near buildings is how you make the day be about you. A news van had already stolen a good spot with years of practice. A high window had a piece of painter's tape on it with 31 in marker. Lemon at the edge of the glass. He could feel it from the ground. Regina was on the steps, coat wrong for weather, eyes right for triage. Her phone in her hand, radio in the other, 2 officers who would be good at carrying statues when they were older. "He's inside," she said. because sometimes she omitted greeting as an act of regard. He likes that the courtroom camera is broken. He likes that Vin is in a room that has a drain. He thought that would make me keep my feet outside as if water and women have not met before. "T-door," Harrington said. "Basement stairs," she said. "Service," your favorite word. Hoke is on the second floor pretending to talk to his conscience. The chief is in my office reading memos with his jaw. I have Ash in a holding cell with a guard who thinks thinking about lemon counts as insubordination. "Sinai resent that," Patel said. "One would also love it." They went in with the tone of people who intend to make the morning regret itself. Down the first flight, past the metal detector abandoned like a party prop, into the service corridor, where boxes of printers go to discuss their divorces. Lemon, chalk. 31 on a door that in any other hour would still have been brown. Harrington stopped. He did the thing no one wanted him to do. He touched the chalk with his thumb and smeared it off. Ugly, a small act of desecration. Doesn't get to write on my door anymore," he said. Michael," Tess said gently, which is a word she uses when she can forgive you in the next paragraph but not this one. He opened the door. A square room with one drain in the center. Half an inch of water in it already because this city hydrates itself on cue. Vin stood against the far wall, wrists free now, because he had learned how to work a loop with a paperclip he had admired last night and felt bad about how much he loved admiring it. He looked up. "Shurgina," he said, and then to Michael, and then I did what you said, and stopped himself because sometimes finishing a sentence is the politest thing you can do. On the floor in the middle of the room, fixed to the drain grate by a clamp, a small box, a familiar one, with an LED that blinked like a small, irritating thought. Next to it, on the wet concrete, painter's tape 31. On the wall above, a sketch, done in chalk in a quick hand with competence, the layout of the courthouse basement, arrows, X on the room they were in, circles on two other spots, labels, B31 and B17 and B24, arrows connecting them. Someone had drawn a little face at the top and given it a crown and written Raven above it as if to be sweet. "He's running the building like a pump," Patel said. She had to laugh because this degree of arrogance deserves one to avoid collapsing into rage. He's going to pull water from the north line and push it through the court drains and make a door where a judge thinks walls are. He wants a picture of Vin in water because it makes neat telling later when he lobbies for a new annex with better drains. And there's always a bond issue with him, Tess said. And I will call it the Lemon Act and ruin it. Harrington crossed to the device and the clamp because sometimes being simple is the correct theology. He put his hand on the clamp. The metal bit his palm. He moved it. It fought a little because physics had never been polite. It gave. He pulled the box off the grate and it stopped blinking. The water, which had been rising in a way that made old habits come back like ugly friends, calmed. In the distance, in pipes, a confused choke. "There," he said, because a man enjoys victory when he can claim the grammar of it. He held the small box, and it felt like a piece of a language he had had to learn under duress. He looked up. Vin's expression had shifted in the way faces shift when they realize the room has allowed them to survive for longer than they planned to. "He doesn't like when you ruin his penmanship," Vin said. Said he is going to say something sharp about the loss of beauty in municipal infrastructure. "Let him," Regina said from the doorway. She hadn't come in because she had long ago taught herself how much water she allowed to touch her in public. Owen booked him. "He'll be here soon enough. He wanted us at 7. It's 7. A sound up in the building like a stairwell full of suits all choosing to be angry at once. Hoke's voice distinct, thickened with a lack of sleep. "I didn't sign that." And someone else cooler, older, you told him not to worry, and Whitlow, unexpectedly human, "Regina, I'm here," shouted like a request to the past. Harrington put the small box in his pocket, next to the key that had B31 on it. The two made a sound like old metal in a small space. Hot in his chest, a tide lifted once, then settled. He felt the scratch in his throat from the pump room water and loved the sensation. It meant he had something he would be able to name tonight if tonight lived. A phone rang in someone else's pocket. Marlowe's, probably. A quick conversation. A look that she didn't bring into the room because it would have broken something. She came in anyway. Water be damned, her soul's making a small fuss. Boat team got a second person, she said, words short and expensive. A boy, the boardwalk boy. He kept saying numbers in order like prayer. He said 2, 3, 5, 7, and then he started laughing and cried until he hiccuped. Father Nolan says he will be fine when he learns to sleep again. Good, Vince said. Said I like laughing boys even when they scare me. Centrogena. A new voice from the hall, one that made everybody straighten as if compelled. Whitlow. He peered in like a man discovering his rational mind had grown legs and left the room earlier this week. His tie was wrong, his hair wrong, his phone in his one hand, like an infant he had learned to love late. So I think we have chosen a side today, he said, and Harrington had the disgusting impulse to forgive him one thing and then hated himself for it. Hoke lurked behind him like a bruise. He smiled when he saw Vin not dying. He smiled because he had learned to smile when things didn't go his way. The smile made him look like a badly programmed machine. You're all in trouble, he said in the tone of a man who had once learned to say boo and been praised for it. No, Regina said. You are. Upstairs, the courthouse clock said 7 in different voices with different degrees of self-respect. In Harrington's pocket, the small box pressed against the key and made a mute pair he might not have the energy to interpret yet. Tess put a hand on his shoulder with her professional gentleness. He didn't flinch. The phone that had pretended to be dead in his other pocket lit with one more line. A message, the number, the untired voice. You walked through your home door. Good. Then another line. It didn't wait for him to breathe. The last number is not 31. It is the number of names you will put in your book when you're done pretending you don't keep one. He looked at Tess then, because she had a book, of course she did. She met his eyes with that unwanted kindness that always felt like getting away with something. We'll have to count, she said, serious as a wall, and then decide what to do with the count. The courthouse shook slightly, the way old buildings shake not with danger but with the recognition that they are being asked to hold more than they were built for. A window somewhere upstairs popped with temperature. Outside, the river sent in wind like a postcard. He turned the key in his pocket without a lock to meet it and thought, for the first of many unwanted times that day, of the ring on his table in glass, and how the name carved in it looked like a sentence an old writer had been forced to publish angry. Then someone shouted from above, not from the street, not from a camera, one of Marlowe's officers with lungs and a reason. Phrygia, birth 17, everything went hard and turned like a wheel. The hum in the pipes changed its mind again, and the chalk map on the wall looked suddenly less theoretical. Pogo, Regina said, and the room did what it was told. Harrington paused in the doorway long enough to see his reflection in the wet concrete. A man with no gun, a key, a small box, and an expression that had given up on being photographic. He had the feeling of the moment you realized the book you thought you were in has one more chapter than you'd been led to believe. He ran. The city decided to keep count for him anyway. Part 7. Names that water keeps. They went the way men go when someone yells the number they've been pretending not to need. Down the courthouse corridor that smelled like Civil War and toner, up into a square that had been designed to make people feel watched, out to the cars where the lights obligingly tried to make time think it was elastic. Regina gave orders like a piano you want to buy one day. Pike peeled off with 2 uniforms who still believed in the reflective power of vests. Soraya answered a call and told a donor to wake up. Whitlow hung back in the door like a man who might catch an apology if one got loose. Hoke cracked his knuckles for an audience the building refused to be. Harrington drove because the way to keep a dog from thinking about a thing is to give it a road. Tess sat beside him, a shoulder pressed to the cold window, the ledger's absence in her bag making a sentimental weight. Patel in the back clicked through photos on her phone as if evidence could become a shibboleth if you held it long enough. Fog had climbed back out of the river and was trying to buy breakfast with its breath. The gulls wrote their rude laughter along the sky in a way that made the city's dignity look like a joke that still paid. The tide board at Whitlow, how kind the world was to provide props, sat at 1509 and shrugging upward. The chalk numbers someone had written on it in a fist the river would forgive had been scrubbed half off by a sleeve. The pier house door was open in a studied way. Berth 17 had collected eyes, a harborward truck with its logo showing the sort of bravery only paint has. Two men in jackets that wanted to look municipal and were failing at it in their seams. Reed from the harbor master's office with his clipboard like a teddy bear. A boy from the bait shop who liked to come down for the parts of the morning that smell like lives starting over. The panel at the mouth of 17 was raised because the day had pride, and so did men. "Everyone back?" Regina said, and nobody did until she lifted a hand, which teaches. She moved in with Pike, without her bullhorn, because there are moments you don't amplify. Patel peeled off left. Harrington took right. Tested what old reporters do when they are a witness first. She found height, a pallet stack, climbed onto it and aimed her pen, then her eyes. Lemon, painter's tape, the patient's 17 on the gate's lip, a thin line of water on the concrete where something had been taught to breathe. Inside, Pike said not for drama, just to have put the word in the air for later. He took a flashlight and bent, a kind of prayer you could sell at a store. "Talk to me," Regina said. "Chair," Pike answered. No occupant. Chain on the floor ring has been pulled taut and tied off to the panel hinge. That's a new trick. Another panel down the throat, sub-panel, wedged. We're supposed to pull on the chain and make everything think it's behaved. Timer by the chair. It's not counting. It wants us to worry about being late without giving us the math. He reached out. Harrington caught the back of his belt because that's what you do once a day if you love anyone at all in the city. "Don't be a gentleman," he said. Be a mathematician who knows when a number is a song. What's under the chair? "8. Transmitter, familiar cousin," Pike said, and did not move his hand any closer. "Buzzers?" Patel asked the world. The world considered, came up with something like a suggestion. A cough from the pier house door, not the human kind. A motor, a small self-satisfied one. Everyone looked up with their faces because they are mammals and mammals have dumb instincts sometimes. The skiff again, or its brother, not the cap this time. A man without the gift of shape, buzz cut from earlier, or another cut from the same cloth, pushing the small boat along the fenders with his hand because he had learned to be gentle with things that can't forgive. He had something on the bow, something wrapped in a blue tarp and geometry. "Don't," Regina said, "not to him. To the morning." He grinned as if he believed he deserved to. He didn't come in under the gate because his children had taught him to respect depth. He let the current touch the boat and bring it to a place where a man can say he had a plan. "Lawn delivery for rivers together," he called. Nobody around him liked how his mouth shaped the word together. "Special order. Goes down here with the other good deeds. Boss's note says, 'We are saving space everywhere we can.'" Harrington's heart did that old and useful wrong thing, imagining. He didn't like to imagine. It gave rooms teeth. But now his brain laid a set of Polaroids on the boards and said to him, in a voice he used to make fun of, "Maybe this time this math ends differently." "Set it down," he said. "Slow." Buzzcut shook his head with the patience of a man who has picked the wrong hill to die on and knows it. "Pinch had to hand it to the detective," he said. Haney said you could feel the number through the wrapping. "In here," Harrington said. He took one step and then another. Tess made a noise like "don't" and then swallowed the noise because some people evolve out of certain useful words. Patel watched the chain. Pike watched Buzzcut's fingers for the vein that lies when men lie. Harrington reached the edge, where the panel's mouth breathed. He looked down because you always look down before your life decides to be a floor. The chair, the chain, a jar on the chair, insultingly familiar, peaches peeled off in some other kitchen, labeled 17 Inside, a key. Key to what? He asked without looking up. So, she, Harbormaster Locke, Reed said reflexively, because men with clipboards exist to answer such questions even when asleep. Ain't old lockers on the west gunshed. They haven't been assigned since. He stopped because his mouth had walked him into a year that hurt. Since we closed the boys' summer program, he said lamely. Mudget, ear, Tess said from above, her pen ready to make him regret being helpful. 2018, Reed said. Naomi, Patel breathed. Because the universe is lazy with its parallels and men are greedy with their hope. Harrington took the jar up. The glass was warmer than the air. Lemon wore it. The key inside had a cut pattern like a child's drawing of a mountain range. He set the jar on the concrete carefully, like a person who has broken a good cup before. Pull the chain and something else opens somewhere else, Pike said, eyes still at the mouth. It's a seesaw. He thinks we like playgrounds. And sure, he thinks we like being made to choose which child on the playground. We're going to catch, Tess said. What's West Gunshed? Regina said to Reed. Now, she pointed at Pike. No pulling. It's a museum in there, until I say otherwise. They split. Pike stayed with the throttle on his own patience. Patel and Harrington took off along the pier with Reed clattering, the key in a jar in Harrington's hand like a saint. Tess tried to follow, and Regina put her hand on Tess's forearm, not to stop her, to make her look at her face. You're my witness here, she said. It was not a punishment. The gunshed, so named for a century-old job of storing things the city had once used to make other people acknowledge it, was a long, squat building with its back humped against the fog, locks along its seam like punctuation, cobwebs that had made treaties with men. Reed fumbled, the way we all do when someone remembers a year we don't want to, and then found the locker with B-17 stenciled in black so old it looked blue. The new lock looked like gilt. Harrington popped the jar, fished the key, put it in, turned. The inside smelled like the inside of a body. Men's old weather, salt turned into sugar, blue tarp, lemon under everything because lemon is a coward. He lifted the tarp and thought he was ready. It was small, a human shape that once had been smaller than the world. Curled knees, wrists tied cruelly but not expertly. Pony sticker on a wall had trained him for this, he told himself unreliably. Hair matted, clothes cheap the way he understood. Eyes open and not wrong yet. Not Naomi, she'd be older, but something like the equation the city won't stop teaching. A girl 15 at most if you asked a census, 17 if you asked a man who'd lost count of summers. A number marker taped to her shirt. 1 the way you mark boxes in order not to lose them. 1. He did not bother a gentle. He cut. Patel caught. Reed turned away and threw up into the hall because he was a good person. The girl fought like a creature made for a wild place. She came back to herself mid-fight with that flicker eyes do. Don't, she said, not meaning, don't help. Meaning, don't be nice to me, I'm not sure I recognize the shape of it. It's earlier than a bad beginning, Patel said, and the phrase had an edge that looked like steel. Onto brought you, Harrington asked, because words are sometimes a net the brain knows how to knit. She considered. Her lip trembled in a way that belonged to hungry, not drama. Ona woman, she said. Hair, eyes, nice sweater. She used the word we and I believed it. She said I could come see a safe place and leave with a paper that says I was there. She said her name was a beat, a burden. Carmen, she said helplessly, Carmen. Harrington's brain put together a river of faces and chose 3 with that name and discarded 2. Carmen Tejada, rehab intake harbor ward. Wrote columns once about second chances. Bought lemon cleanser in bulk at the discount store by the stadium. Ate soup with Clea in the back kitchen and called every girl Mija, and taught herself to mean it. Wore cardigans that made mothers like her. Had been in photographs with Soraya once in an election year. Where is she? Patel asked, as if a person's name could be a door if you ask it in the right tone. And I don't know, the girl said, and honesty hurt the room. Oh, name. Harrington said gently. June, she said, and flinched when she said it because trust breaks brains a little. June with an E. It's okay, June, he said, like he could teach reality to start where he needed it to. They got her walking. Reed took his shirt off and put it around her shoulders because the city had not burned his kindness up yet. They hustled June toward the open place where the police look like family until they don't. Regina saw her, made no face because she did not perform goodness, and got Clea on the phone at St. Dymphna without bothering the switchboard. Say, Clea, she said, we're going to need your kitchen's way of making people forget the hours that just happened. Buzz Cut in the skiff saw it and didn't smile. He looked at the chair in the throat and knew his morning had just lost an easy sentence. He backed out, not in a hurry. People who do wrong well take their dignity with them. Tell your boss the tie doesn't like being used, Harrington called to him. Which boss? Buzzcut said sweetly. Could, Tess said beside Regina, in the notes of a woman who can't afford to make jokes and does anyway. We're doing pronouns now. The chain sat taut through the panel like a violin string you don't want to touch because it might give you a song you can't stop hearing. The jar by the chair with 17 was another call-out. The underroom held its breath. The bay beyond held its own. Regina lifted her chin at Pike. Button it, she said. Pike cut the timer's line with a flourish that is much better theater when nobody is there to clap. He placed the transmitter in a bag Zarni hadn't gotten to yet, and made it behave by depriving it of light. The chair sat alone. No ghost. Harrington let the clean relief a city rarely grants pass through his chest. He let the fear attach to the parts of him not done with other numbers. He looked at the jar in his hand. He looked at Tess's pen. He looked at the face of the girl June as Clea took her from the pier like she was groceries and would be put away in the right cupboard. Then the radio in Regina's hand did a thing radios do to make women hate them and to make the day feel like it has more gravity than it did 10 minutes ago. It crackled a word the way the river likes to crack boats. Escape. Regina didn't swear because that would give someone else pleasure. Say it, she said flatly. Holding cell, 2, a breathless uniform said. A male suspect, Ash, no longer present. Guard says he felt dizzy. Camera feed shows. The feed shows a reflection only, no movement. Door open when the feed glitched. Lemon on the bars. Tape on the outside. Tape says 0. Tess closed her eyes for one beat, the beat in which you build a metaphor and then regret it. And he pulled a 0 out of a pocket, she said. He wasn't joking when he told you we were done with 31. Regina didn't blink. I'll lock the building, she said into the radio as if it were a human being she was allowed to order around. Put a body in front of Soraya's office. Put 2 in front of Vin's safe room. Move Hoke into a chair somebody else has to watch him in. Send me the 0. We're out of men, the voice said, which is either brave or an admission depending on what year you were born. Borrow some, she said. Then she looked at Harrington. She didn't need to say the next sentence. He had already said it inside his own head. 0. The city's first gate, the old drain at 0 Street where kids used to dare each other to put their hands. The sluice from the century before the one we pretend counts most. The place the river begins being the river inside the city. The part of a map nobody prints on the tourist version because visitors come here to pretend they didn't. Whitlow, who had managed to keep the water off his shoes today by some miracle of status, drifted in at the edge of the group like a man who wanted to audition as redeemed. 0 Street, he said, putting it in the air and seeing how it sounded coming out of his mouth. Such and we closed it for repairs in 9. They reopened it for emergency runoff in 14. It's not on the public map. Of course it isn't, Tess said. Oh, so who's the guardian? He did not want to say it, which made saying it a kind of dessert. Homeport Authority, he said, and the Ravenbrook Flood Control Joint Board. Saint Raven, Patel said softly. She met Harrington's eyes. They were the same person for 1/2 second. The chalk crown on the basement wall over the face, labeled Raven, was not a joke, it turns out. A gull landed on the 17 panel and shat promptly on the lemon. Harrington took that as a blessing because you collect the ones you can. They moved. Reed closed the gunshed door and threw the lock and told himself he would check it again in an hour and in 3, and before he went to sleep tonight, if the city let him. Clea had June in a Harborward van, and her hands on the girl were so careful that an observer would have thought the girl was rich. Regina put 2 men on the pier with a sheet of plywood and said, "Sit on it," and they did because this morning they liked being told. Harrington drove with his hand on the steering wheel and the other in his pocket where the small box and the big key were learning to know each other. Tess called the station and told a producer to bring the Zero files she didn't know he had. Patel called Zarni and said, "Honey, you know any federal people who still believe they can keep the ocean out of things by regarding it sharply?" And Zarni said, "Yes, but they don't answer when I use this tone." Zero Street had never asked to be a street. It had asked to be a drainage ditch, and then been given the dignity of a name and a curb and a story. The curb had given out decades ago. The story remained. The mouth of the old gate lived behind a fence, with a sign that said authorized only in a font that had scolded better people than any of them. The fence had a hole. The hole had learned to be polite. They went through. The gate was stone inside, older than the math they had been forced to admire. It had a face like a cathedral learned to be practical. On the stone leading into it, painter's tape in a neat small rectangle, Zero bold and patient. Lemon like a handshake you don't want to accept. Is it a nothing or a beginning? Tess said, because word people get paid by how often it hurts a sentence to say out loud. And the city thinks Zero is a place to put extra, Patel said. Hun, he thinks Zero is where you go when your accounting goes wrong and you need to pretend you meant it. Whitlow, what else lives down here? For once, Whitlow did not have a memo. He looked smaller than he had said he would be when he grew up. Lines, branches, he said, history, people who want to not show up where their names say they should, Harrington said, and then crouched because the morning required it. The gate had a service panel off to one side for men with soft shoulders, lemon on its lip. He ran his hand along the seam and felt the grit from forgotten storms. He found the edge like you find a scar. He pried, because that was the job today, apparently. It came. The smell was cold and serious. Down in the old hallway, lit by cheap LEDs, because men always bring the wrong kind of light to good old rooms, another chair, another ring, another tape on the floor with Zero drawn in the way people draw balloons for children. The ring had no chain. The chair had no cuffs. On the wall, in chalk, a diagram of a man's figure with the kind of care one uses for recipes. Arrows to the places where water kills you fastest. Labels in that patient hand, nose, mouth, panic. An emoji, obscene in its attempt at pun, drawn in chalk. Harrington's laugh this time made nobody comfortable. "He's tired," he said. "He's telling jokes you write when you expect to get caught and you know your audience is police who've had coffee and no sense of humor." Tess stepped into the doorway enough to see the rest without giving the room her blood. "He wants to make Zero his little monogram," she said. "She wants to say this entire city is my bolted-on idea of drain. He wants to be municipal art." "Well," Patel said, "let's tag it." She took a can of yellow survey paint from the bag she carried like other women carry medicine, and she sprayed an obscene line through the Zero on the floor. She wrote, in her own neatness, "No." At the far end of the space, a phone on a chair hummed a little, the kind of hum you make when you are tired of waiting and tired of ringing. She picked it up and held it at arm's length. The screen showed a little square of the precinct, somewhere near Holding, because the angle had that sick fluorescent. A smear of lemon on a wall like a signature at the corner of a painting, and a note where a man should be, count. She flipped it off. She bagged it. She exhaled through her teeth. Harrington walked the stone, touched the cold. He looked at Tess the way a person who has let himself be counted looks at the person whose job is to write that down. "How many?" he asked softly. She knew the question wasn't fair. She answered anyway. "Living," she said. Nadia. Lily. June. The boy." She ticked fingers the way women tick family names at holidays. Maybe Naomi. We don't have her. We have her picture. We have her handwriting. We have a ledger entry that told a man to fetch her where the city keeps boxes with shoes in them. Another finger she didn't have. The hurt matter-of-factness of her mouth threatened to become the kind of human being she didn't have time to be. Dead, she added without being asked. In Rebecca. The ones in Vin's neat hand with the dots the wrong color. The ones with the green red-coated marks on the wall in the cannery room. The ones Clea will not let me make a chart for because she doesn't want her kitchen to have the wrong smell. "My name's in the book," he said. "It wasn't a trap. It was a theory. I'll put my own last," she said, and smiled in the proper place at last. And Cy always did. She looked at the stone arch like it had asked to become a character. "Zero isn't about nothing," she said. "It's about the part of the system you don't want to see because you think it's boring. The place the water waits. He's making a doctrine out of it." Regina checked her watch the way people in old movies used to check train schedules when trains took dignity. "Point, we're done here for now," she said. "It ain't a joke. We said no in paint. He hates it when we do small things right. We go make him hate us again. Pike, get 2 men to sit here with a book of poems and a shotgun. Whitlow, call your friend at Port who thinks he votes for a living. Tell him not to open any metal that doesn't already have sunshine inside it." Whitlow nodded for the first time today, like what he had been told felt like a command and not an insult. "I can do that," he said, and a small sound in the universe gave a kind of permission. Hoke rolled his neck like a cartoon of a man pretending to be loose, and Tess did not look at him because she'd promised herself not to waste adjectives on him for a page or two. They broke. Back to the courthouse to sign the lie of a day into 100 little documents. Back to St. Dymphna to return a cardigan to a girl named June and ask her to eat something that could pretend to be an apology. Back to the precinct where Ash had left a 0 on his door with painter's tape, like a ribbon tied on a gift for a child who doesn't deserve the toy. Back to City Hall where Vin sat in a room with 2 chairs and found that having nothing tied to you is its own stress. The city breathed. It does that sometimes. You cannot expect a day like this to make a long kindness. It will give you a coffee that is warm and a bathroom that is not. At St. Dymphna, where the soup had solved more moral quandaries than the editorial page, Father Nolan stood with a towel over his shoulder and refused to let his hands shake. Clea moved through her kitchen with the speed of someone rescuing small civilizations and thinking about it only enough to be careful. Nadia and Lily ate at the same table and had nothing to say to each other, and that was good doctrine. June sat with Clea and tried to decide if a woman saying Mija was a trap. The boardwalk boy, named Caleb because that was a gift a social worker gave his mother once, stared at a chessboard nobody had told him how to use yet, and moved a pawn like he was trolling God. "I need to go deliver the good news to a person who will understand it as a threat," Father Nolan said to Clea without turning. "Keep me honest for 4 minutes." She saluted with a spoon. "Take the long way past the sanctuary," she said. "Talk to the big window with your shoulders. It likes it when men beg kindly." Nolan smiled and would call that a sin later if he wanted to. He went down the hall past the hope chest, which someone had emptied and put on its side and written with a marker, "No storage," and to the side door the city uses when it wants grace at a discount. Outside, the air had finally decided a season. A man leaned against the brick, thin, jacket wrong, smell of a bus on him. Not Ash, not Hoke, another kind of man, cheaper, possibly more dangerous because he didn't know whether to love or hate the assignment. The brand of jacket said he had borrowed it from a smaller man. He looked at Nolan and Nolan at him. And those are the conversations adults have when children need to be protected from a city's weather. "You got a message," the man said. "For a woman." Nolan balanced his tote with the skill of saints carrying those old baskets full of bread. "What woman?" he asked, mild as a road. "And one with the jacket and the camera. The little queen," the man said. And because he smiled while saying it, Nolan felt complicated. Said tell her that the number wasn't 31. He said tell her it was 53. 53. Nolan repeated, disliking how good the syllables felt in his mouth. What does 53 measure? A number of doors in the city that lead to the water if you know the names to use, the man recited, pleased. Did he count the people? Nolan asked. He said he doesn't do people, the man said. He shrugged in a way that was too practiced for a boy and too sloppy for an old man. He said he did ideas. Nolan considered the brick, considered the cross above the side window, considered whether all the good words he'd been trained on were going to help him not put his hands on a stranger. What's your name, son? He asked. Why, the man said, and laughed pleasantly. So I know which mouth to wash out when I see you again, Nolan said. He made it gentle. The air allowed it. The man's laughter improved. Benny, he said, like the song. Sight, go away, Benny, Nolan said, and shut the door the way a priest is allowed to shut a door, even when he knows closing is a sin. He stood a moment with his forehead to the wood. He counted to 5 in Latin and didn't enjoy any of the syllables. Then he went to the kitchen because soups don't stir themselves, and this city is not going to be loved thoroughly by thought. At the precinct, a woman from risk management tried to get onto a list she had not earned. Irene Boss scissored her out of the hallway with a phrase that made the day want to clap. Zarni put the broken transmitter and the broken men together in a bag and asked it politely to confess. Whitlow sat in Regina's office, the floor dry now, the plant leaning out of the light like it wasn't sure it wanted to admit its habits, and read Vin's notebooks with his mouth closed. Soraya put out the statement she hated least and deleted the sentence that would have made a column by test too easy. Hoke's lawyers smelled of shampoo. Ash sat in a cell on a different floor now where Lemon was an insult and smiled to himself without showing teeth. The guard who had let himself breathe too near his cloth went home and told his wife he was proud of the men who did hard jobs, even though he didn't do one. A strip of painter's tape with 0 on it lived on the corner of Ash's bench like a pet. He did not look at it. He looked at the sink instead, then at the drain, then at the pipes, the way religious men look at the ceiling in old churches. Don't, the new guard said, because that is what we teach police to say to men when they start to admire architecture. Time resting, Ash said politely. I have a dentist appointment at 11. He clasped his hands and put them on his knees and breathed the way men do when they are practicing for when someone will ask them a question in a courtroom. The guard looked at him longer than he should. The guard was very young and had not yet met somebody who uses clocks against you simply by knowing how to read the back of one. On the chalkboard in imaging, Zarni drew a big circle and called it Raven, and around it he put little circles and called them ordinary nouns: port, public works, harbor ward, procurement, diocese, flood, Whitlow, Mathers, Tejada. He drew lines and made himself a web and admired the geometry and then hated it because he is a decent man and knows webs try to become aesthetic to justify the spiders. In her desk drawer, in a church, Clea had a folder she had not shown anyone that had the old name, Rebecca V, on it. She put another page in it now, a copy of Tess's draft about Lily, the kind of petty homage women do when they don't want to lose a woman's edges. And I will memorize these, she told 3 saints on a shelf: a cheap St. Jude, a teenager's picture of a girl on a swing, a saint with a mop. And we will not stop this week until I can make soup out of all of them. Back at the pier, Pike laughed at something the gulls did with a greasy bag and sat on the plywood like a man guarding something holy. Reed called his mother and lied about because he needed a lie somewhere in the day to remind himself he still could. At the courthouse, Vin put his head on his arms for a minute and taught himself how to pretend that a room like that could be a place you rest. He put his hand in his pocket and touched the paper Soraya had pressed into it and felt the fiber and did not read. At 0 Street, the paint dried on the word no and looked like nobody else had ever written that on a wall before, not with that color, not at that height. A rat adjusted its expectations and went around. A camera in a vent thought about whether it had a soul and settled on not today. Harrington went to his apartment long enough to look at the ring in the jar without touching the glass. The jar looked back at him with its little condensation circle like a halo, And the ring did nothing because objects do not owe you performance. He put his hand on the back of the chair she'd leaned against once in a life he doesn't tell anyone about because it turns him into a person he finds distasteful. He took it off again because this building and this day were not in a relationship that made comfort honest. He sat on the floor and leaned into the couch and let his body creak out loud. The crawl space under his floor was quiet. The city held its breath in his room like it didn't want to smell itself. 53. Tess had texted him 10 minutes earlier. Father Nolan got it from a Benny with a mouth at the church. 53 doors that go to water. That's not engineering, that's scripture, he typed back. Names. How many do we have that I can write without going to jail for the wrong reason? She returned, Hoke, Rusk, Tejada, if she's not a forced volunteer. Ashes of unknown, Whitlow, complicity count but he's moving. Floodboard somebody's. Names of the dead. Do you want to put yours? He stared at the question the way he stared at certain addresses on an email when it would have been cleaner to pick up a telephone. He typed, last. Then he put the phone down and listened to his own breath and found it immodest. Patel let herself in because she had earned that today. She had a paper bag that had made a wet mark through on one corner. She held it out as if it were a gift she thought he would refuse. Soup, she said. Flea sent what she called the kind with everything. She said if you eat it, you would feel generous. Since I won't, he said, and took the bag, and his mouth watered like a treason. She walked the space with a patience that meant she was looking for lemons she hated. 0, she said to the room, just to see if the building would say it back. 3. Raven. I am tired of not getting to swear at the right people in the right rooms. He ate. He wanted to ask if she needed a spoon, and then he remembered the day and put the other spoon on the table without male commentary. She sat and leaned back and put her boots on his television console in a way that would have upset another man and would make him later feel better than he deserves to feel about himself. Won't you get a text, she said, and she didn't mean do your job. She meant, I saw the light. He looked. A number he had revised into a kind of friend by overexposure. The text said, hurt who you love. Choose correctly. He didn't show her. He could not bear the math she would make of his face. He put the phone face down on the table like that made an argument. She misinterpreted his move in a way that made him love her anyway. You don't need to be a hero every hour, she said. On you can let Regina do some. And to last number is names, he said, and felt stupid for making it sound like a poem. She was kind to him. Then let's be greedy, she said, and let's make it longer than he wanted. Let's count until it looks like what it is. His phone buzzed again. He knew the haptic profile like a person knows the way the old dog's paws sound on tile. He picked it up because he loved being punished. The message was not text. It was a still image, the inside of a room that used to have character and now had only function. Harbor Ward back office. Lemon wiped on its desk like an allergy. Light fixture with a sigh of a ballast. On the desk, a piece of painter's tape, 31, because he didn't know when to stop. In the corner of the frame, unfocused but legible, the edge of a cardigan with a little pearl button and a human hand that had a brown mole on the thumb, familiar if you had eaten with it, Carmen Tejeda. No words. He didn't need any. He forwarded it to Patel and Tess and Regina because withholding is a strategy he was slightly too young and slightly too honest to enjoy. Regina responded first. Don't move. Then do not. Then sit. Tess second, I'm by Harborward. I see nothing. Patel third, you've earned her anger. Don't make her earn yours. Then we go together. He looked at the ring. He looked at the soup. He put the jar's lid back on gently because sometimes the only good thing you can do for an object is curate it. He stood. Patel stood with him because she had made that decision when she chose his team years ago and liked to renew it in difficult weather. And do we tell Soraya? He asked. Oh, you can, Patel said. She'll make it a hearing. Then we'll have cameras as an instrument and he will do something with them that he is good at. Or we can do this like thieves and then file the paperwork later like amateurs. Amateurs get fired, he said. Sorry I have no badge today, she said, and smiled. They were 2 flights down when the building made a noise like a pipe apologizing. He knew what that noise meant because he had heard it a lot this morning already. A door slammed in the hall on the first floor. Feet scuffed as if a number had tripped. Someone said softly, like the Lord's Prayer spelled wrong, 17, and then laughed. The laugh a child would do if you let him practice being terrible. He ran. The door to Mrs. Peña's apartment was ajar. The floor inside was a chaos of groceries and clean folded things and a lemon rolled under the table because the universe is a hack. She stood on a chair, of all the ridiculous places, brandishing a broom at a man with a cap who had put his hands up, not in surrender, but in performance. "Shash," Harrington said, ridiculous even as he said it because the man's face was wrong for the voice. It wasn't him. Your organs no shape. This was a messenger built of nervous. Hint said to say, "You should have chosen the ledger," the not Ash said cheerfully. Said to say, "If I wanted to hurt you, I would have used a smaller number." He said to say, "Raven likes to be fed at night." "And you," Mrs. Peña said, jabbing the broom. "What do you like?" "On being paid," the boy said. He sidled toward the door, saw Patel, and recalculated. He gave Harrington a little salute with 2 fingers, because the city likes to enjoy its tropes. "See you, detective," he said. He disappeared with the way people disappear when a day like this needs another act and doesn't have a big budget for it. Mrs. Peña got down from the chair with dignity, belted her robe. "You have to be careful which rooms you let men build under your things," she said, as if she were announcing the weather. Then she saw his face. "Ah," she said, and hugged him like a woman who's been divorced twice and still thinks men deserve the violence of affection some days. He did not cry because he is not that man, and also things were busy. They went to Harborward, where Tess had stationed herself like an altar with bad lighting. The front door was locked. Clea's sign on it, kitchen, ring. Harrington rang. Clea opened not with her hands but with her moral. The office beyond had lemon, had 31 on a desk, had Carmen Tejada not in it. On the desk, a piece of paper with the kind of writing you do when a man dictates, and you want to believe it's normal. You can save a girl, or you can save a woman, or you can save a city. Under it, the tidy, patient hand, pick 2. Tess had put her hand on the edge of the desk and left it there like pressure would help. "Pick 2, she said. "This is how men who love math tell themselves they're moral." Clea looked at them with her kitchen eyes. "Took Carmen," she said. "She left with a clipboard at dawn. A man said he had a kid in his car who had to pee, and could he use the office bathroom. I am tired of saying sentences like that out loud without breaking things after." Patel put her hand on Clea's arm the way you tell someone you have a rope even if you've left it in another bag. "When we got a girl," she said. "June, she's in your kitchen eating, something that is more doctrine than broth. That makes this even." Clea swallowed. "Nothing makes anything even," she said. "But I accept that something happened that I can use later so I don't kill myself from noticing." "And pick 2, Tess said again, softer. "And he thinks he knows which 2 we'll pick." The phone on the office desk, Carmen's, buzzed with a call she would have answered during any other year in a different city. The caller ID had no name and a clean number. Harrington hit green and did not speak. "So you have a key," Ash's voice said pleasantly into his ear. He could hear the soundscape of somewhere not far from water, gulls, a truck backing up and apologizing for it, someone hammering nails without passion. "And have it in your pocket, with another thing I used to love. You've always put too many meaningful things in one place. It makes for pretty sentences when you finally write your version of this." Harrington let his breath go because men who like to be on the radio like to think they're interrupting it. "Carmen," he said. "Good at her job," Ash said. "Better at believing than you are. I like her very much. She likes adding people to pronouns. I like exploiting pronouns." "Don't wear," Harrington said. A room with a drain," Ash said. "And a familiar chair. A number older than 31 and younger than your guilt." He paused as if listening for a train. "Pick 2, he said, and hung up. Regina's text came in on cue, the kind of stage management that good lieutenanting requires. Rusk sighted at Whitlow's west lot. He has a woman with him. Think it's Tishada, sharp jacket. Then he wants to trade. Pick two, Tess said for the third time, because repetition has power and because she was using it to not fall apart. Which two do we pick, Michael? His mouth did that thing where it becomes more than itself, and he hated it but used it anyway. We pick the girl, he said. He always the girl. Then the woman because she made the girl possible, and the city comes whether we invite it or not. Clea looked at him and saw the way men justify their afternoons. She didn't argue. Then go, she said. So I'll make soup for the third anyway. They left with the taste of literal salt on their tongues and the sound of something settling in a room they didn't want it to. Whitlow's west lot had the wetness of morning that hasn't decided it will be generous. Rusk stood with a set of keys in his hand, as if he had done well, and balanced that accomplishment with a little humility. Carmen beside him looked like a person who had had to learn to stand without her verbs for the last hour. Her hair had a good clip in it. Her face had nothing because she had lent it all to girls for years. Two jacket men stood at Rusk's shoulders, making knife shapes with their shoulders and regretting nothing. Regina was already there, standing in the squared stance she had perfected for cameras, which is also, unfortunately, the perfect stance for dealing with grievance. Soraya stood next to her with eyes that were unforgiving in a way that made Harrington think of the days he had liked being the kind of man who flirted with goddesses. Daniel, Soraya said, and the intimacy of his first name on her lips was a small violence. Cher pick your end. Rusk's laugh had been upgraded since morning. He looked like a person who had practiced an expression in the mirror and then learned to use it as a promise. "'Tis is what you wanted, though," he said. "An A spectacle with water attached, a version of yourself where the cause wins because the cameras do not blink. So want you in a building where your words have to be said through glass," Regina said, "and where the butterflies feel as silly as you look in that shirt." He grinned, appreciated the burn. "And here's the deal," he said, because he had learned the word earlier in a film. "When the key to the storage where girls get turned into numbers goes back to its hook. Carmen goes to your soup. I tell you how many locks you left open by mistake when you accepted your jobs. In exchange," he lifted his chin at Ash's direction as if it were a church he had made a donation to, "I keep you from making the city hate you for the second time this week." "On you mean we let you negotiate a settlement on your charges?" Soraya said. "No, hun, you mean you want a photo to look like you are in control," Rusk said. "Oh no," he motioned. "The jacket men brought Carmen forward like a gift you bought because you needed to use the receipt later. She held herself the way women hold themselves when they would rather die than play a victim but understand that the theater has already been booked." She looked at Clea in his mind and said Mija to herself for courage, he could tell. Regina lifted a hand. The jacket men stepped back because they were not original thinkers. Carmen moved into the middle, and the middle became the place where this day would decide whether the math was going to keep pretending to be an art. "Keys," Rusk said. He held his up. He tossed them like a man who had once been good at sports. They arced gentle and landed in the curve of Regina's palm because the universe today was being kind in this small way. He gestured at Harrington like a petty king introducing someone at court. "Sanam, turn." Harrington took the jar with the 17 key he had returned. He put it on the concrete in the exact place a camera would appreciate because he had become a student of cameras whether he liked it or not. He took the B-31 key from his pocket and held it up. Rusk's eyes warmed in a way that made you uncomfortable. "Oh, nice," he said. "So I didn't know who you'd pick for your pocket. Good man." He should have heard it. He should have known a man like Rusk never gave you a compliment that didn't have a trapdoor under it. He felt it half a second too late, the weight of what still lived on him, the small box pressing against the big key. He separated them because of course he did. He should not have. He threw the key to Regina. She caught it with the competence of a person who has been lied to by men all day and likes to at least be useful when in their proximity. Rusk's hand flashed. Not to a gun, to a phone. He had been waiting for the picture. He took it, the key in the lieutenant's hand. He sent it with a thumb, because thumbs are what separate us from other beasts, and sometimes they make us worse at being animals. The phone trilled with a sound of a successfully sent sin. From the river came an answering sound, not a pump, not a gate, a horn, a ship's, old, deep, the kind of depth that makes men step back even when the water is on the other side of a wall. From out past Whitlow's End a shadow moved that had been waiting for a curtain you couldn't see. Low, much wider than a skiff. Light wrong. "Tell me you did not order a barge," Regina said, not to Rusk. There was no point. To the day. Rusk's smile tried not to make apologies. "And I told you," he said. "Said I would choose who I hurt." He nodded toward the moving water. "This one is a hurt you're going to count wrong until someone puts a lemon on it." "On one is it?" Tess asked, eyes narrowed. Rusk shrugged. Proof of concept," he said. "No, we can fix these docks with velocity. That the old wood should be broken so we can pour concrete without guilt. That we can write a grant that pays for 3 shelters and a rehabilitation center if only the tide could be convinced to remove the things that make mothers uncomfortable on their way to brunch." "And Naomi," Patel breathed, "because that is who you think of when a man says he's going to build a prettier city." "No," Rusk said. "Noemi." He pointed at the barge. "It's got a name, all boats do. This one is very proud of itself. It belongs to a company the board loves." "Fant barge is going to slam the pier," Pike yelled on the radio from 17. Unless somebody's stunt gets unstunted." Regina's eyes were the exact color of laws when they are good. She looked at Rusk for exactly the time her soul could spare. "Take him," she said, and 2 uniforms decided to be the instrument of something large. Rusk did not fight. He did not run. He smiled at Kendrick Pike's voice because he liked to put on a show no matter who was paying for the tickets. He accepted the cuffs the way men accept credit. He nodded at Harrington. "Pick 2, he said softly. "Pick 2 again." They were already moving. Pike's plywood would not hold. The chain on the 17 panel would become a whip. The barge they'd named like a girl would kiss the pier, and the pier would tilt its face away because the moment had been badly written. Harborward volunteers ran because that's how you avoid letting adrenaline go to fat. Whitlow made calls he should have made last summer. Soraya stopped talking to a camera mid-sentence and did the unphotogenic thing of taking off her shoes. Harrington and Patel ran to 17. Tess followed because she has co-opted the religion of running. Regina barked into the radio like a god who prefers not to be believed in and had every right to be angry about it. At 17, the panel's chain had done a small unkindness. It had shuddered in its mount and made the mouth speak more loudly than it had been prepared to. The underroom song had changed. Pike had his forearms braced and his mouth doing the thing you do when your teeth haven't learned to move. "When we can't move the chain," he said, "one can alleviate. We can throw the subgate lever and make it stop 3 seconds earlier than it meant to. Or we can jump in the river and tell the barge a story about Grace," Tess said. She was done with nice. "Or we can use Manny Tomash's trick," Patel said, already dialing with the speed of somebody who has finally learned to assume the competence of the men who fix things at 3 a.m. She got him. He said, "I'm here already," which was a salvation. "Turn it," she said. "In a city's throat." He did. The hum in the deck under their feet changed key. The pier looked briefly stoned. The approaching barge had to sit up and think about its velocity because the water got opinionated, in a way it hadn't been warned about. Harrington got the subgate lever and pulled. It hated him and then decided to write him into its story after all. The mouth shuddered. The underroom's exhale eased. The chain slackened a centimeter. The chair didn't move a millimeter because it had learned this morning to be loyal to something better than gravity. The barge's horn brayed a 3rd time as if in humiliation. Across the water, a small tug put its shoulder in, a blessed little hero. The barge corrected. Whitlow's voice on the radio said a prayer none of them needed but loved hearing anyway. Then the thing the city does when you would like a moment of rest. The other door opened. Pike's voice cracked from the old cannery channel. And we've got movement at the cannery tunnel. Something coming from under 31. He left us a camera, and he's making us watch. Regina, what? Pike, ents live from the under-platform pocket. The one father found, she's gone. Lily is not there. There's a note. It says, Raven speaks. Tess looked at Harrington over the open mouth of the 17 gate, and they were the same person again for the time it takes to choose a verb. The kind of smile she made has never before made a man want to cry for decent reasons. Pick 2, she said, and he didn't know whether to laugh. The phone in his pocket, against the B31 key, against the transmitter, against the place where his ring used to go, vibrated and made him feel like somebody had put a mercury thermometer under his tongue. He took it out. The screen was still crazy with this morning. The message was clear in it anyway. The Raven is a board, not a bird. Midnight. The room where water gets paid. Bring your book. Under it, for the first time in days, a name, not a blank number, a polite old name. M.K. He stared at the letters like an old address. Soraya saw his face across wood and water, and in that moment her mind did the arithmetic with him. The flood control joint board, the man who had a certain stale way of speaking about money as if it were moral, the city attorney who has a lunch with charm on schedule and a philosophy with caution off. Mathers, she said, not a question. Judge Mathers. Regina said a word she didn't let microphones have. The barge corrected all the way and made itself a useful, humiliated rectangle. Pike let his arms go slack. The chain stopped threatening to sing. June's cardigan had gotten wet at St. Dimphna's because she had spilled soup on it and nobody had made a ceremony of it. In the cannery tunnel, a note with white letters on damp chalk waited for men to read it as if it were a poem. Midnight, Tess said. When the room where water gets paid. St. Reservoir Gate, Patel said. Or the port. Or City Hall if someone has a leak. 53 doors. How many rooms where they pay water? Harrington had the feeling of standing on a pier with a city he loved and could do nothing for, and a woman he loved and could not write a sentence for, and a job he didn't have and could not stop performing. When we pick all 3, he said. Pick 2, Agnes from accounting will tell him later in a dream, and he will learn to laugh about it and never forgive himself. Rusk, being walked to a car with a careful dignity he'd selected from a catalog, turned his face toward the water, like a man admiring a painting he'd commissioned. Smile, he said to nobody. We're making history. Spelled that wrong, Tess observed. He kept smiling. Behind them, the 0 at 0 Street dried. In the basement of the courthouse, the little box in Harrington's pocket sent its last stored heat to the key and made them both briefly the same temperature as his hand. In the holding cell, Ash traced the outline of a drain with his fingertip and trained silence to behave. The gulls laughed again because their job is terrible and important. Midnight, Regina said. When we get him to say his name into my radio, and then I will let this city judge him. Write it down, Harrington told Tess, and she lifted her pen like a spear and did. On the tideboard, some hand had written 0.2 and then, in chalk that made tradition look like a dare, drawn a small crown and 3 letters beneath it. Rav. The chalk ran out. The crown looked indecent. Someone made a sound of discomfort, and the river, indifferent to crowns and letters, lifted itself with the modesty of a god who is bored with being thanked. They had hours to turn into choices, and the choices would insist on being numbered. Part 8, the room where water gets paid the city, did what it always does when it's been told to wait. It worked on its small chores and tried not to listen to itself. Back at the precinct, the day splintered into hands and errands. Zarni spread printouts in a constellation that would have embarrassed an astrologer. Irene bossed, sleeves to the elbow, transcribed fast and neat until her forearms smudged ink the way long days do. Regina Marlowe taught radios to behave like accents. Soraya dialed numbers her future self would want to apologize for and didn't make apologies now. Carmen Tejada sat in the interview room with the window that never made sense and warmed her hands on bad coffee. Clea had insisted on the coffee, and Clea got what she wanted because nobody had the heart to test her kindness twice in a day. Carmen's cardigan had lost one of its pearl buttons somewhere between a dock and a parking lot, and nobody told it. Patel sat opposite. She had patience in her posture and the understanding that sometimes you get a better confession if you let the chair tell a story first. "I know how it sounds," Carmen said, and how it sounds was like 100 other days in 100 other rooms, except this one had lemon on the table edge and a peel curling in the trash, and only somebody who believed in patterns would have noticed. Patel didn't say, "Like you meant well, and somebody asked you to be generous with things that didn't belong to you." She set the recorder where it belonged because policy is a lifeline when the river has taught you to drown in nuance. "Say it anyway," she said. Carmen's eyes were the kind that make young women give up the last of their suspicion. "An A man with a voice like he'd taught himself not to be cruel," she said, and introduced himself through other people. Volunteers came back quiet and reliable. They stopped talking about their days. They started saying we. They started giving me phone numbers for contractors I'd never heard of. Then he came in as a donor. He said he wanted to pay for beds. He said I would get receipts, and I did. He said when Harborward overflowed, he had a network that could take the pressure. He used the word pressure like water is a person. "Shesh," Patel said. Carmen blinked slow. "Said his name like the end of a word you don't mind," she said. "So made me a we. That's my sin. I let my pronoun get romantic." "Sen you took girls to rooms under the city," Patel said, not unkind. "And I parked on Harlan," Carmen said. "Brought 3 over to St. Dymphna when intake was full. The 4th I dropped at Millwright because the man with the keys said we were out of beds for a night, and in the morning there would be a bus." "Him," Patel said. "Not him," Carmen said with the small pride of someone who needed that detail to still be true. "In his hands never did that part. That was a kid with acne, and a word for ambition that scared me because I had used it once and now it sounded wrong." "And B31?" Patel asked, as if it were a stain the kitchen was trying to lift. Carmen half smiled, the gallows version. "Code for emergency space," she said. "Said if anyone ever asked which facility, say a letter and 2 numbers because men like standards. He said it kept the girls safe from the people who do not like girls, and the words made such a good sentence that for a week I could taste it." "Say a room where water gets paid," Patel said, and watched the woman's face for the flinch. Carmen flinched. "Hun, the floodboard audits were done in the old water and power Bower basement for years," she said, as if giving up a family secret or a recipe. "The board moved upstairs when the ceiling sagged. We still take checks downstairs because the vault door is down there, and because some men do not like to walk to a different room to give up money. He told me once at a fundraiser, the river pays twice, once at the weir and once at the safe." He laughed. "I did too, because that's what you do when donors give you jokes." "And midnight," Patel said. "Is that when the checks feel brave?" "Pen night clerk balances at midnight so the numbers behave before morning," Carmen said. "If the floodgate tallies are off, they call the port, and the port calls Whitlow, and Whitlow calls men you would not invite to dinner." "And if a man wanted to put his hands on all of that at once," Patel said, "and would pick the hour when the ink is fresh." Carmen pressed her palms together as if her hands had always wanted to be one thing. "If he wanted to make you choose which door to hold," she said, "hun, he would ask you to come there, where the vault has a drain and the drain has a number." Patel sat with it. In the glass, her face looked like someone she had liked once at school and hadn't forgiven. "We'll put a person in every doorway we can afford," she said. "We'll invite the river to try to impress us." Carmen nodded. She picked up the coffee like it was the smallest good thing left. "You'll hate me in the morning," she said. "We'll take it afternoon. She never worked alone," Patel said. "I have a list. You are going to help me turn it into arrests." Carmen nodded again, eyes filled with the ordinary grief of a person who has been used and is still deciding whether she will keep forgiveness as a hobby. Upstairs, Zarni's web found a shape, and the shape refused to be intelligent or polite. 53 circles on a street map is too many to mean anything. He connected them anyway, first with lines that followed the pipes, then with the way a human mind loves a crow, then because he wanted the universe to make a pun, with a chalk that caught on the cheap paper. "Don't you dare," Irene said without looking. "I would never," Zarni lied. He had drawn a bird inadvertently, not pretty, honest enough to count. He scrubbed it out with the heel of his hand and left a ghost of it because even good men aren't as thorough as they want to be. "It's not a picture," he said. "It's a quorum." "Saint Raven," Irene said with a distaste that had learned to be eloquent. "In Raven, flood-controlled joint board, 5 letters, 5 votes, all the rest are conduits. Initials we have." Zarni ticked gently with a pen. "R, chairs roads when Mathers recuses. A, Ash, as an ex officio consultant for procurement relief work, Rivers Together liaison. V, Whitlow's man on the board who does not sign with his actual name. E, engineering, port, N, numbers, city budget office. You don't want to see the minutes." "Show, bring them to me," Regina said, passing like weather. "So we make a list and we cut names from it like rot out of an apple." Irene looked pleased in the polite way that means she will have to not cry before she prints it. "Onai will call the court," she said. "Sai will ask for a judge who is not Mathers." "Sen and sen you won't get one," Regina said. "Amoy will get a retired one who misses being relevant. That will work too." Soraya drifted in, a change of blouse turning her into somebody cameras will forgive. She looked at the 53. "There's an old story," she said. "'Tis town before it was a city. Men carved 53 cuts into a trap to ensure the salmon caught themselves and nobody had to work hard. A kid fell in and the men didn't admit it. They called it an accident around a stove after, and the person who told the story last died remembering the stove's heat, not the boy's name. We're going to stop telling our stories like that." "Shun midnight," Regina said. "Oh, have him in a room that leaks and he will make the river talk like it's a judge. Bring the ledger and he'll try to hurt you with it. Don't. Bring something meaner." "Sai brought a pen," Soraya said, "and I'll bring Whitlow, either to learn or to confess." Whitlow, under the plant in the annex, read Vin's neat hand and learned how it feels for a lifetime of being reasonable to hear itself as a crime. He underlined 3 names he had once shook hands with, and did not underline his own because nobody is brave like that on the first day. He picked up the phone, put it down, picked it up. He called his wife. He said I was wrong, and left it there like a child who wants to be patted on the head. Harrington had given himself a tiny, ugly job. He sat at his small table under a fly speck he had been meaning to paint forever, unscrewed the cap from a cheap pen, and wrote names, not in a line, in fragments. He wrote them where they liked to be. Rebecca, Nadia alive, Lily alive for now, say it. June, Naomi no date, write nothing else, don't you dare. Rusk, Hoke, Carmen, Rhodes, Mathers, Whitlow delinquent conscience, Ash counting. He wrote Raven and then crossed it out and wrote Ravenboard like a person who refuses to make people cute when they've earned the opposite. Tess watched from his couch with her shoes off, her notebook a familiar weight. She had put the ledger in her bag and was pretending her bag was another room entirely by placing it carefully behind a chair. She wrote in her own short longhand, angles sharpened by years of listening to men explain things that didn't require explanation. She wrote, in one corner 53 and circled it. "What do you think the number is?" she asked without looking up. 53, I mean. "He says it's doors. Father Nolan says it's scripture. Zarni says he'd like to draw a bird and doesn't think we can forgive him if he does. And yesterday I thought it was the number of times a man can do a bad thing and still be allowed to donate to a city," Harrington said, which sounded too much like poetry even before he managed to hate it. "Today it might be locks I don't know how to open." She watched him, the old tenderness of partners and mistakes. "Bring your book," she said, "and you have one now. Your book is names. He wanted the ledger. You bring a cheat sheet from a detective's ruined head." He smiled more than he meant to. "If the day gives me a joke to make," he said, I'll reserve the right to be cheap about it. Deal, she said. What do you call the room where water gets paid? A metering chamber at Old Water and Power, he said, where the weir tells the board how much it owes the sea and the port pretends it's a church. They keep a revenue safe in the basement because old cement loves respectful money. She jotted it. That's a sentence I can use even if it doesn't help anybody. It helps me, he said, and didn't wit himself to death for saying it. There was an hour of such small honesty you almost forgave the city for wanting to ruin it. Patel came and ate half a sandwich without tasting. Tomas texted photographs of the big red wheel in the laundry that had tried to learn humility. He'd painted no on it in yellow. Father Nolan sent a picture of June at St. Dimphna's with soup on her mouth like a crown. Zarni forwarded a scan of a memo from 3 years ago, midnight engagement, contingency plan with a signature block blacked out by someone who had loved their Sharpie too much. Irene sent a note. Judge Mathers claims he's recused from Raven Board matters after tonight. He would like us to know this in a press release. Tess wrote a joke about recusal and sacred rights that she then deleted because the line felt cheap in her throat. Harrington held the B-31 key in his palm and felt like a person who had been told to bring flowers to a fire hydrant. He kept it anyway. At 9, Soraya gathered them in the squat conference room at Water and Power that had been given new bulbs without respect for their feelings, and laid out a map with confidence like a handgun. I do not have a badge, she said. I have 3 favors left with people who still believe in me. I have 1 cameraman in love with Tess, and a respect for ceilings that I will ignore if necessary. We put bodies where bodies make water go slow. Faint gatehouse, Patel said. Reservoir. We don't let him make an appearance if we can force him to voice over instead. I want a wrench in Nolan's hand in case the room forgets how to be a room again. Nolan's with my boat team, Regina said. I am not letting priests near wrenches twice in one day. It offends a god. So, Port Treasury, Soraya said. Why dues get counted, and the all-night clerk smokes menthols out the side door. He likes seeing people late at night because it makes him feel relevant. We will love him the right way. Tench Old Water Power Metering Chamber, Harrington said. This is where I'll be. At 10:47, the first curse of the evening arrived, wrapped in a courtesy. A courier came to St. Dimphna with flowers, yellow, mean, cheap, left them on the hope chest with a note in a tidy hand. You were good at choosing once, choose again. Clea let herself imagine a minute of breaking vases, and then remembered she liked vases better than most men, and set them on the stoop for a woman with the kind of mourning that can handle color. At 11, Rusk made a statement to a smaller camera than he would have liked, and did not cry, because he had trained himself into an idea of masculinity that wrapped even his cowardice in respectable packaging. He said, I wanted to transform this city. He almost said we and stopped, and somebody with a heart watching the clip would have forgiven him, and then hated themselves for it. At 11:30, Hoke went to a bathroom on the 2nd floor of City Hall carrying a lemon cloth that belonged in another story and met a door that had been painted shut in 1987. He traced the crack with 1 finger and managed to not make a metaphor out of it, which makes him smarter than we give him credit for. He pressed his ear to it and heard a sigh like a building remembering a wrong. He smiled like a man on a diet smelling bacon. At 11:40, Whitlow signed a thing he didn't want to sign, called a person he wished he didn't need, and ordered the port's night crew to lock their doors. The person on the other end said, do you want to give me a reason? And Whitlow said, because I said, and the person laughed and did it anyway. At 11:55, Regina checked her watch and discovered it is possible to hate a particular brand of battery. Tess checked her pen and discovered it wrote fine and would not forgive her if she didn't use it well. Harrington checked his pockets and found his fingers. The old Water and Power building had been built when men had names like ironworks warehouses and wives with the patience of canals. The stairs down to the metering chamber were worn where ambition had put more feet than sorrow. The hallway had the heat of a memory. Lemon had kissed the rail as if apologizing for itself. The air was schoolhouse and rust. Regina posted Pike at the top landing with a phrase that made the day sit. "No one in," she said. "Not even me if I have already gone down. You see somebody with a hat that looks like an idea, shoot the hat." Pike nodded gravely. "Ma'am," he said, "I do not want to shoot at theology, but I am prepared to try." Patel went behind Harrington and counted the steps because she likes numbers when they are predictable. 20, she said, "and I prefer it when men build their evil in round counts. It makes me feel mocked." Tess brought nothing heavy but her bag. The ledger was not in it. She had put the ledger in a church closet and put the mop bucket in front of it and noted it as an honest act. She carried hers instead, the small book with quotes Nevers will have to carry later. At the bottom of the staircase, a corridor turned left and then right, because architecture likes to make sure you bend at least once before it lets you have what you came for. The metering chamber opened like a baptistry from a religion that loves machine. Concrete well, knee-high brass rails, a long throat where the river's partial body slid by and presented its calming wrist to a stick with inches marked on it. Off to one side, the vault door, fat, offended to be awake. On a low table near the gate wheel, a stack of antique ledgers bound in something that used to be expensive and now only fools love, and lemon, on the table, on the rail, on the vault handle, more insolent than careful, as if it knew you were tired of being told what it meant. Tape on the floor in the old precise hand, 53 near the rail, small, almost polite. Chalk on the wall, Raven in block letters, and beneath it, the little crown from the basement of the courthouse, more contempt now, less whimsy. "Hook," Tess whispered. The word made the air pick a temperature. Harrington took out his notebook and placed it on the table like a dull knife in a better kitchen. He didn't like how that felt. He picked it up again and put it in his pocket. "Connie, he doesn't get the joke," he said. Not this one." A speaker crackled. An actual one, not a phone. Somebody had wired the room with fidelity to a different decade. For a second, just noise. Then a voice, courthouse grade. The man whose initials had taught the text to write itself. M.K., a judge who had practiced fairness like a craft, and remembered that he could make a little money teaching other kinds of crafts to people with less patience for nuance. "Detective Harrington," Mather's voice said, the small polite smile he used on new attorneys clean in it. "Miss Marlowe, Miss Patel, Miss Monroe." He greeted them like church. He tried to be fatherly. He landed in the middle like a man who has taught himself not to notice when rooms hate him. "Your Honor," Regina said, and made it an insult for the first time today. "You've won a little," Mather said, unfazed. "And I congratulate you. You took a girl where a river wanted to put a girl. You interrupted a photograph. You arrested a man whose job is to speak on behalf of the parts of us that don't enjoy being seen." "She mean Rusk," Tess said. "Or your conscience." Mather's chuckle made Harriet want to throw his chair into the flume. "You're the fun one," he said. "So I read everything you write because it helps me sleep." "Hadn't let me ruin that for you," Tess said. "Forsh, come down." "I'm already here," Mathers said gently. A door on the far end of the chamber opened as if to agree with him. He stood there in a suit that had learned to be midnight years ago. He had a cloth in one hand, white hotel towel, lemon insult. He had his other hand palm out, empty. Hoke walked in behind him because shame always finds a table to sit at if you let it. Hoke had a look on his face like a man late to a wake. He thought he ought to whisper but didn't know how. "At midnight," Mathers said, as if he were saying amen. "Chiosa and water and money are the same word in this town. We measure it, we move it, we bless it with names, then we pay. The river pays us by going where we tell it. We pay it by not building our children where it intends to sit. Tonight you want to redefine terms. Fine, I'm flexible." "Sure at Crook," Regina said simply. "Sendai kept the city dry," he said. He waved the towel at the brass rail as if the river needed him to tidy it. "When rooms upstairs argued about art and scooters, do you know how many nights the city sleeps? Because I wrote my name like a signature on a bill where the water says it understands." Sunju Laundersons with science, Tess said, which is a line she had written in her head in a coffee line once, and had not had the chance to use until now, and it felt both wonderful and disgusting to deploy it. He smiled. "Bring your book," he said to Harrington. "Fred me a name." Harrington pulled the notebook halfway out on reflex and hated himself for it, then put it back so hard the pen marked his shirt from inside. "Read me Naomi Lang," he said instead. "Read me the women you put in a paragraph and hoped your receptionist would make the photocopy stop." Mather's face did a minute private thing those raises of muscle people who have practiced politics hate in themselves because they are not controllable. It looked like regret and the shadow of nausea, and passed quick. "We're not here to talk about the tragedies that give, Detective," he said. "We're here to talk about the tragedies we can prevent." "And you want the ledger," Regina said. "Don't you think it lets you control the flood? You think keeping it in your arms is how you call yourself moral. You're too old for this." He lifted the towel, an almost comic gesture, and laid it over the little numbers on the brass stick where the river was telling the city that its undervoice was steady. "I want the myth to end in a room where you understand what it has cost me," he said. "Cost you?" Tess said, appalled. "You're wearing the money. Since you think Ash is the story," he said. "He's a child with lemon and a tone. He is useful. He cuts through the polite." Mather's voice did the soft shift into law school that probably made 19-year-olds feel like they belonged to something gracious. Do you know what would have happened if I had let your version of this city decide when to become righteous? Your boardwalk boys drown every week and you have a newspaper full of their saints. You need me to be a villain because you are tired." Sure, you're confessing to a villainy," Regina said, "not to the villainy. I'll take the first. The second we can spiral at in later filings." Hoke leaned on the doorframe like a man who has just found out his father has kept more than one secret and is currently picking which one to get mad at. "Tay told me to keep the heater near the lockup," he said. "It came out as a boy's whine, and he hated it for that. He wanted it to come out like heroism. It didn't." "Suggested a method," Mather said. He didn't look at Hoke. He looked at Harrington. "And it's always amusing when men who can't count want to impose ethics on math." "Then count with me," Harrington said. He took the key from his pocket and the little transmitter and held them up as if he could sell them. "Vin B31. You made a family of numbers out of rooms. We made a family out of people. You hate that our arithmetic has faces." Mathers didn't rise to it. He raised his other hand instead. He pressed a small button that looked like a doorbell. The chamber's side gate, a panel no one had respected, a panel labeled "Maint with ancient paint," stirred and scrolled. The flume's behavior changed in that instant. The measured water changed like a mind. The little brass stick told a different story. He spoke calmly, as if they were in a courtroom and not a room where their shins were about to get wet. "If I open this to 20%, he said, "and the river pays the city with an inch of patience. If I open it to 40, lower streets will pretend to be Venice and take pictures. 60 and you all learn how to carry old women for a week. 80 and your soup kitchen loses its stove and you get to apply for grants you always wanted." "Stop," Regina said, and her voice had iron. It also carried something older. "Please." He did stop. The panel hung on a thanks. He looked at her and at Soraya, who had slid into the doorway at his back like a goddess that learned to take stairs quietly. "You two will save a city that hates you for the photographs you might be about to take," he said. "But he nodded at Harrington, "wants something else. He wants to have a book. Let him have a book. We will use it to change how this town gives itself permission to grieve." "Sant, you've been writing the permissions," Soraya said softly. She had a tone she saved for men older than her who think they are the river. "Give me your hands." He lifted them like he might in a church. "Do you have cuffs?" he asked, as if making her feel better would make his day more interesting. "Don't," Hoke said, his voice getting small in a way that made everyone's meat hurt for reasons they would think about later. "He has..." He stopped because he had said too much in a building that borrowed acoustics from God. Mathers smiled at Hoke the way men smile at dogs who have peed on expensive rugs. He looked at the flume. "You brought him your book," he said to Harrington. "In the wrong key." He looked back at Tess, and here the old performative affection turned into a weapon. "And you, if you are very careful, you will write a great paragraph. But if you are careless, you will cost a city its ability to recognize itself." The flume made a little cough because it was being asked to speak faster than a well-brought-up throat likes. "Turn it off," Patel said to no one she loved. She moved toward the panel that would kill the panel, the breaker labeled in paint that had survived. 3 reorganizations and 1 flood of coffee. Mathers didn't stop her. He watched. She threw it. The hum changed. The little gate thought about its childhood and held still. "You didn't need us," Mathers said. "You always had it in your hand." "Tell me about 73, a voice said from the speaker. Ash, of course, sitting in a cell and making a number sound like a story. Tell them about the year the river taught you to punish the city for believing in grass." "Shut him off," Regina said. Hoke reached without thinking and hit a button because men reach without thinking and rooms learn to teach them why they shouldn't. The speaker went dead with gratitude. "They weren't going to confess," Tess said to Mathers, stripped of all the adjectives she would have allowed herself in an easier hour. You were going to make it show us how much we need you." "I'm getting old," he said, like he was confessing to a doctor. "Older than my cleverness. I wanted you to watch me do the thing I taught myself. And then I wanted to say, do you want to learn, or do you want to preach? Preaching is so much more attractive. I did not want to die being pecked by editorial boards." "And you're under arrest," Regina said. It was both theater and law, and therefore the most honest sentence in the room. He shrugged his hands forward to make the putting on easier. "Make me very small in your story," he said to Tess, "and it will make you look more heroic." Harrington, who had not moved since the gate coughed, felt in his pocket for the little transmitter, as if holding tight to it would teach his body something about control. It buzzed in his palm like a cricket. He looked down. It shouldn't have. It had been off. The LED blinked once, lazy, like a man who thinks charades is a sport. He looked up. Mathers tilted his head. "You're not the only person who knows how to pocket a useful thing," he said. "Oh, no, you brought me mine." Harrington had the unfamiliar feeling that he had been written as a line in another person's play. He hated it. He walked to Mathers, took his wrists, put metal on them. The metal made a noise that would recall itself to his bones in a way he would pretend to be proud of. He stood next to the river and heard it count. The speaker crackled again even though Hoke had killed it. It had learned resilience like a thief. "Fui, midnight," Ash's voice said, as if he were telling a child that bedtime required a story. "Name the room, detective." "Metering chamber," Harrington said aloud, because it felt childish to let a man like that ask a question and not answer it. "In room where water gets paid." "Plunkhood," Ash said, and this time the word sounded genuine. "And now pay." The flume bucked. Someone had tripped something somewhere else. The gate Patel had cut obeyed a new memory. The maintenance panel that had hung on thanks stopped believing in manners. The water came like a chorus learning the verse. It wasn't a surge and then a valley. It was a climb that had somewhere to be. "Back!" Regina shouted, shoving Hoke into the corridor, with the hand of a friend who doesn't like you but refuses to let you die on their watch. She caught Mathers by the elbow like a grandmother who still asked, "Do you have your scarf even for her worst child?" and yanked. Tess went for the ledgers because she is an idiot in all the beautiful ways. Harrington grabbed her bag instead, and then her wrist, and then didn't he let go because he had learned a small number of smart things late. Patel went for the breaker, and the breaker said in a small, ungenerous voice, "Nobody asked me last time. Why do you think I will help you now?" She hit it anyway. It did something it did not do enough. The water lifted a foot and then another. The brass stick held its measurements for dear life, and then stopped being a tool and became a joke at a funeral. "Up!" Pike's voice from the stairs, the right kind of panic. "Get up!" They climbed. In the last second before the landing, Harrington looked back because fools do that and because mourning is a muscle. The table with the ledgers floated like a generation's idea of proof, the vault face arrogant in its refusal to be moved by anything that wasn't the end of the world, the small 53 on the floor dissolving into a shape that looked, if you wanted to be cruel, like a smile. Mathers lost his footing at the corner because the room had decided to teach him something a younger judge could have learned by falling off a bicycle. Harrington had him by the cuff chain and he pulled, and for a second the old man's body was frustratingly light, a thing papers could have weighed down if he'd let them. Soraya took Hoke by his belt because she had decided to keep one thing from the day that resembled pleasure, and she liked being cruel to him in this very gentle way. Patel kept Tess in a triangle with her elbows and her teeth. They made it up. The water stood at the lip and thought about whether stairs count. They do when they want to. Pike slammed the landing's steel door and set the bar and braced it with his body, which is good improvisation and bad physics and buys you seconds sometimes. The door bucked with a sound that will tell children when they are supposed to clap in a movie. It held for the count of 8. It held in the way a thing holds when it would like to write a ballad about itself later. They breathed on the stairs, a stack of lungs. The building above remembered being a building. The city arrived, one floor at a time, with its associations and its promises and its problems. Mathers coughed water that had learned city pipes. He did not say thank you. He looked at Harrington with genuine sadness, which is a fist in the wrong place, and said, "I wanted to go out teaching you how to be useful." And if there were any justice in rhetoric, Harrington would punch a judge. "For usefulness is over," Regina said. She called up to Pike, who had turned into a wedge of a person. "Hold," she said. "Hold for the love of everything." "I like holes," Pike said, his humor going first as always. And then, "Yes, ma'am." They climbed. On the main floor, Whitlow waited with a towel like a man who thinks he knows the next step in a tango and is prepared to make a fool of himself providing it. He took Mather's elbow because that is what dignity looks like when it has grown tired of itself. Soraya nodded to herself, as if checking off a list that nobody else was allowed to see. She looked toward the hall where the vault in City Hall had taught itself new tricks and broke its habit of being obedient. She didn't go. She had learned to pick a hallway this morning, and it almost killed her, and she was not going to star in a sequel without funding. Tess leaned against the wall and laughed once because she had almost died and needed to be impolite for balance. "And he wanted your book," she told Harrington. "He can buy it," Harrington said. "In bulk, for the libraries. And smells like lemon," she said, flipping her wrist in a way that made him love her inconveniently. "And a cover will curl." He looked down the stairs to where the door trembled and thought of the jar on his table. He thought of the ring in it, of the condensation circle like a nervous halo, of Rebecca in the band like a sentence he would never forgive himself for having to say out loud again. He thought of the ledger in the closet at St. Dymphna and the mop in front of it and Clea's hands and June's soup. He thought of Naomi Lang without a room and of what needs to be done with that absence. Upstairs, a radio started counting in a voice he knew was Ash's, even though the words were a city employee's. "Pin 5, it said. 4, 4. Pike's face went fierce. "Toll, now we're doing that," he said. "Someone turn off this man's bedtime story." 3, the voice said, polite. 2, it said, delighted. "Shin, Michael," Tess said into his shoulder because she had chosen where to put her hands and it was here and now and unfair. "Pum 1, it said. The door downstairs stopped moving. They listened. The water made a kiss against the far side of the steel. Then nothing. Not the good kind. The kind that makes you remember there are 53 rooms and some of them do not shout when they intend to break you. A phone in Harrington's pocket, the one with the cracked glass and the salt in it, lit and showed him something small and beautiful and ugly and perfect. A live feed, a room with a drain, a girl's hand, small, not Lily, not June, maybe Naomi, Maybe someone from a day not yet written, the cuff loose enough to give hope and too tight to be anything but argument. A note taped to the chair in tidy hand. Raven speaks. Below it, another line in that patient schoolteacher script that would have been charming if it weren't evil. Room 53. Where? Regina said quietly. Mathers looked at the ceiling like a man who enjoys architecture, at last. Boardroom upstairs, he said. A number on the door we always joked about changing because it sounded like a trap. And of course it is, Tess said, and she said the sentence as a prayer, a threat, and a joke, and all three were instantly true. They went. The stairs made a noise that would be recalled as an omen by superstitious men later, because sometimes Wood wants to contribute to your story and gets it wrong. The boardroom door had the number on a brass disc. Elegant, unimpressed by your drama, 53. Lemon at the edge of the handle, as if men with cloths think the world is clean if the chrome is. The keyhole was old, the lock old enough to respect the key in Harrington's pocket. He looked at Soraya. She nodded as if agreeing on a clause. He put the key in and turned. The lock accepted him with the smooth contempt of expensive things. The door swung inward, and the room smelled like old coffee and monographs and anxiety. There was a table with a crescent cutout for a woman who sits at the middle of so many bad decisions. There were chairs with names on little plaques. There was a speaker on the table with a nasty little smile. There was a cormorant silhouette painted on the back wall in a style someone thought the city deserved by way of art. There was a vent in the floor and lemon at the grate because of course. And at the head of the table, a screen that had learned to want attention. It woke with polite efficiency and showed the inside of another room with a drain. The same hand, the same note, as if a man had written Raven Speaks and was waiting for applause. The speaker said, in Ash's voice with Mather's patience wearing it like a hand-me-down, "Bring your book to the microphone, detective. Read the names, first the ones you are afraid to lose, then the ones you want to keep. If you read them in the right order, the water will stop pretending to be a judge." Harrington put his notebook on the table. He thought of the ring and the jar and the tide board, and the zero painted over at Zero Street, and the barge with a woman's name used wrong, and the boy's laugh from the boardwalk, and the angry dignity of every woman who had had to endure a man explaining nouns to her. He picked up the book, he stood before the microphone, he opened it to the first page, and then he took his time because making a man like that wait is a kind of justice. He read, voice even, not because he wanted to be brave, but because he didn't want the river to think it had earned his tremor. "Once Rebecca," he said. "Nadia. Lily. June. Naomi. Caleb. Clea. Carmen. Soraya. Regina. Patel. Tess." He didn't get to the next name. On the screen, a hand moved. A second hand joined the first, not his, not a girl's. Older, veined, with a ring that said a man had once married a woman and still wore that ring because men often do. The second hand placed a lemon peel on the note, delicate. Then it held up a card to the camera with neat numbers like a birthday, 17/24/31/53/0. "Shout backward," Ash's voice said in the room where the city made policy and the river had learned to sit for photographs. "If you can." A hiss under the table. The vent. A hum like the beginning of a throat clearing, polite, pretending this is a conversation. Water started talking in the boardroom, and the city, tired of being good, prepared to demonstrate how it keeps count. And down in the camera's square, the room with the drain, the cuff on the girl's wrist twisted with a little flash of human movement, and Michael Harrington, who had been careful all day not to be the kind of man who throws furniture when he could throw verbs, reached for the microphone with his free hand and, for once, didn't say a sentence first. He swore, honestly, like prayer. "Speak too," Tess whispered, as the first inch of water hit the soles of their shoes and the speaker on the table clicked. The door behind them swung, polite, into a lock. Midnight, the room where water gets paid, had decided it was time to collect. Part 9. Counting backward, the room had manners about drowning. It began at the ankles, polite as a waiter, and let everyone consider the menu. Harrington's shoes went heavy in a heartbeat. The vent under the Ravenboard's table put its hum into the soles of their feet, a throat clearing that turned argument into weather. The door sighed shut behind them and found its inner theology. "Air handler," Patel said, already moving. "Sits pushing it in." Soraya was on her phone before you could put a name on the water. "Cut it," she told somebody who had a ladder and a family. "Kill every fan on this floor." "No, not in 5, now." She hung up and put her hand on the brass number on the door, 53, as if to remember how to hate a circle. The screen at the head of the room showed the drain room again, the camera's angle stubborn. Wrist, cuff, the note with Raven Speaks that thought it was a sacrament. A second hand had joined the first, older, veined, ringed. A lemon peel sat on the tape like a garnish for cruelty. Below the camera, a scrawl of numbers held in the frame like an old birthday. 17-24-31-53-0. "Count backward," Ash's voice instructed. "'S if you can." "On 0 Street, Tomasz," Patel said into a radio, already choosing. "Now, wheel. Spin it until it respect cries." "It will," Tomasz said. The sound of his breath came in like a man falling back in love with torque. "And I am at the big red no. I will make it obedient." Pike's voice from the hall. "To doors keyed and I'm a wedge, but the staircase is licked up to the 4th step and getting opinions. We've got 30 seconds before this room tries to take our knees. And there's a manual under the table," Hoke said unexpectedly, half in the doorway, soaked to the shins, fear making him briefly useful. "Under the chair. The one for the chairwoman." The old man liked to brag about the hatch. "And Chunch chair?" Soraya asked, already down, a hand scalded on the water that pretended to be warm out of spite. "Center," Hoke said. "Foot notch. Slide." She found it. Fingertips on a recessed steel ring, lemon on it like an apology, a yank that bit her palm. A panel slid aside with the reluctance of a drawer in a desk you inherit from a relative who hated you. Below it, not a drop, but a void, the plenum under the dais, black air, the cold breath of the building's old lungs. "Fent gate," Patel said, crawling across the conference carpet like a woman searching under a bed for a truth. She found a butterfly panel, light, cheap, new screws, lemon on the hinge, a transmitter bolted to the frame with painter's tape. Harrington pulled the little box from his pocket, the cricket that had buzzed back to life in his palm in the metering chamber, and held it next to the taped receiver. Lead met lead like two bad ideas recognizing their cousin. Their cousin. "Do they talk?" he asked, and hated himself when he liked the sentence. "Say sing," Patel said. She flipped his box on. It answered with courtesy. A tone under the table changed its vowel, questioning. Water at their calves now. The room spoke in its own accents. Soraya's call came back. A thunk somewhere above. The hum in the vents died. The fans had surrendered. The flood's push eased a degree, then remembered its manners and resumed. "Zero," Tomasz said into the radio like a coach at a gym. Spun. It complains like an old man. The line clicks like it is remembering a woman. "Give it a beat." As if the building were listening, the vent's conversation softened another hair. Patel slapped the taped receiver free, pinched its power lead, ripped. The diode flickered like a dying lie. Under the dais, the butterfly shutters fell to their neutral because gravity likes being given the chance to be moral. The water paused in its ambition. It kept being water but forgot, briefly, to be a plan. "Door." Pike grunted. The steel moved against his shoulder, then gave an inch. Soraya and Regina went to him together, each the kind of woman who makes steel reconsider its choices. They pulled. It opened. The water, which was a person now with problems, made a request and got a refusal. "Out," Regina said. "Leave the books. Leave the art. Bring the old and the guilty." Mathers in his cuffs moved with a dignity that had forgotten which room it belonged to. Hoke made the sign of the cross in the wrong order and smeared lemon across his face. Harrington would remember that later and not know why he had. Tess had her bag in one fist and her pen in her teeth, and a line in her eyes that read no more polite lessons for the evening. "Thank you." On the screen, the hand in the drain room turned its wrist again. Slow miracle, the cuff flexing like it meant to be weak, and had not yet been granted that wish. The camera's fidelity did one good thing, Harrington saw. On the wall behind the wrist and the note, a pattern of tile. Pause, he said absurdly, because this was live and the river did not have a TiVo. He pointed with 2 fingers the way men do when they want to act like they know what their hands are for. Tile, that, hexes, black rim, 2 broken, making a little beak. I've seen it, Chenport Treasury, Irene's voice said in his ear from nowhere, having stolen the radio and taken a seat in the chorus. The basement lav broke in '99. They replaced it with hex that didn't match, and Fred Donnelly never forgave himself. It looks like a raven if you sit on the floor. I hate that I know this. Hun clerk, Soraya said. Cementhal's there. He's my usher tonight. Go. Count backward, Ash purred in the speaker, enjoying math's victory over romance. 0 is a kindness you haven't earned yet. Shut him up, Regina said. Hoke hit the switch like a man trying to save face. The speaker obeyed. They squelched into the hall with their clothes, deciding to be second skin. Pike sealed the door to 53 and gave it the kind of look you usually give graves. Up the corridor, Whitlow arrived with towels, 2 absurd, decent. He handed one to Mathers without thinking and would think about the gesture tonight when he tried to sleep. Port, Regina said, the way you say home when you're lying through your teeth. Ike, with me, Soraya, take Hoke to a room where he learns which furniture is honest. Harrington, Patel, Tiles, Tess with them. And for the love of the saints, she added to the air, which counted for the river if you were raised right, keep the vault doors closed. Port Treasury smelled like work done by men who call their wives sweetheart and mean it. The night clerk, Herb, stood in the corridor rolling a menthol between thumb and forefinger like a rosary he didn't quite deserve. Water whispered under the archivist's door like a parody of good manners. Since I turned both valves to no, he said to Soraya, who had arrived a breath ahead of the others by the alchemy of elected authority and stairs. Hunte said no in 1984, and they're still saying no. Somebody put lemon on the handle, and I have questions about that as a theology. She took the cigarette out of his fingers and put it in her pocket as if she would smoke it later only to betray him. On your conspiracy board came with sense now, she said, not asking. We're trying out new features, Herb said. He pointed at the lav. Tile, hex, black rim, 2 missing at the top corner in the shape of a raven's ridiculous beak. There, he said, helplessly triumphant. It always looked like it wanted to be a picture. Harrington knelt on wet tile like he was about to propose to a drain. The grate had tape on it, 53 in shaggy marker, the ink bleeding like it had learned the shape of the river. A clamp held a transmitter to the metal. Lemon swabbed the edges like it had been assigned to keep things mission-ready. Patel's hands moved without needing permission from any part of her body. She cut the clamp, pulled the device off, switched it, listened to its tone the way doctors listen to private hearts. Same song, she said. Different verse. The stall beyond, door open, blue tarp folded neatly on the seat like a sermon, held the chair, the cuff now visibly loose. The strap with the pony sticker peeled a little at the edge and made itself a child. It's a set, Tess said. In her voice the word meant theater and a humiliation. She pointed at the camera in the corner, a cheap white eye with a cord braided like hair, pre-recorded. He knew he'd be looking at Hex, and he made it a seance. In other words, Soraya said, we're not late. We're elsewhere. Herb, who loved the buildings more than he was allowed to, swallowed. Ah, elsewhere where? He asked, and said it like someone saying the name of a lost dog. Count backward, Harrington said. We've been obedient all night. He looked at the card on the screen in his memory, 1724-31-53-0. Backward from 0 is 53, then 31, then 24, then 17. They had touched each line. The only new sad noun was 0, and they had told it no with paint and a man. Said he's teaching us a habit more than a route. He wants the river to clap when we finally do it in order. He pulled his phone and texted 0 Street to Tomas. What's the pressure? Tomas, like a drunk with a hymn in his head. Slower now. Keep doing whatever you did. Soraya's phone chimed next, a station producer. She read and her mouth did the thing it does when she won't let it become a weapon. City Hall press room is receiving a stream, she said. Somebody is airing our boardroom to people who love talk radio. It cuts with shots of drains and girls' wrists and a nice lemon close-up. The caption says Raven speaks because we have lost our ability to avoid puns. Unblock it, Tess said. Signed, I'm trying, Soraya said, which is adult for we are out of hands. Regina's voice crackled. Send. We have an exit wound at the cannery pocket. The note remains. Lily remains gone. It's not her hand. We're doing 3 wrong things well, and I'd like to add a 4th. Pledger, Patel said softly, and Tess didn't let herself look at her bag to prove anything. Harrington studied the grate and the tape, the frivolous number, the beak in hex. The sound on the other side of the throat, runoff line C, had learned a new phrase. He was tired enough to try theology and dumb enough to like it. Seb believes in naming rooms, he said. When taught ourselves to name people, he wants us to mix the two and brand obedience as love. And you're getting good at this, Tess said gently, and would tell him later to never say that out loud again because it would spoil the ink. He grabbed the stall door, yanked, the hinges squealed like a seal. Behind it, on the inner panel, more tape, count backward in that careful school hand. Beneath it, a line of fine print in typewriter letters. Raven Board Meeting Room 53. Annex. 3 floors above where you forgot to look. Micro sump under the dais. Vent tie-in to main. A little arrow. Directions to where they had stood 40 minutes before. He wanted us to run a lap, Patel said. He's a gym teacher and I hate him for it. Back, Soraya said. She smacked Herb on the shoulder in affection because he had poker chips for nerves. Don't smoke. Or do. I don't care. He put the menthol in his ear like a pencil, because men like him do that. Then put it back in his mouth because nerves are inventory too. They ran. The city enjoys it when people run. It makes the air feel important. Boardroom 53 had decided to find a way to make you feel dumb about carpets. The water was only an inch in there now, sulking under the table. The vent had learned new manners. Pike had a mop, because sometimes the soul of a man in a reflective vest is just that simple. Whitlow had moved Mathers to a chair with his palms up to show the camera he wasn't basic evil. Hoke had a towel and refused eye contact with the plaque bearing his name because he knows the camera is a cruel archivist. The screen still showed the drain room, the wrist, the lemon peel like a bright false sun. The speaker had been unplugged and still whispered once in a while like a television that remembers what it has yelled. Tess walked to the Raven mural at the back wall with the patience of a person preparing to not be surprised. The bird had been painted in that soothing municipal charcoal that forgives buildings their bad decisions. She put her palm against the wall and felt something a wall should not have, a seam, not in the paint, below, in the paneling, a narrow rectangle like an eyelid. Tell me, she said without turning. Patel ran her fingers along the baseboard. Nails new in old wood, lemon in the gap. She slid a knife into the seam with the confidence of a former teenage girl taught to use keys for more than locks. The panel came away. Behind it, a small black box the size of a prayer book, taped to a beam, blinking its hateful little diode. Cord gone not to an outlet but to the vent shaft, wire disappearing to the underroom. Repeater, she said. Said to turn my no into a thank you. Harrington handed her his cricket. She set it beside the repeater. They hummed at each other like bees. For a second they made harmony. Then the smaller stopped, sulking. The hum in the vent lost its fancy again, became a background noise the room could live with. Count backward. Ash/Mathers said again from nowhere, a line stitched into the wood. 0, 53, 31, 24, 17. And 0 Street is sitting, Tomas reported. It has opinions, but they are not violent. Subordinate branch at the courthouse is your new friend. Pike added. And we put a wedge in it. It made a face. It stopped pretending to have a voice. N24 is locked, Regina said curtly, which meant, if it moves, I'll feed it myself. 17, Harrington said, and didn't say, we put a girl there back into a soup kitchen. He looked up at the screen in time for the wrist to move again. The cuff rolled, tight to loose to tight. His mind tried to narrate the twist as if it were language. The camera jittered like it had been jostled by someone who couldn't help himself. The note below the wrist, the Raven Speaks, lifted at one corner in the smallest breeze that wasn't real. He remembered Lily's pony sticker on the pocket wall at the reservoir, and how she'd said here with the voice of a person who had learned that place is polite only if you fight for it. He looked at the wrist as if he could hear it. It's not Naomi, he said to Tess without volume. She'd be older. It's not June. It's not Lily. It's a new somebody we don't have a name for, which is the point of making a city out of this. Mathers, cuffs bright against his ridiculous scheduled contrition, watched the room and Harrington with a complicated expression that made not hitting him art. Names, he said. Always names with you. She always drains with you, Soraya said. When we are our hobbies. Whitlow's phone buzzed. He looked. The blood left his expression. His mouth said oh and tried to be quiet about it. He looked up at Regina like a boy who wants to borrow a car. What? Regina asked, and forgave him his position for 5 minutes in exchange for the look on his face. Father Nolan, Whitlow said, and that turned everyone's heads like a gun. Son, he's at St. Dymphna. The kitchen floor drain is making a sound like a child whistling. He says Clea says the sink coughs like a smoker. He says a man came by, Benny, with a flowers story. He says there is lemon on the church mop handle. Tess's bag hit her hip as she stepped toward the door in a way that would bruise later. Harrington knew the bruise already. Soraya cursed in a register not meant for the public record. Patel didn't speak. She folded the repeater in on itself like origami and put it in her pocket because there is no reason to let evil monogram the room anymore. Pick 2, Harrington heard in his head that cruel rule. He counted stupidly, backward, to quiet himself, 0, 53, 31, 24, 17. The 0 made his body slow for one beat. St. Dymphna was 0 in its own way, a place on a map that is true when you've lost all numbers. He ran. St. Dymphna's was built to forgive hell and hold casseroles. The hallway to the kitchen had bulletin boards with pictures of kids who had stopped smiling already and adults who had learned to pretend it helped them anyway. The hope chest in the alcove had been flipped on its back, no storage scrawled on its side in marker like a prayer. The flowers somebody left earlier had made a corner of the porch look like a wedding if you ran by drunk. Inside, soup steam, Clea at the stove with a spoon like a weapon, June asleep on a pew with a tartan blanket and a small stain of broth at the corner of her mouth. Nadia awake, hair a halo of stubborn. Caleb bent over the chessboard, inventing an opening he would be proud of in 20 years. Father Nolan stood by the mop sink, his sleeve shoved to his elbow like he intended to put his arm down a god's throat, if that's what it took. He looked at Harrington and didn't do the thing where priests say the name of the person they love in distress. He just nodded once, a noose and a thread. Listen, he said. The floor drain sang, it actually did, a high, thin note that was meant to be cheerful in another context, aimed at parents in a store where the children's aisle handles squeak. Under it, a sound, the same throat-clearing Harrington was coming to hate, small, mechanical, arrogant, a booster pump somewhere not far, asserting its sentence in the language of pressure. 0, Tess said, out of courtesy for the map. She knelt, lemon on the grate, because for these men cleanliness was spirituality. Painter's tape little and sure, 53. A sense of humor that deserved ruin. Patel hit the valve by memory now, because the city had taught her the holy choreography in one day. She twisted the little wheel behind the stove, shut the tie-in to the storm that had been put therein, 72 for a plumber who loved a shortcut. The hum changed, the song remained, somebody else's repeater, somebody else's wire in a wall that God did not intend for this purpose. Clea made a sound that was not a word and made a soup ladle into punctuation. My kitchen," she said, as if that was enough to make the universe correct itself. "Not today." Harrington crouched at the grate and felt his fingers shake in ways that made him want to laugh. He put the transmitter box against the taped cousin under the basin and learned the useless joy of seeing two small lights disagree. No change in the hiss. "Then they've got a second line," Patel said, listening with the kind of attention that is a skill and a curse. "Under the prep, a half-inch hidden, feeding the trap like it's a colicky child." Father Nolan nodded. "On the sacristy door," he said. "On the crawl, the old coal chute. The city has always had too many ways to get into a church. It's how we learn this neighborhood." Harrington slid under the prep table and found the kitten of a line. Silvery, smug, new where the church's plumbing is old. He traced it with his fingertips along the underside of the cabinets. Lemon in his hands creased like a new kind of sorrow. The line did a neat trick at a sill, went through a hole that had been drilled by a man who did good work for the wrong reason. The hole to the sacristy. "Sarnie," Tess whispered into the air, as if she could will the detective to draw a bigger circle. 53 needs to be a verb. I want it to be the sound of this mop when it hits someone's head. Nadia came awake properly, sat up, looked at the adults doing their adult Scrabble, looked at the drain, looked at June. She stood shaky and got Clea a second ladle because she understood that if you cannot fix the pipe, you can hand God a better tool. "I'm tired of this being clever," Clea said. She took the lemon bottle from the shelf, put it on the floor and stomped it flat, the plastic giving with a sad little sigh like a confession. We will not have this smell here." Father Nolan put his hand to the underside of the counter and felt the pipe's pulse like a bad sacrament. "I meant to make this place speak," he said. "Well, no, we don't let our saints do most of the talking. They are portraits and we are the mouths. But if he turns this into a mouth, if he makes his raven hear, I will cook him," Clea offered. And to everyone's surprise, Father Nolan laughed out loud and then put his shoulder into the cupboard in a feat of Catholic engineering that got the job done. The panel popped. The half-inch line revealed itself, hooked with a small check valve that thought it was special. Patel cut it with a pair of scissors from a drawer that had learned to be part of a war room. A hiss. The hiss became a sigh. The drain stopped singing. The kitchen was suddenly a kitchen again. Soup and breath, and the sound of a kid's stupid loud chess piece thonk. "Again," Harrington said to the ceiling. Juvenile, vindictive. "Chamen," Nolan said, not smiling now. He looked at Nadia, at June, at Caleb. "Sign not out of prayers. Don't make me use a good one on architecture." At that exact human moment, a relief, a joke, a stupid precious breath, a phone in the center of the room lit. Not one of theirs, a little plastic thing left behind on the prep table under a tea towel because somebody's hand had wanted it there. It vibrated itself into spine. Clea grabbed it with the lift of a woman picking a potato with a knife. The screen was cracked and honest, a message not to her but to the room. A photo. Boardroom 53 again, but higher angle, as if the camera had become a ceiling tile. The table, the grate, the dais. And under the center of the table, visible only because the water had lowered, and a draft had lifted the table skirt. Another panel. Not the foothatch Soraya had found, smaller. Marked in pencil on the underside L, because someone had written ledger there once, or because men like to taunt you with coincidences. Under the photo, text in the patient hand, which should have been in ink and was in joke instead, "Bring it. Midnight is not over until I say it is." Ledger, Tess said, not because she believed in talismans, because language is a baton and you hand it off at speed in an emergency. "Shy hit it," Father Nolan said, "because he is not a stupid man." And then he understood what it would look like to have a priest run down a street with a book the city had decided to turn into theology. He looked at Clea. She shook her head a quarter centimeter and he took that as a catechism. I'll get it," Tess said. He wants me to hand it to him so he can take a picture of me being wrong. He is going to find out I can be ambidextrous about wrong." "And no," Harrington said, and every man in the room heard how that sounded, and he heard himself, and he maybe didn't hate it. "We'll do it together," And you'll do it smart. Soraya's voice snapped over the radio, far and urgent. Boardroom. Now. I have Pike, I have Whitlow, I have a judge who thinks cuffs are a conversation, and I have a humming I can't either bless or arrest. 10 minutes of midnight left, and he's taking his time. Harrington looked around his church and saw all the rooms that thought they were people and all the people who thought they were rooms. He looked at Clea, who had spent a day turning hunger into doctrine and doctrine into food. Locke, he said. But she was doing it already, moving with a calm that made art into survival, bars into place, saints into lookouts. Nadia and June and Caleb moved toward the back pew with the obedience of kids who had paid in parts of their bodies for disobedience earlier this year. Nolan took up the mop. He looked at it like a man giving a homily for the first time. Bring Jesus to the board if he decides to show up, he said. So we will keep the kitchen unlearned. Outside, the gulls laughed like a laugh track trying to make a joke land. Harrington put the transmitter back in his pocket with the key, felt the little box buzz against the old cut teeth of the metal, thought of the ring in the jar on his table, of Rebecca pressed into gold like a sentence reissued. They ran back into the cold city, and the air on their faces felt like a page you haven't written on yet and might not get to. Boardroom 53 had become still in the way an animal becomes still to pretend it cares about what you're saying. The vent was quiet now, the carpet an afterthought. The table skirting breathed a hair, though, like a saint breathing under a shroud. Somewhere the booster in the building still had a memory to perform. Pike had the foothatch open already, one arm knuckle deep, his shoulder brick-dusted. There's a smaller panel under the panel, he grunted. It's like one of those dolls for city planners. In ledger door, Tess said. She pulled the cloth aside with 2 fingers, and there it was, pencil, L, as in ledger, as in a benediction turned into a freight tag. You weren't good at keeping a secret, Mathers. Mathers in his chair with the cuffs now attached to the crescent, or the crescent attached to him, depending on whether you ask a man or a table, smiled because the room let him and because he wanted to borrow their time. So, think the book is a spell, he said. It's a list. Lists are recursive. You're going to learn that tonight, and then you're going to use it on a person you like, and you'll call it fairness. And made fairness a valve, Soraya said. I'm going to make you a case number. Patel slid herself under the dais, pry bar in one hand, anger in the other. The small panel popped and revealed a pocket no bigger than a good handbag. Inside, a tangle of wires with painter's tape labels written in patient hand, 17 aux, 24 trunk, 31 sump, 53 vent, 0 bypass. A switch array, small, stupid, powerful. Relay room, she said. He's been routing us from this pocket all day while we ran errands and took photographs. He's laughing at us. Cut them all, Regina said. Patel cut 53 vent. The room sighed with relief, and even the carpet remembered to act tired. She snipped 0 bypass for spite, 17 aux for good measure, 24 trunk because 24 unhappy ends had already been given lessons today, then paused at 31 sump. Do we want to know what this does to the reservoir's throat? She asked. Not now, Regina said. If the city dries out and the fish get offended, we will apologize to a water body tomorrow. Patel cut 31. The building processed the change like a man learning he can forgive something he had sworn not to. Ledger, Tess said again, breath thin. We do the show because he made rules and we won't be elegant and refuse them. He wants beauty. We'll give him procedure. Harrington looked at her and at Soraya and couldn't help the word that crept up from the academy. Enemy, cover me. He slid under the table beside Patel and felt the cool clammy of old wood and old wrong. He reached deep and found the small cavity where Mathers had made his altar. Back of his hand scraped the bracket, skin shredded, nothing to cry about. His fingers closed on a book, old leather, glassine on the corners for a librarian who wanted to tamp down the greed of eyes. He pulled it. It was the ledger. It had the weird smell old official papers have, and lemon, which meant someone emotionally stunted had tried to clean evil with cheer. He sat up, and the room made the kind of noise people make in movies when treasure is finally manifest. He hated that. He held it like a man holds his worst day. The speaker coughed and died and coughed again like a grandmother practicing her pity. Ash's voice came through one last time because records like last lines. "Bring your book," he said, almost tender. And Harrington, who has made a habit of becoming the opposite shape of a man who needs PTAs to function, said the thing that felt right. "Come get it," he said. The screen flickered as if a bird had passed in front of a window. The drain room angle did a small tilt, enough to show the foot of the chair and the floor beyond, the edge of a cheap plastic rug meant for a preschool that somebody had put in the room to keep the chair from squeaking. A cartoon of a duck in a rain hat, St. Dymphna Preschool at the bottom in a childish font. "Sarnie," Tess whispered into the air, as if she could will the detective to draw a bigger circle. 53 needs to be a verb. I want it to be the sound of this mop when it hits someone's head. Nadia came awake properly, sat up, looked at the adults doing their adult Scrabble, looked at the drain, looked at June. She stood, shaky, and got Clea a second ladle because she understood that if you cannot fix the pipe, you can hand God a better tool. "I'm tired of this being clever," Clea said. She took the lemon bottle from the shelf, put it on the floor and stomped it flat, the plastic giving with a sad little sigh like a confession. "Shen, we will not have this smell here." Father Nolan put his hand to the underside of the counter and felt the pipe's pulse like a bad sacrament. "He meant to make this place speak," he said. "We don't let our saints do most of the talking. They are portraits and we are the mouths. But if he turns this into a mouth, if he makes his raven here, I will cook him," Clea offered. And to everyone's surprise, Father Nolan laughed out loud and then put his shoulder into the cupboard in a feat of Catholic engineering that got the job done. The panel popped. The half-inch line revealed itself, hooked with a small check valve that thought it was special. Patel cut it with a pair of scissors from a drawer that had learned to be part of a war room. A hiss. The hiss became a sigh. The drain stopped singing. The kitchen was suddenly a kitchen again. Soup and breath, and the sound of a kid's stupid loud chess piece thonk. "Again," Harrington said to the ceiling, juvenile, vindictive. "Amen," Nolan said, not smiling now. He looked at Nadia, at June, at Caleb. "I'm not out of prayers. Don't make me use a good one on architecture." At that exact human moment, a relief, a joke, a stupid, precious breath, a phone in the center of the room lit. Not one of theirs. A little plastic thing left behind on the prep table under a tea towel because somebody's hand had wanted it there. It vibrated itself into spine. Clea grabbed it with the lift of a woman picking a potato with a knife. The screen was cracked and honest. A message, not to her but to the room. A photo. Boardroom 53 again, but higher angle, as if the camera had become a ceiling tile. The table, the grate, the dais. And under the center of the table, visible only because the water had lowered and a draft had lifted the table skirt, another panel. Not the foothatch Soraya had found. Smaller, marked in pencil on the underside L, because someone had written ledger there once, or because men like to taunt you with coincidences. Under the photo, text in the patient hand, which should have been in ink and was in joke instead, "Bring it. Midnight is not over until I say it is." Ledger, Tess said, not because she believed in talismans. Because language is a baton, and you hand it off at speed in an emergency. "So I hid it," Father Nolan said, "because he is not a stupid man. And then he understood what it would look like to have a priest run down a street with a book the city had decided to turn into theology." He looked at Clea. She shook her head a quarter centimeter, and he took that as a catechism. "Oh, Nell, get it," Tess said. "Oh, he wants me to hand it to him so he can take a picture of me being wrong. He is going to find out I can be ambidextrous about wrong." "Henno," Harrington said, and every man in the room heard how that sounded, and he heard himself, and he maybe didn't hate it. "We'll do it together." "You'll do it smart." Soraya's voice snapped over the radio, far and urgent. "Sub boardroom, now. I have Pike, I have Whitlow. I have a judge who thinks cuffs are a conversation, and I have a humming I can't either bless or arrest. 10 minutes of midnight left, and he's taking his time. Harrington looked around his church and saw all the rooms that thought they were people, and all the people who thought they were rooms. He looked at Clea, who had spent a day turning hunger into doctrine and doctrine into food. Lock, he said. But she was doing it already, moving with a calm that made art into survival, bars into place, saints into lookouts. Nadia and June and Caleb moved toward the back pew with the obedience of kids who had paid in parts of their bodies for disobedience earlier this year. Nolan took up the mop. He looked at it like a man giving a homily for the first time. Bring Jesus to the board if he decides to show up, he said, when we will keep the kitchen unlearned. Outside, the gulls laughed like a laugh track trying to make a joke land. Harrington put the transmitter back in his pocket with the key, felt the little box buzz against the old cut teeth of the metal, thought of the ring in the jar on his table, of Rebecca pressed into gold like a sentence reissued. They ran back into the cold city, and the air on their faces felt like a page you haven't written on yet and might not get to. Boardroom 53 had become still in the way an animal becomes still to pretend it cares about what you're saying. The vent was quiet now, the carpet an afterthought. The table skirting breathed a hair, though, like a saint breathing under a shroud. Somewhere the booster in the building still had a memory to perform. Pike had the foothatch open already, one arm knuckle deep, his shoulder brick-dusted. There's a smaller panel under the panel, he grunted. It's like one of those dolls for city planners. Unledge your door, Tess said. She pulled the cloth aside with 2 fingers, and there it was. Pencil, L, as in ledger, as in a benediction turned into a freight tag. And you weren't good at keeping a secret, Mathers. Mathers in his chair with the cuffs now attached to the crescent, or the crescent attached to him, depending on whether you ask a man or a table, smiled because the room let him, and because he wanted to borrow their time. You think the book is a spell, he said. It's a list. Lists are recursive. You're going to learn that tonight, and then you're going to use it on a person you like, and you'll call it fairness. Fairness. You made fairness a valve, Soraya said. I'm going to make you a case number. Patel slid herself under the dais, pry bar in one hand, anger in the other. The small panel popped and revealed a pocket no bigger than a good handbag. Inside, a tangle of wires with painter's tape labels written in patient hand. 17 aux, 24 trunk, 31 sump, 53 vent, 0 bypass. A switch array, small, stupid, powerful. One relay room, she said. She's been routing us from this pocket all day while we ran errands and took photographs. He's laughing at us. Cut 'em all, Regina said. Patel cut 53 vent. The room sighed with relief, and even the carpet remembered to act tired. She snipped 0 bypass for spite, 17 aux for good measure, 24 trunk because 24 unhappy ends had already been given lessons today, then paused at 31 sump. So we want to know what this does to the reservoir's throat? She asked. Not now, Regina said. If the city dries out and the fish get offended, we will apologize to a water body tomorrow. Patel cut 31. The building processed the change like a man learning he can forgive something he had sworn not to. Ledger, Tess said again, breath thin. Won't do the show because he made rules and we won't be elegant and refuse them. He wants beauty, we'll give him procedure. Harrington looked at her and at Soraya and couldn't help the word that crept up from the academy, and she cover me. He slid under the table beside Patel and felt the cool clammy of old wood and old wrong. He reached deep and found the small cavity where Mathers had made his altar. Back of his hand scraped the bracket, skin shredded, nothing to cry about. His fingers closed on a book, old leather, glassine on the corners for a librarian who wanted to tamp down the greed of eyes. He pulled it. It was the ledger. It had the weird smell old official papers have in lemon, which meant someone emotionally stunted had tried to clean evil with cheer. He sat up and the room made the kind of noise people make in movies when treasure is finally manifest. He hated that. He held it like a man holds his worst day. The speaker coughed and died and coughed again like a grandmother practicing her pity. Ash's voice came through one last time, because records like last lines. "Bring your book," he said, almost tender, and Harrington, who has made a habit of becoming the opposite shape of a man who needs PTAs to function, said the thing that felt right. "Come get it," he said. The screen flickered as if a bird had passed in front of a window. The drain room angle did a small tilt, enough to show the foot of the chair and the floor beyond, the edge of a cheap plastic rug meant for a preschool that somebody had put in the room to keep the chair from squeaking. A cartoon of a duck in a rain hat, St. Dymphna Preschool at the bottom in a childish font. Clea, standing in the doorway because she had arrived with Father Nolan. Of course she had. Nobody had told her she could not carry soup into the worst meetings, made a sound that turned the air around her into a knife. "Oh," she said, an answer to several mistakes at once. There's no preschool here," Soraya said. "That program closed during the flood retrofit," Whitlow finished for her, his face hollow. "And they kept the mats in the storage in case we—" He didn't finish. Nobody had the right pronoun. "Count backward," Patrice said, dead calm, her hands the steadiest thing in the room. 0. He's been making us do it with our bodies until we understood what he meant. Now he's going to make us do it with our hands. Regina's radio barked in Pike's old rhythm, and 0 Street is quiet. The wheel sits, the rats have developed a sense of humor. We're good there. Reservoir says pressure is low enough that coyotes are bored. Cannery pocket still empty. 17's chair looks like it wants to write memoir. City Hall safe quiet. Where next? The screen did not wait for them. It cut to a new angle, a cramped underroom so tight the camera had to scrape a shoulder to breathe. A drain in the center, a chair, the cuff, the wrist, the pony sticker on the wall behind, partially visible, a lemon peel on a note. But the wall to the left, white painted brick with a hairline crack in the mortar shaped like a question mark. Harrington's body recognized it in a way his mind didn't catch until his mouth had started moving. "I've been there," he said. "Not here, but a crack like that. That's the old toddler room in the St. Dymphna basement before they moved the nursery upstairs because we ran out of money to fix the windowsills." Clea's face did the old mother thing, the thing people who have never been pregnant learn out of profession and love. It stopped being pretty and became useful. "There's a panel in the floor that looked at me funny for 10 years, she said. I painted over it with 3 layers of a better color and it still looked at me funny. I did not open it because I love God in the ways I am allowed and not in the ways I am not." Regina did not say go. She made the 2-finger motion she makes when she wants the world to obey her because she has chosen to obey a better one. Harrington had already turned. Tess behind him put a hand on Clea's back as if to help the soul keep up with the body. Patel pocketed the repeater and the cricket and 3 pieces of lemon because science is petty too. They were halfway down the hall, past the plant that had survived drowning with the indignity of a hero, when the boardroom's door did that polite thing again, the swing into lock. Pike looked at it and put his shoulder back into his job because a man is allowed a few simple pleasures. In the annex hall, Whitlow put his hand on Mather's shoulder and for once there was not money in it. "And you will be named," he said, and the judge, the man, the Raven letter, looked old finally in a way that wasn't metaphor. He nodded once as if to concede that the river writes all our names eventually if we build our houses where it laid down a bed. St. Dymphna had stored the toddler mats in the old room that was too close to the floor for anyone's comfort. They had painted over the cartoon ducks because Tess had said once in a column that children deserve not to be haunted by water when they are coloring. A panel lived under the second table, the one where kids had left Play-Doh scars that Clea refused to sand out because history has teeth you don't trim. Clea led them. You could tell by the way her shoulders made sentence of themselves that she had decided to accept whatever blame a man required in exchange for ownership of her kitchen later. She moved the table like a woman who moves casseroles and couches alone. The panel looked up at Harrington like a healed wound. Painter's tape on one corner, old. Paint seeped into the edge. 53 barely still a number. Lemon along the seam because someone likes a calling card. A glass jar perfume for villains. He pried. Patel held a light. Tess had her pen ridiculous and right. Under the panel, a pocket of a room greased with old dust that had learned to be humble. A 2x2 sump pit someone had poured in 1936 so a janitor could sleep better. Into it, a narrow pipe, new, arrogant. Across it, a plank with a chair. On the chair, cuff, strap, note. Raven speaks. The pony sticker on the wall where Father Nolan had once kept the soft balls you throw without guilt. Lemon peel dying politely on the paper. The wrist, small, bruised. The hand, turned, twisting, working. The kind of work that writes callous on a child's hand and teaches her language for later. The cuff was close enough to reach without risking a fall if you were stupid. Harrington was stupid enough to know someone smarter should go. He looked at Clea. She looked at him and, with the patience of women who are tired of sentences, said, "Oh, we have 2 cooks tonight." Patel lay flat and reached. "Hold me," she said, and 2 hands, Harrington's and Nolan's, took her ankles, human grapnels. She stretched. The cuff teeth bit at her fingertips. She pinched the release the way you pinch the lid off a stubborn jam jar. It did the thing men can never explain to women in letters, the give. The wrist came free. The hand flew to the wood and held. "Oh, got you," Clea said softly, and it was not a line, it was a job title. She read her favorite recipe into the wood and made space for the girl to climb. They pulled. The girl came up like a letter you write to yourself and forget to mail. Not Naomi, not Lily, not June. Somebody who'd been told to answer to Joy or Joe. You could see it in the face, the little reluctant smile the world puts on some girls like a bow. The camera fell into the pit as if it had a sense of drama. It hit the water with a sad plunk, and lemon smell lifted like something you wish you'd never tasted. The phone in Harrington's pocket buzzed one last time for the hour. He didn't want to look. Tess made him with her eyes. It was a still, the Raven mural in the boardroom behind a man you couldn't see entirely because he had learned to meet cameras in fractions. Shoulder, jaw, a hand holding the ledger, not the one Harrington had pulled, an older volume, a sister, the book they hadn't found. And below in tidy letters you counted backward. Good. Now try forward. Under it, names. Then, as if the man couldn't resist signing a love letter, a initial and a name, Ash. The building breathed like a body that had forgotten how. Joy or Joe clung to Clea's shoulder with fingers that had remembered in the dark how to be hands. Nadia put the tartan blanket around them both with an authority that would have made rooms behave if rooms paid attention. Caleb took his pawn and moved it like he was announcing a war to an indifferent god. Regina's voice, off somewhere above water and below weather. "Can we have one?" she said. And it was not triumph, it was a receipt. "But he has a pen." Harrington looked at the ring in his mind, the jar, the word Rebecca inscribed where nobody deserved to be inscribed. He looked at the ledger in his hand and the other ledger he did not have. He looked at the girl and at Clea and at Tess, and at the drain that had been given voice and had been made to shut up by cleaner tools than the law. "Forward," Tess said, soft and lethal. "What's our one?" "Tin and teen," Harrington said, not because it made sense, but because his body wanted the count back. 24, 31, 53, 0. "So you will not be sleeping," Father Nolan observed, kind as a brick. The church lights did a thing that wasn't polite and couldn't decide which side of the sacred to fall on. The city found an octave lower. Outside, a horn for something that had decided to keep moving even in the face of all this moralism. Soraya texted without ceremony, "We have a warrant. Raven board is ours, tonight." And then Mathers is singing, names. He wants to trade numbers for nights. Harrington put his palm on the floor where the panel had been and felt how thin wood is when it tries to be a promise. He could tell the city would ask him for a decision he didn't have the moral furniture to make yet. Patel stood, wiped lemon on her jeans like a punctuation mark. Clea breathed. Tess wrote one word and one only, forward. Then the lights went out. Not the building, too theatrical. The phones, all at once. The room felt like an eardrum that had been pierced by silence. On the screen in the boardroom, in City Hall, in Port Treasury, on every device that had been taught to perform for men, The same square of carefully lit nothing replaced the last image of a girl's wrist. White text on it in that tidy patient font, Room 0. Under it, "We're done with water for an hour. Let's try fire." The church's kitchen stove clicked 3 times out of habit and did not light. Clea stared at it with the ferocity of saints. Joe made her first sound that wasn't a breath since they pulled her, a laugh that had nothing innocent in it and everything true. "Pick 2, Tess whispered, and Harrington, who had already fallen in love with too many doors today, understood that the count had just changed hands again, and the city was about to ask for a new kind of arithmetic. Part 10. The New Arithmetic. The phones died in a way that felt deliberate. Not the lazy drought of coverage or the sulk of a battery. A neat subtraction. Screens went to a square of white with Room 0 printed like a civics lesson, then to black like a priest shutting a book. "We're done with water for an hour," Ash had said without moving his mouth in a room he'd never confessed to standing in. "So let's try fire." Clea lifted the stove knob, and the range clicked 3 times like a polite dog shaking hands. No flame. She kept her face plain and then let herself be furious. "Sover my dead kitchen," she told air, theology, gas company, all comers. She shoved the knob back in. The clicking stopped, the kind of concession that counts as respect in old machines. Father Nolan held his hand above the grates the way priests hold blessings. Cold. The hiss had been in the drains, not the lines. Patel had already cut the half-inch in the sacristy crawl, lemon leaking down her wrist like citrus blood. The floor's song had gone mute. Harrington kept hearing the laugh Joe made when the stove failed to light. It was the sound kids make right before deciding that laughter is for other people. He wanted to put his palm on the crown of her head and tell her all the dangers that were going to be bored by her one day. He wanted to be the kind of man who believed himself when he did that. "Fire," Tess said. The word tasted new and wrong. "Where's he going to teach us that?" "Out forward." Harrington said, stupid, because his body needed to give orders to numbers when the city refused to take any. Point 17, 24, 31, 53, 0. 0 is where you start a fire, Patel said. And the regulator, at the boiler, at the room that lets oxygen make friends. "And 0 Street?" Nolan asked. "0 plant," Zarni said into the radio from 5 blocks away, as if he had been listening to the inside of their heads his whole career. "An old municipal incinerator where the city used to burn its own shame, off the rail cut south of the grain silos. We stored yard waste there, then gave up because someone wrote a grant. The electrical room still has a nameplate on the door that shows a 0 because the electrician was a poet." "Is sure?" Regina asked. "No," he said, "but I want to be, and it's been a day." Harrington looked at Clea. She had Joe arranged at the table where a child would have drawn a pond if someone had given her a green crayon in an afternoon. Nadia had put a mug in front of the girl like an offered citizenship. Caleb slid a black pawn across the board and said, "To nobody, and the god he suspects looks like a bad coach. Sinner move." "Do you want me here?" Clea told Nolan without flinching. "'Cause I want you where soup makes decisions," he said. They didn't touch. It was still a church. Regina on the radio with the rhythm you learn in war, in 2 teams. "Soraya, keep the Ravenboard vertical. If Mathers makes a sound, I want it in a jar. Pike with me. Patel, Harrington, Tess, 0 plan. Zarni, meet them at the gate. Whitlow, go home or come with me, but either way, stop looking like a child who lost an election." "Sen, Fave never looked like that," Whitlow said, affronted, and then ruined it by looking exactly like that. Hoke, cuffed to the crescent cutout in boardroom 53, tongue a little white at the edges, cleared his throat. "Ash will set a demonstration, not a fire," he announced with the slippery pride of a man who had picked a team and now had flour on his shirt. He needs your eyes, not your ashes. He'll choose a place that smells like policy. And I will bring my eyes in a bucket," Soraya said. She put her face close enough to Hoke's that law school should have included a restraining order clause in a footnote. Well, no one know what he's going to do because you were the child who laughed when adults used big words. The day you choose to be a witness, I will make you famous. Hoke smiled because men like him have two tricks, and one of them is a smile. Pick two, he said mildly. Soup and cuffs, Soraya said. On today's menu, the city took them to the Zero plant the way a fairground takes a child who lied about their age and height. South, where the grain silos call themselves history and smell like bread, admits failure. The tracks, the low concrete block with the high stack like a rolled-up newspaper, its red brick top scabbed by a century of smoke and a decade of disuse, a chain-link fence made of bad manners. The sign with more paint than grammar, municipal waste to energy, and beneath it, a hand-lettered no dumping that the gulls couldn't read. Painter's tape on the gate post in a little rectangle, number in the corner like a freckle, 0. Lemon on the padlock hasp, polite, patient. Zarni was already there, hood up, hands in pockets, breathing like a man who has decided to live long enough to see the end of a specific paragraph. He nodded at them and then at the ground, where prints in dust refused to be poetic. Boots, big, a smaller shoe with a limp, a drag mark that might have been a cable. Electric, he said. Gas, he added, pointing at a Rasputinid meter and a fresh line snaking under the slab. Said it was supposed to be dead. Somebody resurrected a fiber of it. Don't say resurrected, Nolan said in Harrington's ear, even though he was back at the church, as if someone had spliced a priest into their radios out of habit. Patel had the gate open in a motion that would later read as muscle memory, and now just looked like indecency. Inside, the big room with the belly of old incinerators like brick ovens, doors riveted and heavy, mouths wide and cold. Overhead beams. Along the right wall, a row of controls that had taught a generation of city workers the cat's cradle of relays. Someone had wiped lemon on the switches. There was painter's tape on one of the oven doors, 0 in a tidy hand. On the concrete in front of it sat a jar. Peaches gone, these were olives once. Inside, a key. Tag on it in the same hand, laminated city rec. Sub-basement. Being a man is a brand, Tess said, disgust and a weird, grudging admiration both failing to disguise each other. He should sell tea towels. Count backward. Embroidered lemons. City records, Harrington said. He could feel his head fill with a list of paper that burns too fast. Irene. Patel's hand was on the control panel, fingers on a bank of 4 toggles someone had labeled in tired electrician block print, blower, feed, ignite, damper, taped beneath in patient idiocy, home. He hated that. He loved circuits. He hated when men did this to their souls. Nothing lit, she murmured. Power's live to the panel, but the igniters are on their own loop. He wired a repeater. There. She found it. A small black box velcroed behind the panel with painter's tape over its mouth. 0 bypass, written with love. Cut it, Zarni said. She did. The box died with a pious little blink. The room got quieter, dust recalculated. The air, which had been thinking about learning a new way to move, forgot the vocabulary. Harrington held up the jar with the key like an offering you don't want to make. Trek worch, he said again. When we split, Patel said. Or we fail both. You pick 2, Tess said. Pick all, Zarni said, and made it sound reasonable by accident. And I'll sit in this ugliness with a fire blanket and the bad boy here. He patted the old incinerator with the tolerant affection of a man who had learned his most valuable trait was patience. If it decides to make letters, I'll teach it no. And I'll take that as a vow, Tess said, not binding in court, binding to me. They ran back out into the air that had become weather. The gulls tracked them with their vile charm. A train 2 blocks over cleared its throat and remembered its youth. City Records lived under a building that had wanted to be elegant and hadn't gotten the votes. Irene Bost had once called it a filing cabinet that went to college, and then made the joke useful on a form. Tonight, the front desk was a chair, empty, the night spine a buzz of old neon that had outlived everyone who hated it. Harrington took the stairs because the elevator can hurt you in ways litigants understand better. The jar in his hand bumped his thigh like a summons. The sub-basement door had the look doors get when they are not used to mattering. Scuffed, labeled in laminates that half believe in themselves. Archives, sub 2. And mounted over it, odd to the eye, off to the left a shade, a brass disc with an old engraved 0. Course, Tess said, and blew hair off her forehead like a luxury. Lemon on the knob like courtesies. He pushed. It didn't give, it never does at first. He used the key. The cylinder moved with a satisfaction that made you dislike doors. Inside, the air had a smell that some people find romantic and some find like death. Paper spun into a history hat. The lights were on. A fan whispered in the corner with a gratitude nobody had asked for, and in the third aisle, where permit books and payroll microfiche and a box marked Raven, minutes had lived for 100 honest years, a man had left a stylish little heater on a dolly, its nozzle aimed like it had learned to point. Painter's tape across the switch. 17 on one side, 24 on the other. A second dolly, 31. A third, 53. The last one, heavier, shyly marked 0. "Irene," Harrington said. "I'm here," she said, stepping out from behind a shelf like a woman in a French film who'd chosen the wrong time to test her cheekbones. Her sleeves were up past her elbows. Her hair had learned to be a pencil by itself. She held a ledger in one hand and a metal bin in the other, and looked like a person who could carry 2 children and an argument up a hill. Behind her, 2 clerks younger than their blazers and the kind of brave you never want to need were stacking bluebacks in plastic totes. "I had an hour's notice," she said calmly. He gave it to me by sending me flowers with a note that called me by my maiden name, which I appreciate in exactly the way you think I do. I called the fire department and told them to wait until I told them to do the wrong thing. I unplugged everything but his toys. Then I wanted to see if anyone I love would bring me cookies. Patel went straight to the dollies. A generator cable snaked to a plug that looked promiscuous. The heater's switch had been taped in a way that meant it would pop 2 on if the tape were pulled free. She snapped the cord out with a flick that made her smile accidentally. The hum dropped. The show's over," Irene said. "Only he wanted Ash. He will not get Ash. He will get receipts." Harrington looked at the ledger in her hand. Not the ledger that lived at St. Dymphna, but its cousin, a fatter, fouler thing with a spine sewn by a person who wanted to be admired for neatness. Lemon on the edges because men like him can't help leaving the same signature. On the cover, stamped into leather, Raven, Disbursements 2013-2019. On the bottom corner, in gilt, somebody had written no 0 in a hand so careful it had to belong to somebody who loved being told they had good penmanship. "In the back of the minutes box," Irene said. She wanted the board to keep its poetry and hide its math. Honestly, it's like working around men who still smoke. "Take it," Patel said to Tess, who for once didn't argue. She slid the book into her bag the way people slot bricks into foundations. Her fingers shook. She didn't pretend they didn't. The younger clerk, Sahana, whose aunt had taught Tess how to pronounce the names of spices when she'd profiled the kitchen at St. Dymphna, cleared her throat. "Im's bossed," she said carefully. "The breaker you asked me to babysit keeps trying to come back on." "Babysit harder," Irene said, and winked, and Sahana grinned like the child she still had the right to be until tomorrow morning, when she would write her experience up for her aunt, and it would be an old story told new. Harrington moved through the aisles like a man at church after the organist has died. Tape on a shelf edge, lemon on a post, 0 on a light switch that should not have had any number. Ash had been here, or Benny had, or some other faithful, and had made the room into an altar. He felt angry and felt stupid for dignifying the anger with a noun. He turned to Tess. "Forward," he said. She nodded. "What is forward?" Irene asked, curious, not afraid. 17, boardwalk room, Patel ticked off. 24, cannery throat. 31, reservoir sump. 53, this boardroom idiocy. 0, here in the filter house and the incinerator. He thinks he's giving us a catechism. We're going to write our own on top. "Endo it in blue ink," Irene said. We blew Xeroxes better later. She turned back to the shelf and froze. Her head tipped, like a deer at a good sound. Cheer that, she said. They did. Not a fan. Not Eleanor Roosevelt's ghost. A hiss. Not quite gas. Dry. Mean. From the far end of the aisle where the maps lived, and where the fire door to the loading dock had a sticker nobody had peeled off. The door itself had painter's tape. 0. The hiss came from under it, the kind of sound a man hears before he opens a barbecue he shouldn't. Patel was on it before anyone could narrate. She hit the panic bar, cracked the door a fraction. The hiss swelled, so did a smell too clinical to be natural gas. Propane. Bottled. Quick heat. Theater. She pulled the door shut, gently, like coaxing a baby, then put her weight into the bar and set the latch so the room would not be moved by the urge to inhale. He put a bottle outside to make a show if we chased him, she said. He wanted us to draw air through this room. He wanted it nice and oxygenated. And arsonists are poets when they can afford it, Irene said. And you called the fire department after I told you to wait because I am bossy and I am right. Now we will call them again and we will let them do their job for once. Get me my girls upstairs. Sahana, with me. Jin, grab whatever looks like it will make lawyers grow beards. Jin, the other clerk, a boy whose nails were too clean to survive this job for long, nodded and lifted a box of plats into his arms and learned to be happy he was strong. Harrington felt the jar with the key in his hand again. He had forgotten to hate it. He handed it to Irene. She took it and put it on a shelf where it belonged, a neat little museum exhibit, while the museum was trying not to be a church. Cho, she said kindly, and shooed them with the hand that had typed every report that had ever saved a person in this building. Outside, the fire department had arranged themselves into the kind of dance only people who believe in hoses can pull off. Soraya had made herself their interpreter and stood in the mist like a candidate who had decided to be unpopular for once. Regina had Mathers in a van with a seatbelt and a blanket like a child and was telling him about the consequences of romance with objects. Hoke was being officially ignored, and his face was remembering what it is to be a man who did not invent the noun. Zarni's voice, and Zero plant remains ugly and intact. I put my jacket in the mouth out of spite, and the machine hissed when it tasted polyester. That's on me. And not if you make it look good, Tess said, climbing into Regina's car with the ledger like a baby. Harrington got in behind her. Patel slid beside him, radio crackling against her hip like a bad insect. Schmathers, Soraya shouted, is naming names. And that sentence made a hole in the air that people later will claim not to have seen coming. She lifted a hand as if asking to hold down a page. He wants deals. He wants an easier jail. He wants the city to tell him it admires his syntax. Regina shoved Mathers something like a pen and something like a confession form. Write it, she said. You owe us a gospel of who built your church. Harrington was a bad man in that moment in that he wanted to watch a judge write like a clerk. He let himself be a good man and turned away. Lily, Tess said softly to the air, because the city had gotten sloppy with some pronouns and needed to be reminded. Patel dug her thumb into the bridge of her nose and worked a knot loose. When we pulled Lily, she said. We lost Lily again. We pulled Joy. We pulled June. We'll pull Lily again, and then Naomi, and then every girl whose name is a syllable under this river. Forward would be remembering we have to do it under the camera and without letting the room make us beautiful. Shursy, you're smarter when you're mean, Tess said. Osai will quote you later, and you will hate me, but you deserve it. The radio on Regina's belt spat an unfamiliar voice. Young, female, tight, lieutenant. Boardroom just lost lights again, and the projector is trying to turn itself into a lighthouse. The vent is dead, but the speaker is whispering like it learned to pray. The word it's whispering is fire. Soraya set her jaw as if blessing a choir she hated. He's going to burn his brand on the air, she said. She's going to make us decide whether to mute him or to let him confess on live. Regina, mute him. Then let him confess where the sound won't help his stock. They are not allowed to say stock out loud in this city. It hurts the gulls. Harrington's phone, back alive, shame of it, lighted in his hand on its own like rooms lately. No numbers, just the square of careful nothing. Then a photo sent to the room, the jar on his table, the ring, Rebecca inside the band like a sensible curse. Next to it opened, his notebook. A neat hand had rewritten his list, as if he were a child who needed better penmanship. Names he had written, plus one more, Lily, underlined once. Below that, in a precise schoolteacher grip, forward his names. Read them when you can look at yourself. A. He didn't show Tess because he did not have the right to ask her to be kind to him now. He put the phone face down, which had never saved a man. Zero, Plant, Zarni said in his ear, softer. Don't worry about me. I found a rosary in a pocket I didn't know I had. I'm going to teach a machine it can't preach. And be a saint, Nolan said over him, and Zarni laughed, surprised at himself. City Hall, Whitlow said from the annex with a staticky halo. And we have men in the Raven boardroom. The mirror on the back wall, the one with the bird, has a seam behind it. Patel cut the repeater. There's another one running to the projector, though. We'll take its batteries out with our teeth if we have to. So have to, Regina said. They're doing it, Whitlow said. Sir, he added to Harrington like a reflex, and Harrington forgave him because the day had warmed him toward small, stupid kindnesses. They were halfway to St. Dymphna again when the sky to the east wrote them a new sentence. Not flame, not yet. A column of smoke with the retired dignity of a person who sat on boards for a living. Not black, not hot, white like a lie. It rose from the old cannery. It took its time. 24, Patel said, hands tight on her knees. Zarni, Regina said. Not mine, he said. Tet's steam. The canal house at 24 is exhaling. Somebody gave it a blanket and it's complaining. Nothing that will cook us. Sits a picture, Soraya said. He knows our cameras. The radio sighed. Tarborward, Carmen said, voice clipped by the kind of fear you use like a handle. A DAC office filling with smoke from the vents composition, whatever old offices exhale when you insult them. Joy is here, and she says the boy with the hat laughed and said the word pilot. I don't love this city right now. Teat, open your doors, Soraya said gently. I'd stand in the doorway and remind them who you were when this started. So I am what I am now, Carmen said, and I will not forgive him if he makes me say we again. Tud, Tess said. They hit the corner by the annex, and Harrington saw something he hadn't allowed himself to picture. Irene on the steps of City Records with her hair messier than fashion, a box in her hands that said, Raven, minutes, and behind her 2 clerks who had learned to feel proud and were going to manage it responsibly. A fireman at the bottom took the box delicately, as if paper had bones. He turned toward the truck and regarded his own craft without the self-loathing that kind of job breeds on a bad day. Irene caught Harrington's eye. Oh, blue ink, she mouthed. And he almost loved her, which would have been a mistake because it would turn into a habit in a week and ruin both their jobs. Inside the annex, the boardroom sulked. The carpet had given up being damp and become merely ugly. Pike had 3 repeater boxes on the table, their guts laid out like high-end electronics and gilt. Whitlow was purple with effort, holding the projector's power cable in his teeth while he used both hands to unscrew the faceplate. He spat plastic indignity onto the rug and grinned around a mouthful of humiliation. Fixed, he declared. Mathers, cuffed to the crescent, watched like a man in a theater mourning the end of a show he had produced. Fun, do you think you have forced the city to love you? He asked Regina conversationally. I don't care if it does, she said, which is how you earn statues in a world that will not build them for you. Tim will set a fire somewhere, Mathers said mildly. Not to kill, to emphasize. He believes in underlines. Do you know where? Soraya said. Said, did not ask for that part, he said. I built a church. I did not attend all the services. Hoke sniffed. Coward, he said, meaning Mathers. Mathers turned his face toward Hoke with measured sadness, and in that instant Harrington nearly forgave every old lover who had ever taught him what dignity looks like. Tess put the ledger on the table and opened it. The smell of lemon tried to ruin history. She swallowed. She found the page she knew would exist because she had learned how to count and how men lie, supplemental disbursement, midnight engagement, names, dates, numbers, a neat hand that wasn't Ashies, a woman maybe, or a man who practiced. Signatures that meant nothing until you held them like the city holds water. A little stamp of a raven with a crown in the corner like a child drew it, and someone thought it was clever to keep the joke. She looked up at Soraya, and the look they put between them had no money in it and all the power. "When we go forward," Tess said, "when we read them, we do it where the vent can't hear us." Soraya nodded. "When we do it on the steps," she said. "When do it in the rain if the sky remembers how to behave." Now," Irene said from the doorway, stubborn. "And before lawyers remember how to eat." Regina put 2 fingers to her radio. "A1, she said. "Old habit, old command. 2, port. 3, church. 4, 0 plant." All quiet came rounds, like a town at a rail crossing, all answering one horn with their voices. Even Clea came on and said, "Soup is singing and nothing else." And you could feel the city give itself permission to breathe once. "Read," Regina told Tess, and the words sounded like a wrench. Tess began. She did it without rhetoric, because rhetoric is how men in rooms justify bad water. She read the names in the ledger, one by one, in a voice that pretended it belonged to nobody. Contractors, shell donors, a priest who had retired young and will not have a good day tomorrow, a consultant whose middle initial had changed 3 times, the woman at the budget office who had signed and then made the mistake of telling the wrong friends over sangria. She said Rhodes. She said Whitlow for the times he had signed without reading because he was tired and liked movies. She said Mathers. She said Rusk and Hoke, and they flinched as if names are little stones. She said Carmen Tejada, and then said the sentence that saved her. As misled volunteer, further investigation pending, because accuracy is a weapon too. She said Naomi Lang at the end, because in the margin somebody had written Naomi's name in pencil and then erased it until the paper gave up but the groove remained. Tess traced it with her finger and made the pencil line reappear with the soft violence of a person admitting a ghost. "Oh, we will find you," she said, to the name, to the ledger, to the drain, as if the city wanted to put a red underline under the act like a scolding grammarian. A light down the hall flickered, and a smell came that is never wrong. Smoke, hot, new. "Where?" Regina snapped. "Probate," Irene said without looking, because she had lived in this building so long that the air had told her its habits. A box with old wills and the kind of paper that thinks it's dry. They ran as older people run when they are not embarrassed to be clumsy. Probate had a door with an old lock and a new keypad. Someone had taped over the keypad with a lemon napkin, because the day had chosen themes and would not let them go. Zarni was there in the next breath, because he is a man who can be anywhere if a door wants him to be. He had a halon canister. He did the good work. Inside, a small blaze had begun its career on a shelf with future estates printed with a kind of optimism that feels like cruelty at midnight. 2 tea candles sat on tinfoil on the shelf below like someone had crafted a middle school seance and waited for gullible classmates. The candles had been wired to a phone set to vibrate. The phone had a note. "When you try to call me names, make sure you can say them without air." Cute, Irene said. She put her heel on the foil and ground it out with a motion so elegant you almost loved hate. Zarni smothered the upstart flame. The smell of wax learned humility. The room returned to being a place you go when no one else wants to talk to you. "Fire," Soraya said with contempt. "Such a lazy god." "Hunt were not done," Regina said, and it was not a prophecy, it was a schedule. Harrington didn't know he needed noise until he heard it traffic. Not the good kind, ambulances and wailing kids, the ordinary kind. The city had decided to keep going in the lanes. Past the annex window, a bus made its long, slow turn and then added its horn to the day because it had always wanted to be a barge. He realized he could taste lemon even when nobody had put it in his mouth. He wanted to go home and break the peach jar with the ring in it, and then he wanted to keep it whole forever. He wanted the ledger to burn and be copied. He wanted to stop choosing too. The radio sputtered sense. 10 plant is quiet, Zarni said. Inside taped over every mouth that thinks it's a candle. If a room wants to be a priest again, I will teach it to read its own Bible in a corner with its face turned away. Search, Nolan said, is a kitchen, and I choose to take that personally. You could hear Clea laugh behind him, which would be a reason to keep this city running for at least another week. Port, Herb said, suddenly on the net, surprising himself. I turned the valves to yes where it should be no, and then to no again for fashion, and everything behaved. I am going to smoke a menthol, and I would like to hear one of you object so I can feel like a man again. Smoke it with the filter off so it can't hurt you, Soraya said, and he laughed like a cracked pipe, being honest. Regina's shoulders lowered a fraction. That is the measure of what it costs her to pretend. She looked at Mathers. She will read names into a microphone in the morning, she said. If you ask for your lawyer, you can bring him to the same microphone. Mathers looked at his hands, and for the first time since midnight, they looked like an old man's hands. There are some things you cannot say out loud, he said. Not because of shame, because the words make it true. Then write them, Tess said. We'll use the blue ink. Everything would have ended in a kind of exhausted laughter in a bad movie. Ravenbrook does not allow that cliché unless a gull approves. The projector on the boardroom wall, stripped of wires, batteries, and dignity by Whitlow, lit anyway. The square of white came from nowhere, like the silence earlier. It showed a door, not a number, not a handle, wood, painted, a mark at shoulder height where a man's hand had opened-closed for a year. One nail at the jamb, a scratch at the latch, a sign above it on a gallery postcard. Black letters on white, Lily. Regina frowned. Old gallery, she said. And see old ferry terminal, the pop-up exhibits? We closed it last winter when the pipes learned to snap. Tess stared at the screen, then at the ledger, then at her own notebook. T's frisky, she said. She learned he could do pictures. He learned he could make me run in heels. Patel had her head cocked like a mechanic listening to a car you claim has a squeak. That's not the ferry, she said. That's the atrium, 3rd floor of the old department store. The kids with the zines broke a panel in the Lily show, and we made the gallery director apologize to the building. There's a vent above the door that whistles if you say certain words. I hated that show. Forward, Harrington said. 17, 24, 31, 53, 0. Then names. Then Lily. He hated that his own voice sounded like a bad detective in a good play. He wanted to be quiet and to be useful. He took the key out of his pocket because he no longer believed in carrying metal like comfort. Pick 2, Hoke said softly. And if anyone had thought to hit him, they didn't confess it later. Not tonight, Regina said. She pointed. See Pike, Tess, Patel, Harrington, Atrium, Whitlow, if you can stop chewing on wires long enough to behave like a citizen, you may stand near me and look repentant. Whitlow spat out a screw and nodded. I have been practicing that face all year, he said. Harrington put a hand on Tess's shoulder and felt the ordinary heat of a person who had been a witness too long. It retaught him a lesson he hated, that the city is a room and also a person, and neither likes being counted. They went out into a night that had remembered it was not the protagonist. The fog had quit and left the orbitals of wet in the air like old perfume. On the river, a barge made a noise that could mean anything. Somewhere in the city, a stove clicked and decided to forgive. On their phones, before he could find a way to break the jar, before the museum saved itself from bad jokes, a last text arrived in tidy letters on white that had taught itself to glow without electricity. No more rooms. Just a house. Counting forward hurts more. Then, as if he were running out of carefulness, one indulgence, bring Rebecca. The name punched him once, right in the ordinary place near the lung. Tess didn't look at the screen. She looked at his mouth and knew anyway. Unate the atrium, she said. When we go forward. Forward, Patel agreed, humming under the word like a machine she was finally willing to love. They turned their faces toward the old department store where the city pretends to be surprised by art, and the river, polite as ever, did not argue. Part 11. a house built out of names. Ravenbrook was the kind of city that turned its department stores into reliquaries because nobody could afford to admit they were mausoleums. The atrium, Becker's in a kinder century, had been a temple to linens and prom dresses and the kind of glitter that becomes tradition if you don't look too closely. Now it was an open-plan cathedral of pop-ups and art kids and a few old display cases that pretended they liked their new role as vitrines for manifestos. Fog had rubbed its shoulders against the brick and left. The glass canopy over the entrance sweated city air. Two gulls held a union meeting on a cornice and agreed to keep laughing. Regina rolled the cruiser onto the curb like she owned the right to invent curbs. Soraya stepped out in the kind of coat she wore when she wanted microphones to fall in love with the idea of a city being brave. Pike hopped from the rear with the posture, shoulders up, elbows loose, that says a man knows which end of a pry bar becomes a story. Whitlow, who should have looked ridiculous in hand-me-down contrition, instead looked like somebody who had almost decided how to confess. "Third floor," Patel said. "One the Lily show had the room that whistles when you say certain words. Vent registers keyed to frequency, not semantics," the gallery director cried when I told them it was stupid. Then we paid them. I hate my life for remembering this. Harrington set his jaw the way a man sets his alarm. The last message lived in his pocket with a pulse. No more rooms, just a house. Counting forward hurts more. Bring Rebecca. He'd left the jar on his table with the ring asleep in it, because some things you do not carry into other rooms if you want to forgive yourself later. Ash had sent him a photo of it anyway, which is what passes for an RSVP from a man like that. They moved through the ground floor, tiles laid when the city thought walking should be dignified, lemon somewhere. The smell had gotten into the old grout and found religion. A guard at a podium, young, earnest, wearing a lanyard like a medal, stiffened until Soraya showed her badge of sorts, and Regina showed the kind of face that makes firefighters step out of elevators so nurses can get in first. "Power's been temperamental," the guard said. "Third floor lighting did a very pretty strobe for about 3 minutes at midnight, then decided to be moody. There's a sound in the vents like somebody learning to whistle. Is this a drill?" "It's an apology tour," Tess said. "Old flash photography. They took the stairs because good shoes can forgive you in emergencies and elevators don't." On two, the empty shell of home goods past had been hung with student canvases that naively loved bodies and boats. Painter's tape on a column with a neat 53 had been ripped and then put back like a child's hand had reconsidered its behavior. On three, the air changed. Not smoky, not lemon violent, a gallery kind of cold that believes in keeping color honest. The Lily show had been taken down last winter when the pipes froze and the art director learned the word condensation the way a person learns a Bible verse, by weeping. In its place, a pop-up called Home had been installed by a collective with a grant name that sounded like a threat. The sign in the foyer, white on black, used a font that wanted you to think of museums. Beneath, "Please whisper the title while entering. The vents will decide whether to let you participate." Someone had added in pen, "They only hiss at women." Patel tilted her head at the duct over the doorway. "Ain't told you this show was a bad idea." Tape on the metal register in the corner, of course. House in tidy hand, lemon on the slats, a small black repeater box velcroed to the ceiling grid like an ugly bat. Patel snagged it without needing a ladder and palmed it, power lead snipped with the quick contempt of a person who had found a job that soothed her. They stepped into the home show, and the idea hit them like set design. A house had been built inside the gallery, the kind of stage house carpenters build for plays about mothers. A 2-story cutaway, living room with a fake brick hearth and a blown-up photograph of a family on a beach, with their faces blurred to stop lawsuits, a kitchen with a fridge pasted with magnets announcing political virtue, a hall lined with children's artwork, ink, jets of the real thing printed on foam board. Upstairs, a bedroom with a bed that looked like the bed in the rooms where girls are told we will take care of them. In every room, a vent. In every vent, lemon. Painter's tape with numbers in corners of door frames, small as freckles. 17 at the foyer. 24 at the kitchen. 31 on the small door under the stairs. 53 on the upstairs hall. 0 on the attic crawl square in the ceiling. A neat little catechism. House, Tess said, and for once the words sounded like sin. A speaker hidden like a smoke detector coughed in a genteel way. Ash's voice had the patience of a public radio pledge drive. Counting forward hurts more, he said. One, because you learn what you would have liked to have been. Regina scanned the rafters for lenses, found 3, had Pike take 2 down. Whitlow stood at the threshold, hating himself enough to be useful, and took his phone out because he'd learned to do more than sign checks today. And is this a trap that requires participation? He asked nobody, and then answered himself with a grim dignity. Of course it is. The living room was staged down to the small lies. Family portrait on the mantel, a printout of smiling strangers, edges curling, one corner taped back with painter's tape with half visible under the scotch. Rebecca? Rage rose in Harrington's throat like reflux. On the coffee table, a jar, lemons in syrup once, now empty. Tape on the lid. R bring Rebecca, Tess said, barely audible. It means the ring like a key, and also means a woman like a password, Soraya said. Men like him love our names because they can't wear them. Detective, Ash said from the speaker. Did you bring her? Harrington looked at the empty jar like he would look at a snake he was ashamed of. No, he said, willing his voice to land without a wobble. That's brave, Ash said. Or it's self-preservation dressed well. Either way, we have spare keys. Upstairs, a hiss from a vent like laughter swallowed. Down, the small door under the stairs with 31 breathed out and in like a diaphragm, a plastic sheeting inside pulsing as a fan tested itself. Pike crouched at the understairs. Sumps him, he murmured. He's built in a little world where air thinks it's water. Patel pointed at the kitchen. Tape on the refrigerator door with 24 in the corner, the vent above the stovetop amber with a warm light from behind. Channery, she said. And if you lift the kettle, the room sighs. The whole thing was theater and threat. The only thing that made it more than either were the noises that didn't belong. A shuffle upstairs, a scraped chair, the lightest hitch of a breath near the hall bath, where the vent made a polite whine when the word home was spoken. Someone's in there, Harrington said, and didn't let himself choose optimism or dread yet. Regina split them with her mouth and a hand, Tyke and Patel, up. Harrington, Tess, hall and bath. Soraya with me. Whitlow, you are a barricade. If Mathers shows up painted gold, you have my permission to shoot his aura. That's not in the policy manual, Whitlow said, but set his shoulders anyway, and took up a post by the door like a man who believed in doors again. Harrington went to the hall, Tess at his elbow, her breath playing a measure in his peripheral hearing he had learned to use as a metronome. The bathroom door had no tape number but a smear of lemon at wrist height like somebody had shut it with a cloth. He pushed. The room inside had been dressed as a child's. Pastel towels, rubber duck refugees rafted in the tub, a nightlight in the shape of a moon. The vent sang high and thin when the door opened, as if the word Lily had been said too often in the last year. Tess reached up, palmed the vent grill, felt tape. Lily in neat marker along the top flange where nobody but a bored or curious person like her would see it. N memorizes our art press releases, she said. T is the worst kind of patron. The tub looked wrong because tubs are not supposed to have floors that angle toward drains that have been taped, labeled Re with the rest of the letters smudged out by lemon. Tess knelt, pressed a palm to the porcelain, then to the drain. Her face changed from curiosity to calculation to something that had too many nouns. Teat under, she said. Said, pilot trick, like we saw at records. If someone pours, it ignites. If someone says here, it whistles. It is ugly, it is cheap, it is so him. Joy. A whisper from the hallway, a voice so small it had to be small on purpose. Harrington's skin cried. He put up a hand to Tess and stepped into the hall. Under the stairs, the little door sighed again. A thump, a whisper. Here. The syllable had the old electricity in it, the pump room word, the first place, the way Lily had called them to her. He crouched at the door and the lemon choked him and the stupid plastic made him think of hospitals. "Lily," he said, "because you are allowed to be irresponsible once per night, and he'd been austere too long." A hand, dirty, scraped, small, came through the gap where a girl had learned to make doors give. He took it in both of his because he is an animal. He had been trained to touch evidence with gloves, and he wanted the dirt. The hand squeezed back because hands are honest. "It's me," the voice said, almost Lafla sobs. "It's me. It's me. I went to the chair and it said my name like a joke, and I didn't die. And then the boy with the hat said, 'Go home,' and I didn't have one, and I found this one. Lily. It was the tone you get when you have stolen yourself back and want to be punished for it so you can stop holding your breath." He wanted to apologize for the whole city. "City, I have you," he said, and meant it, and hated that mean could be a weather. The plastic was a membrane. Pike slid in low and cut it with a neat graze so the air didn't become a rush, and Lily came out in an unspooling of legs and limbs and hair with broken decisions in it. She looked older than she had been at noon because that is how cities mark girls who wander through noon. She saw Tess and aimed at her, and Tess took her and forgot cameras exist. Upstairs, a series of soft noises turned into something like a paragraph. Patel saying gently in the tone she reserves for hungover plumbers and injured dogs, a chair leg sliding, an exhale that made stairs feel like feelings again. Then, "Clear," Patel called. One room empty, one with tapes, one with a bed that despises men. "Tess, where's Naomi?" Lily said into Tess's code. "It's the one with the letter in a box. He said she was at the place that used to sell mannequins. He said she was too old for meanness and too young for mercy, and he wrote her name on the wall where mothers don't go." "Chew and Mannequin Place," Harrington said, and his brain went where Hertz maps live. Henley's, once the glittering window body shop, now an empty brick with a landlord who answers calls only when the city knows the right adjectives. Third and Albatross, a block from the atrium, a joke of proximity, a direct taunt. "Split," he said. "Oh, more splitting," Regina said from the kitchen doorway, where the refrigerator hummed in a way that should have made you think of babies, and instead made you think of pressure. She knelt to Lily's level and put both palms together to make a platonic kind of shape. "I'm going to make a cliché and you're going to forgive me. You're very brave. And you've got a terrible sense of timing which makes you one of us." Lily smiled, crooked, real, exhausted. "So I did what the chair told me," she said, and said count. She pointed a dirty finger toward the ceiling. "It's got one more door in his house, the attic. It's got a name like Zero, but nicer." "Fant to hatch," Patel said, glancing up. The square in the ceiling with Zero in the corner was not tape but paint, neat and thin. "Don't," Soraya said. "When we take the living and get out of this theater, we aren't critics, we're janitors." As if the building were bored with their caution, the vent above the living room coughed in a soft roll of smoke, theatrical, scented with something that wanted to be cedar, folded into the room like a stupid trick. The house set became a stage again and then a dare. A small orange bud licked at the kitchen grate and then thought better of it. Patel had her knife out and the repeater in her fist and the box on the grid in a pocket before the bud drew a second breath. No more gas," she said. "No more vent sermons." "Teened house is muted," Pike added. "For now." Lily's fingers punched into Tess's sleeve like she was trying to rebuild grip. "Said bring your book," she said to Harrington, like a child trying to be helpful at a doomed holiday. And said bring the girl with the name and a ring. He said if you didn't, he'd use a different ring. "Undifferent ring," Tess said softly, eyes on the empty jar on the table. "And stole yours back, Michael." "Enoughed it in a jar," Harrington said, and the sentence shamed him. "He left you a different jar," Lily said with the stubborn certainty of the redeemed. "In the attic," she whispered. "Up and out," Regina said. "And we are not getting clever in here. We are going to be meat and muscle, and then we will earn literature later. They work the way you do when you have decided not to die. Pike first, Lily second, Tess holding, Patel checking vents with the reflex of someone who is not above killing a duct, Soraya doing the calculus of exits and cameras, Whitlow making himself a wall. In the hall, Harrington felt the speaker above them clear its throat again. The power had decided to be self-centered and braced for Ash's next. What? Blessing? Ultimatum? The voice, when it came, did not belong to Ash. It was Mather's, hoarse, old, tempted by love of his own phrasing and trying to keep off the drug for a minute. Unmichael, he said. M, Old City, he said. K, he would like you to think he is the house, he said. He is not. He is a boy who found a closet and practiced speaking in it. He will be there, he added. He will finally be there. To where? Tess said, loud. Where the store pretended to be a home before any of you decided to play at it, Mather said. On the 15-cent lunch counter, the heart. Foytecker's old tea room, Whitlow muttered. Back of 3, behind the staged kitchen. The place my mother made me wear ties. The spot where salesgirls ate. Patel moved before anyone could be noble about it. And Saidar will be so angry if this turns out to be a bad reproduction, she said, and slid open the swinging door marked employees only with a conspicuous sense of humor. Behind the kitchen set, down a short service corridor, is where Becker's had kept its dignity. The tea room had been preserved like a diorama, the chairs a design school tries to steal, the counter with white-topped pies under plastic domes that had never held anything edible since 1998. On the counter, a jar, peach, tape on the lid with R, inside, a ring. The room had been rigged with the modesty of a magician who knows he has an audience that has decided to believe despite itself. Speaker in a fake cake. Vent behind the menu board with daily specials, soup, cake, names stenciled as a joke. Lemon in the icebox like perfume. And behind the counter on a pegboard, as in the crawl under Harrington's living room. Keys. 17, 24, 31, 53. 5 hooks this time. The 5th labeled house. On a chair with a cushion that had known 100 hips, a phone with a cracked screen lit itself as if it had heard Mather say now. A camera on it showed the other place, the mannequin store, Henley's, with its long wall of blank faces and a chair that looked wrong in any room. A hand in the frame, older, veined, ringed as before. On the chair, a note that said Naomi, and beneath in neat hand, if you care to count forward, learn to do it with your feet. Pick 2. Hoke's voice made it through the speaker at the wrong time, from the wrong room, and if Regina hadn't been a professional, she might have put her fist in air and hoped it hit a man's throat. Soraya reached and turned the volume down like manners. Bring Rebecca, the cake said, in Ash's voice now, and though it was a recording, the way the vowels flexed made it uncomfortably alive. Oh, put her in the jar, detective, and watch a world say thank you. Touse, Pike said at the pegboard, tracing the outline of the 5th hook. No key, just a piece of painter's tape shaped like a key. On it, for once, in handwriting that wasn't tidy, a child's scrawl. No. Say good, Patel said. Someone told him no. I approve of that child. The ring in the jar on the counter was Rebecca's. There was no pretense it was anything else. Not a replica, not a joke. His ring, engraving in the band. Rebecca done in the kind of type a man picks when the jeweler gives him 3 fonts, and he thinks the serif makes him serious. Ash had broken into his house while Harrington ran from room to room and put numbers into old air, and removed the only object he had left that made the word home an honest thing, and delivered it to a stage. Tess looked at the ring, then at his face. She didn't say don't, because she knew this wasn't about imperatives. And do you want me to throw it? She asked, neutral as a scale. No, he said, for reasons that had nothing to do with rooms. He picked up the jar. The glass felt like shame. The condensation circle on the lid would make a mark on this counter, too. Naomi, Lily said from the hallway, saying the name like a noun she finally owned. When we have to go. She spoke without looking at the ring. She had learned to be impolite to symbols. Harrington looked at Regina. She gave him the thing she gives her people when the law can't reach far enough, the authority to make a private sin into a public decision. When we split, she said, Issa will hate you if you die. I will be proud of you if you don't. These are the only rules I have tonight." "I'm with Harrington," Tess said immediately, not as romantic gesture, but because the ledger had made itself at home in her bag, and she had decided to marry this plot until the city signed the divorce papers. "And sent I'm with Naomi," Patel said, equally inevitable. She looked at the pegboard with house and sniffed and made a face. "Pike with me. Soraya will get her pictures. Whitlow will apologize to his mother for visiting the tea room at this hour." Whitlow looked relieved to be insulted. "Cy was never allowed to eat cake here," he said, and then realized he had confessed to something and wished he hadn't. They moved through the service corridor like a split cell. Harrington with the jar, Tess with the book, Lily at their flanks like a small planet, Regina behind them taking a call without moving her mouth. Down the stair to street level, out the delivery entrance, across the alley. Henley's, with its long display windows dusty with fashion's regret, was lit from within like a diorama of bad dreams. Painter's tape on the glass at eye level, Lily replaced with home in the tidy hand, then underlined and overwritten, childlike, house in big confident letters. Lemon on the door, push plate like goodbye kisses. Regina stopped him with a palm flat on his sternum, because sometimes your body listens to a better authority than your head. She tilted her chin at the transom. "Vent there too," she mouthed no. He nodded. Pike and Patel went to the side service door with their quiet, thinking faces. Tess pressed her palm to the glass like she was reading from a stranger's hand. Inside, mannequins lined in 2 ranks looked as if they were trying to audition for citizenship. On a chair in the center of the floor, strapped, cuffed, a woman whose hair had been cut roughly to make her look like another woman. Naomi, perhaps. Shorter, older, ropes at her wrists that had been tied by someone who had practiced tying gifts. A note taped to her chest, Naomi in neat block letters. On the far wall, chalk, Raven speaks with a crown drawn by somebody who had the nerve to be whimsical anymore. The door opened on Patel's hip with a small, violent sigh. Air moved, polite, no hiss. Ash had learned the problem with gas and drains and had moved to air and straps for this room. Good. They could do air. They were good at air. Harrington moved with her because men like him hold chairs while women cut straps. The mannequins made a little sound like a museum. His jar bumped his thigh like an accountability. Closer, the woman in the chair was not Naomi. Not Naomi and not unknown either. Harrington felt the nausea that happens when a face you've seen in pictures all over the city changes its context. Carmen Teixeira, cardigan torn, eyes blazing, a gag in her mouth that should never have been there because she had a mouth made to say mija to tired people and to make men ashamed of certain adjectives. The note on her chest said Naomi, because Ash is a liar and because he liked to test whether the city knows its own women. Carmen shook her head hard when she saw them, because she needed them to learn a new rule at speed. "Where?" Tess asked, idiotic and necessary. Carmen jerked her chin right. A dressing room door, tape on the jamb, N in tidy hand, a little line, OAMI. The kind of humor that would make someone commit a small, liberating crime in a department store. Pike cut Carmen clean and she took too long a breath and swore, and then didn't apologize for it, which made Harrington relieve a terrible pressure in his chest. She grabbed Patel's wrist with a gentleness that made you believe in kitchens again. "I'm sorry," she said. He wanted me to look like someone else for a camera. He thinks the city is bad at faces." "It's not wrong," Patel said, neutral, and moved to the dressing room. Harrington put his hand on the handle and felt lemon and heard the whisper of a humble fan. He looked at Tess. She didn't nod, she raised one eyebrow because later she would publish or die and she wanted him to remember that. He opened the door. No Naomi. A small room with a mirror that was actually a one-way, a chair, a microphone taped to the underside of the shelf with a lapel clip so women on mannequins could be heard when they practiced their walk. On the shelf, a jar. Inside, a key, house on its tag. In the mirror, behind the mirror, Ash, not a reflection, a man. He had chosen the reflective surface the way men choose confessional booths. Hat off at last. The face behind the glass had the kind of plainness you'd never recognize if you weren't engaged with it. features tempered by policy meetings and polite lunches. He looked like he would not be remembered by a witness and would be allowed to keep this privilege for large parts of a lifetime. He looked like a person you might trust to carry chairs after a gala. He held up his hands, making sure the camera saw that they were empty and had always been. He smiled in that good middle-class way, small, not hungry. "I'm Michael," he said, apparently to a room but in all the rooms at once. The speaker in the tea room burped it. The panel in boardroom 53 found enough ghost power to shape it. The vent in St. Dymphna's made an inward noise as if it would like to spit. "So, on you brought her." He meant the ring. The glass of the jar in Harrington's right hand threw a moon at the mirror. Ash's smile widened just enough to show he believed in the elegant stuff, cause and effect, grammar, naming. "House," Ash said gently. "We don't ask water to do ethics. We ask houses to remember birthdays. Put the ring in the jar. Keep the house from being afraid." "So I want Naomi," Harrington said. "Of course," Ash said. "Counting forward hurts more. It requires trust." "You're going to earn none," Tess said. Ash cocked his head, teacherly indulgent. "Ems Monroe," he said. You know what I am. I'm your sentence you don't get to send to print. I am the edit in your headline that saves your city and ruins your career because you left out the 3 naughty adjectives that make people think their taxes bought heroism. So, try me," she said. He looked back to Harrington. "Own the house key," he said, nodding at the jar beside the mirror. "Opens the attic. The attic has a box. Boxes are where houses keep history and girls keep letters and men keep rings. Put Rebecca in the jar, detective. Put her where she belongs, and the house will be very proud of you. It will open." Harrington thought of the day's arithmetic, of the confrontation in the metering chamber, of the police station sliced by 0 and 53 and a priest with a mop who had looked at his hands and decided he could build a parish out of muscle, of the ledger in Tess's bag and the smell of lemon on pages that had wanted to be clean. "Well, tell me," he said to Ash. "Sesh, what happened to Naomi?" "Since she's learning to sleep," Ash said. "She's across the street, she's down the hall, she is in the kitchen, she is in none of your rooms. She will be fine if you learn to read." "So what happened to Rebecca?" Harrington asked, and heard the way his voice asked, and despised himself with a clarity that felt like religion. Ash blinked for the first time, like the mirror had learned to be empathetic. "She kept a ring in a jar and called it grief," Ash said. "That's what happened." Harrington held the jar. He could have thrown it through the mirror. He could have put it down and walked to the attic hatch and pried it with Pike's bar and found a box full of something that had learned to become water when men run out of nouns. He could call Clea and ask what she does when a recipe requires a hand she no longer owns. He could put the ring into another jar and make a city obey. He could do none of this and hate himself and survive. He put the jar on the shelf in the dressing room and did not move. Ash watched him with the patience he had nurtured like a houseplant. "Counting forward, Michael," he said. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The last number is names. You have a book already." Tess touched Harrington's elbow. "Do not let him invent your ritual," she said low. "If you want to mourn, you do it in your kitchen, not at his counter." Across the floor, Carmen's breath found a rhythm, saw, then slow, like a kitchen's metronome. Pike had a hand on the dressing room jamb, body angled to break the whole thing if someone breathed wrong. Patel took the house key out of the jar on the shelf like she was taking a thorn out of a child's paw. "I'm going to the attic," she said. "Sen I will be angry for both of us." "Punt, don't go alone," Soraya said from the doorway of the main gallery, where she was shepherding Lily toward stairs with a tenderness that would be used against her in certain columns and she would not care. "Pike, there," he said already, because he knows how to be useful. He took the key from Patel, held it up at the vent like a man blessing nothing. The vent did not answer. He moved to the stair and took them 2 at a time in a way that would hurt in the morning and make him feel virtuous. On the mirror, Ash took off his jacket. Underneath, he had a shirt with sleeves rolled in a deliberate echo of Mathers, of Rusk, of any man who enjoys the performance of effort. Scar on his forearm, small, practiced. He set his jacket on a chair with the care of a person who has dismissed his own house, but not his costumes. He put his palms on the shelf as if it were a rail on a riverboat. "This house has a secret," he said. "Front most do." "And bored," Tess said, which was not true and was necessary. "Honesty," Ash said. "He wanted me to be something else. You wanted a god. You wanted a tank. You wanted a myth. I'm just a man with a smell and a pen and patience. Houses fall down because of one weak board, not because the river shows up for a parade." "Where is Naomi?" Harrington repeated, and it was not a question. It was an insistence on grammar. Ash smiled in a way that made Harrington nostalgic for water. "At attic," he said. "Forward hurts more." Up above, a dull thunk as Pike found the hatch. A small hiss as a vent thought about being a voice and decided not to. Patel at the hinge with a small pry like a woman reading stubborn scripture. The square came up with a groan. Something dropped, soft, wrapped. Pike swore in a gallant way. Then a sound, not fear, near. A word, here, in a voice that had learned hoping the last few days at an unsustainable rate. A girl, breathing small, trying to keep the breath. Pike's voice, when we have a person, Patel to box over it, as if boxes were villains. When we have more than one. Harrington breathed without permission. He looked at the ring and it looked back, and in its gold he saw his small, unphotogenic face. He reached to take the ring out of the jar because he is a man, and men carry talismans into rooms when they don't know how to introduce themselves to the next decision. The mirror went black. Not power. Intent. Something slid over the other side of the glass. A curtain, a piece of paper, a man's hand, then a new image. Shaky, low-res, something broadcasting through the building's bones, on every gutted projector, on every phone that had learned to be immodest, a staircase, a landing. A door with a brass disc on it, 53. Zarni's voice in Harrington's ear. And the boardroom's camera is alive again because I cut 3 repeater throats, and the 4th smiled at me and said it was wireless and learned arrogance at a conference. He's going to make us watch a thing we can interrupt only by being there. Regina said, I'm there, in the tone you use when you decide to run in heels. Mathers's voice, from wherever they kept him now, soft, tired, names. "Read the names, Ms. Marlowe." Soraya's face had the light the city gives to people when they are useful to it. "Do not write the ending," she told Ash, "or the mirror, or the house." In the attic, Pike sounded suddenly like a person who had put his hand on an old prayer. "Naomi," he said, reverent, furious, both. Then, so she... And then a sound that had not come out of Pike's mouth in 5 years, the syllable fuck dressed in a tuxedo and attending a funeral. "Say it," Regina demanded. "She's alive," Patel said, breath like a metronome. "Said she's tied and cold and mad, and we have to cut her while the building practices being theatrical. We can do that. We will do that." A beat. "There's a second body. Not body. Box." And the way she corrected herself put weight in the air. "And a little one. A ring box. Painted. Lemon on the top in gold." Harrington did not reach for his jar. If Ash wanted the ring as a ritual, he would not get it. If the house wanted the ring as a key, they would find a way to counterfeit the key. If Rebecca wanted anything from him, she was too well-mannered in death to make him perform it in a department store. He took the jar, unscrewed the lid, and set the glass on the counter reversed like he was covering a beetle he intended to study and let go. The ring stayed, a gold coin under a small museum. "Forward," Tess said into the wire just under her breath, the word flat and murderous. "When sent, we keep going forward." The mirror lit again with something else, grainy this time, like a camera in a vest pocket trying to decide if it had a job. A hallway, a church hallway, the sacristy at St. Dymphna's. A figure moving, Benny, a hat like a cliché. The phone panned to a board and a marker, and a hand wrote room 0 with satisfaction like a child finishing his homework. Then the image jittered and spun as if someone had remembered, You should not film in church. The feed broke. The house took a breath like a good actor in a bad play. Carmen put her hand on Harrington's wrist. And he wants your grief to be a public resource, she said. He'd tell him no. Say it. Clea's voice came over the radio from a kitchen that had decided to sanctify itself by use. Say no where he can hear it. Harrington looked into the black glass of the dressing room mirror where a man liked to see himself as architecture. He set both palms on the shelf and leaned in until his breath seeded a fog. He said, not loud, not brave, not interesting, no. The house did not fall down. The attic did not slam shut. Pike did not stop cutting. Patel did not stop tying. Soraya did not stop making a city out of room tones. Regina did not stop telling Air what to do until Air learned better habits. What did happen was smaller and uglier and much more Ravenbrook. The projector in boardroom 53, stripped to wires, found one more trick and cast one last still frame before Whitlow could murder it with his teeth again. A fairy slip at night, fog like surrender, a chain across a little gate that had been forgotten, a sign that said after hours, by appointment, and a strip of painter's tape with "re" on it in tidy hand. Hoke, despite the cuffs, smiled with genuine municipal delight. He's going to meet you at the water like a gentleman, he said. Not if I meet him first, Regina replied, thin as wire and twice as forgivable. Bring Rebecca, the cake said again, stubborn, petty. No, Harrington said again, and the act of saying it got easier in his mouth. Upstairs, a small human sob that sounded like a piston making the right sound at last. Naomi, alive, angry, aware of the way the house had tried to make her quiet and had failed. Pike's laugh, quick, then swallowed, as if he was ashamed to make a good noise in a room that had used up all its coupons. In you have us, Patel said to Naomi, the way Clea had said it to Joy, the way the city had tried to learn to say it in 100 rooms and only meant it half the time. So you have us now. The speaker in the cake whispered one more word in Ash's gentle, disgusting tone, forward, and the vent above the tea-room door sighed as if relieved to be rid of him for a moment. Here, Lily whispered, unprompted, to nobody and to all, and the house, which had been built out of men's sentences and women's chores, shivered like timber in winter. They had Naomi, they had Lily, they had Joy, they had June, they had a ledger, they had Mathers and Hoke and Rusk in chairs of various moral colors. They had a priest with a mop and a soup kitchen that had learned to sing the right song and a city that had decided to stay up with them and try to forgive itself while making a mess. They did not have Ash. Regina was already turning her face toward the river and the ferry slip with the appointment, after hours, and the small strip of painter's tape with "re" on it, and Harrington felt the jar with the ring in it, no longer a ritual, merely an object, grow light in his hand. He reached for the ledger in Tess's bag and she gave him a page, not because he asked, but because she saw the way he had decided to carry one object too many. Forward, she said one final time, and the word this time was a cut, not a promise. They moved. The house, cheated of its sacrament, went sulky. The mirror went black and stayed. In the attic, Pike bore Naomi down the stairs like a man who wanted to do an old myth right this one time. Patel had the ring box in her pocket, and it burned because it had learned to. In the alley, the fog had come back, the way men come back to arguments they can't win. A horn on the river called a note that made the city lift its face like a dog in a good yard. On Harrington's phone, on all their phones, the dead square woke with a last neat page and a sentence in a patient hand without citrus smell where a man had not been able to help himself. Count forward. 1, the door you keep. 2, the woman you return. 3, the city you owe. 4, the name you say. 5, the appointment you keep. Under it, almost tender, midnight isn't over. A. They ran toward water forward, and the house, petty, thwarted, let them go because it had already learned what happens when you hold on to people who are trying to leave. Down by the ferry slip, a chain hung across a gate with the small sign that made all the wrong men feel like kings. The painter's tape on the post had "re" on it, and beneath, in a different hand, Messier, a child's, no. The gate was unlocked. The planks ahead had lemon rubbed into them as if the river would be jealous and want to smell nice too. The fog made a room around them, and in that room a figure waited where the fairy noses in when the day wants to end. Hat off, hands out, empty. His voice did not come from a vent or a speaker or a cake this time. It came from a mouth. "Michael," Ash said, "bring your book." Harrington did not. He held nothing. Behind him, Tess had the ledger closed. Patel had a knife and a box and a name ready to be said. Regina had a set of cuffs and a whole night. Soraya had a camera she refused to turn on until it could record something honest. Pike had a laugh he planned to use carefully later. Naomi had her own feet. Lily had her new future in bad handwriting. The river had its old history. Ash smiled. Small, middle class, almost polite. Somewhere out on the fog, a horn from a tug gave them a measure. "Forward," he said. "Here," Lily said, fierce. "Fake none," Tess whispered sideways like a miracle, and the city, rude and forgiving, leaned in to watch them try. Part 12. Forward, the ferry slip pretended to be asleep. Fog idled in the pilings, a polite guest refusing to leave. The chain across the gate was down, the sign that said "after hours," by appointment, doing nothing more than telling the truth. Lemon had been rubbed into the grain of the planks, as if someone had taught the river about scent. Ash stood where fairies kiss wood, hat off, empty hands up like the first half of a decency. He had the kind of face Ravenbrook breeds for committees, pleasant, forgettable, whether by design or as a gift. The ventriloquism was gone. No speaker, no cake, no great doing him favors. His voice came from a mouth. "Michael," he said, and used the detective's first name as if they had danced together in some polite room and learned each other's breath. Behind Harrington, the city sorted itself into a straight line of stubborn. Regina with her cuffs, and a whole night she was prepared to weaponize Patel, a knife and a ring box in her jacket and a snarl she would never admit to. Tess, a closed ledger under one arm and a spine that thought type could be a weapon. Soraya, camera off because she refused to feed mythology when she could force confession instead. Pike, tired and laughing inside. Naomi and Lily, alive, furious, here. "Bring your book," Ash said, as if they'd all agreed on a curriculum. The fog hung its head to hear better. "No," Harrington said, because the day had taught him that monosyllables can do more work than you want them to. Ash smiled, faint, like a man pleased to see someone learn his lesson even when it goes sideways. He looked from the ledger under Tess's arm to Lily's fist, bunched in the pocket of her hoodie, to the empty jar on the tea-room counter 3 blocks away, as if he could see it through fog in the old store's bad windows. "And you didn't bring Rebecca either," he said gently. "I'll leave her name in my house," Harrington said, and the small violence of saying it out loud did the first real good thing it had done all year. It put blood back in his hands without making them stupid. "So you've decided not to be beautiful," Ash said. "It's always entertaining when a city finds a man willing to be ugly for it." Regina took 2 steps forward, and the fog backed up a courteous inch. "Hands," she said. He put them out farther, palms up. The lemon was not on him, not today. He'd left that part of the theater in the dressing room with the mirror and the ring he hadn't earned. He had a neat, pale scar on the inside of his forearm, an old mechanic's bite, the kind of mark men don't mind explaining to people who enjoy certain kinds of stories. "We're done with rooms," Ash went on, not moving. "So houses bore me. We're in the part now where we count forward with people, and I want to see if you know how." "Some of you picked the wrong class," Patel said. "We give pop quizzes in knives." He glanced at Patel's pocket as if he could see the little lemon-painted ring box burning the fabric from inside. "When you found the box," he said, "did you open it?" "Oh no," she said. "We're saving it for Christmas morning." "Can't," Ash said. He didn't smile now. The word had the gravity of a man who had built his life around rituals and didn't mind admitting they could still hurt. "It's the only cruel thing I did for me." "Sue did plenty for you," Tess said. The ledger felt heavy and stupid under her arm. "Sent you burned girls into nouns and wrote your initials where the law would have to see them. You did math with their pronouns. Since I did math with your city, he said, and your city did other things to them. His tone had no heat, it never did. He was a man who liked the idea of being necessary. Step, Regina said, and he obeyed because he had trained himself to appear cooperative in rooms where people like her cut the checks that make men like him relevant. Harrington stood where he could see Ash's hands and his face at the same time. He didn't name the old resentment that stirred in him, the way men like Ash, with their irons pressed and their breath mints in tidy tins, could talk full sentences around grief and make you feel like the person who had to apologize for having a pulse. He put it in his pocket with the rest. You killed the Calder girl, Harrington said. It wasn't a question because questions, did you, can be traded with men who love barter. Statements could not. And you had her picked up because she had a copy of the minutes with a margin note that made you nervous. She called your number and told you to stop, and you sent one of your boys with a cap to a quiet block and brought the river into a living room. You did that. Then you started the numbers. The fog made the smallest sound where it touched the water, agreement maybe, the way rivers offer it, by continuing. Ash exhaled like a liturgy. You've been mining the right mud, he said. It was as close to a confession as men like him get in cities like this. She called me at 8. She was angry the way decent people are when they realize how easy it is to make a city worse with a pen. She'd found one of the annotations in the Raven minutes. She was going to bring it to her father. He works in a building where people still think glass walls keep men honest. She believed there was a door we could close that would mean something. And Shu held it open, Harrington said, and said, I wanted to teach her about flow, Ash said, like a very patient teacher describing to a parent how a child simply doesn't think in straight lines. It taught me about consequence. Regina was 6 feet away now. Pike, easy, off to the left. Patel, a step behind, weighed over her right leg like a woman waiting for a bus she intends to bite. Tess, breath steady, ledger cold where her forearm had claimed it. Soraya held her camera at her side, off but pointed, because sometimes the only ethical thing is to wait to tell a story until the city can bear the subject. There's Naomi, Lily called, voice small and precise like a screwdriver. House, Ash said. Eretic, he amended, as if one were a better word than the other, and patted his own pockets lightly as if checking for tickets. Well, by now she's told you herself. She did, Patel said, and that ended that avenue of grace. The ferry slip creaked. A gull went about its idiot business and found it could not improve the moment. You think you built a church, Regina said. You built a show. Hint was both, Ash said, and said it honestly. And the city doesn't cry for drains, it cries for houses. And it jails men who make girls into performances, Soraya said. If we're lucky. He looked at her and tilted his head like a man hearing a violin in his neighbor's apartment and deciding to be generous. Mayor, he said, a small test. She didn't flinch. She didn't care if he put a title on her or took one off. He smiled in appreciation of that. If we are lucky, we learn something too. You're not part of that we, Tess said. Ash's attention slid back to Harrington without crossing the others, and there was something hideous and human in that movement. His confession of the small fact that he'd picked one man and made him the audience and wanted to finish his story there. So I didn't start with girls, he said. So I started with doorways. I really did count them. 53 in this city that go somewhere water thinks is a conversation if you teach it manners. I tried to teach your board how to listen. Mathers understood the sentence. He liked the sound of it. Then a boy died in a culvert where your city forgot it had a duct. His mother said my name wrong on television, and I decided I liked it better that way. Sit, you liked being necessary, Harrington said. Ash nodded. Every system needs an evil it chooses so that it can pretend the other ones aren't happening. I was very kind to you. Kind, Tess said, the syllable like a cough. You got a ledger, he went on. It got a judge in cuffs. You got a precinct that's learned how to scrub lemon off its jokes. You got a kitchen that's made more soup than it knew it could. You got girls who will turn into women who call you liars in 20 years for how long you made them wait. But they will be there to do it. Ravenbrook is going to love you for the photographs you didn't let yourselves take tonight. And you killed women, Regina said, because accounting matters. And you killed the Calder girl. You killed Rebecca V. and the ones whose names we can't write without putting fingers in the wrong vein. You used Carmen. You played the boy with the hat like a radio. You put your friends in rooms where words felt powerful and gave them knives in envelopes. Say it. Son, I made choices, Ash said. We're asleep. Harrington's hand wanted to find the jar that wasn't there, and he made it pick a different habit. He put his palm in the air as if telling a story to a child, and hated himself immediately for the gesture. Forward, he said, and felt the word shake something loose in him anyway. Tuan, door you keep. He looked at Lily and Naomi. Here, alive. 2, woman you return. He looked at Carmen, at Clea in his memory, at every girl whose file had made him want to throw a chair the last few weeks. 3, city you owe. He looked at Soraya and Regina, and maybe at Whitlow too, because the guilt of that man had been the right kind, the kind that cuts diagonally and scarifies whatever is left. For a name you say. He did not look at the jar or at his empty finger. 1-5, appointment you keep. Ash laughed, soft, a good laugh bordering on cruel. So, saying we learned, he said. Regina stepped into him, cuffs ready. He didn't move. Here was the last trick of a man who had made a profession out of showing up at the edge of messy and appearing composed. He stood like a man prepared to be applauded at a fundraiser. She took one wrist, then the other, and in that moment, looking down at the pale inside skin where the lemon hadn't stuck, Harrington saw the last small truth he had either been avoiding or saving. Ash hadn't expected to live through the midnight. Dignity, not flight. He'd built his sermon to end here, in cuffs, at the river, with the house behind him still breathing and the city ready to sign a paper. He had not planned for Lily. She took 2 steps before anyone knew a child's body could contain that much purpose. She stepped up between Regina and Ash and put her small hand up in front of the man's mouth without touching him. Here, she said, and the word landed like a stone going into a bucket. It startled Ash in a way water had not, in a way lemons had not. His composure flickered. The fog accepted the syllable and put it somewhere safe. He looked at Lily for the first time like she wasn't a statistic he'd curated. It made his mouth do a clumsy human thing, which is a small victory nobody is allowed to make grand. I am, he said, and it sounded like confession and habit and a child's version of God. Then he shut his mouth because men like him never know when they are going to lose control of a sentence, and trust is not a tool they like to misplace. Regina ratcheted metal. The cuffs clicked and acknowledged a change in categories. Pike stepped into the space he'd let Lily occupy and made it adult again. Soraya exhaled the way a person breathes when she has chosen to remember something later, in a way that does not pretend it didn't hurt in the moment. Patel put her hand in her jacket over the little ring box, palm absorbing its mean heat until either it acclimated or she did. Mathers is singing, Soraya said, because nothing is honest enough to not become strategy later. And he is giving us roads and V and E and N like he's inventing acronyms. He wants deals. He will get what the statute allows and a book club in a low security, if he's lucky. Hoke is already planning his memoir. Rusk wants a camera for his apology and a reduced sentence for the part of him that wanted a city. I will make sure none of them get what they want, not in a way that satisfies. Twitlow, Regina said into her radio, signs the resignation letter we wrote an hour ago. It wasn't a question. Whitlow, back up the hill in the boardroom, purple with effort and with a screw in his mouth again, said, "I have a pen." Ash looked at Harrington like there was an exchange to be completed, an object to be returned, the way men hand each other wallets after fights as a gesture toward civilization. "You know what I am," he said. "He made me tidy. Thank you." In another city, I would have been a foghorn. Here I was a calendar. "And you were a knife," Harrington said. "We're going to treat you like one." Regina began to move him, careful because the planks were wet. and the moment deserved not to be an accident. When they reached the gate, a small sound came from Ash that was not word and not performance. He turned his head toward the river and inclined it, as if telling it a secret. He breathed in the smell of old wood and the breath of tides and the lemon some idiot had rubbed in as a sacrament. Then he let Regina walk him up the incline to the car. On the way, he said one last thing, to no one and to everyone and probably to Harrington, which is the same sin. "But you'll find there are numbers I never told you to count," he said. "If you keep going, you'll make yourself into a person you won't like very much. Don't do that for me. And we are not doing anything for you," Tess said, level. "We're doing it for girls who now like soup." He smiled again, small, decent. "So be it," he said. They put him in a car that had done too much this week, and the door sighed with the relief of metal. The ferry slip returned to its job. A tug far out in the fog pronounced itself, and a barge replied in a tone you could read as amused. In rooms with coffee and fluorescent and forms, the city performed the part of justice it still remembers how to do. Patel brought Naomi down from the attic and introduced her to water as if it had not been the enemy a minute ago. Naomi let the water touch her face by stages and did not cry because she had done enough in a small square in which a man had written here in tape, and she had learned to say it back. Clea was already in the tea room. She could get through a locked door if given a pan and a reason, and she put a mug of soup in Naomi's hands that knew which temperature to be the way good kitchens do. Naomi sat on a chair from 1943 and looked at women around her and decided, in the way a body decides before the brain consents, that she would allow certain rooms back into her life. Carmen stood and took all the blame she didn't have to, because that's what people with cardigan souls do. "And I said we too many times," she announced to the air, to Lily, to Joy and June when Clea marched them in, because she always knew exactly how much to make a kitchen into a courtroom. "I don't say it for men anymore. I only say it for soup. Hun good policy," Soraya said. She made a note to give Carmen work that didn't put her in the path of men with plans and to pay her more than enough that she didn't have to ask. She put in another note to change the rooms where grant proposals get decided. She drew a little lemon next to it that she underlined and then laughed at herself, quietly, because humor is a resource. Mathers wrote names in blue ink because Irene made him. The list looked like a prayer and a grocery list all at once. Some crossed through, some annotated, procurement only, recused in time, drank too much to be reliable, actual villain. He put his own at the top because his handwriting demanded it, and that was a small mercy to everyone who would have had to decide whether to write it the same way later. He asked for a glass of water, and Irene gave him one like a sermon, no lemon, no ice. Hoke tried to be mean to a camera and found it was meaner. He stared at his own reflection in the lens and saw the glue of a story he hadn't written, but had tried to cast himself in. It made him sad in a way that was interesting to exactly no one, and certainly not to the gulls. Rusk negotiated. He put together the line he would deliver in court and on steps. He practiced the part where he said he had always loved the river and had only compromised because he wanted to build shelters for women the city had failed. He asked his lawyer for a pen with a finer point, and the man gave him a ballpoint that bled. He signed where he had to. He looked out a window and saw St. Dymphna's stoop and told himself that he would one day be allowed back there to carry cases of cans. He was wrong. He would go to prison for the part of himself that enjoyed staging too much. Not long, longer than he wanted. He would read a lot of books written by angry people and learn to quote them. He would try to be useful after. Whitlow wrote the words he had avoided writing for a year. "I resign. Then I am available to help you clean what I broke." He chose to print that second sentence because cursive would have made it romantic, and he had to leave that part of him outside now. He took off his watch. He went to St. Dymphna and asked if he could wash pans. Clea looked at him a while, and then made a sound that in another woman would be a laugh and in her was a recipe. "Put on an apron," she said, and he did. The Calders got a note that did not apologize. Irene wrote it, Tess rewrote it, Soraya signed it, Harrington drove it over and didn't go to the door. He sat in the car like a teenager who had broken something in a neighbor's yard and watched as someone inside moved through the house like a slow ballet. The porch light came on and went off and came on again. Later that night, he stood with them at the worn patch of grass by the curb where a memorial had once been and said the name they needed said, and put in their hands a page from the ledger that still smelled like lemon and law. They did not cry in front of him. The next day there was a photograph of their daughter on the mantel, with a strand of blue glass beads around the frame and a small, ugly ribbon that said no on it, stuck to the corner. Tess did that because she knows how to make a little vulgarity into a prophylactic for the soul. Zarni went back to Zero Street because he'd started to like the wheel and that embarrassed him. He painted no in yellow again over the zero where the tunnel wanted to make itself a logo. He stood with Tomasz and listened to the way the stone breathed when you told it to do something slowly. He went home to a one-bedroom without a view and slept on the couch because he didn't trust beds anymore and found out. It helped, for now. Father Nolan blessed nothing. He taught June how to cut lemons into quarters and to drop them into 2 enormous plastic bags labeled trash and research. And then he and Clea carried those bags out behind the church and burned them in a barrel because there are some gestures you get to make even if they don't help the river. It smelled like candy and expired promises. If Ash expected an exit that would make him into an essay, he didn't get one. He got a cell with a cot that had learned humility and a guard who had decided he would never let Lemon into his house again because his wife hated the way it made the sink smell. He sat on the edge of the bed and made his hands into a church steeple and looked at them until they blurred. He had a public defender who had a cold and was tired of being told by men with neat scars what a city is. He would have all the time in the world to rehearse being necessary to a place that had learned it could count without him. He told one truth during the taped interview that mattered. He told them about the first week, about the board meeting, rooms of numbers and men in shirts who had taught themselves to smell clean, about the woman who had said we and he had decided to ruin her pronoun as punishment for the arrogance of thinking it as a shield. He told them the names. He told them how he had learned to use vents because his father had sold hoods to restaurants and he'd spent his childhood filling his lungs with other people's meals. He told them about the kid who died in the ditch. He told them that part broke something in him that had really only been bent before. He didn't tell them about Rebecca because he hadn't known that part. He had only found a ring in a jar. The part with Rebecca belonged to Harrington and nobody else, which is the only way to do some math. Harrington went home when the sun lifted the fog by inches, like a shop clerk getting impatient with a dawdler. The jar was where he'd left it, empty, ringless, a circle of condensation on the table like a faint halo for a saint who never enjoyed attention. He put the jar back on the shelf, not because he wanted the ritual, but because it belonged in his kitchen with other containers that tell the truth better than people. The ring was on the evidence tray at the precinct for a minute because Tess had put it there as a dare to the universe and to stop him from thinking about whether it had absorbed all the lemon in the city. She handed it to him later without ceremony. "Take it," she said. "Put it somewhere that isn't a stage." He put it in his pocket because pockets are houses if you're desperate. Then, when he was alone, sat and looked at it. He turned it until the engraving, Rebecca, found the light. He put it on the table and slid it under a page of the ledger he had promised himself he wouldn't read any more that night, and let the paper hold it in place. He thought of the river. He thought of rooms. He thought of Lily's hand in the doorway, small and fearless, like a spell old women know in their bones. He laughed once, quietly, because he is too old for certain kinds of theater, and too honest to pretend he doesn't enjoy some of it. Tess came by without knocking. She had a way with his door key that made locksmiths into poets. She set down a grocery bag from Clea, soup and bread, and something in foil that he would never be able to name correctly, and leaned in the doorway with a body that had earned a chair and refused it out of habit. "Do you want me to say something wise?" she asked. "No," he said. "You can stay here if you like." She did. They ate without being polite, which is the kind of mercy you get after certain kinds of midnights. When they were done, she took the ring and put it back into the jar, then put the jar on the first shelf behind the spices that were never where he claimed he kept them. "Not a shrine," she said. "Storage, there's a difference." He nodded because sometimes there isn't, and admitted to himself that sometimes she is right. They stood at the window, and the gulls made their vulgate look like a prayer. The city under them looked the way cities look when something has been cut out of them, smaller, cleaner in a terrible way, a little embarrassed that it had let itself run to seed. "What about the Calders?" she asked, because she refuses to let mercy make her lazy. "So I told them what we had to tell," he said. Whitlow signed, Mathers confessed. "The boy with the hat will testify. He wants to be second chance famous. The jar with the ring is back in my kitchen. Their daughter's name is where it should be, on a page that makes the world feel bad. It isn't noble. It's a kind of justice anyway." "Hell want a bench," Tess said. "And they can have one by the wheel at 0 Street, he said, and smiled because he could picture them there, coats zipped, hands in each other's elbows, telling the river to mind itself while naming their daughter softly into the grate. Onisei deserves somewhere to sit while the city remains the city. She watched him watch the street and let him do that without comment, because she had learned that the best way to make men say the right things is to give them a room to say them in, and not to let the walls be the wrong shape. The phone on his counter did not buzz. When it finally did, hours later, the light thin and ridiculous across his kitchen table, it was a text from Irene with a photo attached, the Tide board, chalk lifted by someone who couldn't help themselves. The scrawl Rav half erased, a yellow no crossed it once, then again, and a child's crown turned into a 0 with a laugh. The caption read, "We're not going to be clever about it. We're just going to be mean to the river." He smiled at that, very much, for much longer than is wise. Courtrooms are good at pages. They flap. They make people put their palms on wood. They smell like old glue and the human habit of wanting to be better in public. Mathers pleaded and didn't decorate it. He used his blue ink to sign and the black ink to be booked. His lawyers said the words, "Men like him like to buy." The judge, someone who had taught herself to be careful around mirror images, read the sentence with a plain mouth and the good posture you get when you've watched what water does too long to romanticize it. He would go away. He would be some other person's problem. In this city, at least, he would stop being part of the walls. Hoke got a set of bracelets and a list of rules that surprised him with their length. He learned what an ankle monitor feels like when it has opinions. He learned that adjectives cannot be used like knives in a house where the people in aprons carry hotter tools. Rusk stood on steps and cried twice, once sincerely, and once because he couldn't help performing sincerity for the camera he still thought did things that were good. He went in a van. He wrote some of a book. He will give money to St. Dymphna when he gets out because he needs to, and Clea will take it because she is decadent enough to forgive money when it is kept in a clean envelope. Carmen stood on those steps later and did not apologize. She named the girls. She named herself. She named the women who had made soup out of evenings and laws out of recipes. She said we once and meant only the small room in which she had decided to keep that pronoun now. Whitlow painted the weir gate at the reservoir. He was not asked to. He brought his son one Saturday. They wore bad hats. They didn't talk about rugby. They didn't talk about Raven. They talked about wood and about the way steel makes noses feel different. That is, in this town, what passes for redemption. The Calder family did get their bench. A city crew installed it by 0 Street where the stone hums and the wheel sits huge as a stubborn idea. The plaque said, "For," and the name, clear, correct, a little lopsided because Irene insisted on using a font she could afford. Below, "Count forward." The kids from the neighborhood call it the numbers bench, which is pretty and terrible and will do. As for the house and its attic, Becker's went back to selling art that wanted to be helpful. The home show came down without ceremony. The vents were shut up. The gallery director cried in a back room where nobody could appreciate the aesthetic of it. Someone painted over the little numbers by the doors, and Lily, some afternoons, came by and wrote them again in invisible ink so only girls who had learned enough tricks could see them. Naomi sat on the floor at St. Dymphna and knitted nothing anyone wanted to use and liked that. Joy, Joe, made a list of words she refused to let out of her mouth anymore. June cleaned lemons for Clea without telling jokes about it because that would make the lemons feel like characters, and nobody wants that. Nadia played chess with Caleb badly and enjoyed it superiorly. Father Nolan learned to sleep 3 hours at a time without waking at the sound of drains. He failed once a week and lived anyway because that is how priesting works and also how plumbing works. Zarni stole the little no sign from the boardroom and put it over his bed because he enjoys pettiness in the same way some people enjoy jazz. Regina added one sentence to the policy manual, without asking permission: "When you smell lemon, check your assumptions." Somebody made a sticker out of it and stuck it on a vending machine that has been stealing from cops for a decade. This did not improve the machine. It improved the hallway. Patel taught the city's inspectors how to hear vents. She developed a curriculum she called housekeeping and made developers sit in a room with her for an hour while she read them selections from mechanical codes and from a book of poetry because she believes in revenge with taste. Soraya got re-elected without looking at a camera she didn't have to. She turned down a photo shoot by the river that would have made her into a picture of competence because pictures are who did this to them in the first place. She showed up to the Calder bench at dawn with coffee and left it there warm and didn't stand to be thanked. Tess wrote the story that didn't make anybody a hero and that made enough people angry that she could keep her job. She put count forward in it once because she knows when to let a phrase be honest. And she didn't use it again because she knows what happens to honest phrases when you let them get out too often. Harrington kept the ring in the jar behind the spices. On some mornings he would take it out and put it on the counter and not touch it, the way you put a map down to remember you can choose to go wherever you are not obligated to go. On one such morning, he put it in his pocket and went to the Calder bench. He sat. He took the ring out and looked at the engraving and felt nothing that could be turned into theater. He said here into the wheel's throat, and the water answered with its very old answer: "I will not remember this for you. Do it yourself." He put the ring back in his pocket. He wrote "no" in yellow on one of the rails where kids like to scrape their names, and he did not get arrested for graffiti because the city will sometimes conspire kindly if you give it the right tone. He went to work. He filled out forms. He brought soup from Clea to Irene. He stood at St. Dymphna's back door and didn't go in because he wanted to practice wanting things and not taking them because that is an honest way to respect kitchens. He bought lemons and dropped them in the trash behind his building directly, with a satisfaction that would have been weird 6 months ago and now felt like a dear habit. He visited Carmen and never used we without checking whether she had enough pronoun left to lend. He stood in boardroom 53 once and looked at the mirror and saw only his ordinary face and Pike behind him making a bad joke about light bulbs. He smiled and left without telling the room anything important. He got a text on a night with no fog and no reason for anyone to get sentimental. There were no words on it, just a photograph of a wheel and of a bench and of a child's hand, Lily's probably, holding a piece of chalk in the act of writing with adult letters, careful, forward. He put his phone face down and let himself want to laugh and want to cry and chose the laugh because desire is a privilege you get to choose sometimes. The part nobody will sleep properly around, he learned later, had nothing to do with lemon or numbers. It was small, the way the city's worst modern myths often are. A maintenance man at the ferry slip, a good one with medical bills and a boy who liked basketball, found a strip of painter's tape under the gate, where the slag of a weld catches dust, with in tidy hand. He took it off and stuck it to his thermos because it made him feel like he had a story. He dropped it in a trash can that eventually got hauled to a place the city calls a transfer station when it wants to feel fancy. The strip of tape stuck briefly to the wheel well of the truck that carried the can. Rain fell and took Lemon with it. A week later, standing on the stoop of St. Dymphna with his hands in his pockets, and Clea telling the river it could either cooperate or go somewhere else, Harrington smelled citrus for a moment and felt the smallest, meanest little thrill. A gull laughed. A bus hissed. A boy on a bike yelled an obscenity at a mailbox as if mailboxes are the moral problem with a town like this. He did not explain this to anyone. He tasted the word here in his mouth, and it seemed to fit different now. "And do you want to go inside?" Tess asked, appearing as if air liked her enough to deliver her to porches. "Not yet," he said. "Forward," she said, because she is not tired of saying it if it's going to be honest. And he finally, quietly agreed. Years from now, someone will write a neat article that makes lesser disasters into arcs and names into a list you can memorize to appear good at dinner. They will misunderstand the soup. They will misunderstand the vents. They will bring lemon back into the story, and people will groan but accept it because the smell is part of how the city reminds itself to be cautious. They will call the Raven cases a period, and the board a phenomenon, and they will mention a cop who carried a ring and a reporter with a notebook, and a woman who said mija too many times and learned not to. They will miss 6 girls who never wish to be looked at and are fine with missing. This is fine. The city can carry more than one story, it can carry a lot. In the ledger, the old one, Patel wrote one line on the back cover in pencil, small, private, facing the cardboard. We owe soup and screws and names. We owe the river exactly that, and nothing else. No one will read it who doesn't deserve to. The tide board gets cleaned, the crown chalked on it sometimes by bored kids keeps getting turned into a 0 by older hands, and when the 2 shapes slide over each other just so, and the sun is at the right point and the fog has decided not to be a bully for an hour, the thing looks like an O that could mean everything 12-year-olds think it means, and everything tired city workers pretend they can ignore. That's as good an epitaph as anyone gets. One night, late spring, honest rain, the smell of fried onions and hot breaks and citrus driftless, a man in a hat that makes nobody think of anything writes here on the brick outside Becker's and walks away without looking back. A kid with a better pen writes no over it in yellow. They don't know each other. They don't have to. Harrington sits at his kitchen table, ring back in the jar, a ledger page under it to keep it from scarring the wood, soup on the stove, towel on his shoulder the way priests and cooks carry them. He writes in a small notebook the names he is allowed to write, and leaves blank the ones he has to leave blank, and learns that some absences are a form of punctuation that does not make him less honest. The phone does not buzz. The drains do not sing. The house does not speak. He is briefly, not stupidly, grateful for that silence. He will work. He will love carefully. He will keep walking. He will go with Patel to the wheel at 0 Street on lunch breaks and show her where the stone hums best. He will take Soraya coffee when she has to tell the city a thing it doesn't want to hear. He will let Tess into his house when she doesn't knock and not make it a discussion. He will write no on things now and then and mean it. He will call the Calders in a year on a day that is hard and say their daughter's name as if it has never been used for any other purpose in the history of human mouths. And they will thank him and hate him and forgive him for everything except the parts nobody can forgive. If you want a cleaner ending, you came to the wrong river. But the tide board keeps working, and the gulls keep laughing, and the soup keeps singing, and sometimes, on a good day, when you walk past a vent, it doesn't hiss at you, it whispers something else. Not forward, not no. Something smaller, necessary, the size of a room. Here. Thank you for spending your time with the sound the fog makes. We hope the story stayed with you and left a few echoes to carry into your day. If it resonated, please follow Soulmirror Media and consider leaving a quick rating or review. Those small gestures help other listeners discover our work. To catch the next releases from this channel, keep us in your library and turn on notifications. Until then, from all of us at Soulmirror Media, thank you for listening, and we look forward to telling you the next story. This has been a Soulmirror Media production.